It's a 6-0 Mariners lead on a blast from Canzone.
Let's go. Let's get the game on. Hey, good morning and welcome into the radio program that is Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Happy Tuesday to you all. That's right, it is a Tuesday. We had the day off yesterday, and we rarely get those days off. I don't think we've had a 3-day weekend in 2026, not since New Year's.
Correct.
I'm pretty sure that we haven't, and well, it threw me completely off of my Tuesday morning game, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I was very excited. The reason that I was so distracted, Ashley, was because I was thinking about the first segment and the second segment, how we're going to put the show together today. And in doing so, completely forgot like 7 things that I need this morning. 7 very obvious things that I bring to the station every single day.
Oh, like what?
Well, number 1, my pass to get in.
Okay.
Number 2, my bag that has everything in it that I need.
Okay.
Number 3, the headsets that are in the bag that I have to use in order to hear the programming. So I don't know what I'm using right now, but I'm sure they're infested. And they are definitely throwing off my game because I don't sound like I normally sound.
I have had to use those headphones and they throw me off. Also, they squeeze really tight.
Yeah, they're squeezy.
Yeah, and then
I don't mind that.
And then it sounds a little more tinny or something than my normal headphones, and I don't like them.
Yeah, so I think I'm thrown off a little bit by that, but
you remembered yourself.
I did. I forgot my hairpiece. I left that out. I mean, right by the coffee maker, I think.
Right there?
Yeah. But then again, I forgot coffee this morning.
Oh,
no, I would never forget that. But anyway, it's good to be with you. I mean, Ashley had reasons for being discombobulated this morning as well. I'm telling you, sometimes these days off aren't really worth it. I'm totally kidding. They're totally worth it.
Well, as I told you, it didn't really feel like I had a day off. We were in Wenatchee all weekend. We left
A
Friday.
beautiful vacation weekend in Wenatchee.
Beautiful vacation softball weekend in Wenatchee. Yeah, that's right. So we left at 1:30 on Friday. So after work here, I raced home to get all my other work done, including our Bus Stuff show, which I don't know if people heard based on what I saw on X.
I don't know either.
I was confused by that. And then we left there. We got to Wenatchee at like 5. And then it was softball all day Saturday. And then we were up at 6 on Sunday and 6 on Monday for more softball.
Wow.
And then we made I think it took us, let's see, 4 hours, just over 4 hours to get home yesterday.
Wow. That is full.
And then I didn't sleep well, which is weird because I was in my own bed, which I should have slept like a little
Exhausted.
lamb. Yeah, exhausted and in my own bed. I should have slept like a little lamb.
Yeah, well.
Instead, I think I was worried I was going to oversleep.
Yeah.
Probably because when I went to bed, I got in bed and I was like, oh, okay, sweet slumber. Oh, I should probably set my alarm. And then I went and set my alarm, and then I think maybe I thought I didn't, so I was worried. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but it's Tuesday now, so we only have 4 days of work.
That's right. And we got a good show planned for you today. We got a lot of things to talk about. I hope little lambs sleep well.
I think they would, right?
Yeah,
They're fuzzy and soft.
I would
and
like to think
cute.
so. I would hope so. I don't know. I don't know what happened to me, but this soft spot for animals that I have developed late in my life. Like I was driving here down the little, diddly-doo.
Yeah.
And a coyote passed by. And I'm like, oh gosh, I'm so glad that I missed that coyote. And I didn't even think about might have a friend or be on a date.
Right.
And I didn't even think about that. I let the first coyote pass, and then I kind of sped back up and got going because I had people packed behind me.
Yeah.
And I didn't even think. And I look over, and there's a coyote, like scared, like
waiting to cross and like back, and just the look on his or her face was like scared of the moving traffic and getting separated from. Just broke my heart. Okay, well, I'm really glad you brought this up because when we were on our way to Wenatchee, I had like the most traumatizing thing I could witness. And we were
no.
almost to the rest
Do I
area.
want to hear this?
Yes,
Oh,
you'll be fine.
Okay.
We were because I wouldn't tell it if it was terrible. We were on our way, like where the rest area is before Leavenworth. If you're on Highway 2, so we're there, and we look over in the left lane. There's no traffic coming in the left lane or the westbound lanes, and we look over and we're like, what is that? Oh, it's a mom duck with her like 4 to 6 little ducklings trying to cross Highway 2 on Friday Memorial Day traffic.
Oh boy.
And we're going 50 or 60 miles per hour. Right there. And I look and I'm like, oh my God, these ducks are all going to die.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
Yeah.
There's no one coming right now. But then a couple minutes later, we see a truck. I'm like, well, they couldn't have gotten across our lane. And now they're all going to be smushed. And I couldn't stop thinking about it the entire weekend. So we're driving back yesterday and I'm like, oh, I'm not prepared to see duck bodies in the road. No duck bodies in the road.
Okay.
They all made it safely.
Okay. Well, that's good.
They all made it safely,
That's
every
good.
single one of them, because I know exactly where they were when they crossed.
Can't we just build duck bridges
Right?
for all
Just
ducks?
little duck overpasses, those little baby ducklings, The mom could have flown away if she was scared. What are the babies going to do?
I mean, what is Elon Musk doing with all that money? Just build us a bunch of duck overpasses,
Yeah,
please.
he's about to be a trillionaire. I have a great investment for him.
Yeah, like a coyote underpass
Yes.
under the roads.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I hope everybody out there had a good weekend. We got some pretty good weather. I even loved the weather on yesterday, the rainy
Oh, it was
day.
awesome.
I loved it.
This morning, all misty.
We've had a great stretch of sunny, gorgeous days, and then but I got to be honest, I went to the park a couple times. It was getting a little dusty. We needed that rain yesterday. It was perfectly delivered. I had to do laundry and watch sports all day anyway, so it worked out just perfectly. So here we are. We're ready to go on Tuesday, and we certainly do not have a shortage of topics, especially in regards to our local baseball team. So we'll dive into that. We'll get to what's on tap here in a moment. Ashley Ryan, Chuck Powell with you. Just soft-hearted animal lovers. That's all I can tell you.
Really are. They really are.
Mariners do win yesterday by a final score of 9-2, but it still couldn't keep the fan base from being furious last night.
People were angry.
I don't really understand it anymore. The only thing that I could say is that you dug so much into the loss, the disastrous end to the last piggyback game, that you just went so far in declaring how stupid it is that you could not even be reasonable last night. Because the reasonable reaction to it was, despite the fact that obviously Luis Castillo and Bryce Miller are still not on board, which we'll get to in a moment, it has been effective. And I don't necessarily like it either, and there are certainly some things that I would have done differently last night, and we've already talked about the things that we would have done differently last week. But like any experiment that you do, and that's what they're doing. Nobody's ever done this piggyback thing before. We have talked for over a month as to what are we going to do. This is not a bad problem to have, but it is not going to be an easy thing to solve. What do you do when you have 6 starting pitchers and 5 rotation spots? So we knew that there were going to be some broken eggs to make this omelet.
Right.
We knew that. And I don't know if there's a perfect solution out there. If Luis Castillo's angry last night, how angry is he going to be if he gets delegated to the bullpen? Like I think he should. That's my personal belief.
Right.
But when you strip it all down, you are conducting an experiment. And for the most part, the experiment the first time worked really well. And yet, like almost all scientific experiments, it got to the end and it didn't give you the result you were looking for. So you don't scrap the experiment. You adjust a couple of the ingredients, a couple of the formulas that you were using, a little bit of the math, and you try to get the better outcome. And you got a better outcome.
Yes.
And yet, still, there's something in it that obviously is not right. Number one, I would not have taken Luis Castillo out after 4 innings.
Nope.
He's the veteran. He'd earned the chance to get the win. And I don't care what analytics people think. Pitchers still want wins. Even today's pitchers still want that win. And then secondarily, obviously, you have not had a good enough conversation with either Castillo or Miller about this operation and how it's going to go down. Otherwise, they wouldn't have both been pissed off when they've had to leave these two games. So, again, I want to put a pin in that and get back to it later. But I want to focus on the result was better. We won. That was ideal. We got 4 shutout innings out of Luis. We got 5 strong innings out of Miller. We kept them both stretched out and didn't have to use the bullpen at all. That is the desired result of this entire experiment, and we landed on it in just the second attempt at this experiment. And still, there's some things to adjust and get better at. And long term, we certainly don't want to do this piggyback thing long term. But in the interim, with the lack of a perfect solution for it, they've decided to go down this road. And like it or not, in 17 innings, Miller and Castillo have given up 4 runs. That's a 2.25 ERA.
I'd say that's pretty good.
Better than what they were performing previously.
Yeah.
So I don't understand the fury last night I don't understand it from Castillo. I don't understand it from Miller. I don't understand it from the fans. I don't get it because it's actually produced. I mean, it seems to have sharpened Luis Castillo. Whatever this is, if he feels like he has to sing for his supper or this is some sort of midseason tryout to stay in the starting rotation, neither Castillo or Miller have given us any evidence that they don't have fight to stay in this rotation. Miller was already good. Castillo has been better since they've done this in his last 2 outings. I would choose, just to remind everyone, to put Castillo in the pen. I think Bryce Miller's one of our 3 best starting pitchers, and I'm not messing with that. And I would put Luis Castillo to the pen. That's what I would do. They have chosen to try to keep them both lengthened, that they're going to try this piggyback experiment, and it worked fine until the end of the game, and they learned we don't do that with 1-run leads anymore. At least we hope they've learned that.
And also we learned we need to hit more.
Yes. And then in the second game, it worked ideally.
Yep.
Now, I would have gone Castillo 5 and Miller 4 the way the game had unfolded. They went 4 or 5 the other way. There's a reason why they did that. The reason is because the truth is Bryce Miller is the one they favor if they went to a 5-man rotation. Bryce Miller's also coming off an injury. They just built him up to 85, 90 pitches. He pitched only 72 the game before, a game that they made a mistake in taking him out, in my opinion. And so they don't want him going right back down to only throwing 50 pitches potentially and taking away from the progress that they've made with his game. So that's the reasoning behind it.
And also, they're not going to put him in the after an inning started, right? To come in.
No, they're not going to do that either. But that to me is the reason why they wanted to go 5 with Miller and 4 with Castillo, because Miller is the one coming off of the injury and he is the one in the lead in this competition. So I don't know. I mean, Ashley, I get it's different. I get it's weird. I get it blew up. The experiment blew up and left all the scientists with, charred faces and burnt hair at the end of that first game where they tried the piggyback experiment. And yet last night was about as ideal as you want it to go. Both pitchers pitched. Both pitchers pitched well. No bullpen had to be used in the making of this piggyback. And you walk away with an easy 9-2 win, which we hardly ever get. And so for there still to be fury, I'm just chalking up to people went so far with their anger after piggyback 1 because we blew the game in ugly fashion that they just could not acknowledge that it worked successfully last night.
Well, and it just seemed like stubbornness to not look at all the facts and say, yeah, okay, it worked. I might not like it. It might not be the ideal situation, which it's not. No, a piggyback is not what you want to do all season long.
No.
And they're not going to plan on doing that all season long, I would assume. So take it for what it is. They went in with their plan last night, and the plan worked. It's okay to say, yeah, the plan worked. You don't have to, as a Mariners fan, go in and be like, oh, they screwed it up again. Did I think that Castillo should have stayed in longer? Yes. Did Castillo think he should have stayed in longer? Clearly, yes. And so if their plan was for him to go 4 and Bryce to go 5, I don't think that, as you said, I don't think that was very well communicated to him prior to the game. But you got the best out of Castillo in his 4 innings, and you got a good game out of Miller. And it was fine because your offense stepped up. All 3 things worked. And your bullpen had a day off.
Had a day off, which is part of the desired effect here. Because if you go 6-man rotation, then you are one less guy in the bullpen, and so you need your starters to go longer, each one of them to make up for the fact that you're one short in the bullpen. If you go 5-man rotation and you take one of them out, then if you think Luis Castillo was angry last night, he's shown his colors. He'd obviously be furious if he got moved to the bullpen full time. And they're trying to manage that. They're trying to massage that. Also, it's a sport where there are a lot of injuries during the course of the year, especially to starting pitchers. So they don't want to go from Castillo's lengthened out and pitching well all of a sudden to shortening him. And now if there's an injury, you might not be able to go back to him. That's the theory behind this. And again, not even they are saying they've figured this thing out. We talked about for weeks that there's no easy solution to this. So they've gone the piggyback. I'm not sure it's the best solution for it, but I did say going into it, it's an interesting idea. Let's see how it plays out. It was not a disaster the first time around.
Nope.
Both of those guys pitched well. Ferrer was excellent in the bridge. The mistake that they made was you have to handle a 1-0 game differently than you do other games.
Yeah.
And that includes when you're experimenting with how are we going to use these starters when we only have 5 spots for them. So I think they'll learn from that. I don't think they'll do the same thing when the next 1-run game comes up. And I don't even know how much longer we're going to do this piggyback. But Jerry DiPoto said, ideally, we score a lot of runs. This was while the first piggyback experiment was going on. Jerry DiPoto said, ideally, we score enough runs that we just have to use 2 pitchers tonight. We keep them both lengthened out. They both pitch well, and we win the baseball game. And that's exactly what happened last night. And yes, I think you go back to the drawing board and say, hey, pitchers still do want the win.
Right.
And if we respect Luis Castillo and he's rolling through 4, let's let him finish the 5th.
Right.
But I know they went into it leaning toward Bryce pitches 5, Castillo pitches 4. And for the reasons I said earlier, if they really had to make a decision between the 2 of them for the next time in the rotation, Miller's the choice. He is the lead dog in the race. And they also have him coming off an injury list, so they don't want to go back on what they've developed with his arm strength. And so that's why they went 4 and 5, and they had a 7-run cushion in order to do that. In the process, Castillo's feelings got hurt, and in the process, Miller made it very clear again he doesn't like it.
It's very uncomfortable.
So those are the 2 things that you're dealing with. But in terms of whether or not the piggyback was successful last night, it was highly successful. And I have a feeling that if you went to bed angry about a 9-2 win last night, it's that you went so far the other way, saying what a disaster it was, that you could not acknowledge the merits to it last night.
Right. And you're just too focused on what you want the end result to be, which is Castillo going to the bullpen. Well, maybe that will happen, but it's a process while they figure it out. So if the process is working, accept that the process is working. It's okay.
It certainly worked last night.
Yeah, it worked last night.
Whether it's working long term, I have no idea.
But it worked last night. So take it each time and be happy that they look at the first piggyback to the second piggyback. That was how you wanted it to go to a T.
Yeah, and we don't have time to get into it now. I promise we will, because we're going to talk about this a lot today. But obviously, there's not been enough communication with Miller and Castillo, or they're being petty children.
One or the other.
My guess is it's the first. That it has not been mapped out. Go to them as professionals and tell them this is what we're doing. and we're doing it to try to save you both as starting pitchers.
Right.
And there's a chance you might come after four innings. For both of them to have been as angry as they were coming out of the games, seems to me there was a breakdown in communication. To have to watch my manager sit there on the bench for an entire inning and have to now explain to Luis
Yeah, why he's not going back in.
why he's not going back in seems ludicrous. For him to say, I'm sorry, like you could read his lips, I'm sorry. I mean, secondly, take that back into the clubhouse. Don't do that on the bench.
Yeah.
And then look around like, oh gosh, cameras are on us. No crap, cameras are on you.
Everyone's trying to lip read.
All right, we'll get into more of it later, but let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show today.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
Mariners win 9-2 over the A's. We will get into Mariners morning after because there were a lot of good things to discuss other than being angry about the piggyback. So we'll do that at 6:30. Emerson Hancock and Luis Severino will square off tonight. That is your pitching matchup. Same two teams. First pitch at 6:40 from Sacramento, California. And with a win tonight, the Mariners are within a half a game of first place.
Oh, is that all it took?
That's all it took. The road to Omaha is set. College baseball's 64-team field is ready to go with its regional action. The number one ranked team in America, UCLA. Wasn't UCLA the number one ranked softball team,
their softball team is incredible.
Yeah. So what a run that your hated Bruins are on.
Stupid powder blue.
But the Cougs made the tournament, made the 64-team field. So they're going to be in the Eugene Regional. So good for the Cougs. NBA, the Knicks swept the Cavaliers. Man, was that a blowout last night, 130-93. Is anyone in the world playing better basketball? Is anyone in the world better at what they do for a living than what the Knicks are? They are just dominating in every game that they play right now. And now they just wait for the Western Conference Finals to be settled. Game number 5 tonight in a 2-2 series, San Antonio at OKC. Carolina won in overtime last night in Montreal, 3-2. They now have a 2-1 series lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Meanwhile, the Western Conference Finals, the Avalanche holding on for dear life. They're down 3-0, and Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar are hurt. It looks like the Knights are going to be moving on. Finally, over the weekend, LAFC on Sunday won over the Sounders by a final score of 1-0. Mariners morning after. Next, we'll get into all sorts of things on Chuck and Buck Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Better? Feels better.
Feels better. Which is interesting to play this upbeat song on a gloomy, dreary Tuesday morning.
All right.
But it feels good.
Especially so many people are angry about winning.
So many people hated that win. Hated it.
Yeah, like the biggest lopsided win of the year, but I'm furious.
How dare the Mariners win?
It's Chuck and Ashley with you, Chuck and Buck in the morning, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Time for Mariners Morning After, our post-game show. We just do it the morning after. Every single Mariners game, we have a highlight for you, we have a soundbite for you, and we have a preview of what's going on tonight for you as well. And as part of our solution, by the way, a couple of weeks ago, if you Mariners Morning After listeners remember, I was thinking about moving this segment. You spoke.
There was an uproar.
Yeah, there was. It was pretty clear indication not to move it. So we'll keep it here. We'll keep it here. It's comfortable. We like it. But also, we're going to add something similar, a recap of the game later on in the show. So we're going to make it official. The baseball brunch is now going to be a part of the show at 8:30. Maybe not every day, but try to get it at 8:30 most every day going forward. But let's get into Mariners Morning After. Mariners were in Sacramento last night, coming off just an ugly weekend series against the Kansas City Royals. Kind of felt, I don't know. I don't know if they've hit rock bottom, but man, they sure have circled the neighborhood.
They've been scraping it.
No doubt about it. And so to get into Sacramento to take on the first place A's last night and to make sure that you can gain a full game in those weak Western Conference or Western Division standings, they had it right in front of them. But it was piggyback night. Piggyback 2 was taking place at your local theater. And so the Mariners and everybody knew that it was going to be Luis Castillo starting and Bryce Miller coming out of the bullpen, whether you agreed with it or not. I did not. I would have started Bryce Miller again, considering how well he pitched the previous game. But they flip-flopped them to make everybody happy. And so they went with Castillo and ended up nobody was happy by the end of the game. And so that's the way that it started. Castillo, he was scoreless through 4 innings. Meanwhile, he was getting some offensive support last night, and it all happened. Whoo, boy, baseball's a crazy game because the A's could not turn a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. Hernandez, which sounds like a condiment that you would get for your sandwich, bobbles the ball at shortstop, gives it to Jeff O'Neill, who decides to try to make a highlight turn at second base by jumping in the air rather than planting his foot and making a strong throw, and it allowed the slow-footed Josh Naylor to beat out the play at first base. Otherwise, we don't score in the 3rd inning, and instead, we scored a lot, thanks in large part to Luke Raley.
Raley up into the wind. This is sailing back, and Raley leaves the yard. A home run to right field. The Mariners open it up in the 3rd inning. 4-0 Mariners. Seems like Luke knew the assignment.
The Naylor ground ball fielder's choice, which should have been 2, scored the first run. Then Randy Arozarena, who is on fire right now, doubled home Naylor. Raley hits the 2-run home run, thanks to Aaron on the call there, and Angie laughed, on Mariners TV. Then a Cole Young double, and then a Dom Canzone blistered 2-run home run. So an inning in which we shouldn't have scored a single run, we end up with 6 in the frame and coast from there to an easy 9-2 victory over the A's of parts unknown.
Well, and it doesn't take away from the crappy weekend in Kansas City, but those are the games you want to win against your division, right? Because that's how you get in the playoffs, if you win your division. So I'll take the win in Oakland, the 9-2 win, the piggyback that was successful. I'll take it all.
and going back to the Kansas City game on Sunday, again, that inning that Brian Wu lost the game all started because, frankly, Mitch Garver didn't challenge a 3-2 fastball that caught the corner, and that turned into an avalanche of mishaps that led to 4 runs in the inning. Yeah, and we don't come back from that. And so it was good to get it back This is why they say it all evens out by the end. Your record is what you are. And so we kind of gave away that game on Sunday because we didn't execute in an inning. And then the A's can't execute a easy double play ball, and the Mariners take full advantage of it, scoring 6 times. They would end up scoring 9 times in the game. Randy Arozarena is on fire right now.
He is.
3 for 5 in the game, including a 2-run home run last night that he enjoyed. I think he enjoyed that.
I think he did like that.
Right.
Good for you, Randy.
So he's hitting 299. He's got a 390 on base, a 477 slug. I mean, he's a starter on the All-Star team right now. His statistics, he should be. He won't be. He's not going to get voted in. But he's worthy of it right now. That's how well he's playing offensively, even if he's not playing so well defensively. But, of course, the entire conversation sounds like on the A's broadcast, on the Mariners broadcast, on social media everywhere, was about the pitching decisions made by the Mariners organization. They piggybacked for the second time this season, and this time with Luis Castillo going first and Bryce Miller going second. And because of the run support, Jerry DiPoto got his dream combo of Castillo for 4 innings and then Miller for 5, and didn't have to use a single piece out of your bullpen for an easy put your feet up on the desk kind of victory. But it didn't stop either pitcher who was used last night from expressing their anger. Luis Castillo ended up in a long chat with Dan Wilson on the bench after having been removed from the game, and Bryce Miller voiced his frustration with not starting again for a second outing in a row. He started the previous one, but for a second outing in a row, he voiced his displeasure afterwards about the entire piggyback situation. So not only are Mariner fans upset with it, obviously the pitchers involved are not happy with this decision that the organization has made with too many pitchers for too few slots. Dan Wilson spoke after the game, and I'm sure he covered the piggyback.
Yeah, this is a great way to start the series tonight. Both the Rock and Bryce really throwing the ball well. That's a tough lineup. It's a lineup that has some offensive power to it, and I thought both those guys did such a great job with it, and then offensively we were able to get to Savali pretty quickly, and getting that big inning there with 2 outs. And putting together some really good at-bats and getting some big blows, Rails, Dom, those are huge, and just some great at-bats all around, up and down the lineup again. Randy adding the homer later. A really good night. I thought defensively played very well also. Really took care of the ball for the most part tonight, and put us in a good position to win, and just a good win from top to bottom.
Those 6 runs in the third, Dan, that's the biggest inning you guys have had all year. Just what's the feeling in the dugout as you guys are finally kind of breaking through?
Yeah, they let it all go. I think it did feel good, and I think these guys have really been putting in some good at bats. They're putting in the time, and I think it feels really good. I think for the hitting group, the hitting coaches as well, as they continue to put in all the work, and just to see that big inning kind of explode there, felt great, and hopefully there's more to come.
Dan Wilson, well, he didn't exactly address in that clip some of the stuff with Castillo and Miller after the ball game.
I'll see if I can find more of that.
After Castillo was removed, but that's all right. We'll do all the talking for him. We got some opinions about it, which we'll share throughout the course of the show today. Ryan Healy's also going to join us today. I didn't mention that in What's on Tap. He'll be with us at 9 o'clock. So plenty conversation on that controversial topic about the piggyback used again last night. Mariners win it by a final score of 9-2. So they are 26-29. The A's are in first place in the division at 27-27. That means with a win tonight, the Mariners move within a half game of the division lead. And they will send Emerson Hancock, the source for all of this piggyback nightmarish stuff.
I was going to say, nobody's blaming Emerson, and really, whose fault is it? Thanks for being great, Emerson.
He'll pitch at 6:40. That's your first pitch tonight. Luis Severino, the veteran who hates pitching at home. It's a really strange situation there, but he hates Sacramento and has made that very clear. So he will get the start for the A's tonight. Again, first pitch is at 6:40. So we got ABCs of the M's coming up at 7:30. We've got 8 o'clock segment, which we will discuss. If you did miss our opening conversation about piggybacking, we'll do it again at 8 o'clock. We got the baseball brunch, which is a brand new feature on the show at 8:30, and we got Ryan Healy at 9 o'clock. So we got you covered. We are certainly going to discuss this situation with this piggyback stuff with the Mariners a lot here on this Tuesday morning. But there are some other things going on, including an NBA basketball team that is playing better than anyone in the world, regardless of sport, regardless of level. And we'll discuss them next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I don't want to get hyperbolic about things, so I'm not going to make too outlandish of a statement. I'm sure. I mean, I can't be everywhere at once. None of us can, right? So I'm sure that there's probably some stock boy in Oshkosh, Wisconsin that is just as good at what he does as anyone in the world. Like, you want something stocked? Trevor from Oshkosh has got it stocked, and he is perfect at his job. I don't know. I see this guy on video that he works at a grain factory, and he works on the conveyor belt, and he just stacks grain sacks all day long.
Oh,
I've
wow.
seen this video on social media, and he does it with only his shoulder. Like, he just sits there and drinks coffee and has conversations, and the bag comes off the conveyor belt, and he catches it with the outer shoulder and then dumps it over where it needs to be. So he doesn't even use his arms.
Wow, doesn't even spill his coffee.
It doesn't spill his coffee. I mean, I've seen that. I mean, that's about as good at your job as you can be when you can be that effective, that efficient, and still have room for coffee and conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's some
skill.
multitasking right there without it once affecting the outcome of your job. Hell, I have these two ladies that work at Chelan Winery.
Oh,
They're about
yeah.
as good as they are. Taylor and Molly. They are about as good at what they do as anyone in the world. I mean, they just really make a great little environment
Oh,
there.
I like that.
It's just wonderful. You need to go see them.
Yeah, they have wine. I'll go.
So I don't want to sit here and say that I know something for a fact when there are so many people out there that are great at what they do. And yet I'm not sure anybody is better at what they do in the entire world, regardless of sport, regardless of job, than the Knicks are at playing basketball right now.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
I mean, it's not just winning every game in the playoffs. It's winning it without any problem whatsoever. They won by 37 points against the Cavaliers. Maybe the Cavaliers had already, maybe they had already packed it in for game number 4, but they also won by 13 points the previous night and 16 the night before that and 11 the night before that and 30 the night before that and 14 the night before that and won to close out the Hawks by 51 points. They've won 11 straight games in the NBA playoffs against what's supposed to be good competition, right? Maybe not the best, but good competition. They cannot be stopped. I don't know if anybody saw this coming. Not that the Knicks couldn't get to the NBA Finals, but this dominantly, I don't think anybody saw this coming. And we've gone from, well, this is really about who comes out of the West to suddenly, who can beat the Knicks if they can sustain this play? And that's the answer right there. If they can sustain this play for another series, the answer is nobody.
Right.
I mean, I think the Spurs and the Thunder are better on paper, but that's the crazy thing about sports. This is what it's kind of supposed to be like. You go through the entire season, and then you get to the playoffs, and you hope you're playing your best ball at that point. Well, the Knicks are playing their best ball. I don't know what Mike Brown has suddenly done to be able to press all the right buttons and pull all the right levers, but he's doing it right now for the New York Knicks. They are just flying high. And the truth of the matter is, when it comes time to pick who's going to win as a talk show host, the NBA Finals, I am going to choose the team from the West because of two things. Number one, I just think they're better on paper and have proven it over a long period of time. But then more importantly, I just, at some point, if Cal's hit 11 home runs in 6 games, you know that he's going to run out of steam at some point. And that's the same thing here. Like, I don't think it's possible to go 15 straight, 19 straight games playing this good of basketball like the Knicks are. And so they're going to have 8 days off. And if they can dust off that rust, against a better team on paper, a more talented team, a more difficult matchup than they faced, and they can keep playing at this high level, well, tip of the cap to them. They're not going to be beaten if they keep playing like this. But I just can't imagine, Ashley, that they can keep playing like this.
Well, yeah, and we've seen what happened in the NHL playoffs with teams that have had that long break and waiting for another team. I would like to think that if Oklahoma City wins out of the West, that they got beat up enough by the Spurs or, challenged enough by the Spurs that they'd go into the Knicks series being tired. If it's the Spurs, then I'm fine with whoever wins. But I don't know. I feel like what we've seen from Oklahoma and the Spurs is feels more real than what the Knicks are doing, or feels more long lasting, I guess, than what the Knicks are doing.
Well, I think they're a better team, and if they played 100 games against one another, eventually the Knicks cool off. Mm-hmm. And I would imagine let's say the Spurs, because we don't want to think about the other thing. I think the Spurs probably win 70 of those games, 68 to 73 of those games against the New York Knicks. But the truth of the matter is it's just a 7-game series. And right now, the Knicks are playing so well. I mean, I don't care what kind of mismatches there are on the court. When a team's playing, if that team continues to play that well, they're not going to get beaten. Not over the course of 7 games. It's just a question of whether or not they can keep playing that well. And I don't know if that's humanly possible. I don't know if they can, for 3 straight series, keep that up. Not to mention, they will be introduced to some mismatches that they haven't had to go up against in the previous 2 series. And let's face it, Philadelphia was not supposed to get there, and Cleveland was not supposed to get there. That road was supposed to be more difficult. But I can't take anything away from the way that the Knicks are playing. Offensively, defensively, execution on both ends of the floor, making up for where they're weak. And just playing as a fist as opposed to 5 fingers. They are just playing extraordinary basketball right now. And if they end up pulling this thing off, I mean, all you can do is tip your cap to them and say, job well done, because it's exactly what you're trying to achieve in professional sports. I mean, the Seahawks just did it. Right. The Seahawks had a season in which there weren't a lot of believers until late in the season. And even then, there were still a lot of doubters all the way to the Super Bowl, even though they started dominating fools. And 4 of their last 5 games dominated their opponents. And that was against the best competition they were supposed to face, right? Mm-hmm. All season long. Well, the Knicks are kind of going on a similar run right now. But that's just 1 game at a time in football. For it to have gone on now for 11 straight games for the Knicks, again, not just winning, beating the crap out of everybody they're playing every single night. It's just an extraordinary run that they're on. I hope it does balance out. I hope the Spurs do cut down the nets. I don't want to see the Knicks win the championship because I think it's funny. But there's no doubt they've got a shot. I mean, I had a conversation at the bar just over the weekend about how they shouldn't have a shot at beating either the Thunder or the Spurs. But the way they're playing right now, if they can sustain that, not only do they have a shot, they're going to win the NBA championship.
Which is crazy.
Which is crazy. Absolutely. All right, headlines next. Plus, and we will get back to the Mariners coming up on the show. It's going to be our main topic here today. But we did have a big Seahawks topic come up over the weekend as well. Apparently, the Seahawks and Devin Witherspoon are far apart on contract negotiations. That doesn't seem possible to me. We'll discuss it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
mean, I think this is not an easy science, the piggyback thing. And I think always, you're kind of weighing a lot of different things and a tough, decision in terms of the rock. And I think he continues to prove to be an incredibly selfless player. And I think that both those guys really threw the ball well and I thought kept that lineup down.
Was it predetermined 4 innings or 60-ish pitch count there?
It was. I don't know if it was predetermined, but I think just once Bryce gets going there, it's it's kind of hard to get to set him down, and so I think it was a situation where we went with it, and again, tough one, I know, and I think Rock deserves a lot of credit.
Oh, Dan Wilson, last night after the game, you would have thought the Mariners lost. But they did win 9-2, the final score, and the piggyback went the complete game distance, allowed just 2 runs, and even those 2 runs, you pitch differently when you're up 7, might not have scored at all. So the piggyback combo of Luis Castillo and Bryce Miller through 2 games, 2.12 ERA.
That's pretty decent.
Which is better than any other spot in the rotation this year.
Well, piggyback clearly didn't work last night.
There are some things about it that are working. I mean, I don't love the idea.
Yeah, there can be two things can be true. You cannot like it, but you can acknowledge that it worked.
Well, it's not been a disaster.
Right.
That's for sure. Yes, it ended disastrously.
Massive disaster the first time.
But that's because Andres Munoz inherited, and that, by the way, 2 of those 4 runs that they've allowed over 17 innings were inherited from Munoz, who couldn't close the door. And, that didn't work. Hopefully they learned a lesson. We didn't get to see if that could be applied last night because you were up 7.
Right.
But hopefully the organization learned a lesson from that and won't do that again. I think we do have to protect a precious 1-run lead and leave that in the 9th inning to our most seasoned closer outer of games in Andres Munoz. But we didn't get to see if they learned that lesson last night because the win was so easy. Because we hit and both pitchers pitched very, very well and winning by the final score of 9-2. But this has been obviously a big topic already on the show. Will continue to be. We'll get Ryan Healy's opinion on it at 9 o'clock today. ABC's of the M's coming up a little bit later on this hour as well. And we will talk about the Piggyback at great length. Piggyback 2 in theaters near you. Electric Boogaloo.
This time, Bryce rides Castillo.
Yeah, but I'll say this. I'm going to get to the headlines here in a little bit. But obviously, they haven't explained it well to Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo.
Doesn't seem like it.
For both of those guys to have been angry both games, like something's not getting communicated well to the 2 of them. And if it is being communicated well and they're just acting like children afterwards, then, again, we're going to have a conversation about that.
Well, especially given what we heard from Pete Woodworth, right? That they'll play wherever, whenever.
Great point.
Like, it doesn't matter the inning, doesn't matter when they come in.
Yeah, they will pitch whenever, wherever, because they're there for their teammates, except for never.
Right. Except for when it's uncomfortable.
There might be one exception to that, and that is if they're not starting and going the distance. All right, let's get to your headlines there. Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Mariners do win over the A's last night, 9-2. Tonight, the same 2 teams will play in Sacramento, California. 6:40 first pitch. 2 right-handers. Emerson Hancock starts for the good guys. Luis Severino will pitch for the A's tonight. There will be no piggyback tonight, so nothing to be angry about there. So first pitch at 6:40, but with a win, the Mariners, despite their poor play, pretty much all season long, will sit a half game out of first place in the American League West.
That feels weird.
The road to Omaha is set in college baseball. Congratulations to the Cougs who have made the field of 64. They will be participating in the Eugene region. They're really good, the Ducks this year. They're the number one seed in that region. I think 11th ranked overall, if my memory serves me.
Okay. Go Cougs.
UCLA.
That felt weird to say.
UCLA is the first time since 1999. San Antonio and Oklahoma City will play tonight in Oklahoma. It will be Game 5 of that series, which is even at 2 games apiece. Stanley Cup final playoffs. We're not quite to the finals yet. Carolina survived Montreal in Montreal last night. 3-2 overtime winner. Svechnikov. Too little, too late, buddy. Too little, too late to show up now with the game winner.
It was cute.
For the Hurricanes, who are up 2-1 in that series. And then I assume tonight, probably should have wrote this down.
It's probably Vegas and Colorado, I would assume, tonight.
I believe so. The morning's been a little bit out of whack around here. It's the 3-day weekend, I guess, is what's thrown us off. But yes, Colorado-Vegas will play tonight in Vegas, 6 o'clock. Vegas is up 3-0 in that series, so they can take out the Avalanche tonight. And the Avalanche might be without both McKinnon and Makar.
That won't bode well for them.
No, I think they're cooked. So that's be 6 o'clock. They'll drop the puck in Vegas tonight. Finally, well, not finally. LAFC 1-0 over the Sounders on Sunday. Finally, the National Football League. Roger Goodell said over the weekend that it's nonsense. The earlier report about not being much interest in Seahawks ownership says there's intense interest in Seahawks ownership. So apparently that was a lie. One way or the other, it's a lie.
Yeah, one way or another.
OTAs get started as well today for the Seahawks. So Greg Bell will be joining us for the rest of the week at 7:05, so we'll hear from him. And Devin Witherspoon report over the weekend that the two sides, the Seahawks and Devin Witherspoon, are not close on a contract extension where they've obviously already reached one with Jackson Smith and Jigba this offseason. So that is going to be the topic of conversation. But I just want to mention just briefly, just like how out of whack things are. Boy, you give a morning show the day off. I forgot my bag. I forgot my pass to get into the building. Apparently, Jubal, who works at one of our other stations, because I just went to the restroom in the break, and usually I don't do that.
Right.
I don't do that. That always happens in the morning before I even come here. All of that stuff happens before I leave the house. It has to happen. It's part of the routine.
Oh, man.
But you have an extra day off and you sleep in a couple of days, and suddenly you are completely out of your routine. And so to add to it, we have shorter breaks for some reason here this morning.
Which is fun.
So I'm like racing down the hallway to do something that I normally don't have to do in the break. And then I get that done. And can I just say this?
Yeah.
Like, it is 2026. Have we not advanced far enough in our abilities to make things easier, to not stack the one toilet paper roll on top of the other toilet paper roll because the friction doesn't allow it to ever roll out the right way?
Yeah, I value everything you offer to us, Kimberly Clark, but if we could make the toilet paper rolls, like when it should drop down when the other one's empty instead of just sitting on it.
It just sits on there,
Yeah.
and then if it's brand new, forget about it. If both of them are brand
Get
new,
like one square at a time, and can't spare a square there.
how have we not ergonomically figured out a way to do that better?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I had to go after that thing like Wolverine. They were like, I did. I had to tear it out because I had such little time to get back on the air. Anyway, so it's been a little laughable, but we're here with you. Ashley and Chuck
Yes,
with
we
you
are.
here. Chuck and Buck in the morning, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, let's talk about something that's not as disgusting.
Well, you navigated it well.
Let's talk about Devin Witherspoon. So the idea heading into the offseason was that both JSN and Devin Witherspoon were not only going to have not only earned their pay extensions and pay raises, and we're going to be paid amongst the top players at their position in the National Football League, that they were so good at what they've done that they would get their extensions done early so that nobody had to worry about that.
Right.
And JSN's already gotten his done, and we just assumed that at some point after John got done drafting and free agenting, and then, roster juggling and trying to create space for later moves, that then he would be able to focus, before we get to training camp, and we do have a window coming up before training camp, on getting Devin Witherspoon's deal done, making him happy, extending him, because it seems like a no-brainer going forward. And yet we get a report over the weekend suggesting that the two sides aren't even close. That is really hard for me to believe. That is really hard for me to buy. Number one, I'm going to just say this. I think the report is garbage. I think whoever said that, it probably is something like, hey, we're going to meet later. Right? We're going to do OTAs right now, and then we're going to take a little summer break, and then, before training camp, maybe we get with Spoon, and then we still work something out in training camp so it doesn't become a distraction. But also keep in mind, we don't have to do anything right now because we can control him for another season beyond this year. So, no big deal. That's my reaction. I think that the report itself is garbage. Number two, if it is true, if I'm wrong about that, if I'm not reading the tea leaves correctly, then I have to ask, how is that possible?
Yeah, how could you be on that different of a page?
How could you not start close? I could see we aren't at the finish line, and maybe that could take a while, and maybe some hurt feelings come up as you have to kind of arbitrate the thing, because you got to tell him why he's not worth as much as what he and his agent think, and then he's got to tell you, how much they're screwing up if they don't give him top market value and not increase it beyond top market value. So if there are some finer points to haggle or a few millions to haggle over, maybe the agent's like, we don't want just the next brick in the road beyond Trent McDuffie. We want something that blows the market away. We want to set a new high bar. Apparently, Devin Witherspoon's agent is the same agent as Christian Gonzalez, so he's kind of working them in tandem this offseason. He's the standout, maybe the best corner in the league, Patriots cornerback. So he's got them both at the same time, and they're basically in the same situation. So maybe he's using them in tandem to kind of set an even higher bar than what Trent McDuffie did, kind of blow it out of the water. McDuffie signed a 4-year, $124 million deal when he was traded to the Rams this offseason. So that's the new high bar. So there could be some negotiation, haggling, maybe even some hurt feelings in the process before it does get done. And maybe you don't even get done. There's even a world where I can believe that it doesn't get done. Not this offseason, maybe never. You could even convince me of that maybe the agent and Witherspoon are so dug in on what they feel their client is worth that it's something John's not willing to pay. I'll even believe that.
Wow. Yeah.
Before I believe that they are not close on negotiations. Because to me, I don't know how that is possible. All you have to do is say, he's going to be a free agent. We're trying to sign him early. We just did the same thing with JSN. He was obviously watching. McDuffie makes 4 years, 124. That's the new high bar. So it's got to at least be around 4 years, 124.
Right.
That's got to be where it starts or in the vicinity. So if it's not close, what does that mean? Does that mean John and Mike have come in with a lowball offer to somebody that they absolutely love and adore?
That seems far-fetched.
Months after JSN was given exactly what he wants? Or does that mean, like I said earlier, that agent and Spoon are saying, we don't want just next brick in the road money. $31 million ain't going to cut it because 2-3 years from now, that's going to look like a real bargain. We want 50. I mean, it's unless one of those two things has happened, that John and Mike have made a slap in the face low offer, which I can't believe that they would do.
I don't think it doesn't seem like they would.
Or Spoon and his agent are asking for quarterback money, then how on earth could they not be close? How could, all right, 5 years, 155. That's probably should be your opening offer if you're the Seahawks. 5 years, 155. That's what, $31 million a year. That puts you right at McDuffie's annual salary, but with an extra year since he's younger. 5 years, 155. If you're not starting there, I think you're making a mistake if you're the Seahawks. And if that's not at least making Witherspoon happy, maybe he could be happier. Maybe they do want to haggle it and negotiate a little bit more because they want a little bit more than that. But it shouldn't be, oh, that's way off. If that's way off, then we got a problem with Spoon and the agent. So it's just hard for me to believe, Ashley, that in any world that this negotiation, which should be one of the easier ones, I mean, we got Spoon done or JSN done in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
How this one shouldn't be just as easy, just like, okay, there's the market. We want to show you how much we love you, your age, your production value. I see what McDuffie made. We're going to give you that plus an extra year. And here's our opening offer, our opening salvo. And if the reaction is not even close, what?
Yeah.
It has to at least be close.
Yeah, it seems like it has to be an exaggeration on the report because, one, I don't think the Seahawks are going in to lowball him. They didn't do that with JSN. Why would they do that with Devin Witherspoon, who they love just as much? They didn't even lowball Kenneth Walker. They offered him $12 million.
Good point.
So why would they then come back and try to lowball Devin Witherspoon, who is vital to their organization's future? It's just not going to happen. So it leads me to think that if there's any possibility that they are far apart, that it would have to be on the agent's side, being a little greedy, perhaps, and telling his client, oh, no, we can get you more. We can get you more because we know how much they want you. We know how much they need you. And in that case, well, shame on you. I understand you've got a job to do, but, you know, he's still going to make the highest, which will be the highest for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, but that's how it always works. Somebody's the next highest all the time. And I have a hard time believing that they could be that far apart because it would take one side being completely ignorant to what's going on.
Agreed. It'd be one side not operating
with their head in the sand.
Yeah, not operating with any sort of good faith negotiation. That's either the Seahawks saying, "Hey, we just paid that guy. We can't afford to pay you too." Not at top market value. And so we're going to give you 3 or 75.
Yeah.
You know, and I can't live in that world. I can't believe that Mike McDonald and John Schneider, that would be the olive branch they'd extend to Devin Witherspoon to start the negotiations. I don't think they would slap him. I don't think they would carry a white glove into the room and slap Devin across the face with it, and that's how they would start.
Right. That would be bad.
Right. And so my guess is they're starting at around McDuffie money. Probably right there. Maybe, like I said, maybe an extra year since he's younger.
Right.
And that's where they're starting. So the other possibility is that the agent's saying, oh, no, I see where the money in the NFL is going. And I have two such precious commodities that I'm not just going to take the next salary. I'm not taking a McDuffie salary. I'm going to need 5 years, $300 million. I mean, if that's what he's doing, then okay, we're not close.
No, and we're not going to be.
So unless somebody is just slap in the face, you know, that's the way they're starting the negotiation. Because that's a slap in the face to the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Like, no. Even though you drafted him, groomed him, made him a champion that my client loves playing for you, doesn't want to play anywhere else. We're going to make things so financially uncomfortable for you. You're going to have to either consider trading him. That
would be like if he was unhappy here, which I don't think he is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like if that's the way you're operating as agent, then client has to fire agent.
Right.
If you are Devin Witherspoon, you're like, I want to be here. I want to be paid like I deserve. It's my turn. JSN got his. I want mine. I know I'm not going to make JSN money because receivers make more, but I want to be the highest paid cornerback, like you said, even if it's for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I want the next brick in the road contract, and you're my agent. Go get me that and make sure I stay a Seahawk. That's got to be the marching orders.
Yeah.
And then if the guy representing you walks in and says, we're not going to talk about cornerback money. My client is transcendent. Hey, you're paying JSN what? Well, we want more than that. If that's the way he's operating, then he's not operating in good faith, and Spoon needs to cut him. Yeah. Now, I'm just reading into it. I don't know if either of those things are happening. And as I said, I started off with, I think it's probably a bogus report. It's just hard for me to believe that JSN was so easy because they did the right thing. Mm-hmm. This is the highest per year salary. We're going to make you the highest paid receiver in the NFL. You were offensive player of the year, even if your trophy doesn't say it. We're going to make it. And they got it done in record time and probably for less than what JSN could have gotten. And so you've already used the blueprint. If you didn't use the same blueprint on Witherspoon, then you're making a mistake. And I just don't think those two guys make mistakes.
No.
So I don't know why we dealt with this report. Again, my first inclination is to think that it's just totally false because it is impossible for me to believe that they've started negotiations and they're way off. There's no way you can be way off. Somebody's screwing up royally.
Right. Yeah. It's got to be the Seahawks offering that next, as you said, brick in the road contract. And Devin Witherspoon and his agent should be expecting that. They shouldn't be expecting more than that. I mean, do you not know how contracts in the NFL go? Somebody gets the next highest, then somebody gets the next highest. So if you just want to wait till Christian Gonzalez, if it's a standoff between Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon to find out who gets the highest.
But it's same agent.
Right, same agent.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if they're saying, well, no, I don't want to sign yet because I want to be the highest. I don't want him to be I don't know. But the whole thing, yeah, I just don't buy that they're far apart.
Yeah. I mean, it starts for me at 5 years, 155. And that's where it starts. And if that has insulted anybody in the room, then shame on the other people in the room.
Yeah, then you're not paying attention.
Right. That's where it's going to be. Now, maybe the Seahawks do have to go higher than that. Maybe they do have a few concerns about his durability. He's a smaller corner that plays like he's Bobby Wagner. I mean, he throws his body around. So maybe there is a little bit of reluctance. Maybe they do start at 4. But if they are at 4 at McDuffie money, that shouldn't insult anybody in the room to say, we're going to make you the highest paid cornerback in the National Football League. But that's where it should start.
And if that is how you get insulted, I would love to be insulted.
Right. Can I please get insulted?
Yes.
Somebody insult me.
Yes, please.
I don't mean it, Twitter Nation.
Yeah. We get
Back
enough
off.
from you.
Text line. All right. ABCs of the M's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Tuesday morning to you. That's right. We got to skip Monday. How about that?
It is fun to skip Monday.
Starting the weekend on a Tuesday. It's like we're stealing money.
It's like basically the week's already over, right?
Pretty much.
Because we're almost halfway done through our Tuesday.
We're almost to the top of the hill.
And then once you hit Wednesday, that's the halfway point. And then after Wednesday, you're on Friday Eve. Friday doesn't count because who really puts in effort on Friday?
Well, let's face it. We are not working ever. This is just us playing around at radio. That's it.
Pretty true.
Yeah. It's time for the ABCs of the M's right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. ABCs of the M's with its brand new sponsor this year, the Sunset Auto Family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that. They just soak it up.
I get why people like it.
Soak it up with a biscuit. Yeah. So here we go. ABCs of the M's. A lot to discuss. We've had a lot of games played since last we were on the radio Friday morning, and so let's get you caught up to date. We last left off at the letter O in our alphabet, our Daily Mariner segment, where we allow the alphabet to be our guide through a few segments, and O is for oops. We had an oops on Sunday, and then we got it right back yesterday. The A's had an oops that opened up the door for us to score 6 runs in the third inning. That double play grounder that Josh Naylor should have hit it into, but Darnell Hernaiz missed he fumbled the ground ball, and then Jeff McNeil with a weird pivot at second where he tried to make the highlight film rather than just getting the out, allowed Josh Naylor to beat it out. If they don't screw that up, we don't score in the third inning last night. That was a 6-run mistake.
And then it's a big difference on that piggyback.
That's
game.
right. That's a 6-run mistake, that was made last night by not handling that 6-4-3 routine double play with a slow runner going down the first baseline. Opened up the door for us, and we took advantage of it. Certainly, we kicked the door in. They left the door open. We kicked the door in. Now, same thing similarly happened the previous game. And I don't want this entire day just to be about yesterday's 9-2 win because it was an ugly weekend. Very frustrating weekend in Kansas City. And it's not just because the Royals have our number. There's some really sloppy baseball being played by this team.
Yes.
And maybe it wasn't last night, but over the weekend it was. And we had another oops moment where Brian Wu seemed to be cruising along in that game. And then the next thing you know, Mitch Garver does not challenge a 3-2 strike. That's a walk. Then Kyle Isbell decides to lay down a bunt, which he did all day long yesterday. That was a hit for a lot of people to just think Brian Wu threw that away. Yes, he did throw it away, and the error cost you second and third instead of first and second, but there's a reason why all those runs were earned. That was considered a hit. He was going to beat that out, but he never even bunts if you don't have a guy at first.
Right.
And you don't have a guy at first if Mitch Garver challenges a strike call on 3-2. And he's supposed to be the best challenger in the entire league, right, statistically, and yet lately he won't challenge. And I don't know if he's trying to protect his stats, which would be unforgivable, because that's not exactly a stat worth protecting,
No.
Mitch. Help your pitcher out in that situation. Then we also had, JP's defense and Mitch Garver tripping over a bat and all sorts of things. Randy Arozarena not taking the proper route to a long fly ball to left field, not to be camped under that ball instead of still drifting backwards off balance to try to get a ball that's near the top of the wall and should have been caught because it hung up. So it's just sloppy baseball. So we had an oops. And it went from should have been an easy inning to 4 runs and we lost. And then we got an oops back last night. Should have been an easy inning for the A's. And we ended up with 6 runs and cruised to the victory. But that's when they say defense matters and that you can't give teams extra outs. If those aren't 2 prime examples of it, I don't know what to give you. Because that was a 4-run mistake by Mitch Garver. That was a 6-run mistake last night by Darnell Hernaiz.
Yeah, and as simple in the Garver case as up 1 pitch. I was shocked he didn't challenge that and yelling at the television, which, as we've talked about, is the new aspect of baseball, that you're mad at challenges. But
We're so bad at challenging.
we're so bad.
We are terrible.
We're so bad. I don't understand it. And they say we don't have half the pitching issues if these errors don't force our pitchers to make that extra pitch. And in this case, it was a one pitch difference. That's frustrating.
That's frustrating. Yeah. I mean, Isbell never lays down the bunt. Wu just stays on in rhythm and probably gets through 6 or 7 innings with a good pitch count if we just aren't playing sloppy ball behind him. And it ends up blowing up in the inning because we had an oops.
Yeah.
And it leads to all sorts of carnage, and then you lose that baseball game in an ugly fashion. P is for piggyback. Of course, it has to be for piggyback. And we've got the 8 o'clock segment coming up today, which I'm going to, Ashley and I are kind of recap our thoughts from 6 o'clock there and maybe add a few different wrinkles to it. But one thing that we didn't get to really sink our teeth into have been the reactions by Castillo and Miller, who are great teammates and great dudes. And obviously, neither one of them wants to be involved in this piggyback thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's very clear, and I get why they wouldn't. But why we're getting such angered reactions from both of them? I mean, last night went about as well as it could go under the circumstances. 4 from Castillo, 5 from Miller, easy win, bullpen gets a night off. That's the design of the damn thing. And look, Bryce was up at 83 pitches. In a normal setting, you're not going to pitch much more than that. Mm-hmm. Castillo got taken out after 4. I get why I would have kept him in for 5. Yep. He is the veteran. Wins still do matter to pitchers, even though they don't to the analytics world, and maybe they don't to front office nerds.
But you also had a cushion to work with there.
You had a cushion to work with. The Rock was rolling.
Yeah.
Go ahead and let him pitch his 5th inning. Let him get the win, and then Miller goes 4.
Yeah.
But they had different strategy, certainly. But for both of them to be as angry, I mean, Castillo's throwing equipment in the dugout. Bryce, for the 2nd game in a row, his post-game comments are not veiled at all. He clearly does not want to be involved in this thing. I mean, Ashley, are they just not communicating their intent? How did they both look so caught off guard by being taken out of the game when we all knew what the plan was? And I know that Castillo and Miller, did they just think that Dan was going to change his mind in the middle of the game if they were pitching well? I don't understand why they're not accepting of it when they had to be instructed on how this was going to go down.
I would have thought so. And, if they expected the Mariners to change a game plan in game, then they're clearly not aware of the team that they're playing for, because they have a plan and usually they stick to it with regards of when someone's coming out or what's going on.
And maybe to a fault.
Yeah, agreed. And I think I can understand not wanting to be pulled when you think you're doing well and you're frustrated. You don't want to go, I mean, I think all pitchers would be frustrated for that. I could understand why Luis Castillo was frustrated last night. I could understand why it's uncomfortable for Miller to come in a reliever situation. Mm-hmm. And I can understand the uncomfortability of it for sure. I think fans are uncomfortable with it. It is not something we all want to see go on for a long time. I do wonder if, in Bryce's words, saying, oh, it's not comfortable, I don't love this. Okay, well, you're being honest, and I can appreciate that.
But he was angry when he got pulled from the first game.
Right,
he wasn't even happy last night,
right,
even though it worked swimmingly.
Right, exactly. And that's where I wish it's in some point that he kind of would have taken a page, I can't believe I'm saying this, out of Dan Wilson's book and just been like, yeah, it's an uncomfortable situation, but it worked tonight and we got the win. Mm-hmm. And, and we move on.
Yeah.
I wish it was more of a generalized, because, yes, I get it. Nobody's thrilled with the piggyback, but it worked.
Well, then I would say take it further. What would you like? What would make you happy? What's your solution, Bryce? What's yours? Tell us. I mean, you don't have to always follow a script. You can speak to the media and tell us what. If you guys want a 6-man rotation, but do you have everybody on board with that so that everybody's happy and that they get to start? Because if that's going to be the case, then we're going to need you to be more effective than what you've been lately, because we got an awful lot of guys in this rotation that can't go through 6 innings.
Right.
And if we're going to go to a 6-man rotation, everybody's got to get through 6 innings because we're down a reliever. So what do you want to do? Do you want somebody to be chosen to go right to the bullpen and then we just decide that and suddenly they become our 7th starter? Because if that happens and you get used to being in the bullpen and working in shorter spurts, I'm going to trust Kate Anderson if there's an injury to the starting rotation more so than I'm going to activate a relief pitcher back into the starting rotation. So we knew for weeks this was going to be a difficult decision to make, but a good problem to have.
Right.
And so this is the solution they went with.
For now.
Not the one that I would have gone to.
Right.
I said just put Castillo in the bullpen.
Right.
But if he's going to get that angry last night, then how angry was he going to be if he just got relegated to the bullpen?
Yeah, although he didn't seem angry when he came out of the bullpen. I think both of them are irritated that when they're pitching well, they're getting pulled from the game before they want to get pulled. I don't think he didn't seem angry when he came in from the bullpen and piggyback one.
True.
So I think it's just, okay, but I can understand that because I think we all agreed. We would have liked to see Castillo come out. You have a significant lead. Let him work through his fifth inning. And you know what? If he gets into too much trouble, you can use Ferrer as the bridge again. We know if he gets used yesterday, he can pitch again today.
He's not going to get any trouble. You're up 7. He was on a roll.
Exactly. I didn't think that it was a big deal. And you've given him a cushion. So let the guy finish. I'd be annoyed too.
Yeah. Well, it just feels like to me that they may not have gone far enough communicating to those guys.
I think you're probably right.
What we're doing, why we're doing it, and why we're doing it for the two of you, too.
Right.
I mean, we're not doing this.
Yeah, because Kirby, Logan, and Wu aren't getting sent to the bullpen.
Yeah, we're also doing it for you because we want to keep you extended.
Yeah.
And so
available.
And so for them to be as angry as they've been, and it's strange. Finally, Q is for questionable. Man, obviously, J.P. Crawford's arm strength is way beyond questionable. There's something wrong.
Yeah,
I mean,
it seems like it.
If Brendan Donovan comes back soon, I think that's the convenient excuse to put him on the IL. I don't think we're going to miss his bat. I know he had a home run last night, but he also struck out 3 times and popped up once. And had
another error defensively.
That on-base percentage that everybody keeps defending JP with has really kind of sunk to an all-time low lately. I don't know if you've paid attention to it, but it's down like, I think, 325 or something like that. It's not the 370 that it was not long ago. So he's really not doing anything well. And I know we had a JP Love Fest last week on the show for the way,
as being a teammate, he's great.
For the way he handled everything. But the truth of the matter is, his offense does not justify his defense right now. He should not be in the starting lineup. And if he can't make the throw at short, then he can't make the throw from third. And I know it's a different throw, but we're not talking about just being off a little bit.
No, he seems hurt or something.
He can't make a throw. So it's either in his head psychologically that he can't make it or a combination of the two. But those throws aren't just because he's deep in the hole. Those are routine throws that he is not getting anywhere close at times to Josh Naylor. It's not going to work any better at third than it is at short. So when Donovan is ready, I think the move is Donovan's activated. JP's on the IL. If nothing else, just to buy some time. And that's the decision going forward. There is no justification for J.P. Crawford being in our starting lineup right now. He's not hitting, he's not fielding, and he can't run.
Yeah, and it's so weird to come from the selflessness talk of last week and him saying, I'll go to third, and I love that, and him being a good teammate and a good leader and wanting to do whatever he can to help the team. I think he would recognize what he's doing right now is not helping the team. He
is a detriment.
That's unfortunate.
I hate to put it that way.
It's unfortunate.
But it's just because I'm not saying it personally because JP's great.
Yeah.
But as I'm a professional sports talk show host, and I do like to say it like it is, and he is a detriment to winning right now. And I don't care if he had a wind-blown home run last night when you were already up 7-0. I don't give a damn, or 6-0. I don't give a damn about that. He does not have a good approach. He's trying to hit home runs, and that either leads to him striking out, which he can't do from the leadoff spot, or popping up. So 4 out of his 5 at-bats, he was striking out or popping up. So what? He had a wind-blown home run. On any other night, that's a fly ball to center field.
Yeah, and if his defense was great, you'd excuse it, or vice versa. If his defense was great and his offense was bad, okay, you've got a great shortstop, so you're just gonna put up with the bad at bats. Or if his offense was great and his defense was suspect, okay, he's contributing to scoring. I don't know.
All right.
Neither.
Piggyback more on that coming up at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, though, oh boy, do we have a treat for you. Might solve some gift issues that you've got on your wish list. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. More on Piggyback to Electric Boogaloo at theaters near you soon.
I feel like it's going to have a great soundtrack.
It's going to, awesome soundtrack. Oh, the dance numbers in there.
Oh, yeah.
Just some vintage choreography, I'll tell you what. It's like Paul Abdul came out of retirement.
Love it.
8 o'clock, we'll get back into that conversation. Plus, a new twist to the series as announced by Jeff Passan last night, but just read by Chuck Powell seconds ago.
Ooh.
Didn't see this until just seconds ago, and now all of a sudden it brings up a pretty interesting twist, not just to this series with the A's, but also to the Mariners' game plan for the rest of the season? Oh, that's a tease.
Yeah.
I don't have time.
I'm intrigued.
I don't have time to get into it right now.
Man.
Because I got to tell you about Tulalip Resort Casino. I don't know what you did for your Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully you got some sun. Hopefully you got some outdoor activity. Hopefully, you had some barbecue. Hopefully you were with family or friends. Hopefully you watched 38 softball games, something like that. Hopefully you
Dream come true.
Hopefully you took some time to think about the soldiers who have lost their lives trying to defend this country for our freedoms. Hopefully you did all of that this weekend. So maybe you didn't have time to go to Tulalip Resort Casino, but I know that this weekend is going to loosen up for you. So head on out to our friends at Tulalip anytime when all you want is everything. And coming up on the 4th of June, Colin Ray will be performing, country music artist who will have a lot of hits. You don't even realize. Like, you will know a lot of the songs with Colin Ray.
Just be singing along.
Yep. And we have a pair of tickets to give away every single day this week. So we're just going to use the old text line. And that is what is the number?
49451.
I got it confused with the bathroom code. 49451 is the text line. I almost gave out our bathroom code. That's not going to
We
help.
would have had a lot of listeners hanging out in there waiting for you.
First listener that meets me in the bathroom will win a pair of tickets to see Colin Ray. 49451. We'll pick the winner at random at some point during the course of the show, but text us right now, 49451, for a pair of tickets to see Colin Ray. He'll be performing at Tulalip Resort Casino on June 4th. So get that done. We've got one to give away every day. So how many softball games did you actually watch over the weekend?
Well, we had three on Saturday, 2 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. And then I watched 2 other games. So it wasn't too bad.
8? You watched 8 softball games
I watched 8
since I last saw you?
Yep. I went to a splash pad. I went to the pool 3 times. What else? Went to a brewery because you gotta.
Is it mostly enjoyable? Entirely enjoyable?
Mostly enjoyable.
Okay.
There are some aspects of it that are frustrating, but I love getting to watch Palmer the Great play. So
Okay.
that makes it all worth it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
And the part that's not enjoyable isn't like, ugh, I don't like watching these kids play softball. It's not that. It's just, there's just frustrations about being a sports parent sometimes. And you're packing things. You're carrying just lugging things. We had the dog with us. Bunker was with us. And
oh, boy.
you're trying to keep the dog cool in 80 degrees. And we're all out in the sun and the kids cool. And, there's just a lot to manage.
A lot of plate spinning.
A lot of plate spinning, yeah. And you're living in a hotel, right? So you're lugging everything in and out every day. But that's all right. It was worth it. It was our last tournament of the year for Select.
Okay.
So we're done with Select. Now we're just on Little League.
Okay.
Which is nice. That calms
and how
things
often
down.
is that then?
Little League's 2 games a week.
2 games a week.
Yeah, so last week I had...
That's
we
your
had
last
10,
weekend of having to commit yourself to something.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
until Select starts up again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you do have the one child. I know you're working on another bundle of joy.
Oh, gosh,
Good
yeah.
for you.
Who wouldn't?
Good for you.
2 when one's almost 12.
Well, you know what? Sometimes lust wins.
Sometimes it does. It's not gonna in this case.
But my mom, she ended up having 7, but when we grew up, 6 kids. And so by the time she got to the 5th, and I played a lot of ball,
Yeah.
she was burned out.
Yeah, I bet.
It was pretty much just my dad and I going to games. And then my brother, who's very supportive, my older brother's always been very supportive. He came to a lot of games because he still lived in the area at the time. And when he lived there, he showed up and he came to watch and he enjoyed watching. We were always really good.
Yeah.
But he would admit to me, damn, sometimes it's impossible. Why do they last so long?
Yeah. That's the thing. And when you get a pitcher who can't quite locate and then they're just walking everybody. And in this tournament, it's a 7-run limit in each inning. Most games, it's a 5-run. That 2 runs really makes a difference when you're like, oh my God, please get the 6th and 7th run right now so we can move on to the next inning. This is killing me. Slowly sucking the life out of me.
Well, Well, you got sun, you got family time.
Yep.
You got bunker time.
Yep.
So sounds like a great week.
Yes, and I got a report from Five Iron that Bunker is sleeping on the couch and has not moved.
Yeah.
Will not. We broke him over the weekend. He got so much love and attention, and he's so tired.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
I know. I'm tired all the time because of how much love and attention I get.
Me too. It's the same thing that happens to me all the time.
Wipes me out.
Oh, I'm just like, oh my gosh, can you please stop showering me with affection?
All right, coming up next, our big topic of the day, the piggyback situation, our reaction to it. Plus, like I said before, something that could change the series has happened here in the last 5 hours. Something that could change, let's face it, the rest of the Mariners season has happened. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, happy Tuesday to you all. Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend out there. It is Chuck and Ashley with you as we roll into the 8 o'clock hour. Good to have you with us. I like the rainy element from yesterday into today. Really like it. Liked all the sunshine over the weekend, too.
That's what we need, though. That's why this place is so perfect, right?
Thank you.
Get like
Thank you.
4 days of sun, and then you get a good rain. Everything feels cool.
Just
everything
telling the
cleans
unicorn
out.
that exact thing last night.
That's my frustration when we get into the long stretches of heat. I'm like, no, I just want one day of rain. That's all I want. Even if it's overnight. Clean everything out. I want to wake up and smell the rain.
Yeah.
And then it can
was
go
a
back.
great Pacific Northwest late spring weekend.
It was perfect.
Perfect.
And on a holiday weekend, too. I mean, we really did luck out.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I've really enjoyed the weather as of late. Really enjoy you, Washington.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
You're doing a great job.
Good work. Slap on the ass, Washington.
Yep. Good
Tussle
game.
of the hair.
Good game.
Good job, Rainier. Good game by you, too.
Yeah, way to be out, Mountain.
Right. Well, good morning to you. It is our 8 o'clock hour here on this Tuesday. And, of course, we've had a major topic again. Piggyback 2 took place last night, and people are melting down despite the wonderful results of it from yesterday, which we'll get into in a moment. But I've teased this a couple of times. Time to pay off the tease, as we do in this industry. So the A's have made a move here, and I just saw this a little bit ago. I don't know how it slipped through the cracks as I was doing my research here this morning, but Jeff Passan apparently reported on this hours ago. But the A's are calling up one of their top prospects today. Gage Jump is his name.
That's an interesting name.
Really strange name. He is a pitcher,
Okay.
and as you might expect, he is left-handed. So, what does this tell you? The Mariners are so non-threatening against left-handed pitchers. Have you noticed other teams are rearranging their starting rotation
Yeah.
to put left-handers in? The White Sox did it. And now the A's in the middle of a series are calling up their top prospect. It's not a coincidence. This is not, today's the day that Gage is ready.
No.
This is, we're in a division race, and I know it looks kind of like an ugly division race. That's the team to beat. They just scored 9 runs against us last night against our right-hander. Why aren't we using their kryptonite? And our kryptonite right now is throw a left-hander, any left-hander.
Yep.
Gage Jump has not pitched for 6 days, so he can pitch tonight. And I don't think they'll bump Luis Severino out of the starting rotation, but they might. And they've got Jeffrey Springs going tomorrow. I mean, we have such an issue with hitting left-handers right now, and we are so married to Ref Snyder and Joe and company right now, not Joe anymore, but we're so married to Ref Snyder and our right-handed hitting lineup that we roll it out. We roll it out. And look, I understand. You know, it's 55 games, so we still got over 100 games to go. That qualifies as early. And Ref Snyder might hit his way out of this. History says that he will. Recent history says that he will. But right now, every team that we face knows what to throw at us.
Yep.
And so I don't know if Gage Jump is starting tonight or going to be a quick hook on Severino tonight if we look like we're going to get to him. But they're bringing up a left-hander who can throw a lot of innings against us to team with Jeffrey Springs, who will be pitching tomorrow in the series, who's also left-handed. So these teams are adjusting what they do. They are rushing guys to the major leagues in order to put left-handers against the Mariners in their series. And it's a problem.
A big one. A big one. I mean, honestly, it's pathetic on our part because these teams are looking, these pitchers are looking like all-stars when we play them. And none of them should be. And so it just makes us look weak. It makes us look inept. And we're a better team than that, but we are not showing it.
And I think the guys that aren't hitting I mean, again, the history says, recent history, that they will, but they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And even our guys that are right-handed can't hit lefties, apparently. And so what I meant by this move should be the last indication that we need. Like, I know we're a ways away from the trading deadline, but Memorial Day weekend is usually when we gauge, what are you? That's the first time that we can officially say we've got enough of a sample size now. What are you? Are you a contender or are you not? We have not played like a contender. On paper, I believe we are. Most listening believe that we are. And yet, because the American League has been so wonky this year, even the standings say that we are a contender. Doesn't matter that the record is 3 games under 500.
Mm-hmm.
Half a game out of the wild card, game and a half out of the division lead. Even with that bad record, even with that bad baseball. So that makes us a contender.
Yep.
So we are a contender. And I know the trading deadline is a little bit of ways away, but you know me, I never mind an early trade. And we need a right-handed, everyday player. Whether that's at third base, right field, or DH, we need that guy before the trading deadline because we have gone 55 games failing at hitting left-handed pitching.
Yes, we have.
And we're not going to be it.
It's unacceptable.
And I mean, I do think that it will get better. I think that it's going to improve. It has to improve. But how much better? I mean, it's got to get a lot better before teams late in the season do change things, alter things around. Everybody we're playing is altering their pitching staff so that they can throw left-handers at us. So until we can prove it, you know, we're going to be facing this every damn series. We're going to face teams calling up their best left-handed prospect to face us because the word's out.
And if you are, you know, in this day and age with an athlete looking for a chip on their shoulder, there's your chip. They're laughing at you, basically saying, well, they can't hit lefties, so anyone will do.
Well,
Get the bartender, you know, at the local Azteca to come over and throw some pitches because he's a lefty.
Well, and another thing, do not put Ref Snyder cleanup again. I don't even get that.
No.
Like, you realize that he's having trouble mentally, right? Right. So when you think you're giving him a boost of confidence, you're not.
No.
Putting him lead off or fourth? No. He needs to hit ninth. So he doesn't feel like, oh my gosh, I'm hitting fourth. I've got to come through now.
That's right.
Why are you doing that? No, if you need him in the lineup because you have faith, we haven't had a long enough sample size, okay. But we're not putting him lead off or fourth. Not until he proves he can hit a little bit. So, end of story.
Right.
Good talk, Dan.
Yeah. Thanks for listening.
Good talk, Jerry. Don't screw up again.
Glad we could be a part of this plan.
All right, let's talk about the piggyback. Last night it was on display again. Okay, let's recap what happened in piggyback 1. Okay, we all know. We talked about it for weeks before anything was attempted. The Mariners are going to have, at some point when Bryce Miller is healthy, too many starters for too few rotation spots. We're going to have 6 guys for 5 spots. Weeks we discussed there's not an easy solution to this. It's a good problem to have. I'd much rather have too many starting pitchers than not enough, right? We can all agree on that?
Yep.
But we talked about weeks. There's not an easy solution for this. I mean, every different expert we brought on the airwaves said something different. Bill Kruger just wanted to put Bryce Miller in the bullpen. I think that would have been a mistake, Bill, because Bryce Miller is one of our 3 best pitchers. Ryan Healy wanted us to go 6-man rotation. Maybe that's would have avoided some of this consternation that we're dealing with right now. But that would have required getting everyone out of their rhythm. And even though Pete Woodworth said, you don't have to worry about that. If we went 6-man rotation, these guys are professionals. They will pitch when they're handed the ball, and they will work their ass off for their teammates. Oh, but they can throw a fit when they're taken out of a game? Because that's what's happened 2 piggybacks in a row.
Yep.
That the starting pitcher has, I don't think Bryce threw a fit, but he was clearly angry in game number 1. Castillo threw a fit last night. So I'm not so sure I can buy that, Pete. And I love Pete. You know I love Pete.
Yeah, we do.
I'm not sure that I can buy that they're good no matter what. Because they're clearly not good no matter what.
They're not good in this situation. They're not good with being pulled.
No. And so a 6-man rotation, that satisfies one thing. Everybody gets to start, which is what they want to do. But that means you guys got to be more effective. You got to be more efficient than what you've been. We've had too many guys that are barely getting through the 5th.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be down a reliever, not only do you have to get through the 6th, we probably need you to get through 7 because now you've got an extra day rest in between. So we need you to be better than what you've been if we're going to go to a 6-man rotation. And that is also keeping some of our best guys from being able to go every 5th day, which is another thing we want to avoid to do. So we're going to need you to be better. And the truth of the matter is, since the piggyback came into our lives, guess who's been better? Luis Castillo.
Yep.
The only problem in the entire group. Everybody else has been fine. Logan's been better before in the past, and George has had a couple of rough outings here as of late, and Woo's not been as good as he was a year ago, but
they've been serviceable. They've been better than serviceable.
Better than serviceable. We've had very good pitching. Maybe
Yes.
not great, but we've had very good starting pitching and relief pitching so far this season.
Yeah, we've just been spoiled in the past, and so.
The only one that wasn't coming through was Luis Castillo.
Yep.
But what has happened in his 2 piggyback performances? I don't know if it's the increased competition. I don't know if it's him thinking he's singing for his supper or, fighting for his rotation spot, but he's been sharper.
Sure has.
Using him in shorter spurts, him throwing harder, letting it all rip. He's been better the last 2 starts, and Bryce has been excellent in both of these 2 piggyback performances. So for everybody that went too far in saying what a disaster the piggyback was the first time around, I think you don't want to backpedal. You've already gone too far with your opinion about the piggyback. And then when it does work successfully last night, you can't say anything good about it. You got to trash it because Luis Castillo's throwing things around in the dugout.
Yeah. You can not like it. That's
right.
Yeah, you can not like it, but you have to recognize the merits of what happened last night.
Well, I don't think the first time was all that much of a disaster. The way they handled the 9th, it ended disastrously.
Correct.
But until that time, we got Bryce Miller's best performance of the year and 2 1/3 innings of shutout ball from Luis Castillo, and he shouldn't have been pitching the 9th.
Right.
We can all agree on that.
Right.
Last night, we got exactly how they dialed it up. 4 out of one guy, 5 out of the other.
Bullpen rested.
Most of the game working with a shutout. Probably would have had a shutout if Bryce didn't have a 7-run lead that he was working with and didn't have to worry about being as fine. You certainly don't want to walk guys in that situation. You just pitch differently. And so we've had Miller and Castillo, even though obviously neither guy likes this. The truth of the matter is they pitched 17 innings and have allowed 4 runs. That is a 2.12 ERA. That's better than either of them were pitching without the piggyback.
So I'd consider that good.
It's not bad.
Right.
And so you got through a night with just the 2 of them. You won easily, and you rested the bullpen for an entire day. And that is part of this equation. What if we could take, since we have one too many starters, we can split the workload, cover 9 innings. What an advantage that might give us if we could give our bullpen a night off every turn through the rotation. That's part of the strategy that is being implemented right now, okay? And so, for people to be carrying on, what a disaster, and I never want to see it again and everything else. Again, Ashley and I don't like it. I think the better solution would have been to go to Luis Castillo and said, I'm sorry. We got to go with our best 5 guys, and you just haven't been one of them this year.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to put you in the bullpen, and we think you could be dynamite in that role. And we'll start as long relief, but we'll eventually work you into short relief, maybe into some really high-leverage situations. Hell, we think you might be able to be John Smoltz at the end of his career and be an all-star closer next season, potentially.
Sure.
That's the direction that we're going to head. And if we have an injury and you're not too far removed from pitching length, we'll slide you back into the starting rotation first thing. That's a no-brainer for us. So that's what I would have done if I were the Mariners, but they decided to go with this piggyback idea. It's an experiment. The first experiment went well, and then it blew up at the end. So we make adjustments. We make adjustments to the formula, to the hypothesis, to the equation, so that the next time we run it, it goes smoother. Well, it certainly went smoother. Now, that was buoyed by the fact that you'd scored 6 runs in the third inning, and it made it easy, but that was ideal. 4 and 5. The only misstep in the entire thing was Luis Castillo didn't get his win because he thought he should have at least been able to pitch the 5th. That would have been the only thing I would have done differently last night than what the Mariners did, and it was successful. So, I don't know. Everybody wants to act like this thing has been a disaster. 2.12 ERA out of the 2 guys that seem to be unhappy about it. And we won 1 game and saved our entire bullpen last night for the rest of the week, and should have won the other game had we just thought ahead to, hey, 1-run games, we change the rules on the piggyback plan. 1-run game, we need to count on our closer who's used to closing out 1-run games and not giving him traffic to inherit, and then he's got to work out of a jam when he typically works into a jam before he works out of a jam.
Right.
So
let him jam himself and unjam himself.
Right. If he jams himself, he'll unjam himself, but he might not be able to unjam your jam.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, you can't get too jammy.
So, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like outrage again last night throughout Mariner world, and I don't know why, because last night is how the piggyback theory works.
Yeah.
And it worked last night.
It worked exactly how you would plan it out. And yes, the only things that there's a theme, right? You take away the 9th inning and piggyback 1, there is a theme. Bryce Miller shouldn't have come out as early as he did. Luis Castillo shouldn't have come out as early as he did. That's it. And then, and that's it. And
well, also Munoz, I think, should have started the 9th.
Right. Yes, but I'm saying take out the 9th inning because that's where all the problems happen and piggyback 1. But I think, using Ferrer as the bridge in game 1 worked. Right? It worked. And so there's that.
Even Munoz did not pitch badly. I mean, it all kind of worked.
Yeah,
Maidroff got a seeing eye single.
Yeah, it's the offense. We didn't put up any numbers.
And then that.
Yeah, exactly. And then yesterday, you look, I have no problem with Castillo going back out in the 5th. He was playing very well. He's got a nice cushion. If some massive blow up happens, okay, you bring Ferrer in because he could pitch again today. But do we think Castillo was going to go in and give up 7 runs in the 5th inning? I do not think he was going to. And so I just think we're being a little too conservative, trying to follow some plan.
Agreed.
And if we could just adjust that, I don't think this is a permanent thing. I don't want it to be a permanent thing.
Me either.
But I want it to work while we're doing it, and I think it is. I mean, we tried the 6-man rotation one time through. Clearly, they did not like that, or they would have tried it again, right? Then they went to this. They saw some of the merits from game 1, minus the 9th inning and the offense. They go to game 2, and it worked. Okay, so let's just take it for what it is. Stop trying to will it away because you don't like it. It's not permanent. Just be patient.
It's certainly not been disastrous.
No.
And actually, it might have been, for the most part, effective if we can just adjust how we approach certain things.
That's it.
Not have a set idea of how long the starter should go, 1. And 2, if it's a tight game, let's count on the guys that deal with tight games late in the contest.
Let them do their job.
That's it. Otherwise, it's worked well. Both pitchers have pitched really well. Why they're angry, I don't know. I don't know if they've been communicated with well enough. They both seem to be caught off guard by being taken out of the game. How?
And I understand it's uncomfortable.
We knew what you were going to do. How did Bryce and Luis not know what you were going to do?
Yeah, I think they thought if I'm pitching well, they'll keep me in longer. And it is uncomfortable. I understand it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for us to watch, right? It's not a comfortable thing, but just take it for what it is in this moment and let the process play out.
Well, we are 2 of the exceptions. Most people just cannot take it. They can't handle it. Even the A's color analyst last night, Dallas Braden, was up in arms about why the Mariners are piggybacking.
Bryce Miller continuing to warm up, and whether or not he is warming up knowing he's coming into the game or warming up knowing, hey, I'm going to have some time. But you see him with every pitch start to look in, and he's tracking the at-bat. And the fact that Ferrer has sat down completely, I can tell you, I'm not sure and you just see Dan Wilson say, I understand. Yeah, that right there, I'm going to tell you right now, is a conversation where Luis Castillo not happy at all about the decision.
Swing and a miss. Happy about that decision. 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts for Jack Perkins as he begins.
Yeah, well, he had seen that. He'd also gone as far, Dallas Braden, in his commentary, saying that this has to be about winning. And I'm like, yes, and that's all it needs to be about. Yes. And so if that's the case, then why should we even, if you're going to make that statement, you're going to make it bold, and you're going to criticize the Mariners because they're not making it about winning, then why are we worried about Luis Castillo's feelings? Why does he need a win? Why does he need the win? If this is about winning, if this is about
it's about the team winning, right? Not individual wins. Why does he need a win in a category that really doesn't have much value anymore to most of the baseball world? Why is it so insulting to be taken out of the game when you know what was going to happen before the game even started? Mm-hmm. So, look, fine. It's about winning. Then everybody needs to be on board with that. The Mariners aren't doing this for any other reason than long-term success. They don't want Luis Castillo to get short. I think you just go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off of that and make him a reliever, because I think he looks better in short spurts than he does over long hauls. But obviously, they're worried about how he's going to handle it based off of what we saw last night. They have every reason to be worried about how he's going to handle it. Yeah, it sure seems like that's a big concern.
I think Bryce is one of our 3 best starting pitchers. He should not be involved in this piggyback thing. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So, again, the idea is to keep them both long in case you need one of them to be a starting pitcher down the road. And yeah, you could go to a 6-man rotation, but nobody seemed to be happy with that either. Mm-hmm. And now we're worried about Luis Castillo's feelings. Apparently, that's the thing from last night. Should have given him the win, and I agree.
Right.
Should have given him the win.
Right.
Got to respect your veteran more than that. Should have let him pitch the 5th. Yeah, I'm with you. But I'm not going to defend the tantrum that he threw in the dugout. And I'm not even going to defend Bryce 2 games in a row pissing in the Cheerios after the game is over with. Because it actually did kind of accomplish what you set out to accomplish, with the exception of blowing the 9th inning game. And so if this is about the long-term success of this team, then why then are we using as a defense? That's not fair to those guys. They deserve better than that.
Well, and if we were saying don't do it because it'll hurt their feelings, everybody else would be up in arms saying, why do we care about their feelings? We need to win. Do it if it's the best option. So it's a lose-lose situation, honestly, it seems like, as far as not getting people angry.
But I'm going to go back to the beginning. Did we not have 4 weeks of conversation about the coming of this day?
Sure did.
And there's not an easy solution to it, and I'm not sure what they're going to do with it. We can give our opinions on what they think that they should do, and we can say that's not the right decision. I'm saying it's not the right decision. I think that I would have just put Castillo in the bullpen and started his career as a relief pitcher. I think that's what I would have done. That would have been
still might.
That would have been my solution to all of this.
Yeah.
And yet, obviously, that wasn't going to be easy either. Because if he didn't like getting taken out after 4 shutout innings last night when he was told what was going to happen before the game started, how do you think he's going to react to being made a bullpen guy at $23 million per year for the next year and a half of his career?
Yeah.
So we knew there was no easy solution to this, even though it's a good problem to have. this has not been the disaster that people are making it out to be.
It sure
just
seems,
hasn't been.
It sure seems like we're looking for a bigger problem. Like, you can be angry that it's kind of a non-decision, right? Because they haven't decided to put one player in the bullpen. So it's, in that case, a non-decision. You're keeping them both, using them both, and, kind of keeping all your cards close while you wait to see how it all plays out. So in that sense, yes, it is a non-decision. But it's also allowing them some time to figure out the best option and make sure that if something happens to somebody else, we're not now having to backtrack to find someone to come in as the fifth starter.
Which would be Kate Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case. All right, well, coming up next, it's a new feature. We tested it out a couple of weeks ago. I think we're committing to it for good going forward. It is the Baseball Brunch, and I have a hunch you'll love the Baseball Brunch. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We're ready to play. We're learning the way to do it right. With a baseball bunch, we're gonna go far. We learn from
morning to you. It is Chuck and Ashley with you here. And, I've been toying around with an idea of, we do Mariners Morning After at 6:30 every day after a Mariners game. But not everybody gets up and hears that. And a lot of people just kind of want to know what happened with the Mariners game when they do wake up, whether that's at 8:30, whatever the case may be. Well, we obviously can't do a recap every segment all show long, but I have been thinking a lot about, do we do a second one during the course of the show? And I've arrived at yes. I think that we should do a second one during the course of our summer shows anyway, during summer season.
I like it.
Outside of football season.
Yeah, we got a little time.
Yeah. And also have a little bit of a different format, a little different fun. Mariners Morning After, for those that don't know, it's a highlight, a soundbite, and a preview of what's tonight. It's a post-game show is what it is. We just do it the morning after at 6:30, where the baseball brunch can be a recap of last night's game. We can just lean on all of the wisdom that Johnny Bench and Tommy Lasorda taught us years ago.
It's about time we put it to good use.
So welcome into the baseball brunch. We got a hunch you'll love the baseball brunch. Last night, the Mariners were taking on the A's in Sacramento. It was the Piggyback game, Piggyback 2, Electric Boogaloo, now available at theaters. And it was Luis Castillo, not Bryce Miller, getting the start this time. Bryce Miller would pitch the back end. But boy, some offense would help to make this thing go a lot smoother. And that happened in the third inning. Double play routine was botched by the A's. It would have gotten them out of the inning, and instead the Mariners just started piling on, taking advantage of the mistake. They went from possibly being goose-egged for the inning to scoring 6 times. Randy Arozarena had a double. Luke Raley had a home run. Dom Canzone had a home run. I mean, it was just a fest, offensive feast for the Mariners, who jumped out to a 6-0 lead and then rode their 2 pitchers to a 9-2 win. But on the offensive side of the thing, Randy Arozarena is just on fire.
Come up with an appropriate trophy.
This is really punched back and deep, and Randy, a home run. What a night for the Mariners.
That's Mariners TV with the highlight. He got a hold of that one. Randy Arozarena is just...
He's playing real well.
I mean, he's playing his worst defense, and that is not a high bar.
No.
But he is definitely having his best offensive season of his career at this point. He has been exceptional for this baseball team so far this season. He had 3 more hits last night, including a home run. I'd argue, I mean, we haven't even started voting for the All-Star game yet, but I'd argue that he's one of your 3 favorites to start. Now, he won't be a favorite to start. He's not going to get named to the starting lineup. Julio has a better chance than Randy. Just more name recognition.
Yeah. Celebrity.
But I'm talking about in terms of who you should vote for. I mean, you probably should vote for Judge, Trout, and Randy. That's probably your 3 best players so far this season in the American League playing the outfield right now. He's been that good.
Well, and it's the opposite of what we talked about with JP earlier, right? Yeah, his defense isn't great, but his offense is, you can't not have that in your lineup. It more than makes up for his sometimes crappy defense. Whereas with JP, you're getting bad defense and not a lot of offense. So that's where the struggle comes. At least with Randy, he's like, okay, I understand the defense, probably my weakness. Here you go. I'll add a couple hits per game.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see. I think you could do both. I think you could focus while you're playing defense, and because his focus offensively has been just something to marvel.
Locked in.
He has changed his entire approach this offseason. He is committed to hitting the other way, and then now that he's proven you can't get me out pitching me away anymore. Now pitchers are going to try to sneak something in, like you saw last night. And he's like, oh, now you're throwing to my strength.
Right.
I set you up because I learned to hit the other way for a high average and on base, but my power still resides on the inside of the plate. So if you want to come and try to beat me, go ahead. I've been wanting you to do that my whole day.
It's like the baseball version of Sicilian trickery. I mean,
Yeah.
He knows what you're going
I
to do.
switched the glasses. You didn't me switch the glasses, but I switched the glasses.
That's what Randy's doing.
Switching
them back.
99 batting average, 390 on base, 867 OPS, 2.5 WAR. So far this season, he's been fantastic for this team. So the baseball brunch today, starring Randy Arozarena, but featuring Brad Adam from Mariners TV and Bryce Miller, one of the pitchers in the piggyback last night. And Brad never gets to interview starting pitchers. They're all already showered and like on their way home. So he never has a starting pitcher walk off the mound and then get caught in his, in his trance. But he got the opportunity last night because of the piggyback. And so here is Brad Adam with Bryce Miller after the game.
All right, here, this is something great when the piggyback situation works. We get to talk to the second starting pitcher. We don't often get to talk to a starter. You don't often get to dance with the infielders after the game. How was that, and how would you kind of rate your performance out there?
I did pretty good. I think I messed up one of the steps, but we got some practice last year. The whole team did it when we went to the postseason. So done it once, now I've done it twice. So maybe next time I'll be ready to go.
You've also done this piggyback situation twice. As Julio says, hello, my friend. Castillo going the first 4, you going the second 5. Was this kind of the best case scenario, the two of you carrying and covering this whole game?
Yeah, I think if we're going to do it, ideally we don't touch the bullpen. We give them a day off, and it helps, when we score, 9 runs? So
not bad.
Anytime we score 9 runs, we got a good chance. It's when the wind's howling out, we can get the ball in the air, so that definitely helps.
Yeah, 4 home runs certainly help as well, my friend. What was it like for you and the communication like for you warming up, coming out of the pen for the first time in the regular season?
I had a feeling I'd have the 5th inning, so I was inside. Came out and threw. It was kind of weird. Definitely not my normal routine, but you gotta deal the card you're dealt. And I came out and just let it rip whenever they told me to, and I got the save, so that's cool.
Maybe the win as well, because Luis going 4. So you've done the starter first, now the second guy the second time. So is it getting more, I guess, comfortable now that you've done both situations?
This setup's not very comfortable, but like I said, at the end of the day, I get to come out and pitch in the big leagues, and something that I've dreamed about my whole life. So would I rather start the game? Yeah, but anytime I can be on the mound in the big leagues, I'll be grateful for it. So.
And help the team win and get to dance and get to talk to us, a post-game walk-off interview. First time.
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah, it's cool. This is cool. It's a
lot. Do it more often?
Yeah, sure.
All right, Bryce, we appreciate the time. Thank you, my friend.
The real Brad Adam last night.
Not an imposter.
That's right. I hate those imposter Brad Adams.
They're everywhere. You got to watch out. They will trick you.
Me up a wall. That was on Mariners TV last night, so we played the entire thing for you. Ian Furness called that elite post-game interview work last night in a tweet, and I agree. That was exceptional by our friend Bradley because, number one, I think the Bryce being able to do the little dance.
Yeah.
And Bryce is such a great guy. I know I've said that he's been a little pissy about this thing, but he's awesome. What a great dude.
Yes.
That Bryce is. But part of him being a great dude is that he's going to answer questions honestly and hasn't been given time to think about it. That's what the on-field reporter is for. You want to catch them in their rawest of emotions coming off of the field, so they couldn't have gotten with a PR person,
right,
or had time to think about what they wanted to say when they met with the media during the press conference. And he got 3 genuine answers out of him about this piggyback thing, which has obviously been a huge talking point. And I thought that he got, obviously Bryce does not like it, but also Bryce has performed in it, performed really well. And you can tell he's going to do what's best for the team, even if he doesn't like it. And so I agree with Ian. I thought that was excellent by Brad last night. And I love the Ian ad on his tweet where he was like, there was no how you feeling or talk about the Oh, I get so sick of, on-field reporters asking questions that way and not just direct questions with a smile on your face. Doesn't have to be harsh, doesn't have to be cruel, you don't have to be nasty. Brad got the answers we wanted from Bryce last night, and all he was direct and positive.
Yeah. And Bryce wasn't, angry in his answers. He was just matter of fact and gave his honest thoughts on it. And I think we all appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the baseball brunch, we always have stars on it, and we always have featured guests on it. So we had Randy Rosarina highlight, and Brad Adam, and Bryce Miller, our featured guests.
Good supporting cast here today.
And then we always close it out with, what did we learn today, kids,
yes.
during the baseball brunch? I would say we learned that the piggyback hasn't been as disastrous as what a lot of you are carrying on about.
Yeah, as what a lot of you seem to either think or want it to be.
Number 2, we learned that Randy Rosarina, despite struggling defensively, is having the best offensive season of his career. And number 3, we also learned that when you score runs, it's easier to win.
That's the most important lesson, kids.
So I hope you've enjoyed your time today on the baseball brunch. And our thanks to special guest features Randy Rosarina, Bryce Miller, and Brad Adam.
What a day.
What a day. What a day we had, huh, kids? All right, coming up next, don't forget Ryan Healy's going to join us at 9 o'clock, but we'll talk some Western and Eastern Conference finals of the NBA next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ryan Healy's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Can't wait to hear what he has to say about all of this.
I'm intrigued.
I'm very intrigued about what Ryan's got to say coming up here at 9 o'clock. We have him on once per week. I'm also just kind of confused about something. And I know we've been talking about this a lot, and I said I was going to talk some NBA here, which I'll get to in a moment. But here's kind of what I'm confused about is like last night's execution of it was, I'm not going to say perfectly handled because I would have gone 5 with Castillo. Go ahead and get him the win. He was pitching that well, and then let Bryce go the last 4. But other than that, it's exactly what you want out of it. You got 9 innings out of 2 guys, saved your bullpen the entire time. Obviously, neither Luis or Bryce are sold on this. Mm-hmm. That's what's
Clearly,
obvious through 2 of these rotations with the piggyback. Okay. And so the suggestion is, I mean, this morning and overnight, how could we do this to Luis Castillo? This is embarrassing. I mean, he deserves more. And I guess that's over 1 inning, or are you just talking about like the piggyback and taking him out of the game? Because how do you think he's going to react if we do what you think that they should do, and that's put him in the bullpen full time?
I wouldn't think it's going to go great.
No.
Not after yesterday.
I mean, if he can go out there and pitch his best, 2 games in a row, he's pitched his best all season long. And last night he got the start and he got 4 shutout innings and then was taken out of a game where he knew he was going to be taken out of the game.
Yeah.
And he got angry. And if he's going to be that angry over that, then how do you think he's going to react as if he feels like I've gotten my act together and now you're going to send me to the bullpen?
Yeah, so what do I have to do?
So what is the solution? All of the outraged out there that think the Mariners are embarrassing themselves over this experiment that they're doing.
Yeah.
If you're going to defend Luis Castillo's feelings and emotions and you think that it's laughable that he was involved in a piggyback at all, you think it's going to be better when they put him in the bullpen? Or do you think the 6-man rotation was the right idea? Because pretty much nobody in baseball thinks that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
So, I don't know. All right, we'll get into it with Ryan Healy coming up here at 9 o'clock. Obviously, the New York Knicks are ready for the the NBA Finals, but we got to figure out something about the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder and the Spurs have been putting on a show, and it's gone a little bit back and forth. They will play game number 5 here tonight. Obviously, in Seattle, everyone is a Spurs fan and will be a Spurs fan all the way through to the end. I get that. But, I mean, where would we be without this series? Because there were a couple of upsets we didn't see coming in round number 1, and then round number 2 was a bit lopsided across the board. Mm-hmm. And now we've got the Knicks beating the Cavaliers mercilessly.
Yeah, boring series. They just ran away with it.
Yeah, and this might be it. Like what the Spurs and Thunder seem to be involved in quite the battle. And then I would suspect that because of the way the Knicks are playing, we're going to end up with a great conference finals because they're not going to go sweeping either of these 2 teams in the conference finals, but they're also not going to get swept. I don't care what people thought about the Knicks when the playoffs began or West versus East when the playoffs began. Whatever the Knicks have found, it is magical. They are outplaying everyone in the league. They are outplaying every professional team in professional sports, regardless of the sport. No one's playing better at their sport than what the Knicks are right now. Now, matchups will dictate a little bit of a change. There's no way they're going to steamroll either the Spurs or Thunder, but in my opinion, you better believe that the Knicks have a shot. Now, they could hit a wall. Maybe this play that they're on right now is unsustainable. Anybody that's ever played sports at any level knows that you can play your absolute best for only a certain period of time, and then sometimes it comes crashing down around you. You don't even know why. You don't know why you went 11 for 13 in that weekend series and then went 0 for your next 32. There's sometimes no explanation for how wacky sports can be. But what we watched from the Knicks, Spurs and Thunder aren't going to beat that.
I wouldn't think so.
As good as the Spurs and the Thunder are, they're not going to beat a team playing that well.
No.
And yet, I don't suspect that they're going to be able to continue that. They're going to have another 8 days off, and then they're going to have to try to match that excellence against a team they don't match up as well against in the next round. I still think the West will prevail in all of this, but certainly the Knicks have made things more interesting for the finals.
Oh, 100%. And as you pointed out earlier, I mean, their matchups in the eastern half of the playoffs have been easier than expected, right? We thought they'd end up playing Boston. They avoided Boston. We thought they'd end up playing Detroit. They avoided Detroit. So they have had an easier path, I think, than they would have expected going into it. And perhaps that's part of it, but you can't deny that they're playing exceptional basketball.
I mean, they had, what did I say on Friday? When they were just at the 9 straight wins, they had outscored their opponents during that stretch by 212 points.
Right.
That's the largest gap point differential in a 9-game stretch, not in the history of the NBA playoffs, in the history of the NBA.
It's incredible.
And they did it in the playoffs, where it's supposed to be tougher, right?
Yeah, the hardest competition.
Yeah, the further you get, the more difficult it becomes. I heard somebody say this morning that if they keep this up, the Atlanta Hawks can hang a banner because the Atlanta Hawks actually were ahead in the series against the Knicks at the beginning of the playoffs at one point. They're the only team that's even challenged them to this point. So I don't know where it came from. I didn't think they were capable of playing this well, and certainly they haven't faced the competition in the East that some of these Western teams have faced. But don't get it twisted. You just don't destroy professional basketball teams at this level of the playoffs as easily as they've destroyed teams here over the course of this 11-game winning streak. So they are playing great basketball, and even if they're not as good as the Spurs or Thunder, if they play that version of basketball that we've seen for the last 2 series, nobody's beating them.
No, and it's either way, it's going to be a much more exciting series in the NBA Finals than it would have been if it was the Cavaliers playing against the Spurs or the Thunder, because I think it would have been a sweep.
Isn't that crazy? Like, the NBA does all of this, and they want you just expect the deeper it goes, the more intriguing and more competitive the series get, and this seems to happen to them all the time. I mean, we're getting a sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals, for goodness
That's probably
sake.
their nightmare. They were like, really?
Yeah.
Come on.
And right now they're just like so happy that the Knicks are playing this well that they're thinking, oh, wow, this might go 7 games. This could be a war. And watch the Knicks just fall completely on their face. Like, they're just exhausted and they hit the wall, and then the Thunder the Spurs just boat race them in the NBA Finals.
I'd laugh because the NBA sucks till we get a team back.
All right, Ryan Healy's going to join us next. His thoughts on all things Mariners on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I'm on video on this YouTube now, but now I'm seeing myself do it. I'm like, I look like a monkey, starting to dip.
It isn't as secretive as it probably feels like in the moment. Like when you're doing it, you're like, oh, I'm doing this real under the radar.
Yeah.
It's not.
And then it's obvious.
Yeah. No, it's like, oh, no, he's.
I got to stop doing that.
Yeah, making weird faces.
Not the handsome man I used to be. I can't be making weird faces now on television. That'll haunt me for the rest of my life, the rest of my dreams. All right, good morning to you. 9 o'clock hour here on a Tuesday. Hope you had a great extended weekend. Man, here we arrive on a Tuesday. It's already Tuesday. That means we already get the chance to talk with Ryan Healy, former Mariner and now part of Mariners TV and, of course, part of the Chuck and Buck Show every Tuesday at 9 o'clock. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to have the team back together.
Yeah. How was your weekend? Good? Good
My
stuff?
weekend was great.
Yeah.
It was my daughter's birthday on Saturday. So
Happy birthday.
She had the most special day ever. So I felt like we fulfilled our parental obligations there and made the magic happen and just right back to work.
And how old did she turn this year?
4.
4. That's awesome.
What an age. I got a 4 and a 2-year-old now.
That's awesome.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that, Ashley.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
It really is.
And the best part about those birthdays is they're still at that age where they love everything that you do for them. 10 years from now, she'll hate the party you've thrown for her.
We skipped the party this year. We went Disneyland 2 weekends ago. And then we actually just went to like a water park here. We did a resort pass for the day. She's obsessed with swimming right now, going through swimming lessons. So we took her swimming, lazy river. We had a great day and made her some steak and French fries for dinner, and she was living her dream.
Oh man, I want to go.
I want
the
Palmer the
Heelys
Great's favorite meal too.
Yeah, steak and French fries and going to the lazy river. I want
Sign
the
me
Heelys
up.
to adopt me. Will you celebrate my 55th with me?
Yes.
Will you take me?
Coming up.
Yeah, I'll take a jog to the bar with you, and we won't measure how far we run.
All right, good. All right, well, let's dive into this. Ashley and I might be the only two people on planet piggyback at this point, and I don't prefer it. I get some of I would change a couple of the things that they've done. But it just doesn't feel like a disaster to me like it does to so many Mariner fans out there. So I guess I've primed you a little bit for asking more of an open question about what are your feelings now 2 starts into the piggyback experiment?
Well, the honest angle from a former player's perspective is you have 6 really quality major league starters in the Mariners right now. And that is a luxury, not something that should be scrutinized. We know that the first, round of this didn't go well. Obviously, last night went much better, where they didn't have to touch the bullpen at all. But there was still frustrations that showed up. I know from the players' perspective, they're frustrated because they're wired for one thing and one thing only, and that's empty the tank and everything I have. And it seems like neither of them are able to do that right now with Miller and Castillo. So I think it's a luxury overall. The Mariners' frustrations and the fans' frustrations, and I could be totally wrong with this, but I think it's more of the inconsistency within the performance of the team as a whole. The roster that was crafted to essentially be a World Series team and have underperformed in every facet of how you draw it up, comparing it to a World Series team. So I think frustration just gets spread to anything that seems like it's taking the team further away from that consistency everyone's chasing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, and bad weekend in Kansas City. And then, so even though you get the 9-2 victory, you see a starting pitcher he was very angry, visibly upset, throwing equipment around in the dugout after being taken out after 4 innings. And so maybe you adopt that sort of frustration as well. But in terms of a solution to how are we going to handle 6 pitchers for 5 spots, we talked for weeks that there's not an easy solution to this.
No.
And so you knew there were going to be some problems in trying whatever you tried. I can't even imagine if Luis is going to react that way to being taken out after 4 innings, knowing beforehand what was going to happen, how he would react to just being relegated to the bullpen, just outright. Cast off the island. I can't even imagine how he would react to that. So Why the reaction to it, Ryan, when are they not being communicated well enough with, or is it just, I thought you would change your mind if I was pitching well? What do you think is the truth there?
I'll touch on this first. I don't think he would show the same emotion if he was just all of a sudden, you go to the bullpen now.
Okay.
Like if that was the clear cut and dry response of you are now the long relief man, meaning Castillo, and that is your role, fulfill it to the best of your ability. I don't know if the emotions are as visible. But when you are given the opportunity to start a game, which he has done his entire very, very successful career, and then he goes out there and throws 4 shutout, has 6 strikeouts and is grooving, you kind of hit that flow state in the 4th, 5th inning that kind of cruise you hopefully to the 6th, maybe even the 7th. And then they pull the rug out from underneath you. That's frustrating. He was at the 68 pitch mark, and we knew that they were trying to get both pitchers around 70, and this is the math that mathed out for the Mariners. But like I said earlier in the show, like you're trained for one thing, empty the tank, go out there and pitch all 9. That's what he's preparing for. So when you're only given 4 and you do the job to the best of your ability, when you haven't had a great season, quite frankly, but now you're in one of those starts where you're like, this could turn things around for me, and now you're done, you're mad. I've been in that situation where I've played all 8 innings at a position, and they do a defensive replacement for the 9th inning, and you are frustrated. It's not okay to show the visible frustration, but there also should be communication on clearly what is going to happen. And I think what we are witnessing right now is a Mariners coaching staff and front office that is trying to make the best of the situation without having the perfect answer, which is okay. But there are repercussions and emotions that come with that. And I don't think it's coming from an egotistical standpoint from the player's perspective. It's coming from the competitor's mindset of, this is what I want to go do. I want to go help this team win. I'm competing. I'm successful. Let me go. And then they take you out of the game. And that's really hard to swallow for someone that has the resume that Luis Castillo has. So I understand it.
Yeah, I wish they would have let him go 5, give the veteran his qualified win, and maybe that soothes things. Does he feel better if he gets to go the 5 and gets the win last night? And then you go on to win 9-2 or 9-1 because Bryce is even fresher, down the stretch, and nobody has a problem with the piggyback? Or are we going to have just a problem with it no matter what because it's different and we don't exactly embrace different all that much?
No, I don't think baseball embraces different, and I think pitchers especially have a hard time embracing different because a starting pitcher is very used to a 5-day rotation, and each day, each hour, each minute has a very specific task for it. Even if that task is like hanging out in the bullpen with the team, like that could be their task for the day, but they have the time available to process the starts. And one of the things that I personally haven't loved is how they're flip-flopping them of which one starts, which one, follows, which one does the piggyback. I feel like there could have been a little more clarity on like, hey, this is what you're going to do, this is what you're going to do, and let's give this, 4 weeks to see how it plays out. But if they're going to continue flip-flopping, I think that provides or presents more challenges for both of them, quite frankly. And I think we saw that from Bryce Miller yesterday, who came out and did the post-game interview and was excited he got to do the dance of the infielders and celebrate the win, but also like the frustration of, yeah, man, I've never done that. It was really weird playing catch and getting loose in the bullpen. I wasn't able to do my normal long toss. Like, there's frustration, and you can hear the pauses, that he has, the questions of just like thinking of, should I say this? Should I say what I really feel right now? And he was honest and vulnerable post-game yesterday, and I appreciated it. Because I don't want you to lie and sugarcoat this for me. He always brought it back to the team, and winning matters more than anything. And I know that's true for this locker room. But I also know that he's feeling frustration, and that's okay. He's a human as well.
So from Ryan Healy's perspective, what is the solution for next time? Do we piggyback 3? Do we do it one more time and maybe learn another lesson from it and apply that to the next time around? Do we go to the 6-man rotation because we just don't want these starting pitchers being angry and upset? Or do we make a decision, a hard decision to relegate one to the bullpen going forward?
I don't think there's been enough to relegate one to the bullpen, quite frankly. I feel like both piggybacks have been successful from the pitching side. What went wrong, in my opinion, is that the plan can change based off of what the game is showing you.
Amen. Yes.
And I do believe that there can be some slight alterations to that of, hey, Luis, maybe you're not going to pitch the 9th inning today because our offense only decided to get one hit and score one run on a fielder's choice, and we're gonna bring in our closer here because this 1-0 game matters a lot. And I'm not a manager. I'm not a big league manager. That's a tough job. But that was the first piggyback, and of course that's the situation that they were thrown in as a coaching staff. That's tough. And I hope that that's a learning lesson that they make adjustments moving forward. But I have seen the piggyback be successful in the 2 opportunities they've had so far from the pitching side. And it's a lot easier to stomach this process when the offense does what it does last night and scores a lot of runs and gives the pitching staff and coaching staff some breathing room. So let's make sure the challenge here, or I don't even want to say the blame, but the workload is shared amongst the roster, not just the 2 guys that are in uncomfortable situations right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I mean, Miller and Castillo in these 2 games, 2.12 ERA. I mean,
phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. Ryan Healy is with us. He joins us every Tuesday. Let's talk about that offense. We got a lot of ground to cover here, so let's get into the offense. Obviously, still not consistently humming. They've been one hit far too many times here as of late. And against lefties, Ryan, I mean, it just seems night and day difference between the 2 lineups and their production. So what's the problem here?
I'd have to deep dive the numbers, but at this point, I don't even want to deep dive the numbers because I know what they look like against left-handed pitching. I just think there's certain nuances to a baseball season that can linger, and something that wasn't a problem can all of a sudden be presented as a problem, and then all of a sudden the players feel more pressure. And you think about the opportunities for the the left-handed pitching lineup to go face a left-handed pitcher, all the righties that don't play consistently. It's really hard to have consistent timing. Major league pitchers are really, really good. All of these things are just reasons and excuses to why they're not getting the job done. But unfortunately, major leagues is a place where you got to get the job done, or they find someone else that will. That's got to get better. There are a lot of bright spots throughout this. It's just really tough when all of a sudden 1 through 9 disappear for a game and you get 1 hit, and you're playing a team with the Royals that play pretty sound defense and don't give away free outs. And then you're taking away or giving them free outs, meaning the Mariners on the bases, running into outs in situations. We saw that last night where when the Athletics gave the Mariners a couple outs, gave them a couple free bases, all of a sudden that 3rd inning blew up and a couple home runs put the game out of reach. You felt that a little bit over the weekend, especially on Saturday. I think it's just a compound effect, but I think there are some right-handed bats that are in the platoon role right now that aren't able to get comfortable because they're not playing enough. And I know they're trying to find ways to stay locked in and get their timing down in the cage, but it's just not the same. There's nothing that can really replicate what that pitcher is going to do to you on the mound. And when you're not getting opportunities consistently, you're really stepping up there hoping at that point.
Well, they're obviously going to give them more time, but how much more time do you give this?
It's got to be at least the first half. And I've seen what fans are saying or asking for from different moves and such. So I'm not aloof to it. I do think there's been commitments made from the front office to this is our roster. And there's been a lot of roster change and turnover with injuries that happened over the last 4 to 6 weeks. The last thing they want to do is ruffle feathers at this point. It's still May. At the end of May, but I really think this goes through June at the very least. And then at the All-Star break, that's when decisions will start to get the crunch time. The really nice thing for the Mariners is that the AL West is pretty close. Yeah. They are playing the division leaders right now, and they took game 1 of this series. They could be flying back to Seattle on Thursday this week or Wednesday this week and feeling pretty good about where they stand. And maybe some of those conversations can die down a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see.
Man, there's a lot to discuss with J.P. Crawford. Let me start here. I don't know how often we've seen in major leagues just somebody kind of self-demote themselves in the middle of the year. I'm a shortstop, but I think it's better for the team that Colt plays short. I can move to third. So just the gesture. I mean, some cynics found it hollow. Ashley and I were touched by it, kind of moved by it. What was your reaction to J.P. Crawford saying, give the job to Colt, and I'll find another way to contribute to this team?
That is the furthest thing from hollow. That is the most self-aware and selfless thing that you can do as a major league player. To have the big picture perspective of where you are at personally in your career, meaning JP Crawford, where the organization is moving directionally with the contract that was given to Emerson or earned by Emerson, and understanding when that transition could happen, whether it's right now, next year, end of this year, he has no idea. And the only thing that he wants to say, and I heard, Colt Emerson talking about this, is the veterans in this clubhouse have done such a good job of making me, Colt Emerson, feel comfortable here, like I belong, regardless of the contract, because they know that I can contribute. And he didn't say that exactly, but that's the reason. If this Mariners team is going to go where they want to go, they have to have the rookies feel comfortable enough to compete and be themselves. Mm-hmm. This is not hollow. This is JP having self-awareness, saying, I might not be the best shortstop available to our team any longer. And if that's the case, then how can I still add value? Because he's an on-base machine. Hit a home run last night. Has productive and quality bats. Is a clutch hitter for this team. But if he's not the guy anymore, and maybe Colt can be, he's willing to take that sidestep to third base if it helps the team win more, is what I heard from it.
I don't see an arm that can make a throw from short consistently. I don't see an arm that can make a throw from third either consistently. You've played the hot corner. You know how many times that you've been demanded of making that long throw without much time across the infield. Do you think, does he just look hurt to you? Because, he is consistently now just throwing balls into the river.
Well, first off, none of these guys are playing 100% healthy. I know JP has got a couple hit by pitches off of that right arm, and him being a left-handed hitter, that right arm is leading. And no matter how many pads you have on that throwing arm, like, you can still find some soft spots in there. I think he's gotten smoked in the tricep a little bit. I think he got one in like the lower lat, and all of those muscles are contributing to throwing. I think JP always contributed his arm strength to his footwork through the baseball, and that's hard to do at third base with just how quickly the ball gets on you, but it doesn't mean you can't do it. I know we've probably seen some Brendan Donovan struggles at third base this year because of the lack of arm strength and the ability to, have a rifle like Matt Chapman where you can sit back on the ball and then just let one rip. I remember watching him do that for a lot of years, and it was really frustrating because I didn't have that arm either. But I know that he would be serviceable over there, but there are definitely some certain plays going to his backhand side towards the line, and if he ends up taking that negative route, be tough. But I don't remember Kyle Seager having an absolute cannon over there. He was just really good at moving through the baseball, and his transfer was super clean, and also he was just beyond accurate with his throws, thrown from multiple arm angles. So it's doable. Are they willing to experiment with that in the middle of a major league season when they're already under 500? I don't know. Yeah. And I think that's probably the biggest question mark right now. And the reason why we haven't seen it executed yet is because they're uncertain right now as well.
You've been around the team. You've obviously been in a clubhouse. You've probably experienced a little bit of a different climate. You've probably experienced 1,000 different climates inside a baseball clubhouse in your career. What do you think? What is your impression of what the climate is? Obviously an underachieving baseball team, but still over 100 games remaining. You've got some roster changes that are happening in front of everyone. You've got this weird piggyback thing that's happened that no one's ever experienced before. You got Cal Raleigh still on the injury list at this stage. How do you, and then your fans coming at you left and right with criticism because you are undoubtedly performing worse than what you expected, and you're playing really sloppy defense right now too, Ryan. So where do you think that the clubhouse is right now in handling all of these elements?
Man, a lot of barriers going up is my guess. And based off of being in that clubhouse briefly in the spring of 2025, there were some comments that were had in the media from Justin Turner that was scrutinizing the Mariners front office for not making, more free agent acquisitions. And I remember walking the clubhouse and everyone was just very guarded. And I understand why, because when you have a lot of opinions from the outside that are coming through, it can fog your brain up a little bit. And quite frankly, what we're seeing frustration-wise from Miller and Castillo is because there's a one-track mind. My job's to go out there and compete and throw 9 innings and help my team win. Same thing for every other player in that team. Whatever their individual jobs are, how do I go execute that today? The more opinions that get in the way of that, the harder it is to become consistent. So whether some of these voices or penetrating that clubhouse the way that we might think it may be. I'm sure there are some guys that are affected more than others, but at some point there's going to have to be a switch that's flipped of finding like the motivation of like, fine, you guys want to doubt us? Cool. It's us against the world. Like there will be a uniting factor that happens here at some point in this season. And then you're going to see this team all of a sudden skyrocket and go on a couple runs, but you haven't seen those 5, 6, 7 game win streaks yet. And I think those can really unite a team. I think everyone is just really, I don't want to say walking around on thin ice, but they're all wondering what's going to happen next. Like, will there be a roster move? Will there be someone that's DFA'd? Who's going to start the piggyback next week when the 5th rotation spot comes up? There's a lot of question marks that are happening. And then when you don't win, everyone has an opinion and everyone's going to blame somebody. And if you are that guy getting blamed, you kind of crawl into your shell and you're like, oh, I got to play better tomorrow. The pressure is going to build a little bit. Yeah. That's the luxury of playing Major League Baseball.
But they do it every year. They're terrible in the spring every year, and then they get red hot in the summer. So as frustrating as it might be, I don't know why they start so slowly every year, and I don't know why they get so hot in the middle of the year. But I think your team was the last team that actually got off to a good start. When you guys went to Japan and scored like 1,000 runs in the opening weekend, I think that was the last Mariner team that got off to a hot start.
Yeah, how'd that go?
I don't think it went as well as you wanted it to.
All I know is I ended up getting hip surgery that year in August, and I was non-tendered by the end of it, so it couldn't have been all that great. It wasn't great for me, so it probably wasn't great for a lot of guys as well, but and that's kind of where my head has always been at, and it's hard for a fan to understand that. And there's a lot of years and years compounding here of frustration for Mariners fans, which is warranted. Please, as a Mariner fan, if you're frustrated, please, like you are validated. Yeah. There are so many reasons to be frustrated, and I understand that. And I guess what I'm trying to say is the player's perspective is if they conduct themselves as players with that same level of frustration on a daily basis and then try and go compete against another major league team, it's just going to get worse. So you kind of have to pick a side and really just go all in on it. And I hope that, I actually believe that at some point there's going to be that cohesion between the fans and the players when this team starts to heat up. And I really believe it's going to be timed up really nicely in this summer. And it's going to carry them right into, what August and September really need to be when they can create that separation from the rest of the pack. And then all of a sudden, it'll be football season.
Yeah.
It'll be celebrating a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot of positive vibes happening in Seattle. But unfortunately, the sports gods up top are just saying this is your time to just wear it. So wear it for a few months and we'll see you in the summer.
I still expect them to win this division easily. I don't know about you. I mean, even as badly as they
do as
played.
well.
Yeah.
I was looking up on the D-backs recently, and the D-backs are 3, 4, 5 games over 500. Guess where they're sitting in their division? Firmly in third behind 2 of the best teams in baseball with no hopes of breaking through.
Yeah.
So for me, let's count the blessings a little bit here. As Mariners fans, they're still in a division where they have an opportunity to take it and take control of it at some point. And we're frustrated because they haven't yet, but it doesn't mean they won't.
They win tonight.
The runway's still there.
Yeah, they win tonight. They're a half game back first place, even as poorly as they've played recently and throughout the season to this point. So, all right, man, awesome stuff. Appreciate you. I think maybe we have found a little bit of solution, and that is that everybody loves steak and fries. So maybe the Mariners just need to have a little steak and fries, dinner. We can celebrate your daughter's birthday at the exact same time throughout Seattle.
Wait, am I cooking for the whole team now?
Yes.
Sign me up.
Yeah, that's the idea behind it.
I'm going to need a bigger Traeger.
Oh, I didn't know you cooked. Oh, you cooked birthday dinner. Oh.
You think I ordered steak out?
I don't know.
You want to know why I went and got steak? It's because I can spend $60 on 4 good fillets and feed my entire family with a bag of frozen French fries in the air fryer. And I can save money because to take them out to burgers and fries cost me $100+. I made money that day. Math is I made some money that day.
That a boy. All right. I love it. All right, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
Can't wait.
All right. Ryan Healy joining us right here, former Mariner. So glad Ryan Healy's part of our lives now. And his segment is brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. So, yes, next time you're at Dino's Pub, you're having a beer. You and John just look down the bar at John Schneider and say, cheers to Ryan Healy, John.
I do that all the time.
Yeah. And he'll know exactly what you mean.
Yes, he will.
Yes. All right. Coming up next, I've never done a segment like this, and I don't really want to. Hide the children.
Oh, no.
Because I don't think there's room on my show for this kind of nastiness. And yet I am surrounded coming into this week by sports smut. It's everywhere. Sports smut. First ever edition. Next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I don't mind letting you down easy, but just give it time. If it don't hurt now, but just wait a while. And let the big fish in the pond no more. You were what they're feeding on, so what are you gonna do?
All right, it is Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan with you here on this Tuesday, and certainly a lot of things over the weekend. We've talked about the NBA playoffs. We've talked about the Mariners piggybacking throughout the course of the show today. Witherspoon, he can't possibly be far off in his negotiations with the Seahawks. I just don't even believe it. There's no way that can even be true.
Yeah, doesn't seem right.
So we've had a lot of different conversations. One thing I really don't want to discuss, Ashley, and yet it is surrounding me, and that is smut.
Oh, no.
Sports smut is the worst.
Oh.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. So I don't know. I almost feel compelled to bring this up. Like, I don't even know if I want to. But
I think you have to. I think you owe it to our audience.
Yeah, but, people love this stuff, whether they act like it in parties or not. They really do. Whether they want to mention it at church or not. Whether they want their mother to know, I have no idea. But let's face it, they like it. Otherwise, some of these people involved wouldn't be as popular as they are. So do you know this? Is it Sophie Rain?
No.
All right, she's this influencer, and she's this young person, and she basically, I think it's fans only.
Okay.
She just shows herself, it's the next thing to porn.
Okay.
But it isn't.
Right.
But she charges people to watch her
like do stuff around the house,
wear outfits and stuff like that. So anyway, apparently she's like filthy rich.
Okay. Well, because most people doing that, yeah.
And so apparently she wanted to, somebody offered, because apparently she's chaste. She's never been touched, even though she takes her clothes off for millions of dollars every day.
Mm-hmm.
But she's never done the deed.
Okay.
Virgin.
Oh, got it.
Yeah,
okay.
You really didn't seem to be catching what I was throwing down.
Well, no, I thought you meant like just on OnlyFans.
No, like just period in life. Like she's never ever done that, even though she takes her clothes off for a living. So anyway, she apparently got offered like $15 million by some football player who she won't mention to, change that situation.
Interesting.
Okay.
Ew,
Still following me on this?
Yeah. Isn't that okay? Yes.
All right.
It's like indecent proposal.
Well, she said that she turned down the offer, and then she apparently gave an offer. Like, if I'm going to end that situation, here's who I want to end it with.
Oh, gosh.
And it's a baseball player.
Okay.
Okay. And so she didn't want to mention the name of the baseball player because she didn't know if he would go for something like that.
Okay.
Well, TMZ apparently reported yesterday that we now know the baseball player.
And who is it? Do I want to know who it is?
Brian Wu.
What?
That's the story.
Makes me feel gross.
That's the story from TMZ. No, you don't have to feel gross because he turned her flat down.
No, I know he did, but I'm just saying, like, that he
turned her down. Apparently, this is the report, and that she was trying to contact him, and he severed the whole
good for him.
No conversation with her at all. So he flat turned her down, even though she offered him $15 million, apparently. According to the story.
But who
now, maybe all of this is made up. I have no idea. But
in this day and age, I wouldn't put it past anybody.
It's getting harder and harder to figure out what's made up and what's not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So when our pitcher is involved in a story like that, don't I have to go with sports smut on the air?
I would think so. I would think so.
Yeah.
But I just, I just think if you're offered $15 million to do that,
Mm-hmm.
how after you've accepted the $15 million do you really walk around and expect anyone to treat you with any respect? Or do you just not care because you have $15 million?
I can promise you there are a lot of people out there saying that are listening to us right now, like, $15 million. And he said, no.
Yeah.
But I think, yes, the absolute only decision for Brian Wu was to say no.
Yeah, if you're like an everyday Joe Schmo,
Yeah.
okay, sure, you can consider that because that's a life-changing amount of money. Brian Wu's already going to make that amount of money.
Right.
And he'd probably lose a lot of money in accepting the offer to do that.
Yeah, and who knows what form that would take, and then...
And would she have to film it for OnlyFans? I don't know. Don't want to know.
Right, exactly. But how about that? So this story that's floating around all weekend, somehow that I'm getting, I guess
I
it's
have not
because
seen
I
it at all.
follow Brian Wu. Or
I do too, but I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So it lands in Seattle. All of this nonsense, and it landed in Seattle. Now, again, whether or not it's true or not, I have no idea. But that's part of sports smut. You don't even really have to have journalistic integrity to
No,
pass
you
it
can
on.
just make things up and say, ooh, gross.
All right,
This seems dirty.
So then here's this other situation. I'm not done.
Okay.
So now we got the situation with Jake Paul. And you remember Jake Paul and his Olympic speed skating phenom wife, Jutta?
Mm-hmm.
And I went out of my way to actually compliment Jake Paul, which I had never done in my entire life.
I remember that.
And I said, those two genuinely look in love. Like,
Yeah.
genuinely look in love. And I don't say that about a lot of people. But those two, I mean, that's what it's supposed to look like. The way they support each other and have fun. And it just seemed like, man, that is a couple in love. I went out of my way. And I don't talk about love a lot on this show. Well, they're divorcing.
Oh, man. They did seem like he seemed so proud of her.
And it's apparently because he's allowed her to sleep around on him.
What?
And then he thought because he's allowed her to do that, that he could then sleep with her best friend while she was pregnant.
So we're back to knowing that the Pauls suck.
Right.
Yeah.
So I should have never given them that compliment.
That's all right. Now we know, although all is as it should be. The Pauls are terrible people.
Yes.
Oh, man.
How's all this happening?
I don't know. Because people suck.
Yeah.
People really like
They
sucky,
do.
Yeah. Sucky people are really sucky.
People suck.
Yeah.
And then
That's disappointing.
One last one.
Okay.
I mean, the gig is up on the Kardashians, right? Like, why wouldn't anyone that has anything going for them run as fast as they can the other way?
I would think they would.
And yet, they are apparently locking up all of the best young actors in Hollywood at this point.
Oh.
So, like, the two brightest young names are
Timothy Chalamet.
Chalamet and Elordi.
Jacob Elordi, yeah.
And they're both dating the Jenner girls.
Yeah.
And then over the weekend, Michael B. Jordan's the other hot actor out there. And now he's being linked to Chloe.
Oh, wow. I did not hear that one.
Who would date Chloe?
And then Kim's dating Lewis Hamilton, the racer, European racer.
Yeah, but whatever. She can ruin his career. I don't care.
Yeah.
But
don't ruin our actors.
Why would the best actors in the world be falling for this nonsense?
I will say.
I mean, if I showed up at Christmas this year and my dad was dating Khloe Kardashian, I'd be like, what are you thinking, old man?
That would be quite
Much less Michael B. Jordan, who's got the world by the string right now.
Yeah.
Run the other way as fast as you possibly can. What is the deal with sports smut here on this Tuesday?
That's a valid question. I had not heard about it. I had not heard about Michael B. Jordan. I knew about Elordi and I knew about Chalamet. I will say the two Jenner girls seem to be more.
Nope.
They're better than the Kardashian side of the family.
I don't think so.
I think they are because they aren't always trying to. Well, maybe
they're also young. As soon as they start getting desperate.
Oh, gosh.
They'll start doing dumber things.
Well, there's always that chance.
What on earth?
But Kylie's already a billionaire because of her makeup line.
I get it, but why on earth, when you got that much going for her, would you get... It's not like they're the only pretty girls out there.
I don't know. They must have something magical.
I don't think they do. I think some bad advice is being given.
Maybe.
To our best young actors right now.
Run away,
And that is a bad industry to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, we need
It'll
to
chew you up and spit you out, it will.
we need to protect and preserve the ones that are actually good at it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm
sorry.
hear you. I
I'm
hear what
sorry.
you're saying. I appreciate the fill in on the sports smut.
I dragged you into the gutter. I know I dragged you into the gutter. And I feel bad about it
That's all right.
suddenly. But
We can pull ourselves out.
Okay. All right. Coming up next, one last thing to close out the show on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, final segment of the radio program here today. We do have time for one last thing. Do want to let you know, Tulalip Resort Casino, make sure you're getting your tickets to see Colin Ray June 4th. He's coming to Tulalip Resort Casino in the Orca Ballroom. Tickets are available. June 4th is the day, one of the best days of the entire year, June 4th.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Yeah.
What's so special about June 4th?
Oh, nothing. No big deal. Just it's always, summery and nice and really special people's birthdays are on June 4th, like Noah Wiley and Angelina Jolie and
Okay.
Chris Goodrich, who I went to high school with.
Anyone else I know?
Well, I might be a part of that group. Yeah. So anyway, it's a great day. Great day. So celebrate my birthday by going to see Colin Ray June 4th at the Tulalip Resort Casino. And we will have tickets to give away every single day this week. So be listening for that. You've already actually filed for tickets earlier in the show, but we'll pick one of those names off of our text line, and somebody will win a pair of tickets to see Colin Ray.
That's
today.
right.
And tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. One last thing to close out the show. What do you got?
We did get a text on the Tacoma Dodge text line. This isn't really my one last thing, but just to wrap up the last segment. Chuck, darn it. This is from the 509. You owe the listeners local sports smut. You're the show of smut. If we don't get our smut from you, who will we get it from? Keep up the smutty work.
I got another on Nick Allen tweeted out too. Like, I really like the sports smut segment.
Yeah.
I'm not,
Get smutty with it.
There's an appetite for it, whether we want to admit it or not.
That is the truth.
I don't know if I will do it again, but today I felt compelled.
Yes,
All right.
Very good for you. So there was a story about Dayton Price. I don't know if you've heard this. Dayton Price is a golfer. He played golf at the University of Southwest. Yeah, University of the Southwest. He was in a van carrying his golf teammates and his coach. 4 years ago, they were hit by a truck and 6 of his teammates and his coach were killed. He survived, and he just this past weekend played in his first golf tournament again 4 years later. And there's an incredible interview going on out there. I was reading the article on golf.com, and it's got a link to the article or to the interview there. But well worth the read, well worth the listen to just hear his story and what he's accomplished. I mean, he said, he'd never cried so much as when he was in the hospital, and he just kept thinking, like, he'd look at his legs. He's like, my legs are ruined. My legs are wrecked. He never thought he was going to do much, let alone go back to golf. And he played on the Canadian tour this past weekend. So pretty incredible story.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unreal. I think maybe he was interviewed today, I heard, on the way in.
Yes, he was on,
Yeah.
I don't remember which station now, but
But
yes.
I ran out of time because I was
Yeah.
in the building at
Yeah.
that point. So
So-
I didn't get to hear the story, but yeah, he's making the rounds, it sounds like.
Yeah, well worth a read at least. So
Okay.
check it out.
Oh, wow. Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible story. I was going to slip this in at some point. It's a really minor note. It really is, but I wouldn't be surprised if this happens. The Los Angeles Dodgers, in order to make room for Kike Hernandez, cut a guy by the name of Santiago Espinal.
Okay.
And he's not a world difference maker. But considering Leo Rivas was supposed to fill a role for the Mariners earlier this year, and he did not, might be something to keep your eye on, because he got DFA'd, and the Dodgers loved him in spring, but he can't make that team right now that they're getting some guys off the injury list. So they DFA'd him. He's going to get picked up by somebody. Maybe he doesn't even make it down the waiver wire long enough to reach the Mariners. But right now, it kind of feels like we need an infielder that can play third and short and second and switch hit.
Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah. And, Patrick Wisdom's got his limitations. Maybe we could use that utility player, and I don't trust bringing Rivas back just yet. So maybe something to keep your eye on out there.
I'll be keeping at least one eye on it.
Yeah. And I would also say, and we got like a minute and a half here, I don't want to react to stuff like this. I really don't. But nothing that I ever say has anything to do with me being scared of the Mariners.
Yeah, that is, and nothing that.
And just because
any of us
you
are saying.
feel one way, I don't say things for effect. I believe them.
Right.
So when you say the piggyback is a terrible idea, I'm going to push back on that. because even though I don't love it, it's not my first choice. Miller and Castillo have had a 2.12 ERA in those two starts combined.
Right.
And we should have won both games.
Right.
And hopefully we learn from them and then move on. I'd do something differently.
Right. And it's not permanent. Again, it's not permanent.
I would have left Castillo out for the fifth inning last night, too.
Yeah.
But for you to say it's a terrible idea and that we must be on the take for not thinking that, that's absurd. Also, platoons don't work. What are you talking about? They've been around baseball for 100 years. Ours aren't working currently.
Right, but it's working well for the Dodgers.
The Dodgers and the Rays have the two of the three best records in baseball, and they each run 3 platoons each. We only have 2.
Yeah. I do hate it when people have an opinion and they're just so anti-something that when you have an opinion, they're like, well, you must be scared to say it. You just don't want to say the truth because you're scared the Mariners won't.
The only thing I'm scared of.
We don't get paid by the Mariners.
The only thing I'm scared of is not being me and not delivering what I believe is the truth.
Yeah.
And so, no, I don't love the piggyback. I don't know if I loved any of the solutions that were floated out for having too many starters for few rotations. That's why we had 2 conversations this morning about how that started with, don't you remember when we spent a month talking about this coming and there's not an easy solution to it?
Correct.
That's why I started both of our major conversations about this today. We knew that there wasn't a perfect solution for this. They've decided to go with the piggyback thing. I don't think it's a terrible idea. I think it's a rather interesting one, and it has not failed.
And another thing, we did not make up the word piggyback, nor are we saying it because it's cool or cute. It doesn't make us sound cooler. We don't like it either, but that's what it is. So I suppose we can make up a different word, but then that would be us trying to sound cool or cute.
Yeah. If you don't like my opinions, that's one thing. If you have a different one, that's one thing.
Yeah.
Odds are you're probably wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that to be arrogant, but odds are I've studied this a lot more than you have.
Yeah.
So if you want to disagree with my opinions, you have every right to do it. You have every right to look wrong. Yeah. So you can feel free to feel that way, but don't dare suggest that I'm only giving an opinion because I'm trying to earn favor with the Mariners.
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing ever.
Is not happening, has never happened, and will never happen.
No.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Coming up next, I think it is Mike Benton.
Correct.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, ready or not, let's do this. Sports headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners beat the Athletics last night 9-2 in the opener of a 3-game series. M's offense showing up, hitting 3 home runs. Randy Arozarena doing Randy Arozarena things. 3 for 5, homer as well in the ninth to cap it off with a 3 RBI night. But this piggyback thing continues to be a hot button topic. Luis Castillo, though, balled out. Starting pitcher, 4 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 6 strikeouts, but pulled after 68 pitches. Bryce Miller piggybacking off of him, got the win. 5 innings of work, 5 hits, 2 runs, 4 strikeouts on 83 tosses. Tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Emerson Hancock against Luis Severino, with the Athletics also curiously calling up top-ranked lefty prospect Gage Jump. When he makes his debut, we shall wait and see. Stanley Cup playoffs, Eastern Conference final last night. Hurricanes beat Montreal 3-2 in overtime. They lead that series 2-1. Game 4 tomorrow. Coverage 4:30 right here on the AM Blowtorch on the other side, 950 KJR AM. Our man, John Forsland, has the call for that. Western Conference final tonight. Vegas can sweep the Avalanche with a win of 3-0. Game 4 in Vegas. Coverage starting today, again at 4:30 on 950 KJR AM. NBA playoffs, Eastern Conference final. Knicks sweeping the Cavaliers last night in 4 games. Western Conference final, Game 5 tonight in Oklahoma City. And Seattle says, we are all Victor Wembanyama, as the Spurs routing the Thunder in Game 4, 103-82. That series all tied at 2 games apiece. Finally, in golf, the PGA of America ousting their president, Don Ray Jr., after his delayed response to unruly fan behavior at the Ryder Cup involving the European team. Last fall, Ray compared fan behavior aimed at Rory McIlroy and the rest of the European team, some which included expletive, to a youth soccer game. Ray apologized a week later, saying, quote, some fan behavior crossed the line, end quote. With that, on to the show. Alrighty then, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR is on iHeartRadio. Download the new free iHeartRadio app at sportsradiokjr.com and make us the #1 preset. Glad you're with us. Greg Bell's off here for today. Mike Benton with you. Chris Kidd's on the other side, back behind the glass after a resting, relaxing, and recharging type of weekend. For me, it was kind of the 4-day variety. I've got kids 8 and 11, and they had 4 days of free time. No school and no baseball. They're also very, 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 very deep into the sports thing as well. And people ask me, well, hey, you're a hockey guy from the Kraken. Your kids don't play hockey well. I say they can play whatever they want, and they just kind of gravitated more toward the baseball thing. But no baseball this weekend. So, I mean, if you're mom and dad, you're trying to figure out how to make sure that you have 2 boys not kill each other when they're going to go out and play for about 4 days in a row. But we got through it, and we enjoyed it, man.
That is awesome. I don't have kids. So my weekend, my 4-day weekend was great. It was good. I got to go on a nice hike. Although we were tricked in terms of the weather. We thought it was going to be 72, clear skies. I woke up in the morning, checked the weather, and it was cloudy all day and very chilly. But made for a good walk.
And it sounds kind of in line with what my 11-year-old said. And we're at what now, May 26th? We're getting out the door. I dropped them off at school. My wife as well. She teaches up in the North Sound. And he goes, it's late May. How come it's still raining? And I go, buddy boy, welcome to the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, that's how it is. And then I got to spend some time with the family. My little sister's back in town with her boyfriend from New Orleans. So it was a good weekend. Good weekend, resting, watching the Cavs get curb stumped. So, yeah, just a good weekend overall. Back to be back on the air with you, Mike. So, you know, and Mariners.
We're going to get to a lot of that.
How about them guys?
We're going to get to a lot of that at 10:20. The one and only Luke Harkins of the Mariners Consigliere newsletter will be joining us, and we have a lot to dive into about this piggyback thing, this Project Oink thing, this one bad pig thing. I don't care what you want to call it at this point, but it's not totally dominant of the conversation. You had to acknowledge the Mariners played a great game last night, and in the series that is right now looming as big as they come at this point of the season, though it is early. But yet they found a way to pull it out 9-2. Bats showed up, but there was a lot to dive into. Luke Arkins, by the way, had a great drop yesterday for his newsletter. Go ahead and check it out. But he's going to be joining us here at 10:20. Later on at 11:30, we're kind of shifting things around here on this show a bit to accommodate John Allers, who's on the call for play-by-play for the Stanley Cup Western Conference Final. By the way, that again heard on 950 KJR AM. Game 4 is tonight. Vegas can sweep, and Vegas, in what has been in the middle of just a bonkers season, Connor McDavid called it a pillow fight in the Pacific Division. They might be emerging out of this as a clear-cut Western Conference champion and may be the clear-cut favorite now to win the Stanley Cup. How crazy pants is this getting? John Allers has been on the call for the entire series. He'll tell us why. I think it might be done in 4, but we're going to get to him, by the way, coming up at 11:30 once he emerges for a morning skate out in Vegas. And as always, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. It has been lit up like Christmas so far today. And also a big welcome to many of those of you on the YouTube stream. Appreciate you doing this once again. I dial this up each and every time whenever I'm at home, by the way, and it's phenomenal to give our hosts, our Chris Kidd back behind the glass, a lot more texture here to the conversation. It's one thing to hear. It's also another here to see. And that's the beauty of YouTube and streaming in 2026. I'm not just blowing smoke here.
No, you're not. You're being very truthful. Actually, people have been wanting to see us for a while now. It's been some years. They were like, when are you going to get this done? When's it going to happen? Are you ever going to do it? No.
There's a lot to explain of why. And there's a lot of gears to work on behind the scenes. Listen, I'm paid to be an on-air guy. This is the best I can say. It just takes time to be put together. It takes time.
No, it does.
We're finally,
really does,
we have finally arrived.
We finally have it, and people are excited to see the great Mike Benton up there smiling away. They get to see Greg Bell, the mayor.
Your check's in the mail, kid.
Thanks.
Your check's in the
Softy,
mail.
Fane, Chuck, Ash. You get to see everybody. Jackson, Anderson.
At least you didn't call me the talent.
I
appreciate great, but talent just kind of like throw me under the bus.
Just very vague. And, oh, yeah, the talent. There you go.
Never, ever call yourself the talent. Never, ever, ever.
So, yeah, people are enjoying it. They think some of us are handsome. So it works out well, doesn't it?
Mariners last night winning 9-2 over the A's, and we're going to get to Luke Arkins at 10:20 again to break more of this down, not just from last night, but just from where this team is at roughly a third of the way through the season. Because, as we often say in this business, the numbers never lie, and Luke Arkins dropped a lot of truth bombs in the numbers from just yesterday when he put up a post to describe this whole delightful potpourri, as the next show after me usually calls it for Molly Watt Monday, of just confusion, of elation, and of frustration as well. But that's where we're at right now for this Seattle Mariners season. Because for all you can go through and all you can experience, from injuries to inconsistent offense to will J.P. Crawford find Josh Naylor's mitt or throw it into the third row, you never know what you're going to get, kind of like the old candy analogy from Forrest Gump. But yet they're still hanging around in this thing right now, 1.5 games out of first place. That is the whole crazy part of it. From last night in the 9-2 win, I mean, let's just be honest. The piggyback situation, I call it Project Oink. 2 times through this. Let's be honest. Results-wise, numbers-wise, it's worked. Last night, Luis Castillo on the bump to begin the game, absolutely shoved. Bryce Miller, who in the previous game started the game on the bump and absolutely shoved. But there is one thing in common we have from this piggyback situation that I'm sure a lot of you are feeling about this after a win like last night. There is still an air of awkwardness that we cannot ignore and is going to affect this thing long term. Because we have had 2 games running through this. Bryce Miller, you start game 1. We may yank you, no matter how well you're pitching. And Luis Castillo gets his turn. And look what happened after last week. We had an awkward situation where Bryce Miller clearly did not want to come out, and maybe he shouldn't have come out because he was rolling. This time, they flip it around. Luis Castillo on the bump. He gets rolling, 4 innings of work, 68 pitches, and just has this gold mine of offensive support right behind him. 7-0 already by the 4th inning. And what do we have a half inning later? We get an awkward conversation on the bench in the dugout between manager and starting pitcher, to which we don't know maybe what was said, to be fair, but the body language told a ton of the story. And Luis Castillo was clearly upset, likely at this thing with getting pulled after 4 innings. And you can look right back to what was spread all across the internet last night and social media and Twitter and X, TikTok, I don't care. He threw his glove on the bench. And then we go right to the very end of this. Chris, I'm not sure if you had this pulled up here from Brad Adam.
Gotcha.
Last night, I think, told the whole story once again about where we're at here with this piggyback situation or Project Oink. And from game 1, when you can just sense an air of awkwardness and Bryce Miller reluctant to lead the game, he tried to plead to stay in the game, but would not stay in the game. Brad Adam, who did the Lord's work last night and did a phenomenal job handling this post-game interview. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all you have to know about this situation is how Bryce Miller reacted. And without further ado, here is Brad Adam.
Now the second time. So is it getting more, I guess, comfortable now that you've done both situations?
This setup's not very comfortable, but like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, I get to come out and pitch in the big leagues, and something that I've dreamed about my whole life. So would I rather start the game? Yeah, but anytime I can be on the mound in the big leagues, I'll be grateful for it.
Does that not tell the whole story? 49451. This is not comfortable. And you give Bryce Miller credit because not once but twice, he has tried to be a good teammate, suck it up, and say, hey, at the end of the day, it's nice being on a big league mound. But let's be real. These guys are competitors, and I love what Ryan Healy said on these airwaves about roughly an hour ago. When you're a starting pitcher, you are trained to empty the tank. What you signed up for was to be the guy to carry the mail, to pull the wagon for 5, 6, maybe 7 innings here in modern day baseball. 20 years ago, we're talking 8 or 9 innings, but that's baseball back then. This is baseball now. Coaches, management, they're trying to save and preserve arms. But what we're clearly looking at right now is a situation where the Mariners are dancing around this thing to excessive and unnecessary terms. Because at some point, you have to admit that this is going to be a numbers game. Bryce Miller is clearly one of the top 3 guys on this rotation. Luis Castillo's best days are behind him. Now, whether you want to go back and say we should have dealt him to get him off the roster back then where there was some value, hey, fine. But the answer at this point is that he's not going to get traded. Do you want to go to a 6-man rotation? 49451. How longer can you last here with this piggyback thing? 49451. Because it stinks. The Mariners had a great game last night offensively, and they have been struggling. Now, they had some wind help as well last night, but Randy's mashing once again, like he always has. They get a bomb from Luke Raley, a bomb from Dominic Canzone. J.P. Crawford, I mean, his bat's been up and down. He got back on the sheet last night, but again, the issues at shortstop are a different thing, and they are brutal. But again, this is going to continue for as long as they want to dance around this. With Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, Brian Wu, Emerson Hancock, you have 6 guys who can hurl the baseball on the mound, but I think we're clearly finding out what you have to do long term. because this piggyback thing, yes, you got results, but is it worth it trying to, what looks like right now, work around the issue at the expense of the morale of your starting pitchers? And that's Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo, who have not been comfortable with this from the get-go. It is a plan you have to clearly sell. And from the reaction we gathered last night, this was not laid out in crystal clear terms. And despite the win, a great win, this is becoming a massive elephant in the room that this team will have to address and address assertively. So you tell me where you're at right now with this. 49451. Luke Arkin's going to be around the corner in just a bit. How long is this situation going to be good for? Plus more reaction here on the Mariners offense. The great Luke Arkins joins us next here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Ice cream tastes so good, so sink into nightmares in. Your sleep will do moves good with fun. I thought you grew so back to can. I thought you lost a trick with lots to eat. So they're on the right for me. Sugar ice cream with the trick. In and out you guys are an ice cream sundae. The world is like an ice cream sundae. The world is like an ice cream sundae. It's all going to melt someday.
Isn't that basically how life is? We're all just going to melt. Just like an ice cream sundae. I kind of had to bridge us into this here because, again, Mike Benton in for Greg Bell today. We're kind of having a meltdown right now over this whole piggyback situation. At the end of the day, we're all just going to melt away, right? Well, what if I told you that? I decided to go ahead and bridge us in with a random 90s punk band. That's the song you heard, Ice Cream Sundae, from One Bad Pig. Time for piggyback talk. With that being said, Luke Arkins joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. He, of course, is a great purveyor of Mariners thoughts, numbers, and much more for the Mariners Consigliere newsletter. Luke, been a minute here since you've been on these airwaves. It's $1 million visit, though, from you. How are you?
Hey, Mike, thanks for having me on. I think it's the first time we've actually talked.
Yes, seriously. We got to do this more often. Or at least when I'm back in here in this chair.
Yes, anytime.
It's great to hear from you, Luke. But the conversation, I think, for us and why we have you on, I think, was terrific in how you laid out the numbers from what's just been just Mr. Toad's wild ride of this first third of the Mariners season. And I mean, hey, listen, we all laid this out back in March with this team being 8 outs away from the World Series for the first time ever. I mean, we looked at this basically as World Series or bust. So despite this team being 1.5 games out of first place right now, there's still the consistent feeling that this fan base wants more and they should be getting more. And I think maybe last night a step in the right direction with just how they beat the Athletics and then beat them like a drum coming out of the gate. But yet there's still a bit of a stench of where they're going to be going with this just from this whole pitching situation. So I'll just kind of begin, this with you. Your newsletter was updated, a lot of good stuff. When we get down to it, the win over the A's was fun. I mean, that's a good, hard-hitting team that they beat in the first game of the series. So despite that, and despite this whole conversation around what they're doing with Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo, how far did last night go for you with easing concerns?
Not a lot as far as the offense goes. Aaron Savali, I think, is going on the IL because he has a shoulder issue that he's been nursing for the last 2 starts. So it was a great game. It was great watching all those home runs and all that kind of fun stuff. But the pitching side, and that's where I think the Mariners are above the field, is that they have the depth in starting pitching. I know that the piggyback has not been well received. Understandably, but you can't argue with results either. So there you go. Like they're making things happen. Maybe the first game they didn't quite know what they were doing with it, but last night shows that you can hold a hard hitting team in that ballpark just to 2 runs, and that's a good thing.
Did you catch last night's Bryce Miller postgame comments?
I did. Actually, I missed them, and then I saw Ian Furness's post, and I had to go back and watch it. And he wasn't a happy camper. I thought he did a nice job of holding on to his rage. I don't know that I would have done that well on live TV. So good for him in that respect. I know Luis Castillo was a little bit more animated, but then again, understandable too.
Where do you think we're at right now with this? I think not just through 2 games and how long this may go, but maybe what we're learning about where Bryce Miller fits properly in this grand pitching scheme, and even Luis Castillo, when you're talking about how effective can he be maybe first time, second time, even third time through the order?
Well, Bryce Miller is probably, and I think you said it, he's one of your top 3 starters right now, and so you should use them that way. As far as Luis Castillo, when they pulled him, makes sense to me. I know I've heard some suggestion they should have let him pitch the 5th inning to get the win, but it would have been the 3rd time through the order.
Mm-hmm.
The top of the order was coming up, and so to me, you go with your best arm there, and that would have been Bryce Miller. And so long term, I still think the Mariners are going to need Luis Castillo in the rotation. It seems inevitable that somebody's going to have a sore whatever or inflamed whatever, and they're going to miss a little time. I hope not, but Luis Castillo was the only starter to make all 30 starts last year, all 32 starts I think it was, but he made all his starts. He didn't miss any time for injury. And so that is a concern moving forward. So they need to keep the guy fresh enough and able to go more than just a couple innings because I still think they're going to need him.
I mean, it's not the first time that they're talking about a guy who can maybe handle it first, second time, and then your concerns grow third time through the order. I mean, I kind of use the example of what, Tampa Bay did in handling Blake Snell, who has since moved on. But when they made their World Series run back in 2020, they were extremely cautious and extremely guarded with the innings he threw, the pitches he threw, and where the opposing lineup was before they decided to go ahead and keep him in or pull him out right there. So, I mean, is this a situation where you think if he finds his way back in, one example is maybe an injury, that this is going to be maybe, I think, a limited look of trying to keep his innings and pitch count down just for the sake of him not being overexposed?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely possibility. That's what they're looking at. But he just hasn't been that good at this year. His ERA is just under 6 now, finally.
Yeah.
He hasn't delivered like he has in the past. And so, yeah, they're trying to protect him some, protect the team. Yeah, he's still a good pitcher. He's just not one of the top 5 on the team right now.
Luke Arkin's joining us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Luke, slugging percentage was ranked 23rd. You mentioned this nugget entering the week, but I mean, everyone was mashing the long ball last night with the help of wind. I mean, and really, an erratic starting pitcher, who may wind up on the IL had something to do with that. But I mean, the guys who mashed, they mashed, and Luke Raley, Randy doing Randy things as well. But I mean, what do we make out of this with how they handle right versus left-handed pitching?
Well, they're definitely not handling left-handed pitching. They have the worst OPS against left-handed pitching in baseball right now, which is much different than it was last year. It wasn't great last year, but it was much better. And if you look, just take OPS, only Julio and Randy have a OPS against left-handed pitching that's above the league average. The league average is 698. So that means everybody else is below 698, which is that's not good. And so that, to me, is the issue with the offense right now. We can look to Cal Raleigh being gone, but even if he was there, he wasn't hitting left-handed pitching. Brendan Donovan was doing terribly against it. Josh Naylor hasn't hit it well, and guys like Naylor, J.P. Crawford, Mitch Garver, they performed much better against left-handed pitching last year than this year. So put all that together, and you're just not producing runs. And oh, by the way, Rob Refsnyder, who was brought in specifically to mash, has not mashed yet. And so that's a disaster right there.
What thoughts run through your mind with Rob Refsnyder and this issue with hitting left-handed pitching this year?
Well, I look at it this way. I went back and read something that I wrote about him, and I mentioned at the end of it that he provides an opportunity to elevate the bench. Because he's going to face left-handed pitching, and he's not doing the job he was brought in to do, but he's a small part of the offense. All those other guys I mentioned who are playing every day and who are playing, let's say, J.P. Crawford, Josh Naylor, Cal Raleigh, who masked left-handed pitching, Mitch Garver when Cal isn't playing, all of those guys are not hitting against left-handed pitching. And so we tend to look at the guy his sole job is to hit left-handed pitching. But if those other guys are hitting left-handed pitching, you wouldn't care that much about Rob Refsnyder. So it's sort of a group effort. failure.
The J.P. Crawford thing, with where he fits in this lineup, at shortstop, at third base, wherever it is, I mean, there seems to be two sides here to this argument. And I think one is he needs to be in. He deserves it. He's a heartbeat of this team, veteran leadership, yada, yada, yada. And then there's a second one where this is a results-based business, and the routine plays at shortstop right now feel about as volatile, to quote Christmas Vacation, like driving a dump truck through a nitroglycerin plant. How longer can the Mariners realistically do this here with JP as shortstop, you think?
I don't think much longer. I do wonder. I actually posted on Twitter about it last night. I do wonder if maybe he's nursing some sort of injury. I know he's been hit on that arm a couple of times. He's had some shoulder inflammation issues the last two spring trainings, and it just doesn't seem like he can get the throws off. And of course, I'm not a professional scout or a player, and I just look and see what I see on television, and so I don't claim to be an expert. But he's something's not quite right there. Even if you don't have the strength, there's just no accuracy, and whether that's his footwork or something else, I don't know. But it doesn't seem like you can go on with that much longer. It's one thing you don't have the range, but he's still quite good at snagging the balls that are well hit, that are near him, but he's not able to get the throws off consistently, and he's probably going to get Josh Naylor hurt at some point, just by how awkward and awful the throws are.
Where are you at right now with Cole Emerson and where he's fitting in at shortstop and third base and also at the plate?
Well, his defense is, he's done great defensively, and even if he's just average, that's an upgrade at both positions. So that's a plus. Offensively, I've taken sort of an unpopular stand on Twitter, and I even mentioned it in my last edition there, that his strikeout rate in the minors concerns me. It doesn't mean that I believe he's going to fail, but when you're striking out nearly 30% of the time against AAA pitching, it does make you wonder, okay, how's he going to do against major leaguers? So far, so good. But let's get a bigger sample on that and see. I do like his approach of spraying the ball everywhere, trying to make contact. And he's, he had that great game on Sunday, 4 hits, and he joins names like Junior and A-Rod. And yesterday he didn't get a hit, but he did walk, and he ended up scoring. So I can't complain about the kid. That's just the thing. He's a kid. I'm just hopeful that he wasn't thrown into a situation that he's not quite ready for. But you can see why the Mariners are high on him.
Would it surprise you to see him back in AAA at some point?
Only if he struggles to a point where it's detrimental for him to stay in the majors.
And why is that?
They stuck. Yeah. Well, they stuck with. Well, first off, I don't know if they have a better option. And second, they stuck with Cole Young through the whole year last year until they finally sort of sidelined him at the end of the year. So they believe in him enough to bring him up. I think they'll stay with him until he just, if he's just doing so poorly that it's not helping him. But if he can be near average, that's a win for this offense and for the defense.
Luke Arkins joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. The platoon system still being very much in place since the dawn of time of this regime. It takes us here to Dom Canzone. He had a big mash last night off a righty, of course, but the lefty-on-lefty stuff, Luke, is, of course, something that you brought up recently, and for him, just 10 plate appearances, he's 0 for 6 against lefties. Do you think the numbers right now deserve maybe a bit of a breakaway from the norm of this platoon and deserve for him a longer look against lefties?
I do. I would, we can continue, the team can continue to do the same thing it's doing and having the same poor results, or they can try to break out a little bit of the paradigms of where we're going to have lefty hitters against righty pitchers and, righty hitters against lefties, but it's not working. So you're just going to stick with it, or can you try something else? And with Canzone, it wasn't a big sample. It was only 68 plate appearances last year, but he hit 276.
Right.
And he had an on base of 368. League average is probably somewhere around 320. So that's pretty good. And so why not give that a try again?
Roxy Bernstein and I chatted about this last week. It may be, I think, too early, Luke, to pin a magic number here for wins, but this AL West being so comically underwhelming, I mean, the conversation's growing. 90 wins was kind of what we landed on here as of this point. Do you feel that wins the title?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if 88 wins the title. I mean, to me, the only team, I may regret saying this on the air, but the only other team in the division that concerns me is the Rangers.
Yes.
Because of their pitching. The pitching is why I thought the Mariners would win the division, and the pitching of the Rangers is why I think they're the biggest competitors for the Mariners. Now, their pitching is a little older, a little more fragile, and that is why I thought the Rangers would not win the division, but they would be the biggest competition. I also said prior to the season that the A's will be fun and interesting, and they will make life difficult for the rest of the division, and that's sort of what they're doing right now.
Well, the A's certainly have been scuffling. We've seen the Astros just fall apart with health, and they're going to maybe, I think, look at themselves in the mirror saying that we're at the end of this contention window, and the Angels have just been an absolute mess for years. But I think for the M's in this sake, I mean, we stand right now on the grounds of May 26, and to get to 90 wins, you mentioned maybe 88. To get to 90 would mean the Mariners have to go 64-43, a .598 win percentage. So whether it's that or 88 wins, for the M's, what's got to go right here to get to that mark by the end of September?
Well, first off, they need to score more runs. I know that sounds so basic, but that's really the crux of it. They'll need to get Brendan Donovan back in some form or fashion, and Cal Raleigh also. I don't think anybody ever expected Cal Raleigh to be the player he was last year, but even if he's just the hitter that he was before last year, and his defense, those two guys are critical. And then guys like Josh Naylor have to perform, and I think he will. I mean, he's been typically about 20 to 25% better than the league average hitter. He's about 6 or 7% below the average right now. And there's no reason to believe, unless he's hurt, there's no reason to believe he won't come around. Julio is done fine, but he can do better. He actually doesn't hit right-handed pitching that well. He's actually thriving against lefties. And then I think it's inevitable, I could be wrong, that Randy Arozarena will cool off. He was very hot last year too. And so, they're just going to have to produce more offense. I'm confident in the pitching. You're going to get Gabe Spire back this week. You already got Matt Brash back. That's a pretty good bullpen. It's not maybe elite, but it's still very good. And then the staff, we know about the quandary and all that, but they're deep in starting pitching. So really, it just comes back to the offense. They've just got to score more runs. They've got to have more success against left-handers. And that may mean changing some paradigms, and it might mean bringing in some new faces.
More like last night where they got 9 runs on the board against a righty, but you could maybe bet they're going to face their share of lefty pitching because the book is certainly out. But at least last night, promising signs in the right direction despite the conversation right now. Luke, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Appreciate your time. Tell the folks where we can find your work once again.
Well, it's called Mariners Consigliere, but if you just look up Luke Arkins, ARKINS, .substack.com, or just Google my name, and it'll come right up. Just Luke Arkins, ARKINS. The newsletter is free, so no reason not to sign up. It'll just show up in your inbox when I publish, and it's fun.
The reason why the best things in life certainly are free. Luke, appreciate your time. Keep up the great work, my friend. We'll talk to you soon once again.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Take care.
That's Luke Arkins joining us here. And again, a lot to dive into. 49451 just on this piggyback situation, the state of the Mariners offense against left-handed pitching. Drop us your thoughts right now, 49451. But I'm really concerned about last night, 9-2, their win. You get 9 runs on the board, but you do it against a righty. And yet here we are still with more conversation from this piggyback situation with 2 pitchers who are clearly uncomfortable with this, both in body language and of spoken words. So how much did last night ease your concerns on this? 49451. We'll get to more M's here in the next hour. And then again, this piggyback conversation is not going away, and there's egos certainly to manage. But I mean, I want to hear from you as we turn the page here to the Stanley Cup playoffs and the NBA playoffs, which are going to be next here upon this show. One team sweeps, another team might be on the verge of another. And how does this affect the Seattle Kraken? More on that next on 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, if the Spurs can't get it done in the Western Conference, who's going to be singing that around these parts here for the next week or 2 weeks? It's an honest question. It's an honest question. Mike Benton in for Greg Bell. Christopher Kidd's on the other side of the glass once again, 49451. Big thanks once again to Luke Harkins joining us a few moments ago for the Mariners Consigliere newsletter. Again, 49451. How big is this issue now 2 times through with the piggyback situation? And what's your state of the Mariners right now despite a 9-2 win last night over the A's and where they're facing lefties versus righties and how much this is easing your concern? But our attention turns here first out to the NBA playoffs. The Knicks sweeping the Cavaliers and right out the door, onto the street, nearly onto the freeway to get their dust run over. That is how competitive or lack thereof it was for about roughly the entire series, save maybe for 3 quarters in game 1. The Cavs were no match, and the Knicks are onto the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. If you thought New York was going crazy enough where they had to actually deny a permit to have fans gather in the streets because of unruly behavior, how are they going to react if they win the whole darn thing? Chris Kidd, the Knicks are looking like the real deal right now.
It's good for basketball. It's really good to see a big market back at the big stage. Before it's been the Pacers. Like, who the hell knows who Indiana Pacers are? Unless you are a real big-time NBA guy or gal. You're just, okay, the Pacers made the NBA Finals. I'm not watching that. That's the kind of the mindset. But when you hear New York, you're like, oh, the Knicks are back in the NBA Finals versus who? Oh, we're still waiting? Now, I know a lot of fans do not care about OKC, but regardless of who makes it out of the West, it should be a compelling and good NBA Finals. I'm hoping at least 6 games, but there are some concerns with me for the Knicks, but right now I'm just excited to see this team get there because they've had goals of doing that for it felt like a decade, right? Mm-hmm. They made some big moves. They just had opportunity to just never got to where they are now. And Jalen Brunson and this roster, they got it done. Mm-hmm. And you got to give credit to Brunson, Coach Mike Brown, everyone just stepping up. I'm drawing a blank. I see his face. But nonetheless, this roster, this team, this city of New York deserves this. And I'm happy for them because they've been struggling for a long time. You get to see Stephen A. complain every day about my New York Knicks. My Knicks, man. My Knicks, man. And
we all know what Stephen A. is all about now.
And
we all know what he's all about.
And now his Knicks are back in the NBA Finals, and I'm excited for them. It's just really cool to see this roster and where they've been. And they get a sweep, too. They go out and get, what's his name, Karl Anthony Towns, who everyone considers he's not all that, but he showed to be a force. And then OG Anunoby, he steps up and he's playing good basketball. Josh Hart is who I was thinking of, a guy that plays his role. He might come off the bench. He might start. You know what he does give? 110% every single night, whether that's on the boards, defense. This is an awesome team to root for if you're a Knicks fan or if you're just a casual NBA guy that's just, let me just watch this. This team is definitely going to pull you in for sure if you haven't watched them just because they play such good basketball. So happy for them, and I'm excited to see what they can do against either the OKC Thunder or the San Antonio Spurs.
You may hate the big market teams. You may hate that they're from Gotham City. You may hate that they have the big bad persona, that they're the major market team ready to basically clean everybody out. But let's be honest. Are the Knicks, is the NBA in a better spot with the Knicks in the final? Will you have more people watch that? Will more people be watching this? The Dodgers, did they not draw some of the biggest ratings in World Series history last year against the Toronto Blue Jays? Look at the football side. I mean, there's more parity, obviously. But the Stanley Cup, when, say, Toronto was involved, hadn't been a while, but the Rangers, the Kings, the Blackhawks, it moves the needle. Do you think it moves the needle here with the Knicks in the NBA Finals? 49451. Secondly, Spurs at Thunder tonight at 5:30. I mean, in Adam Silver's perfect world, and maybe we're being cynical about this, he thought, if the Knicks are going to sweep, this thing's got to go at least 6 games here because I can't stand having a league off for 11 days if one team sweeps the other. But yet, this is going to go at least 6 or 7. And San Antonio is giving Oklahoma City all they can handle, and all of a sudden the Thunder are without 2 of their primary off-dribble creators, and A.J. Mitchell and Jalen Williams. And to quote much of Seattle, we are all Wemby.
Or we do not care. We did not care. However you want to phrase it. Yeah, I think OKC's up for a challenge, but they're so deep. Their team is without Jalen, without AJ. I think they will be fine. I think SGA is going to have to play a little bit better. But Chet Holmgren, I need him to have a Chet Holmgren game. We know he can defend. We know he can rebound.
Does the flopping go up with SGA as this series gets deeper?
I don't know. I think it stays the same.
Yeah.
I think he'll just continue doing what he's doing, getting to the foul line. And I think that'll benefit them. But I think the way the San Antonio Spurs have been defending him has been really, really well. They're doing a really good job. They're making it tough for him. That's for damn sure. And they played really good defense. What was it, on Sunday? They they locked him up. It was as a team, not just locking him down specifically. But yeah, this is a fun series. I expect OKC to bounce back and tie it up. We'll see what happens. Or OKC to take a. Hang on, what is this series even at? My brain is just
2-2.
So I expect OKC to take it 3-2, and then we'll see what happens when they go on the road. But I think OKC is going to win tonight.
I threw this question out last week, and many of you already chimed in. My favorite was, I will step on 1,000 yards of Legos bare feet to see the Spurs knock off OKC. But I had this conversation also with a friend of mine who usually fills in on these airwaves, and he said, I can't stand New York, but golly, if OKC beats San Antonio, you can have me start singing, start spreading the news here for the next 2 weeks. So are you a Knicks fan that if they face OKC in the final 4-9-4-5-1? Again, Knicks sweep the Cavs. Big game 5 coming up tonight here. Spurs at Thunder at 5:30. Very quick before we get out here on the NHL side, Stanley Cup game 4, Western Conference, Avs in Vegas. I mean, folks, I'll be real with you. And many of you who are Kraken fans can't stand Vegas, and you have valid reasons, but I think Vegas is going to win it all at this point. They're big, they're physical, and their roster is meticulously built to quickly address any holes to keep them a winner in sustainable fashion. That's the big key. Mitch Marner, who they got from Toronto, might win the Conn Smythe. Rasmus Andersson, they wanted to add to their depth on defense. He was a premier target at the trade deadline, and guess who got Rasmus Andersson from Calgary? It was Vegas. Jack Eichel, trade pickup. Mark Stone, trade pickup. Tomas Hertl, trade pickup. There's nobody who's a serious offensive guy who has come up here through this system. They trade draft picks a ton, picked or unpicked. So I get to this here with the Kraken. With this audit still underway, the NHL draft now exactly 1 month away, where, again, we see activity pick up in rapid form with trades, and then free agency on July 1. If Vegas wins the Cup, do you look at this as a blessing in disguise for the Kraken? Because it could be the ultimate realization of what we're not doing is not working, and the NHL is a copycat league. So you don't have to exactly copy what Vegas does. I think a lot of what they do draws a lot of side eyes, and for very good reason. But the point is, you can take a hint of what teams do successfully to build a championship roster, and whether it's them, whether it's Tampa Bay, whether it is the Florida Panthers who won back-to-back, the question is, do you draft or do you trade through this? And we're hearing again, they're not very high on a complete rebuild. And they want to be aggressive at overturning this roster. There's a lot of work to do. But yet, in trading through this, do you take what Vegas does with a little bit more of a ruthless approach in overturning this roster and being okay to make tough decisions? I know Eddie Olczyk said this on Ian's airwaves a few days ago, but this is where we're headed. So do you look at Vegas as a blessing in disguise for the Kraken if they win the Cup? You tell me. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. All right, coming up next, more of your reaction here on the Mariners. Last night, 9-2 win, but again, Still a lot of unease with maybe this being a one-off because, again, one's an accident, two is a trend. And if you love the offense, you love last night, but you want to see this turn into a trend. But for this piggyback stuff, we're seeing something trend. We'll talk about it more up next here, 93.3 KJR FM. Vegas can sweep the Colorado Avalanche tonight with the win. Vegas is up 3-0. Did you know only 4 teams in NHL history have overcome a 3-0 series deficit and won? Last time that happened, 12 years ago. The Kings beat the Sharks in 7 games in the first round. The Kings on their way to the Stanley Cup championship that year. Game 4 tonight in Vegas. Again, coverage opening at 4:30 again on 950 KJR AM. NBA playoffs. Eastern Conference Final. Knicks sweep the Cavs in 4 last night, beating Cleveland 130-93. It is their first NBA Finals appearance for New York in 27 years, aiming for their first title since 1973, before the NBA-ABA merger. Jalen Brunson named Eastern Conference Finals MVP. Western Conference Final, Game 5 tonight in Oklahoma series. That series tied at 2 games apiece after the Spurs beat the Thunder like a drum in Game 4, 103-82, leaving here all of Seattle here to say, we are all Wemby. On the golf side, PGA of America ousting their president, Don Ray Jr., after his delayed response to unruly fan behavior at the Ryder Cup, which involved the European team. The board of directors announcing a leadership transition after suspending Ray for the remainder of his 2-year term, which ends in November. And this after last fall, Ray comparing fan behavior aimed at Rory McIlroy and the rest of the European team, some which included expletives, to a youth soccer game. Ray apologized a week later, saying, quote, some fan behavior crossed the line, end quote. On to the show we go. All right, fresh batch of the 11 a.m. hour coming at you hot and heavy. Mike Benton in for Greg Bell. Greg's off today, back in tomorrow. Christopher Kidd on the other side of the glass. I think just changed his shirt to New York Knicks colors. Did I have that right? I can't see behind your screens back there.
You know, I haven't. I'm just happy. It should be a fun NBA Finals, regardless of which team makes it. I know a lot of Sonic fans out here are like, Chris, are you kidding me? The last thing they want to see is OKC. But I'm looking for an entertaining, competitive NBA Finals. And I think either team coming out of the West will do just that.
That's a great PC answer. Now stand up here.
Yeah.
I want to see if you change your shirt or not.
Yeah, let me stand up for you. You might not be able to see because I'm so short. Hang on.
Oh, you're cheating.
How am I cheating?
I can't see under your jacket now.
Oh, you want me to take the jacket off too?
No, I don't care about that.
It's a little chilly.
I'm trying to give you a hard time. That's all. Trying to give you a hard time. All of a sudden, you're a Knicks fan, but hey, who can blame you?
Not a Knicks fan. I'm just a.
For at least 2 weeks, you're on rental. You're on.
No, I would
you're
say
on loan.
I'm an NBA supporter, and I'm excited to see this Knicks team because, again, this is a team that has been just laughed at. Just a laughing stock of the league, right? It was the Detroit Pistons, but look what they've done. They've revamped and redone everything. Obviously, they didn't get to where they wanted to this season, but the Knicks were that team for years, and now they're like, oh, my gosh, we have a chance. If we win, we are NBA champions.
Who
now.
liked them outside of New York back in the 90s when they had Patrick Ewing, John Starks,
everyone,
Charles
except for probably
Oakley,
Chicago Bulls fans.
I
right?
mean, you're away from the big stage for this long. All of a sudden, you're a darling.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. You're a darling.
I mean, are you excited to see the Knicks back in the finals?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's just I think it's pageantry. It's cool to see. Yeah, I'm with it. Next thing you know,
I said so on these airwaves with John Forsland last week, who's doing the Carolina-Montreal series on radio for the Stanley Cup Western or Eastern Conference side. I mean, going to a game at Bell Center in Montreal, tradition, history, pageantry, how boisterous that fan base is. It's just like playoff basketball at MSG, and it's going to be unhinged in the finals. In Game 4.
Okay,
it's going to be unhinged. In a good way.
Unhinged.
I say that in a good way.
There's not a bad way, is there?
No.
I think, yeah, you're good.
Well, although, the city did try to stop and say, no, you can't celebrate outside. And we've had too much celebration. It's getting to be a bit over the top. When in New York, they say, you partied a little too hard. Just go back home and watch in your apartment or suburbs in Yonkers or wherever.
So who's coming out? Who's winning? Who's going to the finals for hockey?
Vegas. I said this already.
We'll give the listeners a new.
Vegas is going to win the Western Conference side. I would so back the Montreal train into the finals. I think after last night, it left me with a tinge of doubt. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Carolina is starting to really find their rhythm. It's going to be Carolina.
Oh, so we have Carolina and the Knights.
What do we call this? I'm trying to draw like a comparison.
You do that, but
we had time to think about that.
Carolina taking on Vegas. I like that. Okay.
Mariners last night winning 9-2. And again, we're going to get to your text messages here in a bit because we're kind of doing this show in reverse format, up a bit upside down. John Aller is going to be joining us from the Western Conference Final at 11:30 in Vegas. 49451. We're going to get back here to a little more Mariners talk. After last evening where 9-2, the win, said a lot about the state of the offense. We had been asking for many more guys besides Randy to show up. And did they ever show up in explicit fashion with the bats? You can say maybe it was a wind thing. Maybe it was facing a righty who his arm was about to fall off and he may be going here to the IL. But for as many series as they had been through, and laid an egg, fallen flat on their face. Last night was a bit of a palate cleanser. Now, this is again the issue with this Mariner team. You want to move on from the palate cleansers onto more consistency. And here's maybe, I think, 2 paths they take. Yes, you have an easy schedule. We said this last week. 27th easiest in baseball at this point. Because I go back and look, they have 31 games left in this schedule against the Rockies, the Tigers, the Giants, the Mets, who have been incredibly disappointing, the Red Sox, who have been a tire fire. They have 6 against them. And then the Angels, who have been just miserable, and they have 10 against them. But yet they faced a Royal team that was playing well beneath the bar last weekend. And with the exception of Friday for an underwhelming 2-0 win, really got, at some points, disappointed to even humiliated.
Oh, yeah.
And Sunday was just the absolute low point. Despite a great start, you have JP fumbling the bag right back at shortstop. Pitching falling apart, defensively, base running issues, everything. And a lot of the issues seem to kind of go away last night in a new situation and in a big series as well. But how much did that win alleviate your concerns? 49451. Because we begin here, of course, with the obvious big elephant in the room once again, this whole piggyback situation. And you had Luis Castillo throwing a glove in disgust when he found out at the end of the 4th inning, he was getting pulled. And from what we saw, a visibly uncomfortable conversation with Dan Wilson on the bench in the dugout after that. He is a starting pitcher. Starting pitchers are trained to empty the tank. And this is becoming a very uncomfortable situation, which could easily be avoided. Ryan Healy, and again, folks, I encourage you, go back, listen to Chuck and Buck from this morning. Ryan Healy was great back in the 9 a.m. hour. Saying that they're just kind of paraphrasing this, it appears to be a communication breakdown. Just based on the fact of where Luis Castillo is right now, if he's told directly you're going to go to the bullpen, maybe he doesn't emit as big a reaction as he had. But a lot of the tea leaves, a lot of the arrows on the board pointing here to the fact that he was pretty surprised that this was happening. So again, we had Bryce Miller do this in game 1. Luis Castillo piggybacks off of him. Game 2, we have Castillo who goes out. And the question bears, is this going to work? And give him credit, he was fantastic. But you can only see so much, it seems, to be out of Luis Castillo before you go to Bryce Miller. And then Bryce Miller was not too hot to trot about the idea post-game. We played the comments last hour with him and Brad Adam. And I'll have Chris Kidd tee this right back up once again, because we can only tell you so much how uncomfortable this is. But Brad Adam, once again, who was fantastic, at just going right at the issue. And Bryce Miller, who I can say firsthand is one of the most genuine, carefree, fair individuals and friendly individuals in that clubhouse, and as transparent and open as it gets. He said it right here as far as how this is playing out through not just one but two games, because one's an accident and two is a trend. So you tell me where this is trending based on Bryce Miller. Here he is with Brad Adam.
Now the second guy, the second time. So is it getting more, I guess, comfortable now that you've done both situations?
This setup's not very comfortable, but like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, I get to come out and pitch in the big leagues, and something that I've dreamed about my whole life. So would I rather start the game? Yeah, but anytime I can be on the mound in the big leagues, I'll be grateful for it.
It's one thing to say you have to be uncomfortable or be comfortable with being uncomfortable. But this is a completely avoidable situation if you begin to have uncomfortable conversations with guys who are placed in different situations and better situations as well. And I point right back at Luis Castillo, because it appears that Bryce Miller is the third best starter in this baseball team, and to put him in this situation is bordering on malpractice. Luis Castillo can be serviceable. We've seen how great his stuff has been last two times. But there's got to be the right situation to put him in, and the question bears, do you look at a six-man rotation once again? Opinions may vary. But how long this piggyback situation goes for, I don't see this being a long-term thing, just because Major League Baseball is not just about managing arms or managing numbers. The right teams who do it know how to manage personalities. And personalities are as strong as they come in the biggest league in the entire world. Not everyone can fit in the rotation. Sometimes you have to have the hard conversations with the numbers game and say, here's where you are best fit for this. As long as you communicate that and your team is winning, you're going to find yourself in a pretty good position. So the longer this goes, this is once again at risk and in danger of tearing away at the morale of not just one, but two very, very good pitchers in Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo. Shall we get to text here, Chris Kidd?
You want to do that?
I think we should do that here. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line.
Let me cue up the porn
They are
music.
coming in. It's not official unless the music. Oh, yeah. Let's get into it. Should I lower my voice as well to try to match the vibe?
Nah, you're good, man. Be loud. Be loud when you read these messages. So we want to make sure the audience is getting their love for the day.
49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. From the 206, Marcus, I haven't had any concerns and still don't. I think the piggyback is great, but I feel like they're keeping to a script and not letting the game decide what to do. The Rock should have pitched the fifth inning.
All right.
I think Luke Arkins had a great point last hour where if you have him face third time through the order, that becomes a concern. Because it shows that, again, right now, Luis Castillo stuff is good early, but it's best to mitigate potential damage. This is what baseball is all about. He's not going to get the win, or maybe not going to be in line to get the win, but it is a team win. So, but yeah, I think it goes to a deeper point. How much more are the day-to-day workings of this team managed by just a pure script and not by feel and not by gut? That, I think, to me, is a bigger issue also to be discussed down the road as we're about one-third here through this baseball season. What you got, Chris?
From the 206, do you trust Dan Wilson to win in the playoffs? I personally do not. All right. I would say yes. I do trust Dan Wilson to win the playoffs. He's proven it to you, right?
He's proven it to me.
He's
From this point, he had a 60 home run bat in Cal Raleigh.
Mm-hmm.
He had Eugenio Suarez. Yeah, I mean, I get it. He stunk mostly, and he had his golden moment as well in the ALCS. But he was also riding a hot Jorge Polanco. Again, it leads me here to, if you don't have players who are going to be riding not just all-star, but historical numbers like Cal Raleigh, how much can your managerial influence and pushing the right buttons veer a team to continued course and not veer them off course. We've seen how great Bruce Bochy is. One example of pushing the right buttons. Managing not one, not two, but really 3 Giants teams that maybe had no business in going past the NLDS. But they got 3 world titles in 5 years. I use the Dodgers analogy here with Dave Roberts, a manager who came in what has now become an analytically driven front office in Los Angeles, but they do it well. Dave Roberts, though, took a lot of heat, and well-deserved, in his first few years of going by script way too much. He had a guy, for instance, in Rich Hill back in the 2018 World Series, was rolling, yanked him off the mound. Analytics said, don't do it. Don't do it. I think it's pretty clear cut he has evolved after he put a guy at the plate in Game 7 against Jeff Hoffman and Miguel Rojas, who hadn't had a hit in a month, and then delivered a Dave Henderson-like knockout blow in the World Series and then paved the way for their 3rd ring in this decade. That is evolving and learning how to manage with your gut. This is where I think Dan Wilson has to evolve. He's a great clubhouse guy. We get it. But where is clubhouse morale right now, and where is it going to get you? I don't know. Because as of right now, there's a lot of moving parts that he's got to manage with this team. Not just this whole situation, Project Oink, but trying to manage left-handed pitching, the platoon situation. How often do you want to rip your hair out when you see a pinch hitter, replacing Luke Raley and Rob Refsnyder, and goes not 1, not 2, but 3 whiffs. See you later. Good night. Inning over. I mean, at this point, it's driving Mariners fans nuts. And this is where Dan Wilson, I think, has to grow in learning how to manage situations where things aren't rolling 100% his way like they were last year. And I think we saw in Game 7 where when the situations get tough and you're having to manage Brian Wu, Edward Bizzardo, as one example, we saw what happened. This is where he has to grow. Got another one there? Got a few minutes, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
From the 360. I understand the piggyback, but I don't like it, and obviously neither do the players. Management needs to grow a set and move Castillo to the pen full time. He's better in short spurts at this point in his career. Move him and let him get adjusted to the role now. Cade Anderson is ready to come up and step in if they have an injury to another starter. Rip the Band-Aid off when it comes to Castillo.
And
That's
here's
Mason.
Hit the nail on the head. Nail on the head. Because good teams have to go through uncomfortable conversations and address them appropriately. Piggyback situation, Project Doink, one bad pig is one example. Now we're getting to another of what do you do with Cade Anderson, who is absolutely ripping apart hitters in the minor leagues and could be on this baseball team next year, if not by the end of this year. Should be really in Tacoma by July, because what did you do, you may ask? Last night, 4 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 0 runs, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts. The 7 strikeouts, among them 75 pitches, 51 strikes, 13 whiffs, lowering his ERA to, drumroll, 1.63. Would you love Cade Anderson on this baseball team soon in this rotation? And I think the question bears, the more he keeps rolling out numbers like these, I mean, it's already like trying to stuff 6 pitchers into a 5-man phone booth here at this point with this situation. But now once Cade Anderson's ready, what do you do after that? I don't think piggyback 2 of 2 is going to be well received here in this town. And definitely not by this pitching staff. What's in leads this year, is it time to deal a pitcher who won't re-sign with this team down the road? And you're going to have a hard conversation with somebody like, say, Logan Gilbert or like George Kirby, because you've got to find a way to fit in Cade Anderson. What's next, Chris?
All right. Let's see. Last one, because I know we're up against it.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Dan Wilson's letter grade is I, incompetent. He is over his damn head. He is a puppet for this organization. James from the 360. Some tough comments there. Yikes.
Remember we were talking about when Dan Wilson was hired and Scott Service was out and that they had to have a bit of a change in direction, not just for, the offense, but for the clubhouse. Well, I mean, Dan Wilson gave them the clubhouse feel. But I just think that this would be less of a concern if Dan Wilson wasn't named the full-time manager right after this whole move was being made. There was no vetting, apparently, in this. There was no interim tag. It was just, hey, here's the job. And yet, we see an ALCS appearance 8 outs away last year. But again, so much was going right with Cal Raleigh, with this pitching staff, that got him that close. And again, we're thinking going into the postseason, when you've got to match wits against some of the game's most seasoned minds, how's this going to play out? We saw what happened. And eventually, Dan Wilson just stumbled by Game 7. This is going to, again, call on a lot as far as how he's going to turn this around after we saw just a calamity of errors, Chris, from this last week. And I go back to how, Dan Wilson tried to come out and make a pitching change at the end of this piggyback situation, night number 1, and the umpire said go back. I know it wasn't big in the whole scheme of things, but it was just bad optics. Bad optics. And then I go to even, Josh Naylor not having his batting gloves ready after the Mariners went through a big inning, or was it Julio, I believe. And they admit that they weren't ready and they just lost track. I mean, you've got to have your gears in order on that bench and get guys ready. I've seen players at 10 and 11U get ripped at from their coaches for not being ready. And this happens at the major league level. So, yeah, it is a concern right now. It is a concern for sure. Stanley Cup playoffs, again, are rolling here with a Western Conference final. Vegas taking on Colorado for Game 3. Is this series over? Vegas is out to a 3-game to nothing lead. How does Colorado get back in this here, even with 2 of their superstars leaking oil? John Allers has the call. He's had the call on our AM station, by the way, but he'll join us next here from the site of Game 4 going down tonight in Vegas. Avalanche and Golden Knights. John Allers up next on 93.3 KJR FM. And yet we've seen just how much he influences that team. He didn't play first couple of games. They lost. He came back in last game for game 3, but Vegas won that one in come from behind fashion. So I think the question bears with him back in and now McKinnon banged up but able to play. How useful can they be at this stage of the series?
Well, I think Makar's still a great puck transporter as far as with that skating ability that he has. He can break pucks out of the defensive zone all by himself just with his feet. One of the things that was lacking in the first 2 games without him were rush chances from a Colorado perspective, and the Avalanche have made a living off rush chances and their speed, not just this season but every year, on their way to a President's Trophy this season, over 120 points in the regular season. But I think he can be very useful from that perspective. He's a good defenseman. Listen, everybody marvels at what he does offensively, but this is a good defenseman and potentially maybe the best defenseman in the game or in the world for that matter right now. But, I'll take an 80% Cale Makar over no Cale Makar any day of the week. It clearly appears as if, it's a shoulder injury for him. He took some shots in the game, but the big wind-up slap shot, if given the opportunity, doesn't appear to be his choice right now, and that leaves him to be limited. Now, with that in mind, Vegas has been very physical throughout this series and throughout these playoffs, and whenever a team knows that a player might be dealing with something, it is gamesmanship, but they will go after him. And as I pointed out to Billy Jaffe, my broadcast partner in Game 3, I said that's always the game plan on Cale Makar. You're trying to hit him as much as you can. Normally, it's easier said than done. I don't think the shoulder affects his skating ability. He continues to be an elusive target.
John Allers joining us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Again, on site, he'll have the call for Game 4 of the Western Conference Final tonight in Vegas. John, how much have we learned about the Golden Knights and Mitch Marner and the kind of play that he's pulling off right now in the postseason versus his time back in Toronto?
I don't know that we're learning anything other than we're watching it with a different team. He wasn't a bad player for Toronto in their playoff runs in his first 8 or 9 years there in Toronto. It's just the spotlight runs so hot there. And, I think I read somewhere, and I can't confirm this off the top of my head, but I read that it was the 7 playoff runs he had in the 9 years he had in Toronto, he was cumulatively their leading scorer in those postseasons. Now, you have to be there for all 7 of those postseasons, and that probably aids you in being at the top of the list. But, Toronto is a market in which they like to point fingers, and when things don't go their way, well, they haven't since 1967, because the only way they is if they go all the way. And it's going to be, who do we blame when this doesn't go wrong? We see coaches in the crosshairs of that, not only in Toronto, but in every market. But, I think it's been a freeing experience for Mitch to play in Vegas, where that spotlight isn't as hot and isn't as constant on him as it was in his time in Toronto. And as a result, again, just like that team he played on in Toronto, he doesn't have to be the star every single night. And as a result, you see the whole of his game. He is a good 200-foot player. Jack Eichel gets a ton of credit for that as well. But again, on any given night, Marner doesn't have to carry the offensive load. There's been a couple of games in this series already where he didn't appear on the score sheet, and Vegas did just fine. They're up 3-0. Eichel has had a couple of games like that in this run. Same thing happened in the second round. Marner was clearly the man in their win over the Anaheim Ducks in the second round. He had 11 points in a 6-game series. But at times, Eichel wasn't, carrying the load, and at times in this series, we haven't seen Mitch Marner carry the load, but lo and behold, he's the leading scorer in these Stanley Cup playoffs.
John, finally, 2 scenarios. I'll have you fill in the blanks. This series ends tonight in 4 games if, and we will go to Game 5 if. Fill in the blank.
Well, Mackenzie Blackwood's going to get the start in goal, so I'll start with the latter of the two, and that is this series will go to a Game 5 if Mackenzie Blackwood gives them, a strong goaltending performance. On the surface, it's going to look like, okay, Wedgwood went the first 3 games to a lot of people on the outside. This is a panic move. They're down 3-0. And who can blame Jared Bednar for doing that? But at the same time, Wedgwood and Blackwood basically split the goaltending duties right down the middle in the regular season. Early on in the playoffs, Jared Bednar, despite having, I think it was a 2 or 3-0 lead in the opening round series against the Kings, he openly was quoted as saying, we're going to use both of these guys. So this isn't a surprise, really. I think the surprise for many of us was that it wasn't Mackenzie Blackwood in Game 3. But if he gives them a solid to good goaltending performance, I think we could see ourselves back in Denver. This thing ends tonight, I think, if Vegas gets off to a strong start. The one thing that has been noticeable to me is, the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche at times from a body language perspective have not looked like a confident bunch throughout this series. Vegas has kept them out of the middle of the ice, kept everything to the outside. Don't be fooled by the shots on goal numbers. I think Vegas has been outshot in each of their last 9 playoff games, and yet in those games they're 7-2. This is a team that packs it in the defensive zone, and they'll let you shoot from the outside, and they'll let you handle the puck on the perimeter and have all the zone time in the world you can have. But if they get the early lead in this one, and God forbid from a Colorado perspective, if they get a multi-goal lead, I can see Vegas being very comfortable just sitting back and challenging Colorado to get to the inside like they've challenged all 3 teams they've played in this postseason and had a great deal of success with.
Vegas up 3-0. Game 4 tonight. John, appreciate you. Have a good call.
Always a pleasure, Mike. Take care.
Anytime. John Allers joining us once again. Play-by-play Cypher Sports USA. That game, of course, carried locally here on 950 KJR AM. Game 4 for the Vegas Golden Knights and the Colorado Avalanche. More to get after. The mayor of Maple Valley, Ian Furnax, joins us next.
your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Sports headlines are brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light. Choose chill. The Mariners, after losing 2 out of 3 against the Royals over the weekend, take Game 1 of the series versus the Athletics last night, winning 9-2. Game 2 of the series is tonight. Emerson Hancock versus Luis Severino. The Sounders dropped the final game before the World Cup break, losing 1-0 to LAFC. And according to multiple reports, Christian Roldan will be a part of the U.S. men's national team roster for the World Cup. This is reported, not official. U.S. Soccer has yet to make their official announcement on the roster. The Seattle Storm beat the Washington Mystics again on Sunday to move to 3-4 in the season. In the NFL, Manny Fernandez, a 2-time Super Bowl winning defensive lineman with the Miami Dolphins, has passed away. He was 79 years old. In the NBA, New York Knicks advanced the NBA Finals with a sweep of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Spurs Thunder is all knotted up at 2 apiece. Game 5 tonight in OKC. In the NHL, Vegas takes a commanding 3-0 series lead versus the Avalanche. Game 4 is tonight. Carolina takes a 2-1 series lead over Montreal after their OT winner last night. Let's get into the show.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome into the Ian Furness Show. My name's Anderson Hurst, and I still got Mike Benton with me because, as you guys know, in this industry, especially when you have remote accessibility, when you're able to go to these fun locations, and Ian is at Seahawks OTAs right now, trying to get everything sorted out with getting connected. So we will get him on here in just a few minutes. But I get to pick the brain of Mr. Mike Benton.
Is this called overextending your stay?
No, because I asked you to stay here. So it's one of those things where I'm happy to have you back on, Mike. Appreciate you stepping in just for a few extra minutes here on the Ian Furness Show. And, you and I talked a little bit last segment about the Mariners and their piggyback situation. That's obviously story number 1. We'll get to that a little bit later with Molly Wop. We got Marcus Trufant joining the show here in a few minutes. Ian Furness will be on the show here in just a second. I actually did get info that we're getting him connected right now, but give me a quick rundown.
So you don't have me for long then?
No, not super long.
Lucky you.
No, I don't know. I'd like to have you on a little bit longer, but I wasn't able to listen to the conversation you had with Luke Arkins, and as someone who is as into the nerdy numbers as he is, what did he say about this whole piggybacking situation?
Here's where I go after our conversation with Luke. And again, he's been fantastic. He's been terrific. Our first time, by the way, on the air together. But I think we learned a lot more with where you plug in Luis Castillo for as long as you want to ride this out. We know by now he is a back end of the rotation guy. We know by now he can lash you maybe 50, 60 pitches, which tends to translate to second time through the order. If you want to go third time through the order, you're playing with dynamite. And it's more and more of a thing in baseball now. Can you mitigate potential damage? Can you avoid risk? Because with Luis Castillo, he is still serviceable. Anders, you brought it up. It was a great point. You can't trade him. You're going to have to roll with him. But there is an obvious ego thing at play, which, again, when you deal with major league pitchers, they have egos. They are trained right from the get-go to be able to go as long as they can. And 20 or 30 years ago, we're talking about guys who get upset if they're yanked before the 7th inning. Modern baseball says now today that they're going maybe 5, 6. That's as far as they can go, either to preserve their arm or avoid facing the lineup for the third time through. So we know where Luis Castillo fits. It is right now not in this rotation. But for whatever reason, and I didn't want to bring this up because I don't think it was touched on enough.
Ian, can you hear me?
It's not a Dan Wilson thing. This is a DePoto and Hollander thing. But yet it just seems like from the get-go of this plan, I call the Project Doink on our airwaves 2 times now through. There is nobody happy whether you're Luis Castillo or you're Bryce Miller. It's working for them. It is working. But the question is, how long will it be working? That's where I go here from Luke's reaction and the numbers on Luis Castillo as well. And so I think when you assess Bryce Miller, Anders, the fact that he once again came back out of an injury at home last week.
Hey, you got me?
And was more locked down than Fort Knox.
Yes.
Then last night, 5 innings, 83 pitches. Wasn't as maybe dialed in as he was a previous week. But yet he was fantastic. Yet he was left with a sour taste in his mouth over this.
Absolutely.
This is what you don't want to do, is to strip away the morale of your pitchers, because managing egos also means managing a schedule to win ball games.
100%. 100%. We do have Ian Furness connected.
Hey, what's up?
Let's get a quick little roundtable here. Mike's been talking about the piggyback situation, and I'm just getting tired of using that word all of a sudden.
I call it Project Oink, Ian.
Yeah.
Yes. How are you guys?
Yeah. Oink, oink, Ian.
Yeah. Oink, oink. How are you?
I'm good. You sound like you're stuck back in the usual closet of the VMAC.
Well, that's only, what was the old Paul? That's just not the rest of the story, but yeah, here we are. So, here we are. We're working through some technical challenges.
The golden corner.
We're working through some technical challenges right now, fellas. That's all.
We got you. You're here. You're alive. That's all that matters.
Yeah. I think is Marcus Trufant coming in a second?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Just a few minutes away from Marcus Trufant hopping in. He's,
Great.
shaking hands,
Awesome.
kissing babies out in the sports pit right now with all the Cougs. They all love talking.
Very
to him.
good.
So,
Very good. I love it. Yeah. So what's on the agenda? What are you guys talking about today?
Project Oink, according to Mike.
Mike, you don't like the piggyback? Is that what you're telling us?
I think we're all tired about piggyback right now.
But is it not working?
I was very disappointed. Well, first off, I will say yes, it's working. It is working because Bryce Miller has looked great for 2 outings.
From a results standpoint.
Yeah. But how much is this going to go on for? Because it's clear Bryce Miller hates it.
So does Castillo.
It's clear Luis Castillo hates it. The body language said so from Luis Castillo last night. And you've asked Bryce Miller not once but twice. He is extremely uncomfortable with this.
Uh-huh. Well, that's a Bryce Miller problem, is what that is. No, I mean, we're going to address it during Mollywop for sure coming up. We're going to address it during Mollywop at 1. I think the hard part about it is this. You don't want to admit a guy's a reliever. You're kind of waiting for somebody to get hurt, right? So it makes more sense. But yet you look at the results in terms of the runs not allowed, it's worked. But Bryce doesn't like it. Castillo doesn't like it. It feels like it's a sloppy plan.
Yeah.
In the sense that, Miller's cruising in the first start of the piggyback, and then they wait till he gives up a hit. Then they go to a bridge guy in Ferrer, and then they bring in Castillo, who's lights out for 2 innings, and then, struggles at the top of the 9th. But instead of letting him fight through it, you bring in Munoz middle of the inning, which he doesn't like.
Right.
I mean, I say the execution is worse than the actual plan.
Totally.
That's what I would say. I think the execution of it is just sloppy, shoddy at best, right? But I think that the actual plan, the results work, right? The numbers are there.
2.12 ERA with the piggyback right now. So total, everything.
And here's where I go with this too, is that, Ian, you raise, I think, a great point, if not the greatest point out of all of this. How much of this is a communication issue? Because it, again, shows that Bryce Miller's warming up in the bullpen. He's looking back at the situation. Luis Castillo, according to at least Ryan Healy, just based on his body language, it seemed to suggest that if he was told you're going to the bullpen, that this wouldn't be a big of a reaction here. But yeah, here we are with guys being left in the weeds with a clear plan, long-term or short-term, however that you bake it. And I go back to Bryce Miller in game 1 when he said, I tried to play with Skip, but it just wasn't happening to stay in past 5 innings. Ultimately, I think this wouldn't be a big of an issue if communication was laid out more clearly.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just looking at some stuff here. We may be actually connected on other things. So, I do believe.
We do have Marcus Trufant sitting down right now.
Okay,
with us,
great
Ian.
segue also.
Yeah. Let me talk to Marcus, and I'm just going to have to produce on the air here for a second because that's what we do sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you guys check the normal connection? And when we're done with this segment with Marcus, maybe we'll be able to connect there.
You call this fun with radio here behind the scenes.
Well, it's just the world we live in. So So hey, thanks a lot. We'll check in our break. So technically there, but thank you, NASA. Seahawks are awesome. I just got to say, the IT guys here are phenomenal. Nice to have help. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you. I think we're good. All right. We were, but now we're not. But anyway, we'll figure it out. Marcus Trufant, are you there with me, buddy? Can you hear me?
I am here, sir. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you, buddy? What's going on? What are you up to? I'm sitting here at your old home, the old Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's OTA time. Do you miss that?
Oh, of course not, man. We only love Sundays, especially when you're an older guy like me. Those practice days and those tour days. You keep me away from that, please.
What do you get out of OTAs? What is it? Especially they talked a lot about this last year, Marcus, that they had 100% participation at this time of the year, which I don't know what that was like in your day. It's, CBAs have changed and stuff, but what do players, especially veterans, get out of OTAs?
I think it just gets you back into the mood, man, and gets you back into the flow of things, and it lets you not get too far away from your routine, man, and being on the couch and doing your own thing, right? It's good to be around the guys. It's good to be around the facility and just be able to get back to football stuff. I know you're not going 100 miles an hour and you're not going full speed, but just being around the game, I think it makes a big difference.
The team did have that participation as well, which I thought was kind of cool. You've been around these guys a little bit. You've been around, seen Mike McDonald. Listen, they won a Super Bowl, so how can you say anything negative? But what's your impressions of what Mike and John and this group has done, the second go round after Pete?
My impression is just a little bit about what you just said about having 100% participation. This team has no, I think ego might be the wrong word, but they have they're very good team first type of group, right? Mm-hmm, you don't see a lot of just the BS that you've seen on different teams and guys that just want to stand out on purpose and guys that just want to get the contracts and stuff like that. You really just don't get that feel about this team. And it goes back to the coach, right? It starts up top. That Coach McDonald is a straight shooter and he's all about the game and the X's and O's. And, he loves his guys, but it's not just about him. It's about getting with the guys, man, and making sure that everything comes together, man, and making everybody accountable. And don't get me wrong, the Pete Carroll days were crazy fun. They had a lot of success, but it's just a different time, man, and it's a different feel and it's a different energy. And there's nothing wrong with that, man. I think it's a good look, and these guys are out there and they're playing their butts off.
Marcus Trufant joining us, former CF. We're going to get to what he's up to these days in a second because I know he's hanging around the studio doing some stuff, foundation work and other things, and got some stuff going on over in Pullman we got to talk about as well because Marcus was with me when we met Kirby Moore for the first time a few weeks ago at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. That was awesome. Marcus, they lost Reek Woolen. They keep Josh Jobe. They draft a couple corners. They've got Devin Witherspoon. You're my DB. You're the secondary guy. What kind of loss is Reek Woolen, or do you think that they can replace him with either one of these rookies or a guy like Josh Jobe, who they must have made a decision between Jobe and Reek Woolen?
Right. I think trying to replace a guy might be the wrong term, especially for a guy that likes to straddle the fence and be a PC. But the thing about Reek, man, It just the size and, the athleticism and stuff like that. I thought he was a really good pick, man. I thought he played a lot of good ball. But, it comes down to details sometimes, man, and making those plays. And just comes down to weighing the pros and cons. So I think with Spoon as your leader and you got guys that are trying to follow behind that, I think you're in a good spot, man. You're going to get guys to play up. You're going to get guys to play better, especially when you're trying to follow a guy like Spoon. And I really love his game, man, and how he plays from the top to bottom, man. It's crazy. He's kind of a throwback because he likes to hit and the tackles, and there is no hesitation in his game at all. And he's not the biggest guy, right? So I got a lot of love and respect for his game and just how he reacts. So I think the Hawks are in good hands, man. They got a lot of good guys that can come in and they can play, and they're coached well. So I think they're going to be good either way.
Marcus Trufant with me. I'm at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We got first day of open OTAs for us in the media to kind of take a peek at. We'll do that a little bit later on this afternoon. Marcus, you and I got to meet Kirby Moore, the new coach at Washington State, your alma mater, mine as well, a few weeks ago. What were your impressions of the new coach?
I like the energy, man. I like the energy. A guy that it seems to be really bought in, right? And that's really what we need right now as Cougs, is guys that are going to be here, that are going to buy in and really embrace Pullman and just everything that comes with that, man. It's a special place. I tell people all the time, if you haven't spent any time in Pullman, you really cannot understand exactly what's going on out there. And it kind of sounds like it's a Twilight Zone or something like that, and it kind of is, right? You have to be kind of a different type of individual to make things work out there, and I think we got the right guy to do it.
I got to ask you, I don't think I've ever talked to you about this. I'm curious because that's what it is. It's not for everybody, and that's fine, man. I think we're all good with that. It's a yes or no. You go there and you're going to know in the first 10 minutes if it's a yes or a no, right? Like you're going to know it at that point. What were your impressions when a dude from Tacoma, like not you weren't from Steilacoom, you weren't from, like, dude, you're a Tacoma kid through and through. You roll into Pullman for the first time. What were you thinking?
Man, rolling out to Pullman for the first time. Big shout out to T-Town too, man. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, but rolling into Pullman, man, I was just excited, man. I was a kid that was I didn't do very much. You know, my parents, not that they were the strictest parents on earth, but just to get out, man, and kind of do my own thing. I was close enough to where mom and dad can come visit, but not so close that they could watch every move I was making, right? So, yeah, man, and I had a great thing going on with I'm trying to Price. Crazy.
Oh, Mike Price. Yeah.
Coach Price was my guy, and you got Bill Doba, man, and they really embraced me and my family. So I was excited to get out there. And no, it's not the big city, but I wasn't necessarily like a big city guy like that. It's still Washington, so it wasn't like it was LA or like it was New York or something like that. So yes, I came to Pullman, man. It was all kids out there. And I still talk to a bunch of guys that I met out there. We're still on these group threads. We talk almost every other day, man. And that's what happens when you go out there. You build these relationships because there's not a lot going on, and you spend a lot of time with people out there. So I think it was a great thing, man. I really went out there. I grew up as a man, and it really helped me. It really set me on a path to be successful in life.
What do you think about today's college football or just college sports? And I bring this up. I brought this up with Alex Brink and Crystal Bruce when we're doing our weekly stuff. And Luke Falk's going to be on with us on Thursday when he's in town. And I was wondering, like, how many of you guys would have stuck around? And like everybody's, I think I would have stuck around. I would have stuck around. I kind of think you would have. Like, I think Mr. and Mrs. Trufant, I think you might have. But what do you think about today's basically unlimited free agency? It seems to be great for the players. It's not great for every school. And heck, every school almost gets abused, gets beat up by it. But at the same time, guys are making money where they didn't before. What do you think of today's climate of college athletics?
Oh, man, I think it is kind of the wild, wild west right now, just like you said, as far as the rules and things going on. But I do like the fact that the players kind of have the upper hand, right? And they kind of get to make these decisions, and they're able to do things. They're able to make money. And, you know, back in the day, and I guess I feel kind of old saying back in my day, right? But it's just one of those things to where you didn't have a lot of choices and opportunities, right? You know, it was far and few between. There was those big time guys that was doing it, and they had choices maybe to go to different schools and do stuff like that, or you could leave early or you could stay. But now it's guys that are staying around. I thought I saw a guy that was almost 30, right, and he was still in college with eligibility, man, and doing different things. So for me, I like the options. I like that the players are able to they're able to monetize, they're able to turn this thing into a business. And I know they haven't got all of the rules and everything worked out yet, but I think it's a benefit to the players. And the institutions have been making money for a long time off of the players. So, yeah, I like to see it on the other foot for a little bit.
All right, what are you doing hanging out at my place today, huh? What are you doing running around? I heard there's something called Believe in Me. Do you have a new foundation? What do you got going on there, Marcus?
Yes, well, I have a partnership, and I'm working with Believe in Me. Of course, it's the organization, and we're partnering on a golf tournament, and this is going to be our 2nd year, and we are turning dreams into degrees, man. It's all about raising funds for the Trufant Family Foundation Scholarship Fund that we have. And we got a big time golf tournament coming up July 27th. And that's at the Cannerwood Golf and Country Club in Gig Harbor, man. So we need all and everybody to come out and to support. Of course, it's going to be a great time, man. We're going to have all types of cool stuff there. Still working through a lot of what all these special prizes and stuff are going to be, but just know that it's going to be a great time. And again, that is July 27th at the Cannerwood Golf and Country Club in Gig Harbor.
Now, can anybody sign up for this gig or what?
Anybody can sign up for this gig. Yeah, you can go to, let me see, I had it here.
Is it Believe in Me Foundation? Where do we go here?
Yeah, of course, you could text in, and you could text in to Trufant Golf, or you could go to 53555 and get your tickets today.
You know what you're finding out?
What's that?
You're going to find, because I do a golf tournament every year too. You're going to find out doing a golf tournament's a lot of work, my man.
You know what? I got a great team over at Believe in Me, and we know how to make this thing go. Yeah, so I think we're going to be okay. But you're right. Yes, it is a lot of work, but we're up for the task, man. And it's all about giving back to the youth, man, to give the youth these opportunities and exposure to see things that they've never seen before, man. And we believe it starts with education.
I love it, man. Marcus, since day one, you and your family, you guys have been a huge part of the community. You've always been doing stuff to help out the community, and I think that's absolutely sensational and fantastic as well. So keep that up, buddy, my man. I appreciate what you do. Everyone does appreciate what you do out here. So thank you so much. Let's talk soon again, man. Take care.
Right on. I really appreciate it, Ian. And before we go, man, I just want to say thanks to you, because I know you always support me, man, and I really appreciate that.
You know that, Marcus. You're Cougs, buddy. I'll do it.
Go
you need something.
Yeah.
Go Cougs. You know, Marcus, you need something. You know, you just reach out, man. I'm always here for you. So I appreciate you popping on today. Good luck with the golf tournament. We'll talk soon, man. Go Cougs. Thanks, Marcus.
All right, man. Thanks.
There you go. Marcus Trufant joining us here. We'll take a break. Come back with more 93.3 KJR FM.
Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, welcome back. I think we're all situated. Are we all situated?
Yeah, I think we are.
Okay, good. Whew. All right, we're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Big thanks to Marcus Trufant. I was looking forward to talking to Marcus, and we had to kind of do it in a little bit of rush fashion. We've had some technical issues today, but I think we have solved those. Shout out to the Seahawks and their group out here, NASA and their IT department. Man, just I say it all the time. Their PR staff and how they do things here is absolutely second to none, top shelf, should be the gold standard for every team in the state, quick. In this market. No, we're not their flagship. They don't need to help us.
Right. Right.
And I just with the sale pending, I'm just going to go off in a second here.
Oh, here we go.
With the sale pending, a lot of people are like, what's going to happen? What are we going to do? Who's going to buy the team? All those things are coming into play. And there's a lot of concerns. For me, just looking at how, and listen, there's a huge story in the Times this weekend, which I thought was just a crock of crap, to be honest with you. Like, look, man, we're in radio. We just do things to fill time too sometimes.
We do.
I get it. Are we just filling space in a newspaper? Do we just need to put some print out there? Is that what the Times is doing? This whole thing about a new Lumen Field or a new football stadium and all that crap, like, shut up. Like, first of all, there's zero appetite in this state, and nor should there be, for any public funding of a stadium. We've been through that before. Lumen Field's fine. The renovations are okay. Ticketing in the NFL is about a maybe 25 to 30% max of what your revenue stream is. They're fine. They don't gouge you, if you've noticed. Like, if you did read the story, which I did, they don't gouge you on ticket prices with the Seahawks. Now, I know people are going to say, "Oh, wait a second, what about the playoffs?" Okay, let's table the playoff talk for a second. But one of the issues they have here is that the ticket prices for the product you're getting, which is a Super Bowl contender, are more than fair by NFL standards. Right? They're more than fair. So if we agree upon that, it's because of how they run things here. Their corporate support is phenomenal. The infrastructure on the business side led by Chuck Arnold and Amy Springer and others it's absolutely sensational. How they do things here is first rate. And again, what I just had to deal with a few minutes ago, having these guys come in, everything they do on the business side is top shelf, first round draft pick caliber stuff. And oh, by the way, the football team is really good.
Yeah, that's the kind of, it's a weird part. It's like
they are the gold standard of sports. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
And when things aren't working, then they try to fix them. And I'm talking about on the football field, not just my little personal issues here today. I've always been impressed by them. I've always been impressed by how they go about their business. And a shout out to them. That story, by the way, just real quick before I get to the Mariners, which we got Molly Wop coming up here top of the hour. That story. I don't know if you read it, Anders. I made some notes about it on Sunday, and I'm checking it out. I'm like, okay, new Lumen or new owners might want a new football stadium, and here's why. See, and I feel like I pump my own tires. I hate doing that, but I've been around and outside. The only stadium I didn't go to the NFL that's still in existence it was Buffalo, and they've already changed that. So I can't comment on Buffalo. There are a lot of stadiums. I can understand why Soldier Field's a problem.
Yeah.
The retrofit was awful. Soldier Field was Key Arena, is what it was. Like Soldier Field was literally Key Arena. And in terms of we have a building, we need to do something with it. Let's just take the current thing and retrofit it. That's what Key Arena was.
Right.
It was just a bad design, a bad everything, and the end result was it wasn't good enough, and we are where we are now with no NBA team, but we did get a new building, we did get the NHL, but the price to get those two things has been at least what will end up being at least 20 years without the NBA. But that Soldier Field was Key Arena. Cleveland, I don't think it's an awful stadium. I can see why they think they need something new there, but I think it's fine. You look around the NFL, the worst stadium was St. Louis. They don't exist anymore. Right? So when I saw that story this weekend, the first thing that came to my mind is, all right, so what have they done? Well, they've retrofitted, they changed the press box. They added a couple suites by eliminating some press, or kind of compacting the press box. They redid the one lounge at in the south end of the stadium. The club level is fine. There's nothing wrong with Lumen Field. The way it was built, it is still, and here's the thing. here's why you don't want to change and try to go sniffing around. Oh, I wonder if Bellevue's got some space, or I wonder if Tuckwillow's got some space, or wherever it is.
Right.
The transportation, the access to the ferries, the access to light rail, the access to I-5 and the freeways, and even coming up from the south end, 99, 509, what have you. It's not optimum. There's not a ton of parking, but everyone makes do. And you can get in and out of there just fine. On top of that, from a football standpoint, there is no better stadium in the NFL in terms of atmosphere and how loud it is and what kind of an intimidating presence it is. The locker room for the Seahawks is fine. The visiting locker room is fine. You use them 8-9 times a year. That's it.
Right.
They've got the medical stuff they need there. Everything about it is fine. In terms of getting in and out, if you want to have other events, it's fine. The stadium itself is fine. The first thing I thought of, though, from a football standpoint was when Paul Allen had this place built, along with the help, obviously, of government, when they had that built, they did so to really kind of put into effect the reverberations of the state of the crowd noise,
right,
and how that place was, and it is fantastic. You don't want to lose that. You don't want to lose that. On top of the finances involved. I mean, to me, if I'm the NFL and you have owners on the line and they're coming in here and saying, well, you know what, we want the team, we want this, we want that, but we have to have a new stadium in the NFL, we need you to help us force it. No. If you do that, that's a red flag. Yeah. That's a red flag. That's at that point, listen, there's no hurry. You don't have to sell the team today.
Right.
You don't have to sell it tomorrow. Jody can hold on to it until she finds the correct buyers or until the third party law firm out of back east and the NFL find the right partners. This isn't okay. I lied. FedEx Field or whatever they call it in DC.
Yeah.
Dump, absolute hellhole dump, out in the middle of nowhere. Needed to be replaced. They're going to the old RFK site, which is actually in DC. In fact, you drive by it on the way out to the stadium now. If you're staying in Washington DC, that needed to be replaced. But if you have owners that say, we like it, but we're not sure about Lumen Field, and do they have the correct revenue streams, stop it. This isn't the NHL. This isn't Major League Baseball. This isn't the NBA. This isn't a college stadium where you need every possible revenue stream to maximize the money coming in, because guess what? The NFL is a behemoth in terms of media rights deals, and you don't need all that other stuff. You're fine. Every NFL team makes $1 zillion. Every NFL team brings in a ton of income. Every NFL team is buoyed up by the fact that the NFL media rights deal is basically everybody else combined and then some. That's what it is. You don't need that. But I would be worried when I read that story. The only thing I thought of is, if we're really talking about a new stadium, then we're talking about an owner that's not committed to staying in Seattle. And there's a line in that thing that just made me almost jump out of my seat. It said, but of course, Seattle's there's no other market that makes sense right now. No other big market in the States.
Why is that even a question?
But here's the thing. Really? Because Oklahoma City was a better market than Seattle? That's not the case. That's not the case. You think Salt Lake wouldn't be raising their hand going, hey, come play in Rice-Eccles?
Yeah.
Like stop it. Because for some reason now, Salt Lake is everyone's cat's meow. MLB wants to go there over Portland, which I think is a mistake. Portland's a far better baseball market than Salt Lake is, and I can say that as someone who lived and worked in both towns. But don't ever tell me that, there's no other market that makes more sense to have an NFL team than Seattle, because we lost an NBA team as media market 12 to media market, whatever it is, 75 or whatever the hell that Dust Bowl is. So stop it. Don't ever go down that road. But I did see, I was kind of a cautionary tale this weekend when I did see that. I didn't like that story. I felt at times it was just like kind of fear mongering.
Yeah.
And then I kind of, I don't know, Anders, if you got that impression, I just kind of felt like there's a little fear mongering going with it. But
yeah, I didn't read the story itself, but the way you're describing it, it does raise my eyebrow, because I didn't realize it was even a question. Like in the realm of possibility that the Seahawks would, either change stadiums or, God forbid, have an owner that doesn't want to keep them in Seattle, right?
Yeah, right.
And the fact that even is being brought up, and they have to state in the article that, there's no other market that's better than Seattle right now. I'm like, well, duh. Why is this even a question? And that kind of tells me, from someone who hopefully does their research and writes these things, kind of being in the weeds a little bit more, that they feel like there is at least some sort of question that they have to address. So that's the biggest thing for me, is that the fact that there even is a question that this Seahawks team has any sort of possibility, 0.00001% even,
Right.
of not being here.
The only possibility, I think it goes back to one thing. I think the only possibility that you would have or would think about having in that regard is if you have an owner that doesn't believe, and that was kind of the gist of it, but again, a little bit of fear-mongering of the story. If you had an owner that said, Lumen Field, like we have the financial wherewithal to buy the NFL team.
Right.
We want to buy the team. We want to, blah, 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 be new Seahawks owners. But we don't think that Lumen Field is a viable option. They continue to put money into it. It's the hundreds of millions that they've already put into this thing to reinvest in it. If you've been in this, listen, not every seat has to be luxury.
Right.
Like you can have the Hawks Nest, which I think they redid this year, right? They did.
Yes, they did.
The seats,
they
right?
have the little eye now.
Yeah,
it's not just the whatchamacallit, aluminum benches.
And what I like about Lumen is, and there's a Lambeau feel to it. And what I mean by that is, like Lambeau obviously has the history. We don't have that history. But when I say it has a Lambeau feel, Lambeau has, when you go to Lambeau Field, and any of our Seahawks fans listening that have been there, you know this. When you go to Lambeau Field, you go and you sit with football fans.
Right.
You don't sit with business people.
It's not a corporate thing. Yeah.
It's not that. You go sit with football fans in Lambeau Field. Same thing in Cincinnati and Cleveland, for example. Those two places kind of are similar, and again, Cleveland's talking about new stadiums. But when you go to Lumen Field, and you look around and you look around the stadium, and if it's the third or fourth quarter, if it's a close game, no one's sitting down, everyone's on their feet, and it has there's a. And I use this, and I don't want this to be a derogatory term because, trust me, I've had my fair share of jobs that fall into the category of blue collar back in the day.
Right.
But it has a very blue collar feel to it. Not Blue Thunder, not Blue Friday. No, blue collar, working man, NFL fan, in your face. I'm going to get loud. When it's time to make noise, I'm going to make noise. It has that. We don't need SoFi Stadium in Seattle. We don't need Jerry's World here. We don't need that. We've got T-Mobile, sensational. Climate Pledge, gorgeous. It's a palace. Lumen Field is kind of our Lambeau. Lumen Field is kind of our little nest egg of fun, where it's just a little bit out of control. There's a little bit of there's a little edge to it, if you know what I mean.
Right.
South end zone guy
Absolutely.
with the neck tattoos
and I
the
love
construction
that.
hats.
As much as we make
too.
fun of them, we love it.
I don't want to lose that.
No.
And so moving just off of 405 in Bellevue would be great. Wow. No, it wouldn't. No. And here's the other thing. Bellevue, you've had your chance.
Yes.
You had your chance in 2006 and 7 and 8 when the Sonics situation was going on. You had your chance in the 18 years since then, Bellevue, before Climate Pledge Arena was built. You've had your chance. You're done. Bellevue, you're done. It's time to stay in Seattle. And I would go read the story though. I said, I think there's a little fear mongering to it, but I also, and then there's a little bit of part of me that says, why are we wasting our time? But then I guess the only part that would come out would be the fact that, if there is an owner that says maybe we need a new stadium, that would be a red flag to check it. Okay. What do we got?
All right, I did mention it in headlines, and it wasn't completely official until just now. The U.S. men's national team has officially announced
good news.
Their 2026 roster for the World Cup, and Christian Roldan from the Seattle Sounders is on the roster. So
let's go.
Big congratulations to the
go.
Sounders product from Pico Rivera, California. Christian Roldan is going to be a big part, and I actually think we'll get some minutes and possibly even a start.
I was just going to ask you,
awesome.
Is he going to? Well, you know what we should do? We can do this maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
I want to spend some time a little bit tomorrow on this. First of all, congrats.
Yes.
I love Christian. Good dude.
Awesome dude.
Just saw him about a month and a half ago. He's at one of the last Kraken games. He did the rev up before the game. And spent some time with him afterwards. And I'm a fan of him, period. Even though the school he went to I don't love, but that's fine. No, he's a great dude, and you mentioned it. I think there's an opportunity. Not just I read a story in the Athletic this weekend that he's with injuries and other things. He's very, very much in the mix.
Absolutely,
to get quality time on the pitch, and also to probably like you said, maybe get a start or two in there depending on how things are going.
Absolutely.
So we kind of knew this last week, right, when it leaked out.
There was a lot of reports. It is very NFL schedule-like, Ian. Like, you see all the reports beforehand and that before the team officially announces it, but now you get the official announcement.
I know you're just now seeing this. Was there anything that was erroneous in those early leaks?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'll take a look at that during the break.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because you're Mr. World Cup.
I am.
You and Jackson.
I am
Phelps are
indeed.
Mr. World Cup. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll set up Mollywop with a quick little Mariner conversation before the top of the hour. Nathan and Chris, Mollywop Monday coming up at 1 o'clock. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center here. Getting ready. Seahawks OTA is just underway. We'll take a peek outside during the break and see how things look. Mollywop, top of the hour, 93.3 KJR FM. never seen. I was texting with the boys yesterday. I've never seen, and I don't understand exactly what it is, except for the fact that we have these high expectations, and maybe that's it. I've never seen the vitriol towards the team like I have this year from the fan base.
Yeah.
And like, and people get mad when I say, well, listen, guys, they're going to win the division, right? And they are.
Yeah.
Like, it would take something right now, if you were to say, do I want to put money on the Mariners winning the division or the field, the other teams?
Right.
I take the Mariners all day, every day.
Yes.
Like, all day. Like, they have kicked it around all year, and they're right there on the verge of coming home this weekend in first place.
And their best MVP runner-up has either sucked or been out for the entirety of the season.
And that's Cal Raleigh.
Yes.
And their number 2 guy can't play center field anymore for some reason.
All of a sudden, randomly.
Yeah, like I don't know where that came from.
I didn't either.
It's great you're hitting, Julio.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe make a play in center field. Everything that has gone wrong for this team, and here they are. And yes, they're below 500, but they're playing in the, I think Chris will call it the Sun Belt Conference of the. I think that's frankly a massive insult to the Sun Belt Conference. To be honest with you, I think that's really not fair to the Sun Belt.
Oh, it's so good.
Maybe the Missouri Valley. Maybe you could go down that road
Sure.
or something. But I think that's
Mac
an
Attack.
insult. Yeah, no, that's an insult to the Mac Attack. That's a significant insult to the Mac Attack. Somewhere Eastern Michigan is going, come on, we're better than the AL West.
That's so funny.
But you're still there. The vitriol, obviously, with like it doesn't matter what they do, and even when something kind of works a little bit, at least in terms of the results, like the piggyback thing, right? I mean,
yeah,
the numbers don't lie. Like, it worked. Now, the problem is, define, does it work? Because the 2 players involved don't like it. Miller doesn't like it.
Yeah.
He said so to Brad Adam last night in an absolute, by the way, great job, Brad. Just
Yes.
a clinic on how to do a post-game interview. Just that's how you do it.
Right.
And I say that because I work with someone who I think is the best right now in the market, period, in Piper Shaw. I think Piper is phenomenal.
Fantastic.
I never hear Piper say, hey, talk about that.
Yeah. No,
Or,
it's
what are your feelings?
Well, you
Like,
can tell when a player is anxious or feels something, whatever that is. And
well, you know when they want to say something.
Exactly.
You know, like if you've done that job, and you know when a player wants to say something.
Yes.
And I did it for a long time, and sometimes it doesn't come out, sometimes it does. Brad did a great job, and he got Miller to say, yeah, I didn't like it. I mean, and found out late, and he is funny because he danced around and said the right things, but didn't say the right things, and then he flat out says, yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
And obviously Castillo was not happy, and whatever the plan is, and I think I can understand Castillo's frustration probably because last week when they did it, they left Miller in there, I think, longer than they thought.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And
almost through 6, 5 and 2
right.
things. Yeah.
So Castillo is like, well, if you were flexible with Miller, why are you not flexible with me?
Yeah.
Is what I'm guessing. And listen, Luis talks to Freddie through the translator. Who knows what he's really, really thinking?
Right.
Not to say Freddie's not great at his
No,
job. I'm just
yeah,
saying it's not like you can just get him in a post game and you can hear from his mouth. I just think it was like you could see, and honestly, like everyone wants to crush Dan, and I get it. Dan Wilson may be over his skis, but in the case, like Dan's just the messenger.
Absolutely.
In that situation, I felt bad for him. I felt bad for Dan. Well, like, oh my God, like this dude's.
Maybe he doesn't even believe it, right?
He's a catcher.
Right. Yeah.
Let's give him some credit. He was a damn good defensive catcher.
Right.
He probably is thinking, yeah, man, I don't know, but I gotta go tell the Rock that I'm taking him out.
Yeah.
The Rock, the Rock had a chance to get a win, couldn't even get the win.
Yeah.
And was pitching great.
Was pitching awesome.
But here's where it worked. They didn't have to use the bullpen
at all.
Both guys were lights out.
Yeah, here's the thing. If Rock goes out for the 5th inning and he struggles, that's the last thing you remember with him. Now the last thing you remember with him is the 4 innings of elite pitching from Luis Castillo.
Correct.
So honestly, I think they did it perfectly yesterday. And yes, it pisses them off, and we'll see kind of how this, moves forward. But in terms of the actual concept, I think it's being just fine.
I'm going to talk to the boys about it as well, because there is this weird part of me that just kind of says, hey, get over it.
Yeah.
Like, stop. Like this is, like we're worrying about guys' feelings like we're playing, 12U Little League or something.
Yeah.
Like why are we worrying about guys' feelings? at the same time, you're talking about a pitcher, and you're talking about a guy that, in a lot of ways, the mental part of the game is probably a huge part of what they need to do, right? Like how do you handle things mentally?
Right.
So anyway, that's kind of where we're at today. With that, we've got Molly Wap Monday coming up, brought to you by Simply Seattle, simplyseattle.com. Haven't even get a chance to tell you guys yet. 49451. That is the Tacoma Dodge text line. 49451. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. 49451. Fire away those. We'll hear from you at 2:30 today. John Lund at 2 o'clock. All coming up. 93.3 KJR FM.
93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frostburg Coors Light. Choose chill after losing 2 of 3 against the Royals over the weekend. The M's have a good start to the week. They take Game 1 versus the A's, winning 9-2. Piggyback game. We'll talk about that with the Molly Whoppers. Nathan and Chris standing by. Emerson Hancock, Luis Seravino is the pitching matchup tonight. Big news in soccer. Just moments ago, we found out that Christian Roldan will be a part of the U.S. men's national team for the World Cup. That's official. Sounders, though, did drop the final game before the World Cup break, losing 1-0 on a late goal to LAFC. Brutal.
Yeah, they lost to both
breakdown.
LA teams in their last 2 games before the World Cup.
Brutal breakdown on that goal, by the way. Like, unacceptable.
Furious Feltz coming in.
I'll tell you right now, I was furious Ian when I saw it. I was watching that. I was
Yeah.
like, pissed off.
Not
Storm
good.
beat the Mystics on Sunday. They moved 3-4 on the season. Next up tomorrow versus the Mystics again. What are we playing? Like a baseball schedule here? 2 against Connecticut, 2 against the Mystics. NFL Supreme Court refused to intervene in a discrimination lawsuit led by former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores against the NFL, allowing the case to proceed toward trial. NBA Knicks advanced to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999, sweeping the Cleveland Cavaliers. Spurs and Thunders are all knotted up at 2 apiece. Game 5 is tonight. NHL playoffs. Vegas takes a commanding 3-0 series lead versus Avalanche into Game 4 tonight, trying to clinch that and move on with a sweep over the President's Trophy winners. What's that? The best team in the regular season, Colorado. They ain't the best team right now. Carolina might be. They took a 2-1 series lead over Montreal. Overtime winner last night. Boys are ready. Standing by. Let's have some fun talking about the piggyback. Molly Wop Monday starts right now.
It's Monday, then that means one thing. It's time to mollywop. Uncensored, unscripted, and filled with the passion that all Mariners fans can relate to. And brought to you by the company that's all about Seattle sports. Simply Seattle. Visit simplyseattle.com for the best Mariners gear. Now with the Mollywop boys, Nathan Bishop and Chris Crawford. With My Oh Why, here's Ian Furness.
All right, here we go. Molly Wop Monday on a Tuesday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday. Why? Because, of course, yesterday was the holiday, so here we are hanging out today. Seahawk OTAs. We'll take a little break from football in the offseason. Football in, is it still May? It is May. Football in May to talk baseball in May, which seems a lot more appropriate with the boys. Well, no shortage of topics today. In fact, I was thinking about Chris. Can we get Grandma on, get her thoughts on piggyback, what she thinks about the Maybe we'll get my daughter Brianni on, who's the angriest Mariner fan in America. All this said, wow, they won a game yesterday. Interesting mixed bag since we've last been on. They won a series, they lost a series, and then won the first game of a series and actually could leave they could leave Sacramento. I think that's where they're at these days, in the next 48 hours in first place in the American League West. Oh, it just never changes with the Seattle Mariners. Chris Crawford is here. Nathan Bishop is here. We'll get deeper into Piggyback Gate in just a couple of seconds. First, let's just get some general thoughts. Nathan, your thoughts from the week.
I mean, I think that we prophesied this last show, didn't we? We said it was going to be a miserable week unless they really went on a hot run, just because of the nature of the way these Midwest road games feel like they're going, particularly whatever is going on whenever they play the Kansas City Royals. I feel like there may be some sort of, we've talked about Etsy witches and various other curses. There's something supernatural in play whenever the Mariners play the Royals. Not so much that they're going to lose every game, but just that every game is going to be miserable to suffer through. So it was, quite a week. We had a lot of drama in what I hope will end up being the worst loss of the year on Tuesday against the White Sox, where the entire team looked like it wanted to strangle each other, or at least something. I felt like that was a real pivot point where the season could have spiraled on them. And it's a real credit to them that they came out on Wednesday and won that getaway game. If they lost that game on Wednesday, I think the wheels could have really started to come off. And then they went down to Kansas City, like I already said, and, Cthulhu and a couple great old ones came out, and it was an abomination, and they lost that series. But hey, what we needed to see from this team after that, this is a huge series, and we're a day late on it because it's Tuesday, but so they've already played the first game, and it looked like it was going to be just another Mariners game yesterday where we're sleepwalking our way until the 6th inning, and it's a 1-0 game with either team having one run, and we just see what happens into the pressure cooker. And then Josh Naylor hit a routine ground ball to shortstop, one of the slowest guys on foot in Major League Baseball, and the A's couldn't make the turn. And then the Mariners bats did something they haven't done all year, which is take advantage of that opportunity and knock a guy around who was finding middle way too much, and then jumped on him, put up 7 runs. added on more later in the game, and just made it a stress-free game. This team can play like that. They do have the talent to do it. They just haven't done it hardly at all. So we're hoping it's a trend. There's no way. I mean, even if they sweep and they're in first place on Wednesday, I'm still going to be annoyed at them because they're 26-29, and they should be one of the better teams in the American League on paper. They should be one of the better teams in baseball on paper, and they just are not to this point, a third of the way through the season.
I know you've recapped it all week in the Mile My, so take 7 days of Mile My, Chris, and fire away.
You know what I'm annoyed about really is that series in Kansas City was so bad, and it also was so boring. And I'm used to them playing really exciting, stupid baseball games against the Royals. If you're gonna lose 2 of 3, make it spectacular, right? Like at least give us the quote unquote S show that we have gotten used to seeing against the Kansas City Royals. But we have it's been kind of mundane. And the thing that's been frustrating is they're failing at every John Q football announcer talks about the 3 facets of the game, right? The offense, the defense, the special teams. Well, the Mariners have failed in every facet of the game to begin the year for me. They have looked bad on offense for most of the year. They've had a few games like yesterday where you take a look at the offense and say, oh, this is what they're capable of doing and taking advantage of situations like Nathan mentioned. The starting pitching has mostly been good, but there have been some real clunkers along there too. And where I've really seen this team fail is defensively. This is the worst defensive Seattle Mariner team that I've seen in an awful long time. This is Jack Zarenzik would even be like, easy, big fella. What's going on with this defense right now? Because you just take a look, like, Ian, do you garden?
I hate to, but yes, we have yard work. Yes.
Sure. If you had a issue with rabbits getting into your garden, and you had a fence that covered half of the section, and when they went into that section, it helped those rabbits keep there, but the rabbits are able to get around the fence all of the time, it's not a good fence. So stop quoting me the gosh damn fielding percentage and telling me this is a good defense. This is a horrific defense. It does not prevent runs whatsoever. Julio Rodriguez is among those guys too. I could go on about this for about another 45 minutes. Like, this has been an all-around bad defensive team, and I just see issues that make me very, very concerned that my demand of going to the World Series is not going to be met. Yesterday really helped, though. Seeing a good game, seeing something where the offense comes to life, seeing both pitchers pitch well yesterday. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about that. It's amazing how much more calm you can be when you see a good game like that.
That's Chris Crawford. That's Nathan Bishop. Mollywop Monday brought to you by Simply Seattle. SimplySeattle.com. Mollywop 15, 15, Mollywop 15 at checkout for your discount always. Great stuff up there right now for all the Seattle and Washington sports teams through the area. More on them in a second. All right, let's just get. I don't want to bury the lead because I'm sure people. This is one of the oddest things ever on so many levels, the whole piggyback situation. And and it's odd for a couple of reasons. One, they do it last week for the first time, and we saw what happened at the end. And then they do it again yesterday, and we see what happens. And really, at the end of the day, the pitchers, the 2 starting pitchers with one Bridge, Ferrer tossed in there for the first one, they have limited the other team's ability to score. Right? Like, and then, of course, the Munoz situation. But, like, if you just look at the starters, Castillo, you can make an argument, hasn't looked better all year than he has the last 2. Miller looked fine. No bullpen usage yesterday. And yet, here we are with the piggyback situation where everyone involved, not named Dan Wilson, Jerry DiPoto, or Justin Hollander, are saying, you know what? I don't like it. So, Chris, since Grandma's not here, I'll let you start because I'm sure she has a comment, too, on the piggyback situation.
Yeah, honestly, I think the only piggyback my grandma's interested in is pork belly. Here's where I'll defend the piggyback situation because, look, it's not ideal. This is not what the Seattle Mariners want to be doing. I guarantee they don't want to be doing it. And they don't want to do the 6-man rotation. The pitchers hate it. We talked about it 2 weeks ago, right? That we, had the thing about how it affects their routine. Well, this is affecting a routine too, but in a different way. But here's how I'll defend it. The Mariners are going to need all 6 of these guys. They are absolutely going to need all 6 of these pitchers to be effective. And at some point, one of 2 things is going to happen. And I hope I'm wrong. One of these, and it's possible both can happen, by the way. One of these pitchers is going to get hurt, or Emerson Hancock's pumpkin is going to turn back, or a carriage is going to turn back into a pumpkin. There will be a pumpkin that happens. You need these guys to be on turn. You need these guys to be stretched out. Neither one is going to go to Tacoma. None of them are going to volunteer as tribute and go pitch in Tacoma. That's not going to happen. So you do need to have these guys stretched out. You do need to be prepared if Emerson Hancock does not actually end up being that option. You do want to showcase these guys as well. In particular, I would say I would be showcasing Bryce Miller because I don't think anyone's taking Luis Castillo's contract. This is the defense of it, though. And if you want to say, hey, why are we showcasing guys? Why are we talking about contracts? It should just be about winning as much as possible. Well, that's what this is all about, too. This is how I defend it. I don't think it's ideal. I don't think it's a long-term thing that's going to be tenable. But I can defend it from the point that you have to keep these 6 guys stretched out. This is the best way to keep those 6 guys stretched out. And ultimately, all of them are going to end up playing a factor for the Mariners if they are going to get to the World Series.
Nathan.
This is such a, we talked before we went on air, Ian, this is such a Jerry Dipoto era Mariners conundrum that we're here because on paper, I think it makes a lot of sense for a lot of the reasons that Chris is outlining. But the problem is the application of this theoretical, big-brained, mathematically correct concept, and how do we filter that down from the top down to the people that actually have to do it? And it's pretty clear, even though it's been largely effective, other than the absolute poop show that was the 9th inning last Tuesday against Chicago, that the pitchers aren't happy about it, and they're not happy about how it's been communicated to them. I wouldn't say that Bryce Miller came across as peeved yesterday, but just the fact that he basically sounded like he didn't even know what was going on until Sunday, and the game was on Tuesday. Like there's something getting lost in the communication here to these guys to make them okay. I don't know why Luis Castillo seemed so surprised that he was pulled yesterday after 5 innings of scoreless baseball if it had already been communicated to him that that's what the plan was going to be regardless going into the game. So I don't really have an issue with it as far as like, does this make sense? As Chris pointed out, for all of those reasons, also it gives the bullpen arms a break theoretically, one turn through the rotation at a time. I think there's some logical reasons to do this, but just like with the idea of trading Kendall Graveman for Abraham Toro the day after that big grand slam, the day that he talks about his mathematically correct 54% plan, these are ideas that make sense that are being communicated to the people that need to hear them in an ineffective way. It is a very classic Jerry Dipoto era issue as I see it.
Molly Watt Monday brought to you by Simply Saddle, simplysaddle.com. All right, Chris, back to you. You've covered this sport for a long time. The thing I find interesting, unique, well, I'm confused, I guess, about is this. As I sit here at Seahawks today, OTAs, we're going to compete. We're going to compete. We don't care who you are. We're going to compete. And listen, every coach says that in the NFL. I get it. Russell Wilson never had to compete for his job when he was a starting quarterback here. Hell, Geno Smith didn't even compete when he took over for Russell Wilson with Drew Lock. It was never a competition. But there are like Anthony Bradford at right guard. He is going to have to compete for that right guard spot. And at the end of the day in the NFL, the one thing that's for the most part happens is the best player goes on the field, whether you're a first-round pick or an undrafted free agent. The thing I find strange, Chris, about this is that it seems like there's this emphasis on worrying about guys' feelings. Luis Castillo, you're a bullpen guy now for a while. You're gonna be stretched out. We don't want to admit that. Or Bryce, you're upset because you were the second guy this time, or the first guy the first time. Whatever it is, it feels like in pro sports we don't really usually care about feelings. Hell, league of our own. There's no crying in baseball, right? I mean, but there certainly seems to be some here. And yet, Chris, it looks to me from the outside looking in, it works. Like both guys have been effective in their roles, no matter who was a starter. And the run scored tells you the story you need to know.
Yeah. And the weird part about this is usually if a team has a piggyback or a bulk pitcher or some LMNOP thing that that team makes up that they're just throwing out nonsense, it's usually because, hey, we don't feel comfortable in this starter going through the lineup more than a couple of times. And it's not really that, the situation. It's really about finding a way to have these 6 guys pitch in a role. It's normally an effective thing. And you can argue how effective Luis Castillo has been, but I think he's looked really good. And I think you made a really good point that Castillo, his last 3 times out, has looked like the version of Luis Castillo that we expected for the most part. Like, it's easy to forget because that 9th inning, and that's not on Luis Castillo. That is on the manager of the Seattle Mariners and the people who put that plan in play more than Luis Castillo. But that first inning when Luis Castillo came in was as good as I've seen Luis Castillo in a very long time, where he strikes out the side. You forget about it, of course, because ultimately in the 9th inning, we get that just fecal coliform of an inning. But like, it's a really weird situation. And you want to keep these guys happy, right? Like, it shouldn't be that difficult to keep Major League Baseball players happy, but you do want Bryce Miller to be comfortable in his role. Luis Castillo, and by the way, I got to correct Nathan. It's not his fault. He's just too smart sometimes for his own good. It was 4 shutout innings for Luis Castillo, and then Bryce Miller throws to 5. And the reason I bring that up is, doesn't Luis Castillo deserve the chance to pitch in the 5th inning and get a freaking win? Like, that's not fair. And you can talk to me all you want about how wins aren't predictive long-term, and they're not. But like, that's a terrible situation. Luis Castillo wants that win. Major League Baseball players are well aware of their statistics. I thought it was kind of egregious that they didn't have him finish the 5th and then bring Bryce Miller in for those last 4 innings in an absolute blowout of a game. It's just a really weird situation. It's a compliment to the depth they have. And oh, by the way, Kate Anderson still dominating in Double-A right now. It's just going to be, and the concern I have is, do they have the right manager to pull this off? Do they have the right guy who can balance this, not just from a clubhouse standpoint, which we think Dan Wilson's very good at, but also on the field, because he handled it about as poorly as possible, whether he was told this had to happen or not. He handled it poorly. He did not make the adjustment. Yesterday, he didn't have to make an adjustment because the Sacramento United Arab Athletics were just that bad. But I'm really concerned about whether or not they have the right people to make this decision actually work.
I mean, I think we know the answer to that question, but I'm not going to belabor it. I was just going to bring up the idea that just something to consider is from the player's perspective, Ian, because you were talking about, and I understand the idea of in football, hockey, and a lot of sports, the idea is, hey, was that whatever's best for the team, blah, blah, blah. That mindset of next man up, best guy gets on the field, all that stuff. I'm just thinking through, I understand baseball could be entering a labor turmoil, and we don't really know what the labor situation is going to look like. The CBA will look like after the next labor agreement comes into play. But for a guy like Bryce Miller, who's theoretically under the current agreement going to be entering arbitration fairly soon, the Mariners are going to argue against paying him an amount of money, at least in part based on the number of games that he has started. And they're the reason that he didn't start yesterday. So how do you think that that's going to sit with Bryce Miller when he's like, you're taking money out of my hand by saying that I can't start this game when I'm one of the best 5 starting pitchers on this team? So I get this. It's a delicate situation. Like, and I have another buddy who, Colin O'Keefe, who writes a really nice newsletter about the team. What the Mariners are asking the players to do is to put the organizational best interest ahead of their own personal interests, with the goal of winning at the expense of everything else. And when they're not seeing that being modeled from the top and upper levels of the organization, that's a big ask of these guys. So that's all I would say about that.
I think it ties into what Chris said, though, with Castillo not getting the chance to get the win. Like, yeah.
listen, I'm the guy that just made the comparison to football out here at Seahawks at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, but it's also an unfair comparison because, Chris, right, there's no sport that is more individual stats dependent on evaluating a player than baseball. There, yes, PFF, for whatever it's worth these days, which is next to nothing, has the underlying stats and the grades for players in the NFL. But really, at the end of the day, like, hey, was Abe Lucas and Charles Cross, were they okay? Yeah, they prevented a couple sacks and they did this, but it's, hey, you know what? The running back ran for 150 yards, but really it was it's just different. In baseball, wins do matter to starting pitchers, whether it's a great evaluation or not, whether we never see another 300-game winner or not. It still matters to the starting pitcher. Starts, as Nathan said, Chris, right? That matters in terms of when you get arbitrate. Well, you didn't start enough games, well, because you were hurt. No, because you had me not start, right? So I can understand, Chris and Nate, and Chris, I'll just go to you, wrap up this segment. I can understand that thinking along the way.
Yeah, and it's not just a mental thing. Baseball literally has an arbitration system that is based on this stuff. Like, it's not just like, hey, this is my internal monologue. This is literally, there's going to be a judge that determines whether or not I get this amount of money compared to this amount of money. That matters. That's absolutely, and we'll see what happens with the how this actual salary cap league, which will probably happen, and I hate it, but we'll see how it works from there. But this is not just woe is me type of thing. This is literally, this determines my paycheck next year type of thing. And I don't blame the player for being upset about that.
All right, let's do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back because there, like I said, no shortage of topics this week. There's a little thing called J.P. Crawford, third base shortstop, Colt Emerson. How about this? A little 4-for-4 day the other day, huh? Do we like seeing that or what? Let's get into that a little bit. And also, we'll wrap things up. Cal Raleigh is still in Arizona. He is just now beginning to do some light throwing, which makes you question, why did it take so long to put him on the injured list in the first place? How long is the big dumper going to be on the sidelines? So we'll get to all those topics next. It's Mollywop Monday. Nathan and Chris are here, brought to you by Simply Seattle, simplyseattle.com, Mollywop 15 to check out. More to come on 93.3 KJR FM.
KJR FM.
All right, here we go. Segment 2, Molly Wop Monday, brought to you by Simply Seattle, simplyseattle.com. Ian Furness with you, Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We'll get back to football a little bit later on in the show, but it's all about the Mariners right now on our Molly Wop Monday, brought to you by Simply Seattle on a Tuesday, thanks to the holiday yesterday. Chris and Nate are here. Let's get to it. Like no shortage, Chris. I mean, they just kind of handed it over, all the topics last week. We barely scratched the surface on the manager. By the way, I think we're approaching like 40,000 views on Instagram after the manager's rant last week by the two of you. So congratulations on that little viral moment. But let's talk about J.P. Crawford, Chris. You mentioned in the first segment, the defense of this team is abysmal. And with a couple, very few exceptions, it's just not good. And J.P. Crawford, seeing maybe the writing on the wall, goes to Dan Wilson. His agent goes to Justin Hollander and says, "I'm willing to move to third base." What's your read on that whole situation?
Well, it's funny you mentioned viral, by the way, because when I was hosting for you, I had a nice viral moment of talking about J.P. Crawford's defense. Then that reel has about 50,000 views now. So that's an awful lot of fun, except for the fact that some people haven't been very nice. And I just have to say something real quick. It's a hemangioma. The thing on the side of my face is a hemangioma. It's not a cyst. It's not my conjoined twin. It's nothing gross. It's just something I've always had. Please be nicer about it. Okay. J.P. Crawford is a very bad defensive player and one of the worst defensive players in all of Major League Baseball. And while I think that he has earned the right to decide some stuff, I think the idea that he is being some noble swordsman being able to move to third base is kind of asinine, because it's a thing that it's helping the Seattle Mariners because you get Colt Emerson in the right position, but it's not like Colt Emerson is making this move. It's not David Robinson being willing to play the power forward to let Tim Duncan play center, or vice versa. There's nothing like that that's happening here. J.P. Crawford should move off that position because he plays better at third base because he doesn't have to move as much. This is not some noble thing. And another thing, and I'm sorry, this idea that it's injuries. He's playing through injuries. Dude has been one of the worst defensive infielders for the past half decade. This is not, it's just this year. It's just this year, guys. We gotta take the track record. Okay. Track record of being in the bottom 5 percentile of outs above average. And I believe 3 of the last 4 years. I think the move to third base can work. There's some concerns about the arm strength, but I will say that you can change that a little bit by shortening up some throws, like by playing him a little closer in. It puts a lot of pressure on Emerson. But there's this idea that J.P. Crawford's moving to third base because, it's just a chance to get a great shortstop in there. No, it's a chance to move the worst player at that position to a place where he can't hurt you as much. I love J.P. Crawford. I'm super appreciative of the career he's had. Has one of the biggest hits in Seattle Mariner history in that Game 3. I mean, it wasn't pretty, but hey, it's a bases clearing double that ends up tying that baseball game in Toronto. I'm very appreciative of him. But this idea that him moving to third base is some noble thing instead of something that is just borderline flipping necessary. And honestly, Anders and I talked about it. He should be a utility infielder or the designated hitter. He can still provide value at the bat, but he's a really bad defensive player.
Real quick, Nate, before I let you jump in, in my point, when I kind of was giving him a little kudos last week, one of the things I thought was, we just talked about in the first segment, like you see Castillo's reaction yesterday. Like I think,
sure,
especially with how loyal these guys are, the reason I would give him credit is this, Chris, is that he could be disruptive. And the way that organization works with the infield coach has a lot of juice, and that's his guy. It could have become a disruption. So I do give him some kudos for not allowing that to happen. Seeing the writing on the wall and not allowing that to happen. That's the only thing I would say in regards to that. But yeah, but Chris, he's got a great fielding percentage. I'll just let you laugh for that for a second. I'll stop. Nathan, go ahead.
Man, I am going to try to be nice. I guess. I actually I think one of the big things that kind of the average baseball fan does that kind of annoys me is overreact to lineups on a daily basis. There's 162 baseball games, and if you're going to get bent out of shape about who's leading off or who's batting third on any given day, like whatever, there's 162 games. I say that to say that I loudly said a word that I can't say on air yesterday when I saw the Mariners put JP Crawford at shortstop, because every single game that they do that, this is a team fighting for its playoff lives, and one loss, as we've seen in 2023 and 2024, could be the difference between the playoffs and staying at home. The man, I'm willing to buy that there's something going on with his shoulder medically, and that's fine. That's not saying that JP is doing something wrong, that he's morally bad, that he's like a bad person or whatever. He cannot throw the baseball to the first baseman anywhere close to it. Every single ground ball that he gets out there is a potential disaster waiting to happen. And that sucks for him, but it's really unfair to the rest of this team to keep putting him in that position for any reason. Is there a chance that it's better at third base? I guess, although he has, by like the metrics, the weakest throwing arm of any shortstop in baseball right now. He has not yet, or at least he hadn't as of last week, thrown a single ball more than 80 miles an hour across the diamond. It's a disaster, man. And this has nothing to do with Colt Emerson. Put Leo Rivas out there. Put anything that you can find out there who can field a ground ball and throw it to first, because I'm sorry, those throws are throws that college and high school guys are going to feel bad about. It's bad. And if his arm is that messed up that he can't do it, they need to stop putting him into that position, because it's not fair to him and it's not fair to the team. And credit to JP for being willing to move off the position and all that. But I can't suffer this anymore, man. It's like some of the worst defense day in and day out this organization has ever seen. I've seen Raul Ibanez throw a lawn dart 5 feet in front of his face. I've seen Dylan Moore throw a ball to home plate where nobody was at it. I've seen Yunieski Betancourt. That's the measuring stick we're talking about here. And we're like not clearing that. So the team needs to change that situation. Otherwise, they're just being unserious about trying to win as many baseball games as they possibly can. And that's not trying to say anything negative about JP as a person or as a player or his legacy in Seattle. Right now, for the 2026 Mariners, this just needs to stop, man. I can't watch it anymore.
We just had a Yunieski Betancourt reference, Chris. That was the first one on this show in a long time. I do appreciate that.
I'm shocked I didn't hear Russ Davis. That's what
he signed a ball for me at Walmart in East Bremerton in 1999, I think, and he was really polite to me. So
Good for him.
Yeah,
Jose,
nice guy.
you didn't mention Rosarena in left field either, which I think we could, but we'll stay away from that right now. We don't have time to get into that. I just saw Chris's reaction. We don't even have time. Chris, what does this mean for Brendan Donovan?
This is going to be really interesting, guys, because like you're not moving Colt Young off of second base. Colt Emerson has been far too good to suggest that he's going back to the minors, and I want that guy in the lineup as often as possible. And JP Crawford's provided some offensive value. He homered yesterday too. I guess you just turn him into the Ben Zobrist and you just have him play every day somewhere, like some DH, some third base. Maybe you give Cole Young a day off. Maybe
can I interest you in a piggyback situation, Chris?
Yeah. We could have them play 4 innings and then have them 4 innings. Yeah, that's.
We're playing JV baseball. Okay, cool. Everybody gets to play. Perfect. I love it.
But it's really tough, and it makes you wonder if there's going to have to be a move of some sort to open up some playing time for these guys, because it's not even really a compliment. It's not like, oh, they're just so loaded. It's just that they are so good enough to play, but so inherently flawed that it just doesn't really mix. I don't know what you do.
It is real quick, Chris, before we go. Can Donovan, first of all, the health is an issue, obviously. He hasn't been healthy at all this year. If he were to ever be healthy, and we don't know what his health status is, but if he were to ever be healthy, how good is he in the corner outfield?
I don't think he's any worse than Luke Raley or Dom Canzone or Randy Rosarena. But again, this is not a compliment. Like, this is just
short
like
person. Okay.
The bar is so low. He'd be fine there. But my concern would be the dude is dealing with a groin injury that has already flared up on him a couple of times. How's that going to work out running in the outfield? Like, I don't know if that's going to be tenable. This is such a weird roster, and I don't know if it is I I don't know. I really
They're so
don't.
bad at defense. I can't stop laughing as you're listing off all of these guys. It's just so funny how bad they are at defense.
All right,
I'm sorry.
let me wrap it up with this real quick, guys. Instead of saying what are they going to do this week, they want to know already. 2 more with Oakland or Sacramento, A's, whatever they are these days. Then Arizona. When we reconvene next, will this team, Chris, be in first place?
I think so. And it's, again, not so much a compliment to that, but the Sun Belt Conference that is the American League West. I think that the Seattle Mariners are still the best of those teams. I think they get a series win here. I think they get a series win in Arizona. And damning with faint praise, your Seattle Mariners will be in the playoff spot, baby.
Can I just throw out one hypothetical? Because we were talking if they win today and tomorrow, they're in first place. If they were to lose today and tomorrow and the Astros were to win a couple games, they'd be tied with the Houston Astros. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh,
the Sun Belt, is that what you called it? The Sun Belt Conference? I take exception
That's
to
a
that.
pretty good reference.
I take exception
I like
to
the
that.
comp.
My son's girlfriend was the player of the week in the Sun Belt last year. That's a good comp.
There's nothing wrong with the Sun Belt Conference if you live in the Sun Belt area. Like, I get that.
Good point. Point taken.
But,
Chris, Mile Y.
Yeah, YouTube, Mile Y. Please check it out. It's recapping every single Seattle Mariner game. Really appreciate it.
And Roto World as well. All right, Nathan, we'll talk to you next week, sir.
Absolutely. And if you go to Simply Seattle today and anything's out of stock, that's because my family and I bought everything in that store over the weekend. So thank you to them.
Molly Watt 15 at checkout for your discount. Check it out there. We'll talk more about that next week. We'll check back in with the Seahawks OTAs on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
Montour off the bench. Score!
On your home for the Kraken, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say?
The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, we'll do a quick daily power play. Then, Anders, I'm going to transition to some other stuff here this segment before we get to John Lund at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock.
Alrighty.
Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Game tonight, Vegas and the Colorado Avalanche. Colorado down 3-0.
Both Bakar and McKinnon banged up.
That's not good for the President's Trophy winners, which means they had the best regular season record. That has also been a curse, by the way.
Yeah.
Being the President's Trophy winners.
Did they just expose is not the right word. Exert too much during the regular season to get that President's Trophy, and now they're just falling apart?
No, because they did it running away.
Yeah.
I think what happened is Makar was hurt at the start of the series.
Yeah.
And missed the first 2 games. And McKinnon played a good chunk of the game the other night.
Yeah,
it's not
but
like he didn't play.
look right.
No, but I mean when he got hurt,
Yeah.
it was during the game.
Yeah.
So he was, they had a 3-0 lead and they blew it.
Right.
That's a Colorado problem. That's
it should be
nothing else.
2-1 right now. Yeah.
Should be a 2-1 series. But the best team in the league is about to get knocked out by everyone's favorite, the Vegas Golden Knights. 3-0. Only 5 teams in league history have won a playoff round after being down 3-0. The last one, 2014, the Kings over the Sharks. Kings went on to win the Stanley Cup final. Last night, Montreal losing at home in overtime to the Carolina Hurricanes. Montreal had 12 shots on goal. Anders, that's not good.
No, it's not. It's what Carolina does to teams, though, man. They just suffocate you.
I saw a funny thing. I think ESPN has this game tonight. ESPN had the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA, and they had the Western Conference Finals. They have the Western Conference
they're going to get all the
Finals in
sweeps.
ESPN's going to be handed 2 sweeps in the NBA and NHL playoffs.
Oh, it's so funny.
Who
has the finals? Who has the Stanley Cup Finals? Is it at TNT? I want to say it is.
I think so. It could be ESPN ABC. Because the first year of the NBA Finals, would it be NBC this year? I'm not sure. Don't know.
Good question.
Good question. All I know is, and the bad thing is, like with the Knicks getting the sweep, and if Vegas wins tonight and they get the sweep, that costs ESPN a ton of money.
A lot of money.
You're expecting to at least get 6 games out of those types of series, and to get 4,
yeah,
not good. Looks good on ESPN. All right. One other quick thing in the Daily Power Play in the Memorial Cup up in Kelowna. WHL champion Everett Silvertips got boat race last night. The Fighting Mike Bettons got smacked around by Kitchener, by the Kitchener Rangers of the Ontario Hockey League, eh?
Hey.
So that series, that tournament continues. They're trying to become the first U.S. team to win since Spokane did it about 20 years ago. So, all right, let's move on from the Daily Power Play brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, your official Daily Power Play sponsor. Issaquah Honda Kubota, just off of I-90 there in Issaquah. A couple things I want to hit on here real quick before we get to John Lund, top of the hour. There's a pitching change tonight for the Mariners, right? For the A's. Are they going to lefty tonight? Is that what I just saw?
Yeah, they just called up someone from AAA just to have a left-handed pitcher to throw against the Mariners. So it is quite funny how teams are treating the Mariners lineup and how different they are, because they are good against right-handed pitching. They're one of the best teams in the league against right-handed pitching. It's just they're so bad against lefties that they're willing to push back the guy they paid $20+ million a year for in Luis Severino to tomorrow. And just to throw in a left-handed, we'll see what happens, AAA starter against the Mariners.
Wow. Like the kryptonite is easy to spot.
So easy to spot.
It's like okay, we're gonna go. Like now, let's be fair. They're bringing up a AAA guy,
right?
For a team that has god-awful starting pitcher at the major league level, I can't imagine the AAA guy's any good.
Gage Jump is his name. That is a real name.
Gage Jump?
Gage Jump.
That might be the coolest name I've ever heard. that could be as cool a name as I've ever heard.
He'll look cool tonight going against Rob Refsnyder and Patrick Wisdom. I'm telling you, Ian.
You know what's weird? I don't hate wisdom.
Yeah, I shouldn't say that because he probably won't start because it'll be Emerson and JP. Maybe he'll play DH, but we'll see.
Well, now they got to sit there and probably redo their lineup, right?
Yeah,
it hasn't been announced, but they got to figure out. The other thing I wanted to mention, this is a rather interesting story coming out of the NCAA. I was just talking to somebody during the break as I was kind of peeking in and out and watching the Seahawks OTAs out there, or at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today. The NCAA denied Texas Tech quarterback Brandon Sorsby's request for reinstatement for the 2026 season.
Right.
If you remember, Sorsby, highly sought after transfer quarterback. Texas Tech brings him in. Then they find out that the dude's got a gambling problem. Actually, he just finished an inpatient rehab for gambling addiction in Arizona. He bet on NCAA games, his own teams, even though he wasn't playing at the time. And that's a no-no.
Big time no-no.
That's a no-no. So the NCAA has denied that. Here's the issue, though. The next step in this is he's got a court date June 1st in Lubbock County. So what do the courts say? There's still a feeling that before he goes into the NFL, what would it be called? The supplemental draft.
Supplemental draft.
That if he doesn't, before he gets to that point, he will have an opportunity with, depending on what the courts say, and not the NCAA, the courts may force him to be reinstated. That, again, is June 1st. So it's, the NCAAs are pretty straightforward, like you would think. But at the same time, the NCAA is one of the softest organizations in the world, so you can probably, if the courts tell you one thing, then maybe he ends up doing it. He's probably going to end up having to go to the supplemental draft.
Yeah.
He wants to stay in NCAA football because Texas Tech was going to pay him a bunch of money, a hell of a lot more than he would make going into supplemental draft, depending on where he ended up getting picked.
Right? As someone who follows college football closer than I do, if he had just played out his regular season normally this next year, where would he have gone in the draft next year?
Pretty good feeling he would have been fairly high. Like
first round pick?
Possibly, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, I also say that with this. 1 year ago, we were talking about Cade Klubnik and others being first round picks. And
Drew Aller.
Drew Aller.
Yeah.
I mean, all those guys that didn't go anywhere near that this year, right?
True.
So,
True.
I mean, Ty Simpson somehow snuck into the first round, which still makes no sense to anybody. But yeah, no, he's one of those guys that needed to have a year at Texas Tech, and if he did, then he could make a ton of money. He won't make as much money playing in the NFL as a supplemental pick because he won't be. No one's going to waste a first round pick on him, I don't think.
Right.
So because of that, he would have made more money. That's why he wants to do it. It's also a cautionary tale that when you go out there and you're plucking these guys out of the portal, right, and you're just grabbing guys that you have no history with,
never know what can happen.
Never know what can, and not to say that Indiana knew he's had a gambling problem, but like you have no idea what these guys are about or what their history is or what demons may be hiding in their closet, what skeletons may be hiding in their closet.
Right.
And now Texas Tech, and I think it's hilarious myself, they're screwed.
Yeah.
Like they were leaning, they invest all this money in a roster. I mean, everybody knows Texas Tech's got a ton of money, right? They got a ton of money.
Right.
Oil money.
They invest all this money in a roster and specifically a quarterback, and now they're without him. I mean, that's, like I said, it's very, very much a cautionary tale to today's college sports. And the problem is you can't vet these guys. There's no vetting process because when people go in the portal, half the time they already know where they're going to go. But B, it's like a feeding frenzy. Guys are all over you, right? Yeah. So you can't waste time going, well, let me do some background research on it. Let me talk to some of your high school coaches and your teachers. No, you can't do any of that stuff. You just got to sign the guy on the spot.
Right.
And in this case, so he's out. So, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing. The SEC meetings, by the way, are taking place down in Florida, down in Destin, Florida. And there's a lot of talk about the 2014 playoffs. Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, still wants no part of it, mostly because I think he thinks he can cash in more with his SEC championship title game. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that too. So lots going on out there. Okay. We're expecting to have a Seahawk guest right around 2:25, 2:30. All right. So we'll hopefully get that coming up here a little bit later on. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. You might know him. Jess says he is confirmed.
He is. He's usually on the air until 1 p.m. But he is on the air until 2, so he'll be coming in hot.
Oh, John Lund, ladies and gentlemen. John Lund joining us, coming up next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light, Choose Chill. A little breaking news. It became official here about an hour ago. The U.S. men's national team for this year's FIFA World Cup has been announced. And officially, Christian Roldan is on the team from your Seattle Sounders. He will be part of the roster for consecutive World Cups. So good news for Christian Roldan. Bad news for his team. The Sounders did lose final game before the World Cup break, losing to LAFC on Sunday 1-0. 1-0. Mariners lost 2 out of 3 to the Royals over the weekend, but they took game 1 of the series versus the Athletics last night, winning 9-2 in Sacramento. Game 2 of the series tonight. Emerson Hancock versus a pitcher just called up from AAA baseball because he throws left-handed. And the Mariners don't like to hit left-handers. That's what I'm told.
Pretty funny.
Told me that earlier. Storm beat the Mystics on Sunday, moved to 3-4 in the season. They play the Mystics again tomorrow. Why not? A little home and home. Or actually, home series. NFL, Supreme Court refused to intervene in a discrimination lawsuit led by former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores against the NFL, allowing the case to proceed to trial. As we mentioned a moment ago, Brandon Sorsby, quarterback at Texas Tech, has been ruled ineligible by the NCAA again. There's still a court case and all that stuff, so it's far from over, but he could be headed to a supplemental draft. NBA, New York Knicks advanced to the NBA Finals, sweep of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Spurs and Thunder all knotted up at 2 games apiece. Game 5 is tonight in the Dust Bowl. NHL, Vegas takes a commanding 3-0 series lead against the Avalanche tonight in Game 4. Carolina took a 2-1 series lead over Montreal in the Eastern Conference Finals after an overtime win last night in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Let's move on to the 2 o'clock hour.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right. 49451. That is the text line number. Tacoma Dodge text line number. I was going to just check a couple texts here. So there's some people, and Len's going to join us in a minute. He's just getting off his national show, is what I'm told. We may or may not have time for text at the bottom of the hour, depending on Seahawk guest, which we're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, day 1 of open OTAs out here, so football practice is taking place. There are some people on the Tacoma Dodge text line that are upset with the Molly Whoppers. And the part I find interesting, and this is where I have to ask, are we a serious baseball town? Okay?
Fair question.
This is where I have to ask, are we serious about winning in baseball? The support or the pushback, the blowback that the boys are getting with the J.P. Crawford criticism, I find interesting, stunning, surprising, like somewhat disappointing as well. Let me just read this one, 206. Enough of your opinion on JP. He's a pro. He should be respected as a guy who's been reliable for years in that clubhouse. I think everyone respects him, don't they? Like, that's not a are people not respecting JP Crawford? Like, is that a problem?
I think just the criticism of his defense of late has been a topic of conversation.
But if you want to be like, the vitriol right now with the Mariner fans towards the organization for a team that's probably going to come out of this series in Sacramento in first place is somewhat strange because everyone's demanding excellence, but then they get upset when people criticize J.P. Crawford.
The double standards are pretty crazy, where everyone's super concerned about respecting a guy that's been around the game and the organization for a long time in J.P. Crawford, and then they're so quick to want to DFA Luis Castillo.
He's like, JP's a bad defensive player.
Awful.
I don't know how that is I mean, that's legit. It's a legit complaint.
At the most important position to play defense, by the way.
I think it helps if you have a good shortstop.
Yeah, I think so.
I could be wrong. Yeah. All right. Our guy standing by. Let's go.
Welcome to Ian's weekly visit with John Lund Unleashed. He's a Bay Area media icon who's known Ian for over 25 years. But don't let their age change your opinion of them. John takes you through the Bay Area and the NFC West and dukes it out with Ian over the Niners and the Hawks. So let's unleash it. Now with John Lund, here's Ian.
All right, he's here, fresh off the national show. Just finished a national show? Is that what I heard today?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they like me or anything, but I did a show that is last night from 8 to midnight. Talked to a lot of good people from Seattle. In fact, one guy was just on a complete rant about what the Mariners are doing, with their 4 innings and the 4 and fly kind of thing. And then this morning they had me on their show from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I'm like, you guys don't really even like me, but I think I've done radio in 8 of the last 16 hours, which for most people it's like, come on, man. People work hard. I get it. But when you yip yap and you have to keep your brain going for 8 of the next 16 hours and you get about 4 hours of sleep, it's, it can be challenging, especially for me because I got ADD. It's a problem.
Yeah. You got a lot of things going on. You do. I mean, it's not a criticism. It's just the truth.
No, fact.
We're so. I'm sure you guys were this way when you were doing local stuff at KMBR in San Francisco. Yeah, so I get kind of the tunnel vision. Like we're sitting at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We're here at Seahawks OTAs, open OTAs. You miss open OTAs, don't you? Spring practice for football. You miss doing that with the 49ers?
You know what? This week I'm going to be down. I've been to the Niners a million times, but I'm actually doing the rest of the week for the Arizona sports station out here, and I'm going to the Cardinals. And they're trying to give me you're used to the Niners and this is what you have to say and you have to be nice and because they stink. I mean, they're just absolutely atrocious. Not that I want to get into a conversation about them. I don't, because I don't want to lose listeners for you, but it's going to be interesting because you and I are very much the same. And so I'm pretty direct and that's the kind of questions, but they're giving me this thing of you kind of got to do this and massage that. And I'm like, why? Why do you got to do that?
Yeah,
so we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Probably my last time that I'll ever be on any of their shows.
I'm going to get back to the NFC West in a second. I bring up the tunnel vision because we're out here and we're always just uber local, like you probably were too. What's the national? Yep. Are the Knicks the thing today? Is everybody about the Knicks?
Oh, yeah, just everything's Knicks, and we have people on from New York on different shows and everything like that. And it's a neat story, but we all know this. This is how it works with sports fans. That's neat. You haven't been to the finals since '99. You haven't won it since '73. That's really, really cool. But I don't care about any of that. What I care about is how it's going to affect my life. And it's if the Knicks win a championship, it's just not that I watch ESPN as religiously as I used to, but can you imagine Screaming A and all? I mean, they're halfway where Bristol is halfway between New York and Boston. And it's going to be Knicks, 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 Knicks. Their 3 topics are going to be Knicks, 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 Dak Prescott, LeBron, Knicks. It's going to be unbearable.
Well, here's the thing,
Knicks win the championship.
In Seattle, unless the Spurs can take care of business and that series tied 2-2, we're all Knicks fans. We are all
massive Knicks fans.
We would have been Cavalier fans. We could have been 76er, Cavalier, Pistons. It didn't matter. We're fans of someone from the East. Unless the Spurs and Wemby get it done, then we really don't care at all. Then Then I
forgot about that's true.
Yeah. So
that's a good point. Anybody to beat OKC.
You're more of an NBA guy.
I think San Antonio will.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I think San Antonio will. Their second best player, Jalen Williams, is out. Oklahoma City, they got another guy, AJ Mitchell, it's out. I think injuries are going to do it. But you know what's happening is, and this happens in every sport, Victor Wembanyama is a really, really good player, and he's going to dominate the league for a long time, but he's not consistent with that fire where, again, you were there. I mean, when Jordan beat the Jazz, I remember going to press conferences, and every single one in the finals, it was the year Karl Malone got the MVP, and Jordan just wouldn't let it go. And he was like, well, Karl Malone's the MVP, not me. Karl Malone's the MVP, not me. And it pissed him off to such a level that he played with this ridiculous fire that he always did, but he always found a way to find it. And Wembanyama in game number 1 of this series scored 41 because he was mad about the MVP. And then in game 4, he played really, really well because he and the Thunder had kind of had it out. But in games 2 and 3, he was just okay and didn't play without fire. You got to find consistency in finding a way to be motivated to play at that level. Now, the playoffs should be enough, or the conference finals should be enough. But he's a young kid. But I'm not saying this to appease anybody. I think San Antonio is going to win the series because, number one, they're calling it a little bit differently. They got to stop the flop. I mean, the NBA is ridiculous. So they're changed that a little bit, but Oklahoma City's got some injuries, and I think San Antonio can take advantage of it. So there you go. I'm not just pandering because I'm on in Seattle.
Can Cat and company in New York, if it is them, can they take out Oklahoma City?
Well, to put it this way, they've won 11 straight games with a point differential of 262 points. So I get it. They haven't been playing the best teams. Atlanta's not great. Philly's not great. But think about that, man. You're beating teams by 25 points a game. So to say that they don't have a chance, I don't think you can say that regardless because they're playing really good basketball. So, yeah, I think they have a chance. Look, Oklahoma City would be favored in the finals, but I think San Antonio is going to take care of them. But, yeah, you can't – like all these people are saying the Knicks don't have a chance, and it's like, have you watched? Like they've won 11 in a row by an average of 25 points per game. Cleveland didn't stand a chance. They steamrolled them.
That's insane, too, like the way Cleveland came in there playing, too. Right? Like that was, I don't know, maybe the Knicks are that team of destiny. I've always tried to figure out, like you mentioned, like Screaming A and the rest of the ESPN folks, like, is it better or worse for the rest of the nation that teams from New York are good or relevant? I don't think it matters in the NFL. Like in the NFL, it doesn't matter at all. Like really, nobody.
I agree. Yeah.
Like the NFL matters so little with if the Jets or the Giants are good, and it's funny because the Cowboys matter more than those two teams, right? On the national scale, but in the NBA, it's probably better. I mean, think about it though. 99, the last time they're in the finals. 73, the last time they won. That the Knicks were relevant. The Rangers are usually pretty competitive, and they've won a Stanley Cup since the last time the Knicks won a title. But even I think it's better. The Yankees being good seems to be good for baseball, but I don't know. The New York part of it, I don't think it's quite as bad here as people in Canada will tell you about Toronto. Like everything in Toronto revolves around Toronto and the Maple Leafs. If you're north of the border,
right?
I don't think it's quite as bad here because I think, like I said, the Cowboys come into play, the Lakers and LeBron come into play. But maybe it is good for the Knicks to finally get back there.
Well, I just think from a business standpoint, it probably is because you're going to get more eyes, which means you can sell more to advertisers, things like that. I mean, I think from a standpoint of where we sit, which is fandom, I don't think it really much matters because we've got social media and all the different things. You don't have to be in a major market to be a star anymore, any of those kind of things that used to be relevant. It does matter to the advertisers, though, to the TV executives, to those kind of people. It matters because more people obviously are sitting in New York, so they're going to be more engaged on social media. They're going to watch more. They're going to, I've always thought this, and I'm a conspiracy theorist. I mean, the Knicks are going to play a small market team in San Antonio or Oklahoma City. I'm not saying that series was fixed against Cleveland because it wasn't. New York just dominated them. But there's been times in the past where you're thinking, there's a small market team and they're playing a big market team. That it never seems to be that it's two small market teams. They just much rather have it like that, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. John Lund joining us. All right. So I'm out here. I was talking to a couple of guys who are watching in the commercials here, watching some of the OTAs with the Seahawks. And someone said, like, what do you think? What do they need to do to get back? And I go, well, on paper, you would say they're probably as good as they were last year. They replaced the running back. They replaced the cornerback. And then some. They replaced the safety, and they already had a starter probably in Ty Okada. You go through the list. Guys are better. You got the reigning offensive player of the year. But just go through the list. I mean, Seattle, I don't think in any way, shape, or form has taken a step back. But I mentioned to this, as we're talking, a few of us out here, like, the problem is your division. Think about this. Like, you were just talking about Arizona. Imagine being Arizona this year. Like, you have no chance. Like, no chance. Like, yeah, right?
They honestly are. Their biggest goal is to see if Carson Beck can play, and if he can't, then that's fine. Then they'll just pick, Arch Manning or Dante Moore at number one. I mean, they're already the NBA is so worried about tanking. The Jets and the Cardinals play on December 20th. That's like the toilet bowl. Like, that's who's going to get the number one pick. So they're already relegated. I mean, why would he even try? Look at these guys. Like you said, San Francisco had an amazing offseason. There is absolute debate. I'm sure in Seattle people don't feel this way, but when you go out and you get Trent McDuffie, and you say, okay, we're going to take care of those corners. I think
and
they did
Watson.
Seattle.
Yeah,
they got two.
They got two.
Right.
They just took the two best corners from Kansas City and said, "Here you go. We're better."
I think the Rams did everybody a favor in the division by going out and getting Ty Simpson, who, number one, I don't even think is a very good quarterback, but number two, that they didn't take Mekhi Lemon or an edge rusher or, somebody like that who could contribute to their team right now, because the Rams are, we saw it last year. I mean, they're the only team that could solve Seattle's defense, and they'll probably continue to do those kind of things. So to me, it comes down to those two teams, but I wouldn't forget about San Francisco because I've heard reports that George Kittle's doing just fine. I mean, he was at Bottle Rock, which is one of the best concerts around up in Napa, and he's chugging beers, and he's, I'm not saying he's going to be George Kittle by the beginning of the season. By the way, even if you hate George Kittle, he's awesome. I mean, I get it. You hate the Niners, but he's awesome. I mean,
George
Kittle
guy. No, Johnny, here's the thing. George Kittle's one of those guys that You watch him. You hate him when he plays against your team. But then there's that level of, God, I wish he played for us. Right? It'd be
completely.
Right?
Well, and plus, wasn't there rumors that he was going to be like that they were going to take him and all that kind of stuff because he's at. If you don't know what Bottle Rock is, it's this huge concert, big festival up in Napa, and it's a 3-day thing. And most people, it's like you buy the big time tickets, and so you don't have to deal with the riffraff like me. And so he's walking down this area that's just kind of cut off. And all these people are screaming at him and everything like that. And he grabs a couple of beers and he just chugs them like back to back. And everybody's chugging with him. They're patting him on the back. He's high-fiving. Like, he's just a man of the people. He's just like, people want me to chug beers, I'll chug beers. Like, no problem.
I'm just going back. He was a 5th-round pick? Is that right?
5th-round pick, yeah. 5th round. Wow. Isn't that crazy? Wow. I mean, and by the second year in the league, he was the best tight end in the league. Like, that's the craziness about scouting in the NFL is like, we think there's this exact science. George Kittle gets taken in the 5th round. And by the second year in the league, he's, because he caught like 34 balls at Iowa. Like everybody just blocks at Iowa. But look at the tight ends that have come out of Iowa, man. Hawkinson came, a bunch of them. Really good ones. Laporta, Detroit. Crazy.
Well, he was the 2nd pick in the 5th round. So, I mean, but still, let's see. Who did Seattle take before that? Just to see.
You're not going to like it, I'm sure.
I doubt. Hell, San Francisco took Joe Williams before it in the 4th round, running back. Never even played in the league, for God's sakes, right?
Awful. Yeah, he had issues. I got issues. He had issues.
Tedrick Thompson in the 4th round was a Seahawks pick that year.
Talk about an inexact science.
3rd round pick.
John Schneider.
Third round pick for Seattle in the 2017 draft. Probably what would this be, about 40 picks before Kittle went. Amara Darboh, wide receiver out of Michigan.
That was during like the dark years of Seahawks drafts.
That was and Andrews, you're right. That was during a time in which I don't know what. I think at that point, Schneider, he was just like, whatever, brother. We won a Super Bowl. We're pretty good. And we're just, they mailed in a few draft years along the way. They got kind of cute.
That's
right?
an awful pick, though. Did that kid he got cut his like 2nd year, didn't he? I mean, he was
Darboh? Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
This is what hurts. Yeah. When the 2017 draft, Andrews, you remember the 2017 first pick Seattle had?
Malik McDowell.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Right before some guy named Buda Baker. Was he any good?
Yeah, I think he's still good.
And the hits keep on coming. My God.
Listen, I say all that. I'm sitting here inside the Seahawks facility, and I'm thinking, well, wait a second. The guy we're just kind of having fun with, and John Schneider, he's built 2 Super Bowl champions since 2012. Well, that's not bad. Or 2010, I should say.
It just tells you what the science is. Wait, did they ever put him on your show? You need to bring that up. Say, because you could joke about it now.
Yeah.
But man, that is painful. That's a painful draft.
I don't know if I would have him on after that, though. That's the problem. That might be it depends.
And that Furness guy can never come back here again.
Yeah, it's. I got to be. These guys are great, man. They helped me get set up today. We had some technical problems. They came in. They got wires going like this. Know me. I may not be the smartest guy with the technology, John. If you could imagine that. And so
remove the may.
Anyway,
that's not what we're supposed to do. When they ask us to do tech stuff, it's like, come on, man. I got a special skill set, as Liam Neeson said one time. I have a special skill set, and it's not technical. Okay? I can yap at a microphone. That's my thing. That's all I can do.
A special set of Well, but I bring that up. We're watching special set of skills. One of them's watching football practice in the spring. By the way, it feels like November here. By the way. Like it feels, it feels like November here, so it's crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. So, but I just think as you're going through these things, and this is the big thing. I don't know how it was with Shanahan here in Seattle.
Yeah.
They like the participation is amazing. Like in these things, these, and this is probably the difference I think, John, between now and the end, like the Legion of Boom era in Seattle. And I don't know how it was with the 49ers when in these types of things, but like there'd be dudes that wouldn't be here. Like, and guys that probably should be here, wouldn't be here. I walking out here in a commercial a minute ago, I'm watching some guy catching passes. JSN are his initials. He's an offensive player of the year. He's whatever.
Yeah,
I'm out here. I'm OTAs
in the
rain. In the rain in Seattle, I'm doing OTAs in May right now as the reigning offensive player of the year. Like, everyone's here. It's amazing what they've done.
You know, that is amazing because you know this as well as anybody. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, there's no way because they called them optional. And now these teams are like, look, they're not optional. And then when teams get really good, and this becomes the disease of me, is that you're not coming. Like, I'm the offensive player of the year, man. That's for guys who are up and coming. That's for, Torrey Horton, who's coming back from an injury or whatever. Those are the guys that need to work. I don't need to work, man. I'm going to chill. I'm going to go on the circuit, and I'm going to do this and that. Teams didn't do that. But the best teams that you're seeing, the best teams are doing that. Because these guys are like JSN, for example, is a leader. And it's like, look, if I'm here, who has an excuse to not be here if JSN's there?
That's 100% it. Yep. If he's here, why is how are guys like Bosa and Kittle?
Oh, they're the best. I mean, honestly, again, I know that people don't like him. Kittle's at all of those. Here's the weird thing about he just loves football. He's a freak. Now, Bosa's different. He trains with his brother down in Florida, and they have a whole set, and he never comes to OTAs. But he's always in amazing shape, and he just lives and breathes football. I mean, he's a complete football meathead. Like, so he's not coming, but he's down in Florida, and he's training. So they don't have to worry about guys like that. That's a little bit different of a story. But, yeah, the veterans through this whole process of the Niners and the Seahawks and having this big rivalry every single time. Christian McCaffrey, for example. Christian McCaffrey is at all of these. Brock Purdy is at all of these, like all these guys. And that's what the good teams do. The teams who have issues, I'll give you a great example right now. Arizona, Jacoby Brissett's not there. Their quarterback, he stinks, but he's not there. And Josh Sweat, who was their best defensive player last year, is not there. So that's the Cardinals. They don't win any games. Well, gee, I wonder why that is. It's from start to finish, man. And these guys now realize that the season doesn't start when training camp starts, and they want these guys to be here to set examples. The coaches ask for it, and these things are no longer optional. And so that's why they put the big bonus. That they put the big bonus structures in there. If you'll come here and train and go to all the OTAs, we'll give you more money. That's how they've done it.
It's insane. But good teams have that kind of guy, that they have that guy showing up like that, right? That's what good teams have. Hell, Devin Witherspoon's trying to work on a new contract. He's out here. I mean, and I think it also talks about the culture you have too, right? Like what kind of culture you have in it. And I think that's the problem in this division is everyone has that same type of culture. All right, John, I'm going to let you go because I got a Seahawks Super Bowl champion coming in right now. So as much
bad excuse, terrible excuse, but okay. I understand.
Listen, nobody wants to hear you, and I can talk to a starting safety on a Super Bowl championship team. All right, that's all I know. Hey, I'll talk to you next week. Though. Thanks, buddy. All right, see you. That's John Lund joining us here as weekly visit. Ian Furness with you at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Joining me right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hot. Not even the Beacon. He's here. He's just hanging out today. Ty Okada, Seahawks safety, is with us. What's going on, man? How are you?
No, I'm doing great. Appreciate you having me on. How are you doing?
I'm good. I appreciate you coming over here. I was just talking to the guy that covers the 49ers, so, I didn't want to deal with him too much longer because...
No, absolutely not. This sounds a lot better.
Yeah, it's way better. How are you, man? I'm looking out there. It felt like November.
Oh, yeah.
It's raining and drizzle.
Rain, sleet, snow. We're out there getting the work in. So that was fun, battling adversity early.
I love it. Ty Okada here, one of the great stories of the Seahawks season last year. And one of the great – I went back. I was looking at your bio when I knew you were coming in here. And I'm going to try to count this up live on the air for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, at least 20. I want to keep counting. 20 transactions in your career.
Yeah.
20 transactions.
Yeah. I joke with people like I know the ins and outs of everything, how the elevations work, how the practice squad, active roster, cut. I know way more than I want to know at this point.
When the final horn sounded last year and you guys were Super Bowl champions, for a guy that in his fourth season from Montana State, shout out to Bozeman, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Not the other place.
No, not at all. We don't need to mention that.
No. For a guy,
national champion, Montana State Bobcats.
Thank you very much. When that final horn sounded, what did it mean to you personally, knowing that, as I mentioned, 20 transactions plus, undrafted free agent, all those things, you were a Super Bowl champion?
Yeah, I think the first word that comes to mind is gratitude. I've got a phenomenal support system. My fiance, Anna, my family, my parents, my brother, my teammates. So honestly, just the word that comes to mind is gratitude. just taking, I think a lot of guys would say we just took last season one step at a time. And by the time that last whistle blew, it really did just feel right. It felt like we really did take every single step necessary to make that come to fruition. And so just a whole lot of gratitude. And I think that just was icing on the cake for us last season.
Ty, I was talking to a couple guys out there. We were watching a little bit of OTAs, guys that covered the team like me for a long time. And we were talking about kind of the first go round when Pete's team won the Super Bowl, and when you kind of felt like, wow, this thing's on the up and come, right? This is they're on the verge of something. And we talked about it was the playoff loss in Atlanta in 2012, 2013, but the 2012 season, it's like there's something here. If I go back 1 year ago, you came off a season, the team didn't go to the playoffs, second year with Mike McDonald, but 1 year ago at OTAs, did you feel something different, special with this group, or did it take a while into the season before you said, hey, we really have something here?
I think for us, and this is how we operated all season, I think that's what made, last year's team so special, is we really didn't focus on that. We really were just focusing on, and I know it sounds cliche, like, oh, we were taking it one step at a time, yada, 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 but it was really just like, we felt good about how we ended the season prior, especially how our defense came along and having a full year under Coach Mike's system. So I'd be lying if I said, we weren't feeling like we had some building blocks there, but at the same time, it was like, what are we going to do with it? And so OTAs, we came in, everybody just had the right mentality, and it was like each day, we're going to give it our best and just leave the result to itself. Like, we're going to go about our process and approach each day the way we need to, and the results are going to take care of itself. And then from there, I feel like as the season progressed, we kind of could start feeling that build. But really, it was ultimately like, hey, back to ground zero every single week. Like, this is what we need to do to take care of this week. And so just not really, being able to put the result to the side and go about our process, I think, is what made it so special.
Tyler Cotto with us. I think one of the things, too, that I look back, and I've known him since he was a rookie out of Alabama. We've done a ton of things over the years with Jaron Reed. And he sat here in this spot during OTAs last year, and I said to him, I go, well, why are you here? Because, like, for so long we've watched these OTAs with football, and it's like, guys, they're not mandatory. Minicamp is. But I said, why are you here? And he says, because this is how it works. Under Coach McDonald, this is how it works, and we got to set the tone. I'm looking out there today. I know the trophy said something different, but I think he's the reigning offensive player of the year. Jackson Smith and Jake out there catching balls in the mist and the rain. Everyone basically is here.
Yep.
That was the case last year as well. Does that come from Coach McDonald? Where does that come from?
Absolutely. I think it comes from Coach McDonald. It comes from John upstairs, and then it comes from just every individual that's in this locker room. We have a special set of individuals where you talk about guys like Jaron Reed, you talk about guys like JSN, like those are our top guys. Leonard Williams, like those are our top players, and they're here. And that's the way we go about it. Like, that's a part of our process. It's proving it to yourself. It's proving it to your teammates, building that trust, building those bonds and relationships. So when it comes to playing in those games later down the road, here in Lumen Field in front of all the fans, we've already proven it to ourselves that we've taken care of this. We were doing that back in the rain, day one of OTAs 2026. Come next year, that's what we can look back on. When we started today off in the rain, like those are the building blocks and the foundation that we're setting for next season.
This may sound strange. I kind of like a lot of times NFL teams with a nice indoor facility. It's drizzly, it's rainy, especially at this time of the year. You know what? The easier thing is to go inside. This guy is not about that.
No,
I mean, even in November, like you're thinking, nope, they're outside. This coach is not about that.
Absolutely.
That's just, hey, Seattle, what the hell? You might have to play in rain anyway, I guess, but it's not easy.
No.
Like, it just can't be easy.
No, absolutely, and it prepares us. We're going to be playing games late in the season in Lumen in conditions similar to that, and we'll be able to look back at that time and be thankful that we prepared the way we prepared.
Bud Clark gets drafted. It's never going to be easy for 39 for Seattle, is it?
No,
like it's
no,
never
nothing. I've come to appreciate. I joke with my older brother, like nothing in my life has come easy, and I've come to appreciate it so much. Like it wouldn't be my story. It would not be Ty Okada's story if it came easy, and it wouldn't be worth it. So
what I like to saw, I'll tell people this when I'm watching out there today, as he came off a few times, and it's the first time you guys have all been together, right? And he comes off, and you're the first guy to talk to him. You're the first guy to go to him. Like, you guys are competing for a starting spot. I mean, I think probably by now, hopefully, I'm assuming you feel fairly comfortable in your 53-man role, like you're here. But at the same time, like, you want to play. You want to be the dude out there. And you've shown you could do that, whether Kobe's hurt, Julian, doesn't matter. You can play anywhere. But what is it? Like not everybody would do that. Why did you make sure that every time Bud Clark came off, you were making sure he kind of knew what was going on?
The better he gets, the better our team gets. And however I can help him grow as a person, as a player, that's going to make the Seahawks better. And it's going to only make me better. If I'm able to coach him up on it, that means, I'm, diving in even deeper and thinking about like different little intricacies of our defense. And if I'm able to teach it, it helps me out at the same time. But also, you saw the way last year progressed with myself. So at the end of the day, God forbid anything happens, it's like everybody, is going to need to find a role and build on it. And, I'm super excited for Bud. He's an awesome person. He brings an incredible energy, and he's such a great guy. Like, he came up to me and he was like, "Hey, I'm going to be in your ear about, X, Y, and Z. I'm going to be asking questions. I hope that doesn't bother you." And I'm like, "Dude, not one bit." And I actually really appreciate that about him. He's got an awesome future in this league, and I'm looking forward to being teammates with him. Like, it's incredible.
Who is that guy for you?
Oh my gosh, I'm thankful for all the vets that I came in with. I can bounce any idea off of Julian. We're not much different in age, but he's been in the league a lot longer than I have, and he's been in different systems, and he's been around different people, and so he's got phenomenal insight. But then even coming in as a rookie, and I had Jamal and Quandre and Kobe, like, those guys were all guys that I was able to lean on and ask questions to, and they were always phenomenal to me. So also a part of that is, like, it's only right to the game that I also am doing that same thing for Bud.
Before I let you go, how hard is it in this league? I just mentioned all your transactions, but you've been here.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I don't know, I'm sure there's like a little wink, like, "Hey, just hang around. We'll call you in a week or so," or whatever's going to happen, or next day. But you win a Super Bowl, you go through everything you have to do to get to that point, all those games and everything. And then there's always the natural attrition in the NFL. Guys leave. You mentioned Kobe, Reek, what have you, especially guys on your side of the ball. How hard is that personally for guys?
I think it's super tough. You build these amazing bonds with some great people, but you're also very happy for them. You're also happy for their opportunities and what their future holds. Just so thankful for the time that we got to spend together with those guys.
Yep.
But it's a bummer, but it's a part of it, and it's all for great reason. And so just very thankful for my time with them when I look back on it.
I'll wrap it up with shout out to Bozeman. What was the best thing about going to Montana State?
The people. Had to be the people. The support around Montana State Bobcats, that's God's country out there. Montana is. And Bozeman will always hold a special place in my heart. I'm looking forward to, raising my family there one day. I love Montana. I'm originally from Minnesota, but, I've loved Montana, so just thankful for them.
Seahawks, Niners, Seahawks, Rams, Montana State. Where do those rivalries rank?
They're all phenomenal.
Montana State's special.
It is. I'd recommend it to anybody that hasn't experienced it. I've got every argument to make that it's the best college rivalry out there by far. But I can have that conversation with anyone.
I love it. Ty Okada, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
We'll take a quick break. Come back with more. 93.3 KJR FM.
And the 12th Man, brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh, all right. What do you got for me? You guys have something for me.
Yeah, we do. We do. So I don't know if the texters can agree with this, but me and Jess did. While listening to you talk to Ty Okada, fantastic interview, by the way. Great to hear from him.
Gosh, he's so good.
He talks like a coach, doesn't he?
Yes.
And speaking of...
He is. He's a mentor.
Yeah. Ian, I just want to ask, did he remind you of anyone? The voice.
206 just texted in, and he nailed it.
I think I saw the one you're talking about. I think there's even a closer version.
Closer being the clue.
Yeah.
Closer than Mike McDonald?
Yeah.
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 I can't unhear it.
I can't either.
Okay, who is it? I don't know.
It's Sean McVay. He's literally Sean McVay.
Oh, God, no.
Sounds
no.
exactly
Yes.
like him.
Oh, wow. Wow. I'll tell you right now, like, I had not had a chance to talk to him before.
Yeah.
And what a phenomenal interview.
Fantastic.
And when we went to break, I talked to him. I was telling him about, do you guys remember last year how many times did Greg Cosell just rave about him?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Like, just rave about him.
He's the reason that Ty stood out to me, actually,
Yeah.
because he
Because
wasn't a
Cosell always
highly
talked about him.
about, player. Yes, he always did.
He was the third safety, but then he ends up starting a bunch because of injuries. And I think that part of it, I just, in fact, I told him, I said, listen, I was telling him about Cosell and who he is and what he does. And he's like, and I said, man, all year, he just did nothing but rave about you.
Yeah.
And I was kind of laughing because that was, with Okada, you don't think much, like even watching him today, he's listed at 5'11" and okay, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, some of these guys on this team play bigger, and they,
But here's the thing: listed at 5'11" and doesn't look 5'11".
No.
But he started 11 games last season, guys.
Yeah.
He started
On the best
11
defense
games.
in the NFL.
On the best, yeah. Had a sack and a half. 3 tackles for loss. He had one interception. How many interceptions did he have? One. He had the one against the Commanders, right? The big one against the Commanders.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he was something. I mean, I give him a ton of credit, man. I just watching him play. He gets the most out of everything that he has when it's all said and done.
And what a different mentality he had about the drafting of Bud Clark compared to our conversation with the Mariners earlier today, huh?
Yeah. Well, and that's what stood out to me is that when we're watching the practice today, and again, I'm in and out, so I'm not watching long stretches, but he 2 or 3 times the times I was watching, like Bud Clark come off and Ty Okada would just go up to him and they kind of get together. Like, God, the NFL's so cutthroat.
Yeah.
It is so cutthroat. And so to see a guy do that, knowing that he's not just competing for his, starting spot, he's competing for roster spots. Now, Bud Clark's on this team. Bud Clark was a second-round pick, right? So there's not, he's not going anywhere.
Right.
Ty Okada, I think, has established himself, right, at this point as a player that's
his roster spot should be safe.
It should be safe, but there's nothing guaranteed.
Never know.
There's nothing guaranteed. I'm just going to go through the safeties on the roster. DeAnthony Bell, Bud Clark, Imanori's not really a safety. Kind of is. AJ Finley, Maxon Hook, undrafted free agent. Julian Love, Ty Okada, Rodney Thomas, who they love as well. I think Okada's pretty safe.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Should be.
But guys started 11 games. But yeah, I mean, you're only going to keep. Got to kind of just Imanori sitting there safeties. Doesn't really play safety. He plays whatever he wants to play.
Yeah.
Bully ball. I mean, Bud Clark's on the team. Julian Love's on the team. Yeah, Okada. And then probably 2 others. AJ Finley. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Great story. I mean, I started counting up the transactions. It's over 20 transactions in his career.
Jeez. And he has a great attitude about it. He knows and embraces it. And
well, at Montana State, I mean, you got to be rough and tumble when it comes to the league.
Well, you're a guy that's coming out of that program as an undrafted free agent going, okay, well, and I'm sort of 5'11".
Right. The measurables aren't there.
Yeah, no. Just fun guy to talk to. Hopefully we do get McVay.
Yeah.
I sound more like Mike McDonald.
Go back and listen to him.
And everybody else do it too. And we can have a discussion tomorrow on the show about it. But does he sound more like McDonald or McVay?
Well, because I think McDonald and McVay actually do sound similar, too.
Similar, but there's
McVay's
like
got that kind of like raspy voice. You
Yeah,
know, I
there's-
tell you, I love Stafford. He's just a great player, and Ty Simpson sucks, but we drafted him anyway. You know.
Exactly.
I think what he says is very Mike McDonald. What the content of it, yes.
Oh my God, he's parroting the coach.
Yes, exactly.
He's totally parroting.
But the voice itself, we do impressions all the time with the talkbacks.
Yeah.
I swear to God you were talking to Sean McVay. I'm not joking.
206, man, Ty Okada, he talks more like a coach versus a player.
It's true.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Ty sounds like Coach Mike, says the 206 along the way. This is a good little extra. Maybe do this tomorrow. Anders, can you put...
I'm going to do it right
here's
now.
What we need.
I saw
We'll
it.
do it for tomorrow. Okay,
for tomorrow. Okay. For tomorrow. All right.
We're going to have a Ty Okada. Give me I want like a full sentence or so.
Sure.
Okada, McVay, and McDonald.
Okay.
McDonald's talking today, so we'll just get McDonald for today. All right?
Perfect.
And we'll play them all three. And
It sounds like a project Jess would love to do.
Jess?
Oh, it sounds like you just yeeted that job over to me.
I could do it if you want.
Oh, if I want, I think Ian just asked you to do it.
All right, great. I can do it.
I don't care who does it. You know that you guys all know I'm not capable of it. So like, one of you figure
we
it
should
out.
we should have Ian do it. See if
Well, then it won't ever happen.
Yeah.
If
How
that
about
were to
that?
happen, well, no, it wouldn't happen. I'm just gonna tell you right now. It just wouldn't happen. I'm still looking at some massive hate for the Molly Whoppers today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it old JP Crawford?
Yeah,
base?
most of JP. Yeah, most of JP. Yeah, everyone's. I don't. The thing, if you listen to what they said about JP, there's always but he's a really good defensive player, or a really good offensive player. Like, he helps them with the bat. He can help them, but like Anders, you mentioned it earlier. If we're looking at the most important position in the infield is shortstop.
Yeah.
And you can make an argument: shortstop, catcher, center field, your middle of your diamond. Those are the three most important players. Well, Mitch Garver's below average defensively, and he's in there since Cal's out. JP has no range whatsoever. And again, I don't know what happened to Julio. It's like you made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Listen, man.
You can hit at the beginning of the season, but you can't defend.
Just let me hit at the beginning of the season, so get people off my ass. But the trade-off is you're going to be really bad defensively. Not bad. You're just not going to be the normal Julio defensively that should be a Gold Glove consideration every year. And he has been far from that this season. Now, people, no, I'm not hating on Julio. This is the show that doesn't do that. Other places may. We don't. But you cannot argue the fact he's been one of the poorer defensive center fielders.
Call it like it is. If you're gonna criticize JP's defense, you got to criticize Julio's too.
John says way closer to McDonald, not close to McVay raspy voice. Yeah, Stafford's a good player. Good player.
I can't.
Got a bad back.
Sean
I hear McVay like on a Monday press conference, not
All right,
McVay post game.
One of you two will get all three
I'll
voices
do it.
for tomorrow. All right.
Jess
Oh
got pissed
wow,
at
he's
me.
so begrudgingly. So
Anders, you have a choice.
it.
Anders, you have a choice. You can either do that or go change a dirty diaper.
Probably will be doing both. Let's be
Well,
completely
then
honest.
perfect. That works well.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll check in with David Mahler next. Dave Softimauer joins us now. I'm assuming back in the studio.
No, I'm right next to you. I'm at the VMAC right now.
That would be the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, sir.
I'm not there. It's the VMAC. You're there. It's the Virginia Mason Athletic Center.
That is very true.
All right.
You're a child.
Just like when the World Cup comes to Seattle, it's not Seattle Stadium. It's freaking Lumen Field. Shut the hell up, FIFA. I'll call it what I want, for God's sakes.
Did you see the?
Are you guys with me on that, by the way?
Yeah, it's
on the whole Lumen thing. Like,
first of all, it took me 4 years to say Lumen after Quest.
Right.
How am I going to have?
You're missing CenturyLink in between Quest.
That's right.
Yes. Now we all remember what it was called when it first was built. It was Seahawks Stadium.
Seahawks Stadium.
They didn't have a sponsor for like a year and a half, and then it became Quest, and then it became CenturyLink.
CenturyLink, yeah.
And now it's Lumen. I don't work for FIFA. You don't work for FIFA.
Nope.
The hell are we doing? We're not beholden to anybody. The hell with it.
Damn
the
right.
World Cup coming to Lumen Field this summer.
I like the. Well, I mean, how long did it take you to stop saying Safeco and go into?
Oh God,
T-Mobile?
forever.
Right? Still does it.
Exactly. Every now and then. I still call it the Kingdom, by the way. Every now and then.
I told you, my wife still thinks the Kingdom exists. So
there you go.
It's there.
Shows you how often your wife leaves the house.
I know.
Maybe you let her out every now and then.
God, somebody told on me the other
let
day.
her
too.
out.
What did I say about her the other day? And I got in trouble for it the other day.
Oh, I don't know. Something on the air.
That she doesn't know what I do for a living. Or
Right.
something. I think it was those knuckleheads that filled in
yeah.
for me the other day.
Yep.
That did the hour, and they're like,
That was a big topic of conversation on the golf course this weekend, by the way.
What was that?
You suckering those guys into coming in to do your show as a punishment. Punishment, my ass.
Pretty hard punishment. I don't know what you're talking about.
Unbelievable, man.
I don't know what you're speaking of.
Unreal.
Big time punishment.
Guy sat in the control room and got high when these guys are on the air doing his radio program for him.
He did
No, it was
unless they were doing stuff in there.
Well, we had a water filtration smoking apparatus in there, if that's what you're referring to.
That's why you wanted that water bottle so badly.
You don't need to smoke to get high anymore. It's a new thing, by the way.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What do you do?
Anders is aware of it.
What do you
Ask
do?
Jackson, he knows.
Very much so.
Jackson knows.
Furious Felts? I'll check with
Furious Felts.
Yeah.
Furious Felts.
By the way, speaking of vacay, where's that guy this week? He's not around.
Who?
Jackson.
Oh yeah, he took the week off.
Gone again, man.
Isn't today a significant day for him? U.S. national team announced. Shouldn't he be on the air?
You would think he'd be on the air.
Sounders Weekly coming up.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
rolling
What's
around the
going on?
floor, getting excited, but apparently it's not worth as much to him as we thought.
Okay, well,
It's his last break before a month-long festival of football.
Festival of football.
What'd you call it? A
The month-long festival of football. It's what the World
football, real football, right?
Football. Yes, real football.
It's a soccergasm is what it is.
Not the not the football we have. We had football. It felt like October here today. By the way,
Right.
Like,
Well, now it
drizzle
feels
the
like
whole
July.
time.
It's unbelievable. You wake up and it's December. You go to bed and it's freaking August, man. It's unbelievable around here. It's like in the words of Jerry Seinfeld, pick a weather pattern already.
Well, today,
Come on.
Today was October 15th, is what it felt like.
Right, yeah.
I walk outside, like, are they going to be outside or inside today? Nope, they're outside.
Yeah,
The drizzle.
well,
Here it is.
there you
What the
go.
hell? All these guys, all these rookies rolling in, like where they come from, it's like 100
Hey,
degrees. And
did
humid.
they
What the hell?
did they put the trophy in the trophy case yet? Last time I was there, it wasn't there yet.
Do you want me to go check?
Not right now, but
Okay.
when the
I'll
show's
check on the
over.
way out.
Yeah,
I'll check on the way out.
Isn't
Yeah,
that why
I
you're
didn't
there to report on such things?
Well,
I mean, nobody needs your analysis for God's sakes. Just
listen,
go
I've
find
got-
out if the trophy's
hey,
there.
Hey, listen, I got my 15 breakdowns from the 5-10 minutes that I
Oh,
watched
my
the commercial
God.
breaks today of OTAs.
Unbelievable. Here's my top 15 things I noticed at day one of Seahawk OTAs. Coming up next.
I
God,
did notice.
Shoot me in the
I did
freaking
notice this.
foot.
Is there any more just kind of nondescript, just kind of like flies under the radar superstar in the NFL than Jackson Smith and Jigba?
I was going to say Sam Darnold, but I'm not sure if he's even a superstar, by the way.
But
Yeah.
I'd say the offensive player of the year would be. And
Well,
he's
yes.
just out there hanging around, whatever. I'm here
Even
at
more so
OTAs.
because apparently the NFL doesn't even know who the hell he is.
He's the
for
defensive
God's
player of the
sakes.
year.
Right.
He's so good
Yeah.
on offense. He's a great defensive
And the
player.
idiot that butchered his name at the NFL honors ceremony.
Ugh.
That's going to bother me forever, by the way.
Was that
Long
intentional or
time.
not?
I think
100%
it
intentional,
1,000% was intentional.
Okay.
The idiot thought, here's my moment to be funny. I'm going to make a funny. and instead the guy looks like a complete jackass.
By disrespecting a guy that just had this incredible season.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
that's well done.
the point that I've made is that, from now until the end of time, Jackson Smith and Jigba wants to show his grandkids, hey, gather around the whatever they use in 100 years from now to watch TV.
The hologram.
Yeah, gather around the hologram machine and let's watch when Grandpa won the NFL Offensive Player of the Year and it's some jackass butchering his name.
Was he a
Come
comedian?
on, dude.
Who was the guy?
Apparently he's a comedian. His
name's Drewski.
Yeah, Drewski.
He does a lot
Drewski.
of skits.
He's
and
like
stuff.
fake comedian, social media comedian.
Yes,
Not a guy
that's
that
a good way
actually
of-
is
he
good
d-
enough
he
to do
doesn't
like a
do, like,
stand-up.
stand-up,
Right.
yeah.
He's not a real person. Yeah, he's a
Not
fake person.
You're not a real comedian. You're just kind of a,
Just a
you
lot
play
of-
one on social media.
He does a lot of funny impressions.
Well, not that one.
But that one sucked.
Guy's a putz for life.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel about
Well,
it.
but how awesome is it for him to have won both the offensive and defensive player
That's
of the
amazing.
year?
It's never happened before.
Keep both those trophies. You
He
know,
is
what
the
the hell?
Shohei
Oh,
Ohtani of the
100%.
NFL.
Yeah.
Right?
Marcus in the 206. I saw Softy and Fred Meyer today, and he did not say hi back.
I didn't see Marcus.
Whoa.
I didn't see Marcus.
Whoa. Hey.
If Marcus would have said hello, I would have
I
said
thought
hello
you were a
back.
man of the people here. What's
I am.
going on?
I am. I thought Marcus was
Is that
going to
the
say,
same?
I saw Softy at Fred Meyer, and he looked like he just woke up about 5 minutes before he walked into the store, which is exactly true, by the way. I woke up and I told myself, you know what? I can go to the store right now and bang this out, or I can sit around the house, fall asleep again, forget, and then not go and get yelled at by my wife. I'm going to go right now.
I choose that optional.
I'm going to bang it out right now
Oh.
and be done with it, right?
I call that
and you
in
were
my head
so-
imperative
you were
anxiety.
You were so focused
Yes.
that P1 diehard listener, one of our favorite people, Marcus,
Right.
wanted to say hello.
I didn't know
and
who he
you
was.
just-
He didn't
you
say
just
hello.
Blew right on by.
He
him.
was nervous around such a star.
Wait, your wife lets you go
Celebrity.
grocery shopping?
Oh, I do all the grocery shopping. Trader Joe's, QFC,
She will
Fred
not.
Meyer.
My wife will
Whole
not
thing.
let me grocery shop.
No, I
my
buy
husband
everything.
the same.
I
Same.
buy
Mike
everything.
does all of it.
I buy it all, man.
I'm
you
like,
realize
and I
that
offer. It's not like I don't want. It's
you
she
realize
won't
I
let
do
me.
all the cooking in the house as well. If not for me, we'd starve to death.
That's
Honestly.
that's the Furness house as well, and we like it that way. You know why?
Right.
Because my wife's the one with the business degree, so she takes
Yeah.
care of all the bills and
Yeah,
all that.
totally.
Somebody said to me the other
See,
day,
that's
goes-
me.
Somebody said to me, they go, "Hey, what is your PS? What's the power bill?" I go, well, "I don't know." What do you mean you don't know?
The
Right?
thing that
I
pisses
haven't
me
seen
off.
a bill in 25, 30 years.
The thing that pisses me off about Fred Meyer is I can't figure out how to do those digital deal things,
Ah,
you know?
yeah.
Like you
Isn't
gotta,
it attached to
you
your
gotta
phone number?
scan it with but the problem is you scan it with your phone.
Right. You have
and
to get the QR code.
It's supposed to go to the app and
Right.
load it on your app. The problem is, and this is where they get you, by the way, the Wi-Fi and the 5G signal
Terrible.
sucks inside the grocery stores.
Any grocery store.
Stinks.
Yeah.
So it's all a ruse. It's all a facade.
They do that on
These
purpose.
truly
Yeah.
are first world problems.
We're
that we
acting
have,
like we're going
right?
to give you $1 off that yogurt, but really in the end, you're not getting squat.
Nothing.
Because the signal's terrible and nobody can access it. I want my digital deal. God darn it.
Gosh darn it!
Wow. All right.
By the way, the banner is hanging up.
I saw that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very cool. Very cool.
Back-to-back
Yeah.
banners are hanging up where they're doing the press conference
There you
after
go.
today.
Well,
But
find out about the trophy and shoot me a text, all right?
I will report back to you in your first segment. How's that, sir?
Done. About
Listen,
time you helped out the program.
Well, I had an easy day Friday, so I might as well help you out now.
Yeah, you
right?
sure did. Slacker. I'm going to finish last in my fantasy football league and then get an hour off of work.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to
One
really finish
third of your
last.
day.
And stress me and Anders out to full tilt.
No, it doesn't take much to stress you out. Let me tell you that right now.
That's true. And,
Yeah.
and wasn't that worth it for you, Softy, to suggest stress?
1,000%.
Okay, there you go.
1,000%. Seeing her just
I
in the
hate,
corner.
love you both.
Please
What are you
let this
doing today
be
on your
over.
show,
Please
fella?
let this be over.
What do you got? Today?
Bill Kruger. I'm
Okay.
sure he's thrilled with the piggyback
yeah, I'm sure he
situation
is.
from last night. I'm going to do my best Luis Castillo impression and throw things around the studio today between now and 7 o'clock. John Wilner will join us at 5. We are efforting to get Brian Schmetzer on the radio show.
Okay.
But apparently, after their loss to LAFC over the weekend, he skedaddled. He's got like a month and a half off, and he's taking advantage of every freaking
Good for
minute
him.
of it,
Good
man.
for him.
So we'll see if we can get Brian at some point on today's show.
All right.
right.
I'll go check on the trophy. See
All
ya.
right, bud. Yep. Tuesday. Headlines on Softy and Dick without Jackson Moger, the Ogre. Travis Moger in for Jackson Felts today. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Does it make any sense?
It does not.
All right, Mariners going to win last night, 9-2 over the A's, 26-29. They'll do it again tonight in Sacramento. Emerson Hancock versus rookie Gage Jump. Just called up. He's making his Major League debut. The number 41 prospect in Major League Baseball. Gabe Spire, by the way, activated off the IL. The M's have option pitcher Nick Davila to AAA Tacoma.
Jump's got to have Van Halen as his walk-in.
You would
music,
think.
right?
You would
that's
think.
Just a no-brainer.
Pretty good call, yeah.
Sounders announcing today that Christian Roldan has officially been named to the U.S. men's national team for the World Cup. Second time in his career and the third consecutive World Cup that the U.S. has played a Sounder on the U.S. team.
By the way, speaking of the Sounders, 1-0 loss to LAFC over the weekend. They now break for the World Cup. Their next match will be July 16th against the Portland Timbers. How about NBA basketball tonight? Let's go Spurs.
Let's go.
Game 5, pivotal Game 5 at OKC at 5:30. The Knicks are already into the NBA Finals. After sweeping the Cavaliers, the NBA Finals will begin next Wednesday.
And the Seahawks reportedly made a long-term contract offer to Devin Witherspoon, but at this point, the two sides not close to a deal. Seattle's already picked up his $21 million option for 2027, so he's locked in for the next 2 years.
And hockey playoffs, Vegas looking to sweep the Avs tonight in the Western Conference Finals. The Hurricanes leading Montreal 2-1 with Game 4 tomorrow in the Eastern Final at Montreal.
And here we go.
And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All righty, here we go. Softy, Dick Jackson. No Jackson. He's off for the entire week doing God knows what. Instead, we got Travis Moger, the Ogre. Let's hear it for Travis Moger with us today.
He's here.
Thank you. Over under 1.5 F-ups so far, off to a clean start.
Yep,
right?
very
This
good.
time a week ago, you were already 1 down. So we're already doing better than we did a week ago. I expect greatness out of you, Travis. You've been around these parts a long, long time. How long have you been working with this radio station? Because I knew you about 15 years ago.
Long time.
When did you first start working here, by the way?
I mean, it's been off and on for 20
years. 20 years.
Wow. I took a
off and
break.
on. And the guy has not found anything better. He just comes
and he came back
to us.
I can't
He
quit
comes
you.
crawling back to KJR.
Wow.
But Travis is here all day long with us on the radio program. John Wilner will join us at 5. Bill Kruger will join us at 4. Brian Schmetzer has already left for vacation, by the way.
Good for
so
him.
we will not have Brian on today's show. He's probably in Mexico somewhere. He's taken off for the World Cup break. The Sounders played over the weekend. Their next match is not until July 16th, a month and a half away, if not more than a month and a half away. So Brian said, I'm done. I'm getting the hell out of here. If I can use that as a reason to not go on the air with those clowns every Tuesday at 5:45, I'll take it. But we got a lot to get to, man. Bill Kruger going to join at 4. John Wilder joining us at 5. And it's funny because if you just heard, the tone of the radio station, really the tone of Twitter, the tone of social media, the tone of sports television today, you would have thought the M's got slaughtered by the A's last night in Sacramento. Not the case. They actually won a pretty damn big game, right? I mean, you're going head to head against the team that's right in front of you. It's only, late May, for God's sakes, the 26th of May. But anytime you play a division rival that's leading the race, a third of the way through, these games might be huge. These games could be gigantic for tiebreaker purposes down the road. So leave it to the Mariners to go out and pull something like that off, but in the process, apparently piss off a large portion of the fan base. And look, there's just a lot to react to here. And I was talking to Millen about this today on the way in, that we actually should probably write Jerry DePoto a check or send him a Venmo payment or Zelle him some money, whatever, because they've given us this unbelievable buffet of topics to talk about on this baseball team right now.
On a daily basis,
right?
too.
I mean, J.P. Crawford's terrible defense, obviously. Randy Arozarena's terrible defense in left field. This conundrum with the pitching staff. What's happening at third when Brandon Donovan comes back. All kinds of stuff to talk about. And look, guys, I'll just say this about the piggyback thing. It's not going away anytime soon, so I've got to just accept it that the word piggyback is going to be in my vocabulary, whether I like it or not. It's going to be in my timeline, whether I like it or not.
Yep.
It's going to be in everything I consume from a sports perspective, whether I like it or not, every single day. So that's number one. I just want everyone to know out there that I am trying because the word makes me nauseous. And I'm trying, all right? I am trying for you people to embrace it and just call it what it is, which is a freaking piggyback. That's number one. Number two, the whole thing about what happened yesterday, simply put, comes down to what is best down the road for this baseball team. I think making decisions and making proclamations on what's happened after 2 starts is crazy, in my opinion. I also think that you have to put your guys in the best chance to have success and to use their skills as much as humanly possible. And my problem with yesterday's game was not the win, obviously. I'd rather have the win go down the way it did than lose the game 9-2. But if you think that Bryce Miller, who Chuck Powell, by the way, and I agree with him, has proclaimed to be a top 3 starter talent-wise on this baseball team, we can discuss if we agree with that or not. If we agree with that, then what the hell is he doing coming in up 7-0 to mop up a game in the 5th inning? It's ridiculous to use him in that way, in that regard. And I get it. Like, I get why that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not naive. I'm not an idiot. I know exactly why what happened yesterday. I'm saying that if this guy truly is a top 3 talent in this rotation, which is badass enough as it is already, I mean, you got to be pretty damn good to be top 3 in this group. And if you're top 3 in this rotation, which Chuck says he is, and I agree with him 100% on the way, then what the hell is he doing coming in the 5th inning of a 7-0 game? That's number one. Number two, what did you expect Luis Castillo to do? And we got a clip and fun with audio of the I almost said Oakland, Sacramento A's broadcast ripping the Mariners, Dallas Braden, for taking this guy out with 68 pitches through 4 and 6 Ks, is that right, yesterday in the game? I think that you would be a little bit concerned as a fan and as a manager and as a coach and even as a GM if you had a guy like Luis Castillo, who's been around the game, Dick, as long as he's been around the game for, and Dan Wilson comes up to him and says, Rock, you're done. And he said, all right, no problem. That would drive me nuts, because that would show a guy with no competitive balls whatsoever. So I want Luis Castillo going nuts like that. I want Luis Castillo getting pissed off when he's pitching his butt off and they take him out of the game after 4 innings. I want Bryce Miller angry that he's being relegated to the bullpen every other start. I want him being ticked off that he's got to come into a game when it's 7-0 already in the 5th inning, and anything less would show me these guys aren't nearly as competitive as I thought they were. The problem is with the communication. And I'll quote Cool Hand Luke. I know the movie's 60 years old now, Dick, but I'll quote Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is a failure to communicate. That's exactly what we've got. Bryce Miller goes on TV and says 2 days ago, didn't even know what the hell was going on. Luis Castillo says he knew about the plan, but still threw a fit anyway when they took him out of the game. So all of this is about the bigger picture. Because when you've got 4 months, Dick, of baseball left to go, it has to be about the bigger picture. We can't start making proclamations and decisions based on what we see on one night, and certainly not what we see during one series. And you put a tweet out, I think it was this morning, about the makeup of the baseball team right now. And should we start to kind of wonder what's going on behind closed doors?
The level of buy-in.
I think you're exactly right to ask that question. I mean, look, and I said this over the weekend, Randy Arozarena in left field looking like a little leaguer. Don't blame him. He's not putting a gun to these guys' heads and saying, play me in left field. They have other options, and they won't do it. They have other options at shortstop with J.P. Crawford, and they won't do it. Julio Rodriguez late to an at-bat because, why? He's jumping on Randy Arozarena in the dugout about his defense? Is that what Dan Wilson said? I mean, guys, at some point we have to stop treating these guys like they're babies and start doing what's best for the baseball team. Pick a freaking starter. Put one guy in the bullpen and tell him that's your role for now. Take the other guy and put him in the rotation where he belongs, and that guy has got to be Bryce Miller because of the talent. So my concern is what this does to the clubhouse. My concern is what this does to the buy-in of this baseball team overall. Look, you won the game. Yesterday worked. That's great. But yesterday worked with a lot of scars on top of it. There was a price, right, that was potentially paid for what happened yesterday in Sacramento, and I hope the price is not too big.
Well, you and I are in cahoots about yesterday. I don't have nearly as much of a problem with what happened yesterday than I did with what happened on Saturday and Sunday, and I'll get to that next. But yesterday, I put down 3 words in my notes after that game yesterday, and it's exactly what you just said.
Right.
Communicate the plan.
Right.
If the plan was communicated prior to the game, Luis Castillo may still have been upset, but I really don't think he's throwing stuff in the dugout. If he is told, here's what's going to happen. If you get up to 70 pitches, even if it's only 4 innings, we're taking you out and we're putting Bryce in. Now, I don't think that was the right decision. I think Luis earned the right to get that W yesterday.
Of course.
He earned the right to pitch 5 innings and have Miller go the rest of the game. And that was the part that I had a problem with. But yes, communicate the plan. And as far as the bigger picture, let's go back to what we saw on Saturday and Sunday. And I just made, as I was listening or watching the game, I just made a list on my phone of the things that I saw or listened to. You mentioned the Randy 3-run error, the JP dropping of a transfer, Julio multiple drop transfers. It seems like Julio, every time he picks up a ball in center field and tries to throw it, he drops it before he picks it up. You've got base running mistakes, game after game base running mistakes. JP throws it 15 feet wide of Josh Naylor at first base. The Randy play, Brian Wu did not know they were walking past Quintino. I mean, the lack of communication, and then you have Luis throwing a fit. This, to me, guys, and we say it in football all the time about cornerbacks and left tackles. What do we say about cornerbacks and left tackles? When you don't call their name all game, they had a hell of a game.
Right.
When you don't know about the corner and you don't know about the left tackle, and for me, almost – managers can kind of be put into that category. When you don't hear about a manager, they've had a pretty good game or a pretty good run. And it seems like on a nightly basis, Dan Wilson is in the crosshairs for something. And I just want it to quit, but he's got to give us a reason for it.
Well, I think first of all, you use the word or the words wasted opportunity with, I don't know what you said on text last night with Bryce Miller. When we were texting back and forth about Bryce Miller in the bullpen, what were your exact words? It just seemed like unnecessary to put him in there at that moment in time.
Yeah, I'll have to go.
And my whole thought is that
I said pitching Bryce in a 7-0 game seems like a waste.
Right, totally, and I agree with that 100%. I mean, this is a guy in Luis Castillo. This is why I don't like this piggyback thing, because I think it forces you to stick with whatever plan you had before the game starts.
Regardless of the score.
And I don't like that, right? I mean, it's 7-0. Here's a perfect chance to let Luis Castillo go. Here's a perfect chance to stretch him out a little bit. Here's a perfect chance to, hell, even increase his trade stock, maybe if you want to move the guy down the road. But you've already committed to Bryce Miller, right? You've already made this decision that Bryce Miller is going to pitch. And he even said it himself to Brad Adam in that clip you'll hear again later, that he thought before the game that he was going to enter the game in the 5th inning. And guess what? He enters the game in the 5th inning. Doesn't matter what Luis Castillo's doing. And my whole thought is, well, wait a minute. Why not just save Bryce Miller for relief for tomorrow, or maybe have him go an inning or two and then pop him out there again between now and, his next start? Or whatever, if Castillo's going. The problem is we don't know who's making the next start.
That's right.
That's the issue.
Are they going back to Bryce the next time?
They haven't announced it yet. The next start is going to be, I think it's Saturday or Sunday. Is that right? Against Arizona, whatever day it's going to be. So they don't even know what they're doing yet. So they can't manage their bullpen like that. So I think sooner or later, look, I appreciate the conundrum that they're in with these guys. Yeah. I do think it is about what they think is fair, because Dan Wilson kind of slipped up and used the word equitable the other night to describe why they're doing what they're doing. This is the most equitable way to do this. Okay, well, so if we're doing this whole feelings thing, then why was Luis Castillo pulled out after 4 shutout against the A's. And if we're doing the whole feelings thing, then why is Bryce Miller in the bullpen when he should be starting? And are we doing the feelings thing? Is that why J.P. Crawford is still at shortstop, which is where he's at tonight again, by the way, because of feelings?
And
so
if we're doing
what's going on here?
And if we're doing the feelings thing, we're doing a bad job because both Castillo and Bryce are pissed.
That's my whole point. Exactly. Yes. Why is Castillo being pulled and why is Bryce Miller in the bullpen? So I don't know. I just got a fundamental issue, and we're going to talk to Kruger about this at 4. And guys, look, we all know what Bill's going to say. He's kind of old school. He's going to hate it. And this is making him sick to watch this thing. But to have a talent like Bryce Miller over the course of 10 days say the only time we saw you throw was in a game that was 7-0 when you came in out of the bullpen in the 5th inning, I just find that to be ludicrous. Crazy, right? I mean, guys, again, yes, it's worked for the most part, if not for a ridiculous decision to put Castillo out there in the 9th inning, which never should have happened. And hopefully that's a lesson for them. We all make mistakes, and they made one on that night. Okay, fine. Nobody's perfect, but for 16 innings, right, whatever, it's been working. But are we going to make a proclamation about this after 16 innings? Are we not going to acknowledge what's going on behind closed doors? Are we not going to acknowledge Bryce Miller's reaction, Luis Castillo's reaction? Are we not going to acknowledge that Bryce Miller may be having his talent wasted in the bullpen? That for as good as things have gone with those two in particular in the last 2 games, that you could be using them even better and set yourself up for even more success. I mean, imagine this bullpen now. Brash is back. Spire's back. Ferrer's starting to kick ass. Munoz, I think, is kind of back on track. Now let's add Luis Castillo or Bryce Miller to it full time. Let's throw some gas on it, and let's be a major problem for every offense that we face around baseball. And then let's take one of the other guys and let's stick him in the bullpen where he knows if he doesn't get his you-know-what together, there's somebody right behind him looking to take his spot. Because one thing Chuck did say today that I also agree with is that this seemingly may have lit a fire under Luis Castillo's ass, this entire thing. So, look, I just think you got to be more clear about what the plan is for these guys. But it's not even just the rotation. I mean, we just got done talking about the shortstop. Like, there's no reason why J.P. Crawford should be playing shortstop right now. He's the worst defensive shortstop in baseball. He's awful. And you saw the best and worst of that over the weekend when he had the home run in the top of the inning, or was it last night, by the way? Last night. Home run top of the inning, and then he throws one into the camera well, almost hit Brad Adam right in the face in the 5th inning, or the bottom of the inning, sorry. And then Randy Arozarena out and left. You got so many problems defensively right now that I just don't know when all these guys are healthy. And maybe, Dick, that's part of the reason why you're doing what you're doing, because guys just aren't healthy yet. When guys do eventually get healthy, God, I cannot imagine going the whole year playing J.P. Crawford at shortstop. And I can't imagine going the whole year. I'll tell you what, close your eyes for a second. If you're driving, pull over. Imagine J.P. Crawford playing shortstop in a freaking playoff game right now.
Disaster.
Imagine Randy Arozarena playing left field in a playoff game right now. And it's 2-2 with a man on third base. And somebody hits a short sac fly to left field, and they run on the guy because Randy Arozarena dirts it 5 feet away from where he caught it. That would scare the hell out of me.
Well, I think it's partly mental, too, guys, because I think we were a better defensive team last year. We weren't a great defensive team, but the same guys were better last year than they are this year.
And they might be hurt.
And that's what.
And if they're hurt, then get them out.
And that's what got me so angry on Sunday. I mean, you went 24 innings where this baseball team scored 3 runs. From Friday, Saturday to late in the game Sunday, they scored 3 runs over 24 innings, and they looked dead. They looked like they had no buy-in whatsoever. And I was reading a quote in the paper from Mike McDonald about the Seahawks going into OTAs. He said, we would not be here if the guys didn't buy in the way that they did. And I was thought, it's just a total different level appearance-wise. Now, I'm not in the clubhouse, but appearance-wise, it is a totally different level of buy-in from the Seattle Seahawks
it feels like
than it is from the Seattle Mariners. And the Seattle Mariners, according to Vegas, are just as good a team as the Seattle Seahawks. They are the exact same odds to win the championship as the Seahawks are. So what's the disconnect at the T-Mobile Park that we're not seeing?
Well, the difference, I get that. I mean, the difference, obviously, in baseball is more teams bunched up together, more parity. But I get your point that Vegas sees the Mariners as a championship contender.
That's exactly right.
They just do, right? And so you start to get to a point, and we're, 5 days away from June, where you can see the 1/3 flagpole right in your face, right? I mean, it's on the calendar, it's right there. Yeah. And you start to wonder, all right, what is this team? Because I think, and I heard the Molly Wop guys talking about this today, and I think you agree that they are still the best team in this division when they're healthy, and they should win the division. But they're also way underperforming their own expectations. And I don't want to lose sight of the goal here, guys. The goal is not to win a terrible American League West. The goal is to play in the World Series. So last time I checked, we should be comparing ourselves to the Yankees and the Rays and the Guardians and everybody else that's the cream of the crop in the American League. Like this idea that we should all just be satisfied because the M's are in position to win a terrible American League West. I mean, look, anything can happen. We've seen teams with, subpar records make the playoffs and win titles and make the World Series, and that's fine. And maybe this team will be better suited for a playoff run than a regular season marathon of 162 games. But I don't think there's anything this baseball team is doing right now where they should show up to the park and feel good that they're doing their very best in any one category. They're just not. And that's the frustrating thing for me. Like, forget the standings, guys. It's the 26th of May. This idea of a game and a half, 2 out. We sound like idiots talking about that. Unless you're 20 games out already or 20 games up like the 0-1 team was and it's over one way or the other, everybody's in the race because it's the 26th of May. How is this team performing? How are they playing? And there's no way on God's green earth that Dan Wilson and Jerry DiPoto can be thrilled or even content with the way this baseball team is playing right now. So let's hope that all that stuff that we talked about, Dick, is over, is behind them. We're not going to see sloppiness anymore. We're not going to see guys late to the party because they're yelling at teammates in the dugout. We're not going to see terrible defense, which I'm certain that we will, but let's hope they minimize it. Let's hope all that's over and they're moving forward. And let's hope that Castillo and Miller buy into this thing, whatever they end up doing down the road the rest of the way, and that it all works out. But there are reasons, I think, for the Dan Wilson critics to be just lathering themselves in gasoline right now because he's giving them it every single night. Let's get a break. Bill Kruger joins at 4 on 93.3 KJR FM.
and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're going to head to Sacramento, I believe, at 5:45 tonight. Evan Giddings will join us from the launching pad known as Sacramento. Turned out that way for the Mariners yesterday, but not for the A's. So we'll talk to Evan at 5:45 tonight. We get Bill Kruger's thoughts on everything happening with the Mariners at 4 o'clock today. John Wilner joins us well at 5 p.m. this afternoon. You know, Seahawks OTAs began today, by the way. You aware of that?
I did see that.
Yeah.
My care level is extremely
come
low,
on.
but
Super Bowl champions back on the practice field. You should feel nothing but excitement, nothing but joy that they're back on the practice field.
It just means we're slightly closer to opening day, which that's good. It kind of reminds us that we're not 6 months away from a football game, which is nice.
I think, and I don't know, man, I got to go back. I wish I could write down my mental state from every moment of my life and reference it and tell you how I felt in May of 2014. When the Seahawks were coming off their inaugural Super Bowl title, first championship around these parts. It had been, 24 years? Is that right?
Yes.
79 Sonics, so we were waiting a long time for our first championship. For guys like you and I, that was pretty much our first experience with it, although you remember what happened when you were an embryo, so you're a little bit different than me. But for most normal 53-year-olds, they have not much of a memory of the Sonics in 79. But for me growing up, that's pretty much all we had was, some mythical basketball team, some team with a bunch of old guys that every now and then I would see at the JCC on Mercer Island, shooting hoops, JJ, Jack Sikma, Freddie Brown, Gus, DJ, the whole crew, that they won a championship, and that's all we got, right? And now the Seahawks go out, and they win this title for the first time ever. The cloud is lifted, the monkey's off your back, and I seem to remember coming back on the field in 2014, there was a lot more buzz then than there is now. Why is that?
Twofold, I think. One, it was the first. And I just think everything about that year was bigger than everything about what we just experienced over the last 6 months.
Right.
It just felt like,
bigger personality-wise, the whole thing,
yes,
right? Yeah.
it just felt bigger. And that, what you just said there kind of leads me into my second point. The personalities that team had. I mean, you want to go to OTAs and watch Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and Bobby Wagner and Russell Wilson. I mean, this team is this
Marshawn.
team was Marshawn.
Right.
I mean, this team is excellent. This team is arguably the best team in the league going into this year, but you don't look and say, wow, there's 5 or 6 Hall of Famers on that football team.
I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigma in the end may prove to be potentially, Devin Witherspoon may prove to be potentially, and those guys were still fairly young, but they also had a bunch of guys that had been here for 3-4 years by then, and they had really grown on people. And I don't know, I just wonder if people are consuming I guess is the word, consuming Seahawk content right now the way they were 12 years ago in 2014.
I think we're lapping up everything we could get our hands on.
And look, it's hard for us to just sit here and proclaim that, all right, we know what everybody's doing. That's why the text line is important. The Twitter accounts are important to hear from people. I'm not consuming as much as I did 12 years ago. I'll admit that. I just put a new addition to the house on display, a photo of me and Gina celebrating the championship at Levi Stadium. So that was fun.
That's cool.
Over the weekend, now we have 2 of them, obviously. Same pose with my right hand, up in the air. That'll be our thing. Anytime they win, I'll take a picture going, but I'm not consuming it as much. I'm more focused on what's happening with the Mariners right now. I'm more focused on what's happening with the Dogs and the Huskies and their NIL program and the football thing starting up in August for them. And I'm not saying I don't give a damn about the Seahawks because that'd be ridiculous. Of course I care about the Seahawks. There's a lot to talk about with them. Their new look secondary, what's happening with Devin Witherspoon. Is there going to be any real competition at right guard for a starting spot this year with the kid from Iowa and Anthony Bradford? The new look running game. I mean, there's a ton to talk about. The new OC, how will he fit in? How much of a change will he make? I just wonder on the text line line, and you guys can tell us, 49451, how much you find yourself consuming Seahawk content now versus where you were 12 years ago.
I think one other reason I just thought about is that in 2026, the NFL is a much more 12-month out of the year entity than it was 12, 13 years ago. It was getting to that point.
Right.
But we have become now just oversaturated with NFL content for 12 months out of the season. And so I think it wears on people a little bit. And it's like, okay, we have NFL from Labor Day to mid-February if you're a Seahawk fan.
Right.
And so like we need a break. We need to breathe. And like that's when OTAs come, I'm like, no, I need to breathe. Wake me up when training camp's almost over, and then I'm ready to rock. And I'm rebuilt. I'm re-energized, and I can give you 6 good hard months of Seahawk fandom.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're disinterested, but you kind of are. I mean, you said wake me up when training camp starts, right?
In comparison to how interested I am from September to February.
I'm not that bad, I guess, or whatever. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I mean, there's no right or wrong here. It's just how you feel. It's personal preference. But
if there's a news story, then we'll talk about it. But if nothing's going on, I don't want to just create something.
Well, but that's the thing, is that there really is nothing going on unless you ask. And that's why we're going to have people on that have been out there to practice, right? And that's why tuning into Furness, and we're going to have, I think, Ray Roberts might join us later in the week and talk about the offensive line. So I do think there's plenty to talk about. I just find myself more enamored with other things. Back in the day, it was Seahawk content 24/7. Go home and flip on a YouTube video or watch the old NBC mic'd up thing, or let's rewatch the game. Let's watch the Niners game all over again. Let's watch a big regular season game all over again. I don't know, man. Maybe people do feel like that. Well, maybe we're missing the boat. Maybe we're not judging the audience properly here, which I hate to do that. I can only speak for myself, and I almost feel uncomfortable going on the air and saying, here's what other people think. How do I know what people think? So text us, 49451. What do you think, Ogre?
I'm wearing my Seahawks shirt right now.
There you go.
I'm very excited.
Fired up.
I can't wait for more Seahawks action to happen.
What am I wearing?
And there's probably a lot of people. You're wearing a Duke's seafood shirt.
Are you hungry?
I'm always hungry, man. Thought it was a Seahawks shirt.
I think you brought up the Mariners, and at least for me, the Mariners normally aren't a day-to-day, I get a little weary of the day-to-day baseball throughout the spring and early summer. This year's different.
Totally different.
And I think it's different because, one, the expectations are so high for this baseball team, and two, on a daily basis, they give us something to talk about or be pissed at.
Right.
And that has not been the case when they're, 2018, 19, whatever. They're just like, okay, whatever. It's just a baseball team that has 162 games to play, and they're probably not going to the playoffs. This year's much different, so I'm much more interested.
I don't know why that is. And we were talking during a break about that this baseball team, maybe it's just 50 years of getting kicked in the nuts that'll do that to you, but this baseball team has an unreal ability to just continually piss off their fan base. It's amazing. It's right. I mean, they win a game last night, maybe the biggest win of the year so far. Luis Castillo overcomes that stadium. He overcomes what has been a bugaboo for him in the third inning. He overcomes bad defense. You're sitting there after 4, or as he's walking off the mound in the fourth inning, thinking, oh, this is great. And then all of a sudden you're angry because Castillo's throwing his hat around. He's pissed off. He's throwing his mitt around. Bryce Miller's, saying, I don't know what the hell's going on after the game is over. Julio the other day is late for an at-bat. Rosarina looks like a clown out in left field. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Oh, I forgot to add the Julio late for an at-bat on my list of crazy things that happened this weekend.
We talked about that last segment.
Good Lord.
He can't do that. And I think that it's time for, and it's not in Wilson's DNA, and it's hard to do when you've won a game. But my God, I would love to see a manager come out one of these days and just say, look, man, these guys aren't getting the job done. They got to be better. And do it in a tone that delivers the message.
Like Lou did.
Right? And I'm not even saying like Lou, because there's only one Lou. I mean, if Dan Wilson tried to do Lou, you'd laugh at him.
It'd be like John McLaren.
It'd be just like John McLaren, reading off a freaking teleprompter. It would sound ridiculous, right? So there's got to be a little bit of that. I mean, the sense I get from Dan Wilson, and I may be totally wrong on this, I don't think I am, but the sense I get on this is that Dan Wilson has less control over the day-to-day operation of his lineup and his bullpen and his rotation than any Mariner manager in team history. Okay? Because Service and Dipoto were brought in together. They were kind of both of the same ilk, I think, the two of them. Lou Piniella would never stand for that. Eric Wedge would never stand for that. Dick Williams would never stand for that. We can be here all day talking about other managers. But and look, maybe this is the way of the world now, guys. This is the way you do things now in Major League Baseball. But I see Dan Wilson's face after a game. I see him in the dugout. And maybe it's just me talking myself into believing this because it's subconsciously what's going on inside my brain. I just see a guy that is just going out there and, for lack of a better term, doing what he's being told to do by the front office. And I think there's a lot of it he doesn't like. I don't think he liked having to pull Castillo yesterday. I don't think he likes putting Bryce Miller in the bullpen with that kind of talent that he's got. I don't know if he likes having to hit Rob Refsnyder cleanup, and he's hitting fifth today, by the way, against this rookie.
Oh,
I don't know if he likes having to play J.P. Crawford at shortstop and Randy Arozarena in left.
How'd the Refsnyder at 4-hole go on
Not
Friday?
very good.
That go very
Three
good?
strikeouts.
Yeah.
I lost $20 to Anders, right? I mean, guys, these are all moves that unless we actually believe that Dan Wilson is an idiot, which I don't think he is an idiot, I don't think these moves are all made by him. And I think it's pretty apparent that this is more of a group effort than anything else than it's ever been in team history, and maybe more of a group effort at the top than at the bottom. We're going to break. A lot more to get to, including Bill Kruger joining us at 4 right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
12th Man, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Busy Tuesday continues right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Softy, Dick Jackson, no Jackson, Travis, the Ogre Moger in for Jackson today. You're here the entire week, is that right? All week long? Gracing us with your presence the entire week. So good stuff from Travis so far on the radio program. Mariners tonight against the A's, and we were talking last segment about Dan Wilson. And look, you know, it's this comes down to, and I've mentioned this, Dick, a couple times on the air in the last month or so. Nothing earth-shattering, obviously, but I think that this baseball team, for a big part of the fan base, a majority of the fan base, my sense is that most of us still just don't trust them. And that's why they give us any signal that things are falling apart, any signal that we should be critical. People jump all over it like a freaking wolf to a steak, right? I mean, just starving. Let's just jump all over that and let's tear that apart and let's make that a 24/7 thing that's a part of our day-to-day life and beat it to friggin' death on the radio station, right? People just in the end just simply put don't trust these guys. So when you see what they did over the offseason, and I didn't really have a big problem with the offseason. I thought bringing in Donovan and bringing in Ref Snyder and bringing in Ferrer, I thought those were all good moves. I didn't want to just settle for bringing Naylor back because that would have been, I think, just kind of more of what we saw at the end of the year, minus Eugenio Suarez. So I did think that those moves were sound and they were good. But now we're talking about a team that seems to have some issues internally. And that's the last thing that anybody wants to see, right? For a team that came within 8 outs of a World Series berth a year ago. Now here we are, 6 months later, and we're talking about, them having potential clubhouse problems and guys that aren't on the same page with the manager. So I get it. All this stuff, when you play every single day, it exasperates itself. It grows. It turns into a fungus. It gets bigger and bigger as the day goes on. But I do think the Dan Wilson question, and I am generally not a Dan Wilson hater per se. I hate that word, but I just used it there. Right. I'm not a big Dan Wilson hater the way some people are. But I do kind of wonder how much control he does have over this baseball team and what they're doing every day.
Well, yeah, and you were talking about in that last segment, I was thinking, wow, do I believe that? Do I believe that there's an edict from above on pitching changes, on pinch hitting, on actual in-game decisions made? Is there whether it's a bat phone during the game or whether it's a conversation between Jerry, Justin, and Dan before the game?
Right.
This is how you're going to handle this situation. This is how I don't think I believe that.
Mm-hmm. Believe what? What part?
That there is an edict from above. I'd like to believe that the manager is making all these decisions. Now, the piggyback thing's different because that's more of a big picture roster type thing. So I do think there's cahoots between Jerry and Justin and Dan on that decision.
Yeah.
I don't think that's all Dan's call. But the in-game moves, God, I hope that the general manager and the president of the baseball team is not making decisions for Dan Wilson during games.
I don't think that he's calling the dugout, but I do think that there is a conversation, and the conversation may have taken place a week ago or 2 weeks ago, that, hey, we want to see Ref Snyder against lefties. We signed him to hit against lefties, and we want you to stick with that plan. This is your left-handed specialist here. His name's Rob Ref Snyder, and for the most part in his career, he's been pretty good. And as long as he's here, that's how we're going to use him. So I do think those types of conversations happen. I mean, those types of conversations happen probably all the time, right? In sports, where there's not necessarily an edict or a phone call made to the dugout. I don't think Dan Wilson is answering a ringing phone in the dugout in the fourth inning with Jerry DiPoto on the other end sucking a margarita somewhere in Mexico, telling him to pull Luis Castillo out of a game. I don't think that's the case, but I do think that they do have a plan. I think this front office and this manager, more than any that I can ever remember here in Seattle, has a blueprint for what they want to do, and come hell or high water, they're sticking to it. Doesn't matter what a starting pitcher's doing. Doesn't matter what your offense is doing. Whatever we had planned before the game, by golly, we're doing it. And if the plan was to pull Luis Castillo after 4, we don't give a crap how he's pitching. He's done. And Bryce Miller is going to enter a game. And I believe that you should not manage a baseball team that way. I think you should manage a baseball team based on the circumstances of that day's game. Now, if you've got things that you need to accomplish, like get guys work who haven't pitched in a week, like that one day when Munoz came in against the Padres, for example, things like that's fine. Things like that will happen. But the only thing that should matter on game day is pushing every button possible to win the game that day. And I think pulling out Luis Castillo and going to Bryce Miller and doing this piggyback thing and not having any answer for who's going next and not having any idea how you can manage your bullpen from day to day, at least with those two guys, unless you do one thing. And there's a guy that tweeted me. Remember the pod racer announcers from episode 1?
Yeah, it wasn't Ron Fairley. The guys sounded like Ron Fairley.
The guys with the 2 heads.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the alien. Troids, whatever the hell they were, or something. Look it up, whatever, you'll find it. It's like they're the same person, right? So if we're going to have Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo do this piggyback thing where it's just like it's one guy, right? It's Bruis Castillo instead of Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo. Now pitching Bruis Castillo. And we just look at it as one dude every 5th day, and every now and then they'll switch. If you want to do that, then do that. But I still think you're wasting Bryce Miller's talent by having him come in and mop up a 7-0 game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to your last point about the Jerry DiPoto and his decision making. I mean, if you're right, if that's the case, then one of two things. I can only see one of two things going on. One, he's either an egomaniacal micromanager as president, and he should leave the managing to the manager, or he doesn't trust the manager to make the right decisions in game.
Yeah.
I mean, how could there be another option?
I just think it's this day and age. It's 2026. It's numbers. It's analytics.
So you think it's going on a lot of places in baseball?
I think it's happening a lot, and I think it really is a big deal when it doesn't work, and you start talking about it. And when things go haywire, yeah, I don't think this is unusual that a president of baseball ops or a general manager will have that kind of influence over what you do from day to day. And again, I don't think, let me just be clear, I don't think it's a phone call made during a game. I think it's a meeting. I think it's conversations. I think it's a general philosophy, if you will, or idea that comes from the top that these are the pieces that you're being, we're giving you to work with. Go use them, right? But again, I mean, if Dan Wilson decides, I don't want to see a Rosarina in left field for a while, I want to DH him, he should be allowed to do that.
Yes, he should.
If he doesn't want to see J.P. Crawford at shortstop, if he wants to put Colin Emerson at shortstop, he should be allowed to do that. I don't think they would allow him to make that kind of call because of what Colin Emerson means, Dick, to the organization. I think they have a plan for him, no matter who the manager is. And right now, for some reason, it doesn't involve him playing shortstop. If you were going to throw out your best defensive team tonight against Sacramento, Colin Emerson's playing shortstop.
Without question.
J.P. Crawford's not. But then the problem becomes, well, what do you do with J.P. Crawford? And is he so banged up that he can't play third base? So I'm really curious, Dick, on that to see what happens when Donovan comes back.
No, I think you're right. And I want to see Dan be able to manage this team because I think Jerry DiPoto built a team that can win a World Series. I do believe that. Now, at the deadline, it would be nice to go see him get a bat that can hit left-handed pitching, a big-time middle-of-the-order bat that can hit left-handed pitching. But I think when I look at this team, I see them as a 90-plus win talent team.
Yeah, right.
I don't think their defense is bad as what they're showing because we saw last year.
Should not be as bad.
Correct.
Right.
We didn't see them in the playoffs last year and go, my God, we're a horrible defensive team. No, and it was the same guys out there.
I think we knew that they were not great defensively.
Yes, that's right.
This is now becoming a problem where every time a ball is hit to shortstop or left field, you got to hold your breath every single time. And I do wonder, and we can ask Bill about that, if that affects how guys throw. Knowing that there's a potential problem right behind you over your right shoulder at shortstop or in left field. All right, we're going to break. Bill Kruger going to join next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Softy and Dick with Jackson. Jackson's out. Travis Moger, the Ogre, in with us today doing a stand-up job. Phenomenal job so far.
Go,
Keep it going,
Travis.
big boy. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
All right, well, tonight, the Mariners are going to see a rookie named Gage Jump. Gage Jump. Name another athlete with the last name Jump, by the way. He's making his MLB debut. He's the number 41 prospect in all of baseball. He'll be starting against Emerson Hancock tonight in Sacramento. Gabe Spire activated off the IL. The M's option pitcher Nick Davila to AAA Tacoma.
Seahawks reportedly made a long-term contract offer to Devin Witherspoon, but at this point, the two sides are not close to a deal. Seattle already picked up his $21 million option for 2027, and it looks like DeMarcus Lawrence will not be attending OTAs in Renton.
Oh, why is that?
I
Because
don't
he's
know.
old and nobody cares?
Doesn't say.
Give the old guy a break.
Yeah.
NBA basketball tonight, the Spurs.
You thunder.
Let's
Looking
go.
for a 3-2 lead on OKC. 5:30 tip-off. The Knicks walk into the NBA Finals with no resistance whatsoever, sweeping the Cleveland Cavaliers. They now await the winner of the Spurs and Thunder. The NBA Finals starts next Wednesday.
Better opponent for the Knicks, the Cavs or Bernie from Weekend at Bernie's?
Ooh, wow. Good one.
been
Good
close.
one. Well, if you're playing a dead guy, you might go easy on the guy because he's
That's
dead.
right.
And that would look weird to slaughter a dead guy. Aren't there laws against that, by the way?
That was so
You think of the weirdest stuff, by the way.
awful.
Beating up a dead guy.
It popped my brain because I had a conversation with my kids this weekend about Weekend at Bernie's. So
Wow.
we got to watch that. We got to
That
watch
movie's
that
like
movie.
30 years
I
old,
know
by the
it is.
way.
NCAA has denied Brendan Sorsby's request for reinstatement for eligibility for the season. He has completed his 35-day rehab for his gambling addiction. Sorsby has been given support by his school, so he is returning to Texas Tech, and the school will appeal the decision.
Weekend at Bernie's came out 37 years ago in 1989. Let's get to Bill Kruger right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with Bill Kruger. Brought to you by the brand new Occidental Hall next to Lumen Field on Occidental, Seattle's newest hotspot for sports fans. With massive HD screens and a menu packed with Seattle's best smash burger, wings, and the best local craft beers in town. Now with Bill Kruger, here's Softy and Dick.
Hey, next time you're at the Seahawks or the Mariners or down there in Soto, check out the brand new Occidental Hall. We call it the Ox Hall for short, right across from the northwest entrance of Lumen Field. Great spot before and after a Mariner game, Seahawk games, concerts, whatevs down there on Occidental. Joining us right now on the radio show, a guy who many, many years ago made his debut on this radio station, I believe, on baseball's best postgame show. Was that Seth Everett doing that show with you back in the day? Who was your host?
Yeah, Seth Everett was right there, and then I'm trying to think of Seth. Yeah, I guess Seth was before David Locke.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I believe that's correct. And then Gastineau is the one that got me on the air.
That's right.
So
That's
he's
right.
the one that opened the door for me to come on and stumble on and try to do this little broadcasting thing. But yeah, we had a long association.
Yeah, sure did.
JR and me.
Well, the fact
I'm a hard habit to break, I guess.
Absolutely. The fact that you work with Seth and Locke and you're still upright is amazing, to be honest with you. But Bill Kruger's with us on the show. Bill, I'm just going to give you the floor. Why don't you just give us your thoughts on what you saw from the game yesterday? Luis Castillo getting mad in the dugout after he got yanked after 4 innings. You had Bryce Miller, obviously, with his post-game thoughts. Take the floor and give us your thoughts on what went down yesterday and kind of, in some ways, marred a pretty nice win by the M's yesterday.
Well, this whole piggyback thing is so contrived. It's so not good baseball, and so it's the players know it, and it challenges them. And the pitchers, you got 2 top of the rotation starters that are being told to basically give into the system, take away their ability to be their full-time start, and somehow play into this. And it's just impossible to do that. You can make neither of them happy. And, to see Luis Castillo get upset after the game, look, that happens all the time. We're just a little too sensitive right now because we're waiting for something to happen because we know there's something off.
Mm-hmm.
So to have someone get mad because they came out of a game, that'd be every single pitcher that ever walked the earth. that has any salt to them. So I don't really put much into that. The fact that Luis got upset.
Yeah, right.
The game was made easy for the Mariners because, Cortez is a horrible outfielder, and they couldn't turn the double play, and the Mariners put a big 6 spot on a pretty good pitcher, and then they cruised. After that, they got loose, and guys started swinging the bat and, piled up some runs and had a big night. Why they switched the starting assignments, I have no idea, but they did. I guess it's all fair is fair. Everybody gets a ribbon. I don't really know what they were thinking there, but I'm just not a fan. I think you have to come to some point where you say to yourself, we got to make a decision, and we got to go with one of these guys as the starter, and one of these guys got to be the long man in the bullpen. I mean, that's just plain and simple. I told you what I thought.
Yeah.
I think they both deserve to start.
Mm-hmm.
I've made the statement that Bryce Miller would help this team more in the bullpen as another weapon, and that you could then make Luis Castillo, who's had a long track record of success, who they owe a lot of money to, plus they owe a lot of commitment to be your 5th starter. If you can't win with a 5th starter that gives you 5 innings and gives up 3, and he didn't do that yesterday. He pitched brilliantly and had to come out of the game early because, they had to give more innings to Bryce, I guess. I don't really understand why. And then you put more market value into Luis, because at some point this team is going to have to find themselves a right-handed bat, because they need one bad against lefties or righties. They need balance in their lineup. And so I felt that Miller would help them, because the game is being played 3 innings a night when you win. And Criswell is not good enough to pitch even and ahead. He's just not. Mm-hmm. So they need another guy down there. And he, as you look ahead, and we watch Bryce Miller, can he be a top flight starter? Yes. But what we've noticed about him, you even noticed it this last night, is that the velo trailed a little bit the last couple innings. The fastball went away. He didn't use it as much. His touch on his other pitches were very good. This guy is a top flight pitcher. I'm not saying he's not. But boy, he would be an ultimate weapon at the end. And who knows where his career might point from that forward. He could become an elite closer. I'm throwing these ideas out. The club has to choose one or the other. Mm-hmm. The idea, because last night it was made really easy because the game was out of reach. So it made it really easy to cut it in 2 pieces and call it good. But we know most of these games don't go like that. They hinge in the 5th and 6th inning. There's a hinge spot there. Are we going to be able to get to our good guys? Do we have to bring in someone right now to get a left-hander out? So then much like it did the first time he went through that, right? You got a guy that's throwing almost a no-hitter, and he came out. And then the 9th inning was so messed up because Munoz is the 9th inning. He's the 9th inning. That's his job, okay? So if it's close, that means that Bryce Miller's coming out and Munoz is coming in. Or if it gets close in the 7th and 8th, and you got a big, strong right-hand hitter coming up, a couple guys that you need a strikeout, you're bringing in Matt Brash for sure. So you have to try to win. So how do you pull this all together? I don't think you can. The idea of a piggyback, using guys, you got a guy in the minor leagues who's a long-time starter. He's coming back from an injury. You cut the game in half. You got the guy that's been taking his place. He pitches part of it. Your starter pitches as much as you want him to based on pitch count. But you can mess around with the game in the minor leagues because winning's kind of secondary. So that's sort of my thoughts on the whole subject. I think right now, since they have determined that Bryce Miller is not going to the bullpen, the easy decision is Bryce Miller has to start and Castillo has to be the long man. I don't think there's any other 2 ways around it. Somebody's not going to be happy, and that's probably where it has to fall based upon how well Miller's pitched.
Bill, the defense has been maddening, and I just don't remember it being this bad last year. I know Crawford wasn't great last year and Randy wasn't great last year, but it seems like it's much worse this year. Is that physical with those guys, or is it more mental? Is it a focus issue with this baseball team? Because it's not just those 2 guys making mistakes in the field.
Well, I would say this, that Rosarina has never had a reputation for being a great defender. Maybe I'm wrong about that when I'd seen him play, and he played pretty good last year. This year he's had a really rough go of it out in left field. His bat, his offensive play has been splendid. Crawford started the season with an arm injury. I get the feeling that his arm isn't 100% because, in particular, you watch the 2 throws that he made in the last 2 games where they were just like in the lumberyard. They weren't even close. And he's a better player than that, okay? So, yeah, it's an overall approach to defense. It's an overall check yourself in the mirror, and am I ready to play? Are we running the bases as well as we could all season long? No. Have we made defensive mistakes? Yes. Have we made throwing errors? Yes. Have we made pitch decisions at critical moments that are bad? Yes. Has the overarching decision making been good? No. This team has not played sharp. That is why, in essence, they're not winning. It's not because, hey, our offense is up and down. We just have to have our two good guys back in there and we're good to go, right?
Right.
I don't think so.
Right.
I think it's a lot more to do with the overall play, like you said. I think that they're not playing as sharp as they could, and that's just a check with every player. Hey, would they be better with Raleigh behind the plate? Of course. Can Garver play as much as they want him to play? Probably not. And Paredes has got a good arm, but he's very inexperienced. And it doesn't get easier as much as we're talking about the decision with the 2 starters. Wait till Brendan Donovan comes back.
Right.
And how do you explain Crawford's knee-jerk reaction to wanting to go to third? Whether Crawford goes to third or not, when Brendan Donovan comes back, the tree's going to get shook.
Right, no doubt.
Some really good player is either going to be sitting on the bench or in AAA, and his last name starts with a C.
Well,
which would be a shame.
We got to go back. Yeah, we got to go back to that in a minute. But I want to go back to the piggyback thing. I think there's more meat there on that bone that we got to address because Bill, for me, I want to get you to just respond because there's other people out there that have a little bit of an opposite take than you do. Some are kind of, in a gray area. But for those that say, well, wait a minute, this for the most part has been working. Castillo and Miller have been pretty damn good in these piggyback starts. I mean, they made a mistake with Castillo in the 9th the other day against the White Sox, but hopefully learned from that, and that won't happen again. What do you say to people that will bite back and say, well, wait a minute, this is actually kind of working so far?
They've never played in the real world. These guys are elite starters. There's 5 on the team. Each one of them deserves to be a starting pitcher, not splitting a game in half, not drawing a straw before the game to see who's going to get the longer straw and get to start, or how many innings they're going to cut it into. And when you get to these hinge points in the game, what do you do, right? Which I talked about. I think you have to have 5 starters. You can't have 6 starters because you can't let the other guys wait too long to pitch again. That's just how baseball is played. Right. You don't split a game in half with 2 starters. Plus, you have to understand how the game is being played. The moment of truth is the 5th and 6th inning. That's the moment of truth. Are we going to bring in our good guys, or are we going to bring in our back end? And then you're caught in between on pitch count, on our starters can't go 3 times through, and we don't want the other starter to start. Doesn't want to come in between the inning. He's got to have a fresh inning. And what do we do when we get close in the 7th? And what do we do with Munoz? It's just too complicated. It's too contrived. It's too you're trying to paint it up before it happens. You can't do it. You got to let baseball play itself out. You got to go with your best guy, and someone's going to have to make a strong decision about which guy it's going to be. It's a tough decision. It's a tough decision. I'm not saying it isn't, but they got to pick one, and the other guy's got to be the long man, period.
Who's got to pick one? Whose decision is it, Bill? Is it Dan's or is it Jerry?
Why are you asking me that question? I think I know that answer.
What's your gut? I mean, honestly, does this...
I'll tell you, I think in baseball right now, the overarching management is running a lot of the game.
Right.
They are. Across baseball. Seattle, no different. There's lots of information coming down to the field, and that information is being played out by a manager that basically is implementing a plan that's been drawn up around players at bats, around the lineup, around starting pitching, around who's in the bullpen and who's available and how it's going to play out and how we're going to flip it if they change pitchers. All that stuff is being baked in before the game starts. Much different than the day when you had guys that would watch the game, see what's happening in live action, and make the appropriate decision, in my opinion. Because there's a human element here. You can have all the historical data you want that tells you something about what you think a player is going to do that certain day. And it's going to be different in live action because of the human element. Some guys, you have to be able to see when a guy's going good. When he's going good, you want him to hit more. You want him to play more. You want him to pitch more. When he's not doing as well, you want to pull back on the reins. That's the human element of sports.
Right.
You can't script that. So I think that's a different thing because baseball is not going that way. So to answer your question, I'm sure it's a collective decision.
Mm-hmm.
But all I'm saying is the overarching information is being handed down to Dan.
Right.
So a lot of that information, a lot of that decision making has been made.
Bill Kruger is with us, courtesy of the Occidental Hall, the Queen Anne Beer Hall, Moss Bay Hall in Kirkland. The A's are starting a lefty rookie tonight, Gage Jump, for his major league debut. And they just announced a few minutes ago another lefty, Jeffrey Springs, will start tomorrow against the Mariners because the Mariners have the worst hitting lineup against lefties in baseball by 17 points, which is a large margin, by the way. Not large marge from Pee Wee Herman, a large margin between them and the 29th worst team in baseball. So how much of this will opposing teams, until the Mariners show they can hit lefties, how much, Bill, do you think teams will adjust their rotations when they play the Mariners to make them see as many lefties as possible?
I could see that happening. I think this is a little bit more of an opportune situation where, most teams, you have your starting pitchers that you're pretty well set on.
Mm-hmm.
Springs was going to pitch either one of those games, and that was supposed to be Severino's start, and so they're going to move Jump up into that spot. I've never seen the kid pitch. I know he's got a good arm. I know he's a top prospect. But right now, the Mariners against left-handed pitching they barely have a pulse. They're right at the bottom of the league. So why wouldn't you do that if you had the opportunity? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And what do the Mariners do? Continue to roll out the right-handed lineup? I mean, we've seen Ref Snyder hit 1, huh? You've seen Ref Snyder hit 4, huh? We don't have the lineup. Patrick Wisdom, I just, if it were me, and it's not, I'd play the left-handed hitters.
Yeah.
Just play them.
Yeah. Play
Canzone and Rayleigh.
Right.
Just play them.
Even though Rayleigh never faces lefties, ever. Not even like in BP, he faces lefties. You'd play him.
Well, I'm sure he could remember how to do it.
Yeah.
He hit the minor leagues. I'm sure he hit the minor leagues against left-handed pitching.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, that's funny.
But we're not getting anything out of the guys off the bench. We're just not.
Right.
It's not, the tilt isn't helping us. So helping the team. So I don't think that's easy either because right now they need the right-handed bat, like really bad. Now how they come across that bat, I don't know. To me, they need a right-handed bat that plays third base. That's what I see.
All right.
Bill, I'm going to use your words. You said, are we running the bases well? No. Are we defending? No. Is this team airtight? No. Well, if that's the case, what culpability is on the manager to get that fixed?
Players play the game. Managers can only put you in a spot to succeed. Dan is about as positive a guy as you could possibly play for.
Yep.
He's behind you. He believes in you. He's a steady hand. He's never thrown anybody under the bus since he's been in that seat. He's played the game to the numbers. He was handed a roster that dictated the moves that he's made. He's been giving, obviously a lot of direction from above. And he hasn't rattled. And so I think he's doing a good job. I don't know what else you can expect because the roster's a little bit flawed. You got two really good players that aren't playing right now.
Yeah.
Donovan and Rowley are two really good players. Plus they're kind of the hub of the team, man. Both those guys play really hard and they're good players. And it hurts that they're not in the lineup. So he's missing those guys for sure. Now, how they sort out, what they're going to do against left-handed pitching, what they're going to do when Donovan comes back, because it gets complicated. I don't mean to shift gears, but it's not going to get easier for Dan, that's for sure.
Right.
I don't think his bullpen has been very well loaded. You've had Spire and Brash out for stretches of time. You had Munoz that had a dip in his performance early in the season. So that's made it hard for him because they don't stretch the starters. starters just don't get stretched. They could, but they don't, and that puts more pressure on then. And then having to roll out guys like, and I'm not picking on Criswell right now, but you name the guy that we've rolled out there that just isn't ready for that kind of a situation, that even or ahead game. And you just don't have as many guys out there to do what you like to do, the way you'd like to play the last 3 innings. So I think he's been hamstrung a bit by the roster, by underperformance, and, really good players that haven't done well. I mean, Raleigh just hasn't done well. Rodriguez has been a little bit off defensively. His bat has come around a little bit, right? There's good news. I mean, Emerson Hancock has been brilliant, and Cole Young's been great. And the other kid, the other Emerson, Cole Emerson, he looks like Utley. He looks like Utley from Philly.
Yeah,
he's dead on him as a hitter. And if you check out Chase Utley's numbers, he was a really good player. I'm telling you, this kid is going to be really good. I'm not trying to push him up the line too far, but yeah.
Bill,
I don't know what to say about Dan's
hang
situation.
on.
It's difficult.
Bill, would you be playing him at shortstop right now, Cole Emerson?
Well, it just depends on I don't know what their plan is. They haven't told us what the plan is, because Donovan's coming. See, I'm not sure what they're waiting. They're waiting for something to happen. Donovan comes back, then they make a decision. You don't think they have a decision made already?
Right.
But they don't want to announce it, because here's the deal. If Emerson goes to short, then Crawford doesn't have a spot unless he plays third. And if Donovan doesn't play third, Donovan plays left. And then Arozarena is your DH, and Arozarena is trying to maximize his value as a left fielder on the market. He's not going to be happy. Now, it isn't all about making players happy, but and then we know the after effect of the roster, and Canzone would be in a tough spot. And we don't know if Crawford can play third. Do I think he can play third? I think he can play third. I don't know how heavy his arm is. That concerns me. It concerns me that he immediately volunteers to go to third base before they've even talked about it, like it's a fait accompli, right? That I'm done, so move me to third and let me show you I can still play because I want to be here. Can he play third better than Donovan? I think so. Donovan's really average at third. He's over there, but it's not any great shakes. Okay, and I'm not trying to pick on him or anything, because it's not been his long-suited position in his career. So there's a lot of difficult things to come for this ball club, and yet the division just won't run away from them. So hang in there, right? Spire comes back tonight. That's going to help them.
Yep.
They run a good starting pitcher out there every night, which gives you a great chance. And if somebody runs into one with a couple guys on, the Mariners win. So yeah, it's certainly not over. It's well within their reach, and but there's some challenging things going on in the meantime.
Bill Kruger, great stuff. Always appreciate the insight, and we will do it again next Monday, man. Thanks, pal.
Thanks, Bill.
My pleasure.
All right, man. Bill Kruger with us. Keep an eye on what the Diamondbacks do starting Friday, because right now the Diamondbacks are set to have 3 straight righties face the Mariners. Gallen, Nelson, Kelly. And so unless they want to make a move with somebody, the A's are, doing this. The A's kind of feel like the kind of franchise that could do that, kind of like tinkering with a ton of stuff right now.
Because they don't care until they're in Vegas.
Bringing up guys from the minors, whatever, right? So we'll see if this becomes a thing, but keep an eye on that to see if Arizona follows suit this weekend against the Mariners, or do they stay with the 3 righties they have set to pitch right now? We'll get a break. A lot more to get to. Spurs Thunder tonight. Is this tonight where the Spurs separate themselves and take the commanding 3-2 lead?
You Thunder!
Or are we a step away from becoming Knick fans? Next on 93.3 KJR FM.
KJR FM.
All right, day one of Seahawk OTAs. Ian had Ty Okada on his radio show today. So if you missed it, check out the podcast on the website, 93.3 KJR FM. Always free because...
Why would anybody pay for this crap?
Although that's not crap. This show, that's good stuff that I think Ian should charge you for the stuff he's doing, as a matter of fact. We should be giving away our stuff for free, but Ian should be charging you for it.
Paying people.
Yeah, there's a monetary opportunity for Ian that he's just not taking advantage of. Well, we know that Jackson Smith-Njigba has a brand new contract. Now this story about Devin Witherspoon. Brady Henderson says the Hawks have made him an offer. Clearly has not accepted it yet, because if he did, they would have had a press conference by now. Look, I mean, I think it's different for some reason for me for wide receivers and defensive backs, and I'm trying to put my finger on why. I don't know if it's because I think corners just have more of an attitude and an ego than wide receivers do, and want to be the highest paid guy in the NFL. But then again, wide receivers also have egos. I mean, there's no positions in football that seem to run their mouths more than wide receivers and corners.
Correct.
Because they're out there on a friggin' island. They're up against each other. The spotlight's on them every single play. Like, it's hard to really focus on interior linemen, tackles, centers, linebackers, tight ends, things like that. But it's really easy to watch an NFL game or any football game and watch a corner and a wide receiver do battle. So it's no surprise that those are the two positions that maybe run their mouths the most and maybe have the biggest attitudes about wanting to be the man. Not that Jackson Smith-Njigba is some kind of egomaniac, because I don't see that at all from that guy. But I think Devin Witherspoon just saw the Seahawks make Jackson Smith-Njigba, right, the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, and he wants to be now the highest paid corner in the NFL. And I don't blame the guy, because I think Devin Witherspoon is better than Trent McDuffie right now. He's younger than McDuffie by a year. McDuffie just got $31 million per season, $124 total, $50 million guaranteed. And Witherspoon, I think, wants to top that. And I feel like he wants to top it where he can stay the number one guy for a while.
Yeah, and I think he wants to wait for the cornerback jump, too, because, I mean, really, the last three guys, Stingley at 30, Ahmad Gardner at 30.1, and Trent McDuffie at 31.
Right.
The inflation for the cornerback market hasn't hit yet.
He's going 34.
So
he's
I
going
think
33,
Witherspoon
34.
wants to. I mean, he might even just say, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to play this year.
Right.
I'm going to have I want to see a couple other guys sign, and then I'll make my jump. If somebody signs for 33, then somebody signs for 34. I'm going to come in and sign for 35.
Yeah. I don't know who else is next to hit the market. I know Derwin James, who's a safety, just got a big deal from the Chargers at $25 million. But I get the sense from Witherspoon that not only does he want to be the highest paid guy, but he wants to stay there for a little bit. And I don't blame him, because these guys sign these contracts, and look, they're for ridiculous amounts of money, obviously, right? Ridiculous amounts of money. And the more guys play, the longer this thing goes on, this thing is going up exponentially, right? Like the highest paid guy in the NFL 20 years ago was a rich guy. These guys are bordering on wealthy, right? It's ridiculous how much money these dudes are making. So I think if you're Devin Witherspoon, you're 25 years old right now. When does he turn 26, by the way? When's his 26th birthday? Whenever he turns 26, he knows that if he waits until he's 26 years old, that might be the last big contract that guy ever signs in the NFL. Right. So he'll be 26 in December when the year's almost over. So he'll play his final year, which is the fifth-year option, right next year, 27, at the age of 26 years old for 90% of it. And he knows that is going to be likely the last big money deal he signs. So I don't blame the guy for milking every dollar he can. But, do we really believe that the Seahawks are going to have the highest paid corner, the highest paid wide receiver, and I don't know, what do you think? Top 5 paid quarterback in the NFL?
I don't think.
By the time Darnold's deal comes up?
I would be. I can buy your first two. I'd be stunned if Sam Darnold. Now, if Sam Darnold is like third in the MVP voting this year, okay, then all bets are off.
Right.
But if Sam Darnold has the year that he had last year,
right,
I don't think there's any way he's a top 5 quarterback.
But you know that it's not about who deserves it. It's just about who's next.
And I don't think the Seahawks will make the same mistake that the Dolphins did with Tua and the Cowboys did with Dak and all these other teams that have gone down the freaking toilet because they pay the 10th to 12th best quarterback number 2 or number 3 money just because they're the next guy in line. The Seahawks don't operate like that.
Well, again, it is just what the market will bear for him and how important he is to the Seahawks.
See you later.
And I think this, you mentioned 2 guys there and Tua Tagovailoa and Dak Prescott. There's one thing that Darnold's done those guys haven't done, and that's win a title. I mean, play in a Super Bowl, for God's sake. So I think he's almost worth more here than he is maybe somewhere else, unless Mike McDonald and John Schneider believe, hey, we've got maybe a couple of years left with this defense before we got to start paying guys a lot of money, including Witherspoon. So there's a window here between maybe now and let's say the end of 28 potentially to win maybe another one. And we're going to milk as much as we can out of Sam Darnold and then say goodbye and do something else. I would be pretty surprised, Dick, if they said sayonara like you're talking about. I don't think it's going to be a contentious thing. I don't see him holding out, for God's sakes. But could I see Sam Darnold being the 6th or 7th highest paid quarterback in the NFL? Yeah. I mean, Dak's making 60. Burrow, Allen, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence are all making $55 million. That's 4 guys. Number 6 is Goff at 53. Brock Purdy's making 53. I mean, Dick, if Brock Purdy can make $53 million and be, what are we talking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7th in the NFL, then Sam Darnold might beat that. If Brock Purdy's making $53 million and tied for 7th in the NFL on average annual salary, by the time Darnold's deal comes up, he might be in the top 5. He might be in the top 5 temporarily.
Yeah.
He may not be there forever. But the Brock Purdy deal, I mean, my God, dude. Are you kidding me?
If there is, and right now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quarterbacks separated by $3 million.
Right. That's
so
not a lot.
If he's in that group that is between 3 and 9, I'm not going to drive a hard line and say he's not going to be a top 5. But I don't know if that's what it'll be by the time he signs.
What's the salary cap projection for like 2027? Right? Let's look next year. Let's look at 28, 2027, 2028. Because really in the end, that's what this comes down to, right? Like nobody really cares how much money a guy's making. It's the percentage of the salary cap and how much you're taking up. 323,
which is 301 this year.
For what? This year?
For 301 this year, projected 323 next year.
323. Okay, so he's got a 3-year deal. Darnold, and he's set to make his cap number next year is $44.9 million. So divide that and tell me what the percentage is. 323 divided by 49. 49 divided by 323. That's 15%. 15% of the cap. And that's if he doesn't restructure. That's under the $44.9 million number for 2027. That's not unmanageable.
No.
15%.
I'm right there. As long as you're 15% or below, I'm fine with that. And I don't think that he's going to play the last year of his contract.
I don't either.
And so I think the cap number, don't you think the cap number under a restructured contract for next year is going to be less? It's usually less than what it was going to be. So we're going to have Sam at, instead of 44 next year, we're probably going to have Sam at 40 next year.
Well, I'm telling you right now that 15% of the projected cap in 2028 is $53 million. And that's what Brock Purdy's making. I think he's making more than that. If they re-sign him and if he does, prove to deserve it, right? Which I think, I hope he will. Then he might be in the top 5. He might be there for a week. He might be there for a month. But I think don't you think he deserves more money than Brock Purdy?
Yes. Well, you're asking the wrong, you're asking the wrong guy on that one.
We just started off by saying there's no way he's in the top 5. Brock Purdy is number 7, and he's how far from the top 5? Like $2 million?
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of guys all, crammed in there behind the guys. I mean, how many guys actually deserve the money that they're getting based upon their performance? I would argue
not many.
3 or 4.
Well, the way to do it is the way the Seahawks have done it, and it's the way the Seahawks have won both their titles with Russell Wilson and Sam Darnold. Now, a little bit different for Russell because he was on his rookie deal. I understand that, but I'm even kind of rethinking this even more so that I might even believe more than ever that he's going to be in the top 5, unless there's a couple names I'm not thinking about that might re-sign before him. But
but you said how much was he due next year if he just stays with the 44, right?
44.9. That's the cap. That's the cap number.
Right. So you would agree that next a restructure, it's going to be lower than that, right?
You would think the cap would be lower, but his average annual salary would go up. I'm just talking about his average annual salary. And if Brock Purdy's making $53 million and I'm Sam Darnold's agent, especially if the Niners take another step back this year and the Seahawks get to the NFC Championship again, guys, Brock Purdy's making $53 million. He's $2 million away from being tied for second in the NFL.
Well,
an average annual salary. My guy deserves more, and they'll be right.
As long as Sam Darnold's annual salary inflates at the same rate as the inflation of the salary cap,
right,
I'm cool. And right now, it's a 9.3 inflation from 2026 to 2027. It'll probably be around 10% from 2027, 2020. So fine, if I am totally cool giving Sam Darnold 10% increases every single year. And if you do that for 3 years, he's up there to $50 million.
Well, the thing is, I think he'll want more than that. The question is, how adamant will he be about doing that? Again, not to be repetitive, but he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's going to hold out. Right. Maybe I'm wrong. He's never had this opportunity in his life.
Correct.
Right?
And like you said, how marketable is he to the rest of the league?
Yeah, and he'll be a little bit older, obviously. But, the money getting tossed around is like if you just ranked NFL quarterbacks by how much they're making per year, this is not a proper order of who's good and who's not in the NFL, because there's guys on this list that have no business being ranked ahead of dudes behind them, yet they are because it just happened to be their turn. We're going to break testimonials, and then John Wilner joins at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM.
studios of Sports Radio KJR. This is Textimonials. Take it away, Dave Softy Muller and Dick Fane.
All right, John Wilner going to join us at 5 o'clock tonight. We'll talk some college athletics, college foosball, college basketball. How many football programs, basketball programs out there have athletes on multi-year contracts? Because I've heard today, at least for UW football, they don't have any on multi-year deals. Yeah, so we'll chat with John about that today on the radio show. How unique is that? You know, where is UW in regards to everybody else in the Big Ten, the SEC, when it comes to NIL? All that with Johnny Wilner, courtesy of our friends at Simply Seattle at 5 o'clock tonight right here. Fun with audio at 5:28 as well. Right now, though, a little testimonials. Here we go, Travis. Your time to shine, big boy. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. What do you got?
Dan gets to make predetermined choices that have already been made for him. I don't think Dan or any Mariner manager in the Dipoto era even gets to pick their team meal.
Well, like I said earlier, I think there's a chance that Dan Wilson has less authority over the day-to-day lineup and operation, bullpen rotation, or maybe a better way to put it is that the upper management is now more involved in that aspect than they ever have been before. I think they were pretty involved with Service. I think Service and Jerry were like the same guy. They came in together, and they were both on the same page. They were of the same ilk when it came to analytics and things like that. I don't think Dan Wilson gets hired unless he fits that mold. I mean, unless John Stanton just shoved him down Jerry's throat, which I don't think he did. And by the way, all this talk about firing Dan Wilson, look, you can talk until you're blue in the face. It ain't going to happen. John Stanton is not going to fire Dan Wilson, at least not in the middle of the year. I would be stunned. I would you know what I would do? If Dan Wilson gets fired in the middle of the year, I will take 10 random people on the text line and treat all of them to dinner at the Metropolitan Grill.
How about that?
All 10 of them.
All right.
If Dan Wilson gets fired, not quit, if he gets fired in the middle of the year, I'd be stunned if John did that.
I would be stunned as well. And maybe if we're, learning all this, maybe there's no reason to criticize him. And his job security is better than any sports coach in America.
Well,
because
maybe,
he's not, if what is being thrown out in the ether is true, he's got no responsibility whatsoever.
You know what's funny, Dick, is when the whole Cal Raleigh thing came down and Service ripped him for being pissed off about the team not making deals like the Rangers did when the Rangers won the World Series. I think a job of a manager in a lot of ways is simple, to be a representative of the players and to have their back. And I think it'd be great. I don't know if he would ever do it. I know Lou would do it, but like we said earlier, he's not Lou. He's never going to be another Lou. Dan Wilson came out and said, look, as a former catcher that's worked with a ton of pitchers in my life, I don't blame Castillo for being pissed. I'd be pissed too. Now, I'd fall out of my chair if he said that.
It would be the greatest soundbite of the year.
That's what you're looking for out of a manager. I mean, there was a clear line when Lou Piniella was here between the clubhouse and what was happening on the second floor.
That's right.
At Safeco Field. And I don't get that sense now, right? I'm not saying the players don't like Dan. That's ridiculous to say something like that because I think they do. But I think if Dan Wilson were to come out and say, I don't mind Bryce Miller, I don't blame Luis Castillo, if I were them, I'd be furious also. They have every right to be pissed off.
Woody Woodward.
Because this is stupid.
Woody Woodward and Pat Gillick just made moves.
Oh, my God.
There was no calls down to Lou saying, you gotta do this with this guy.
Yeah.
You got to bat this guy fourth today. It just would never happen.
I guess I just miss the old school mentality, and God darn, am I getting old, man. I miss the old school mentality of a manager having the players back. Even though it's not maybe the right thing to do, but, I that's the guy that I work with every day. So I need him to follow me. He's not working with Jerry. He's not working with Justin. He's not working with, who was the old guy, Andy, whatever the hell his name was, that went to work for the Padres, the chubby guy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
They're not in here. They're not in the clubhouse.
Andy McKay.
Yeah, good call. They're not in the clubhouse when guys are getting pissed off and throwing bats. They're not angry in the shower. They're not mad every single day. I'm in here with you. I'm going to have your back. Now, I may have to serve two masters, just so you know, but I'm going to have your back no matter what. And I would love to see Wilson just completely, morph into that guy.
I think they'd play with more fire if he did.
Be great.
Because they don't play with a lot of fire right now.
Yeah,
that's for damn sure.
What's next?
Make a Rose Arena your everyday DH and hell. throw something wild out there like put JP into left. Let's be real. He wouldn't be any worse than Randy.
Yeah.
In fact, he'd probably be an upgrade in left field.
Every time I see a short fly ball to left field and a guy on third, I'm wondering, why isn't that guy running? Why isn't he taking off?
Oh, yeah.
I would take off every
time.
single time. Not that the ball won't get there. It's like, your pace on a putt. Hey, the ball's going to get there. It's just going to be 5 feet to the right. It's going to be way off. Your pace was fine. Your aim was terrible.
How about the one a couple of weeks ago that ended up in the 5th row?
Oh, my God. Unreal, man. It's terrible. It's just every time a short ball gets to left, every time a ball is rocketed to left field, it's hang on time, right? Every single time. All right, what's next?
Not thinking about Hawks at the moment. Currently focusing on therapy for emotional instability connected to the M's.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if the Mariners played in a normal division.
Well, they'd be 8.5 behind Tampa. I just looked.
No, if they played, if the American League West was normal. Like, let's say you had a team that was, I don't know, give me a number, 6 or 7 games above 500, right?
We'd be like 5 out.
You'd be like 6 or 7 games out of first place. And it really would be, you'd be starting to get concerned
Yes,
then.
you would.
What's going on here, guys? Because here's what these guys did a year ago at this time. They haven't done yet. They've had 2 4-game winning streaks so far this year in the first 55 games of the year. Last year, by this time, they had a 4, a 6, and a 4. Like, they were showing that they could win a lot of games in a row in chunks. And these guys haven't proven they can do that. Now, part of it is the health, for sure. But man, when these guys get healthy, like Kruger was saying, Dick, at 4, and Donovan comes back, and the bullpen's back ready, and the piggyback thing is all settled down, we're going to be watching like a freaking hawk to see how good these guys really are.
Is it a lack of urgency based upon people like us saying, "Oh, they're going to win the division"? Like, I think that people are human, right? They hear things. If they hear the world saying the Mariners are going to win the division despite how they're playing right now, then maybe there's just this subconscious of, I don't need to play at a 10 tonight. I can play it at 8.2 and I can still win games.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'm just looking at, the A's are 27-27. Last year, what is that, 54 games? Last year at this point, they were 23-31. So they're 4 games above where they were a year ago. Now, I will tell you this. At this time a year ago, the A's commenced to lose 9 games in a row at this exact point last year. So let's hope that happens starting today.
Weren't very good last year either. I've told you on my birthday they were sub 500, and my birthday's June 11th. So we're 2 weeks away from the point where the Mariners were sub 500 last year.
Were they really?
Yes, they were.
Wow. Okay.
So they always suck at the beginning of the year. We're used to this.
I thought they were better than they were. They're better last year than they are now.
They caught fire.
27-27.
At this point, they were. Yeah. But I'm talking about on June 11th, because I just remember that was their low water mark of the season. The latest that they were last year was June 11th.
Yeah, they were. Your birthday is on June 11th. Mm-hmm. June 11th last year, they were 33-34, a game under 500. Now, part of that is because they fell apart. On the 27th of May, they were 30-23. Okay? And then they woke up on your birthday and they're 33-34. So they started to piss their pants on your birthday last year. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because if that comes again, they're done. They're cooked. All right, one more, Travis. One more. Yeah, go ahead. Hit it.
I watch the Seahawks news every day and find myself lacking. The LOB seem to always have something going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's just, look, there's no real big-time concerns, I guess. The running game, I feel, should be a concern, but I feel oddly okay with what they're doing right now with Jadarian Price. It got addressed. The right guard thing got addressed. The cornerback thing got addressed, right? They went out and they made moves to address those spots. Do they have the right guys? I don't know. But I just think with Mike McDonald here, Mike McDonald is like a nice blanket on a cold day.
Cozy.
Warm a cup of chicken soup, matzo ball soup for our people, Travis, and just keeps you calm. Mike McDonald will heal all.
It's because you're
he
confident.
will provide.
You're confident
right?
he knows what the hell he's doing.
Just going to provide, man.
I mean, isn't that the big issue between our two major teams here?
Yeah,
like one of them knows what the hell they're doing, and we really question whether the other does.
I just expect the Seahawks to have a kick-ass defense every single day.
Yep.
And for the Seahawks defense every Sunday to be the best unit out there, no matter who they're playing, every single week. He will provide for us, right? Just have faith. Things may look bleak, but in the end, Coach McDonald will provide for everyone. The Church of McDonald.
And I feel the same way about the dude over at Montlake.
We're going to break. I wouldn't compare the two, but I get your point.
I
get
feel
your point.
comfortable that he knows how to run a football program.
Let's get a break. John Wilner is going to join. Should Husky fans feel that way? That's a great transition for John Wilner next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, kids, here we go. Happy Tuesday. Headlines on Softy Dick with Jackson. No Jackson. Travis the Ogre Moger in for Jackson today. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Here's what we got. Mariners back at it tonight. Emerson Hancock against rookie Gage Jump, who's making his MLB debut for the A's. He is the number 41 prospect in baseball. Gabe Spire's been activated off the IL. The M's of option pitcher Nick Davila to AAA Tacoma.
The Supreme Court today declined to accept the NFL's appeal in the Brian Flores case, meaning that his discrimination claims against the league and 4 teams will be resolved in court.
Bad news for Josh Jacobs. Would you say he's a pretty big part of the Packers offense, by the way?
Yes.
He was arrested today and booked on several domestic violence charges on battery, domestic abuse, disorderly conduct, and intimidation of a victim. How about that? Josh Jacobs in some trouble.
Spurs Thunder in 30 minutes. Game number 5, pivotal game in OKC. Another NBA news, Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla winning the NBA's Coach of the Year.
And the Chargers making Derwin James the NFL's highest paid safety yet again. It's a deal that includes $57.5 million guaranteed. By the way, that is more money guaranteed than Trent McDuffie got as a corner with the LA Rams on his deal. So look out, Devin Witherspoon,
Derwin James
man.
got a little more of a resume than Trent McDuffie has.
He does, but he also plays a different position than Derwin James, man. If safeties are getting $58 million guaranteed.
What's Nicky Manwari getting?
What the hell's Spoon going to get? Good God. All right, John Wilder joining us right now.
It's time for our weekly Pac-12 conversation with San Jose Mercury News reporter John Wilner. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Our friends at SimplySeattle.com have the most amazing collection of all things Seattle. Seahawks gear, UW hats, and the largest selection of Sonics gear anywhere in the world. Learn more at SimplySeattle.com.
All right, big thanks to our friends at SimplySeattle.com. Whatever you got your eyes on, Seahawk gear for the fall, World Cup gear, still browsing their selection of Super Bowl championship gear. Be sure and use code SOFTY at checkout for 15% off anything. Actually, I'm sorry. There's too many codes. It's code KJR15, by the way. Softy is a Venue Kings. Code KJR15 for 15% off anything at SimplySeattle.com. Here he is, the Pope of the Pack, the Big 12 and Big 10 Baron, our friend Johnny Wilner. John, how are you, man?
I'm good, thanks. How you guys?
Good. How was the kids' graduation party today?
Well, boy, that's nice of you to ask that. Yeah, it was good. My son graduated from middle school. The ceremony was today, and he got out, 3 years and out. Now we got high school waiting for us.
Yeah, I love it. Middle school graduation. God, I don't think I have to sit through one of those in a couple of weeks because my daughter's graduating too, but I don't think we're doing it.
I don't remember doing a junior high or middle school graduation. Is that a new thing, John, or has that been going on behind our backs for a while?
It's, one of those things from woke California.
100%. At least you own it. At least you freaking own it down there, man. Good for you, Johnny.
That's awesome.
Well, John,
participation trophy.
There you go. Everybody gets one, man. John Wilner with us. And, John, we were going to talk off the air, but didn't get the shot. And I'm kind of glad we didn't because I want to kind of hit you with a curveball here. I heard today because I was wondering how many UW football players are on multi-year NIL deals, right? Like, are we going to do this whole same song and dance again, potentially, with Devon Williams, next winter? And the answer I got today was nobody. They don't have any players, at least on the football team, that are on multi-year NIL contracts. How unique is that around college football, you think?
I think that a lot of schools are starting to do that as much as they can to kind of lock guys in, because the thing is, the more often their NIL deals expire, the more susceptible they are either to leaving, or the more likely they are to either leave or ask for more, because the thing is, the market is soaring, right? Last year, the top rosters were 40 million, and that's NIL plus rev share. And I think this year there's going to be 50. So the way the market is going, you are much better off locking a guy in at the present day rate than having to deal with going back and starting all over again in 9 to 12 months.
John, we've got the meetings in a couple of conferences, SEC and Big 12. I'll start with the SEC. I thought Mike Elko's comment was interesting about the expansion of the playoffs, and you responded to it as well. You kind of are on the same wavelength as the Texas A&M coach.
I mean, how long have they been talking about playoff expansion? And he's the first coach or athletic director or even conference commissioner I've seen to admit that nobody involved actually has the good of the game as their motivation, right? The coaches are motivated out of self-interest. More teams in the playoff improves their chances of getting in the playoff, which improves their job security, right? It doesn't mean just because the coaches and ADs want it that it's the best thing for the sport.
Right.
But they are driving the discussion. The campuses are driving the discussion, and they want more access. That doesn't mean it's the right thing. So I thought it was great that Elko, who's a very honest guy, finally said what nobody else is willing to say. We're not talking about the good of the game. We're talking about our own self-interest.
Well, and, more money to pay these guys. I mean, this goes back to the conversation we had about, locking guys in at market rate right now. And, the more money you commit to players long term, the more money you need in the coffers. So it's not surprising that some programs, like UW and others want the playoff to be expanded. But I'm looking at a list that was put out by Fox Sports. God, when was this? This was back in May. That was last week. Sorry. Joel Klatt. Somebody else came out of the list of the highest paid rosters. Texas, 48 million, Miami, 44, Ohio State, 43, LSU, 42. And the point was made today to me by somebody that, hey, most of that money is either garbage money, meaning they cheat to get there, or it's not really there in reality. It's inflated by teams to make themselves look like they're spending a lot of money. Because this person I talked to said there's no way the NCAA clearinghouse is going to approve $30 million in NIL money when schools are using 15 in rev share and then doubling that, if not almost tripling that, with the NIL world. So how much of this is breaking the rules, and how much of this is just total nonsense in your mind?
Well, there's certainly some dead money involved in those figures. There's no question about that. But what has happened is the Big Ten and the SEC have put so much money into the College Sports Commission. Now, remember, that is the organization that was created last summer to as a clearinghouse to judge the legitimacy of the NIL deals. The SEC and Big Ten, there's more than $100 million worth of deals that are clogged up in the pipeline that have not been approved and that may not be approved. So School X, and I mean, I don't want to pick any names specifically, but School X could have $10 or $20 million worth of promised NIL payments to players that actually has not been approved yet. And so what's happened is the players aren't getting the money that has been promised to them because it's clogged up. And that is causing a lot of frustration in the SEC and the Big Ten. And it's one of the reasons that those two leagues are talking about breaking away from the NCAA.
Right. Well, we had Pat Shun with us. Was it last week, Dick? He was on with us. Pat Shun, the AD, called in from the Big Ten meetings. Actually, he was back in town. This after the Big Ten meetings ended. And we talked about the idea of the players forming a union so that a deal could be collectively bargained. And he said, why would players do that? Right now, they're getting whatever they want, whenever they want. You agree with that?
Yeah, that's my contention is this is the best time ever to be a college athlete in football and men's basketball. They're getting scholarships. They're getting revenue share. They're getting NIL, and they're getting under the table money because that's still out there. So, and they can transfer as many times as they want whenever they want and be eligible immediately. So the NCAA has screwed up so bad that I don't know that the athletes would agree to collectively bargain, even if the presidents decided, let's do it. And that is one of the things that the Big Ten and the SEC are kind of inching closer to, is a world in which they break away from the NCAA and they try to collectively bargain with the athletes to get structure on salaries, transfer portal, competition calendar, all that kind of stuff.
So then if I'm hearing you right, John, it's almost like we're going to let the salaries just explode over the next few years like they have over the last couple years, knowing that only the Big Ten and the SEC can keep up with the arms race, and that's going to allow those two conferences to break away. Is that how it's going to end?
Well, that's kind of what's happening. Yeah. I mean, there's no way to stop the escalation of the roster finances, right? Whether it's a $40 million, some people think there's going to be $100 million rosters by the end of the decade, and the Big Ten and the SEC are the only conferences that can really afford it to the extent that they even can. But the gap between those two and everybody else is growing exponentially. And they want to play by one set of rules. They're frustrated that more than $100 million in NIL is clogged up. Meanwhile, the ACC and Big 12 are saying, well, this is the rules you all created, and now you're frustrated by them and you want to break away. So everybody is getting frustrated, and we're getting closer to a breaking point. The SEC meetings this week, they are talking about what self-governance would look like. In other words, the SEC saying, we're done with the NCAA. We're going to create our own rules. And the Big Ten is also talking about that just a little bit more quietly.
Well, John Wilner's with us, and, not to go down a rabbit hole here, but I was just reading about the history of the NFLPA because it kind of got me thinking about, okay, if there's going to be a players' union, for example, that forms, who's going to be the one to initiate that, right? Like, does some lawyer approach a group of players and say, spread the word to your buddy? Like the NFLPA in the 1950s, a guy named Dante Lavelli, who was a guy that played for the Browns, was 33. And he went to a lawyer to, start talking about things like insurance claims. And that apparently is how, in some ways, the NFLPA was formed. So if the players were to do something like that, would it come down to, hey, maybe some of the older guys, like a Dante Moore, for example, Arch Manning, for example, someone who's been around the game at least a couple of years, would then call their pals on a text thread and say, hey, let's go talk to a lawyer and see if we can find a way to galvanize here. How would that even start if the players wanted to do something like that?
Well, there's already organizations out there that are trying to represent players. Brandon Copeland is a former NFL player who's got, I think he has athletes.org. And there's a bunch of attorneys who are often on Twitter that are representing athletes in NIL cases against schools. So there's a lot of people that are already talking about this and already trying to lay the groundwork. I think it would start externally with an attorney or someone who is on the business side and then is able to convince enough players to do it.
Right.
I don't know that it would start organically from at the players level.
Got it. Who's the Duke player, basketball, that years ago tried to do something like that? Wasn't there a guy, was it Battier, somebody like that, tried to get the players on board?
O'Bannon, you talking about?
Who?
O'Bannon?
Ed O'Bannon?
Started it?
UCLA?
UCLA?
Yeah, who was John, wasn't there a player back in the day? Was it O'Bannon?
O'Bannon is the one who started all this.
Yeah.
His lawsuit against the NCAA.
Yeah, good call.
Over the EA Sports cover led to NIL.
Got it.
But there have been a bunch of players in the past. I think it might have been Shane Battier was talking about it. I mean, who's a huge proponent of all this is Jay Billis. On at least on the basketball side. But it's going to happen eventually. It's just going to be at what point relative to where the conference structure and realignment exists when it all begins.
Well, let's talk about it from the other perspective, the Big 12's perspective, because their meetings are going on right now. I saw the Iowa State AD saying, let them break away. So they're already starting to get mad over there. So what's the talking points at the Big 12 meetings, and what's the DEFCON level of the Big 12 right now?
Well, the talking point there is, as in with the SEC, it's the 2014 playoff, and the same with the Big Ten. 2014 playoff or not, a breakaway by the Big Big Ten and SEC or not. And then for the Big 12, a lot of it is how can we get more money?
Right.
Because the Big 12 just released their financials and they have schools that are $35 million behind the schools in the SEC and Big 10 in terms of what they're generating from on an annual basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that gap is just going to keep growing. It's going to keep getting bigger. And let's not forget, the upcoming season is the first year of the new college football playoff contract with ESPN. That is going to you're not going to get paid based on whether you make the playoff or not. Everybody's getting paid automatically.
Right.
Every school in the Big 10 is going to get $21 million. Every school in the Big 12 is going to get $13 million.
Ooh.
Every school in the SEC is going to get $23 million. So that's just going to increase the gap that already exists. And the only schools that are in the Big 12 that will be able to afford to compete are like Texas Tech or BYU because they got all that private money.
Yeah. Well, the other topic with Sean a week ago, we talked about that 2014 playoff, and I think you were the one that kind of was wondering, what will they do to maybe increase the attractiveness of the September schedule? Now, UW only has 2 non-conference games to choose from for now because they've got Wazoo as one of them, so they're down 1. But Sean's point, I think, was that, hey, we're going to make strength of schedule a gigantic part of the criteria and basically, for lack of a better term, force teams or highly encourage teams to play tougher non-conference schedules. I mean, you've written about that. You've talked about that. Do you think the 2014 playoff will result in stronger schedules for fans in September?
I am very skeptical, right? I totally get what Pat Chun is saying. And I think that there's a chance that they are going to try to do something like that in terms of codifying schedule strength into the selection process to a much greater extent than it already is. But I just am thinking about it from the coach's perspective, right? The coach is saying, I'm going to schedule 3 cupcakes. I'm going to be 3-0. And if I can go 6-3 in my conference and I finish 9-3, I got a hell of a chance to get in the 2014 playoff. Why would I make my path more difficult? Now, the AD may push back and say, well, we need quality games because that will help us sell tickets to non-conference and all that kind of thing. But I just am thinking about it. The coaches, no coach wants to make things tougher on himself if a playoff berth is at the end of the rainbow. So I'm just skeptical about it. And the thing is, if they go to 24 and the non-conference schedules don't improve, that's the worst of both worlds.
John, I made the comment last hour about our 2 major sports teams, 2 biggest sports teams, I should say, here in Seattle, the Mariners and the Seahawks. I just said, the organization and the head coach, one of them seems like they know what the hell they're doing. And then Mike McDonald, Softy called him like a cozy little blanket. Like you just know that he knows what he's doing over there.
Matzo ball soup, John.
And the other one in the Mariners, I just don't know what the hell if they know what the hell they're doing. And I made the comment, I said, I feel Jed Fish is in the Seahawks category. I feel like he knows what the hell he's doing. Would you agree with that? Not that he's a Super Bowl championship caliber coach at this point. I'm just saying that he knows how to run a football program.
He's in control.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the thing is, he's shown he can do it. He did it in Arizona in much more difficult circumstances. But the thing that Fish is facing that those guys aren't is they're playing from behind because they're $30 million behind everybody else in their conference except for Oregon, right? I mean, the NFL guys, they're all everybody basically pays the same, and then you got the version of a luxury tax in the NFL. I don't even know what
it's just a salary. It's just a hard cap.
A hard cap. So, but Washington doesn't have that. They have this huge deficit that they're playing with. And I think that makes it a lot more difficult for Fish, even though he may be just as competent.
Right.
He's got more difficult circumstances to deal with.
Well, okay, and here's my retort to that. Not that you asked or give a damn, but I'm going to tell you anyway, right? So my retort to that would be this. Number one, the amount of money that UW, and if I'm wrong on any of this, please interrupt me. The amount of money UW is making on a yearly basis from the Big Ten, although not what their counterparts are getting in the Big Ten is still better than what they would have gotten if they had stayed in the old Pac-12, number one. And number two, there's also, from a rev share perspective, still only a certain amount of money every team can spend. So I guess my question is this. The extra money Michigan's getting, the extra money Ohio State's getting, The extra money Penn State is getting. What does that buy Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan that UW can't buy? Because there's a limit on rev share. That's $20 million. That's for all sports. And then everything NIL has to get cleared by the clearinghouse program. And that's mostly about third-party donations, alumni, people like that, fans donating. What are those other schools getting full shares, spending their money on that UW is not getting?
Well, I would say that UW doesn't have as much money for operations, so they need to devote more fundraising and external dollars to handling basic operations, and aren't able to put as much into NIL. That would be one kind of pathway to explaining what the difference in the rev share or the revenue distributions mean, right? Washington's got to fund operations with money that the other schools have $30 million more of that. So they can divert donations to the roster in a more efficient way. Now, in terms of the Pac-12, it's really complicated because is Washington better off? Well, yes, but not better off than it would have been if USC and UCLA had stayed. Sure. And are they better off if UCLA alone had stayed? That's another question. And then, the whole playoff thing is different because the Pac-12 fell apart. Let's remember, the Big Ten and the SEC have a level of dominance that would not exist if Washington and Oregon were still in a thriving Pac-12, because Washington and Oregon's success over 10 years of the playoff was part of how they decided how much money the Big Ten was going to get.
Yeah.
Washington and Oregon are making money for the Big Ten from the playoff revenue model based on how they did in the Pac-12.
Yeah, well, I smell a column. All right, I smell a column. That might be me, but I smell a column, I think, that I want to get you to write for the paper, break it down detail by detail what those other teams can do with the extra money that they're getting from the Big Ten that schools like Washington can't do. So not to tell you how to do your job, but I would read that if you wrote
But he
that.
kind of is.
All right, yeah. I'd read that, John. All right, I'd read it. John,
it's a great talking point.
Yeah,
it's a great talking point.
You're the man. Great stuff, and we'll talk in a week, buddy.
Thanks, John.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, John Wilner with us. Normally we do this at 3:45, but we moved it back a little bit today. How about a little fun with audio? Hey, did you hear that? Coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or at bloomatree.com. Now, fun with audio. Here's Softy and Dick.
All right, I think that's two, baby. I think you've reached the limit. Your entire salary today donated to charity, pal. Thank you for your contribution, Travis Moger.
Oh, he only gets 2, huh?
Good. I thought it was 1.5. Unless it was 2.5. It was at 2.5. I'm fine with 2.5.
I think it was 1.5. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got high standards here, pal. Well, you're doing good. Travis Moger filling in for Jackson Felts the entire week. How about a little fun with audio / hey, did you hear that? Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
All right, why don't we start? Let's start with number 2. Travis, if we can, please. I want to get this out of the way early. In Paris, France yesterday, Gladiator star Russell Crowe was walking outside of a Paris hotel where a throng of autograph seekers was waiting for him. So he could have kept walking and said thanks, but no thanks, but instead stopped to sign autographs, but not before he laid down some ground rules to the group of people wanting his signature.
Stay where you are. Don't push in on me. I'll come to you. Just give everybody space. As soon as somebody's a dick, go. You got me? Yes. Clear? Yes, sir.
As soon as somebody's a dick, I'm gone.
I love the ground rules. That's way better than just blowing people off.
Oh, God.
I think more people should do that.
Yeah, I mean, totally. Because, I mean, number one, this guy's one of the biggest stars on the planet, obviously. Everywhere he goes, he's getting mobbed by paparazzi autograph seekers, probably people coming up in his car, whatever, banging on his hotel door. He probably can't get 5 seconds to himself. So I got no problem with it, man. And you know what else? Some of those people waiting outside the hotel might be people he's seen before.
Oh, absolutely. And they're saying they're immediately selling his autograph.
Right.
And so, yeah, he probably has. And I would much rather have mega stars do that than, just be jerks. Just say, here's the ground rules. I'm going to sign for 3 minutes.
Right. And then I'm done.
Stay right
I'm
there.
Done. You touch me, I'm out.
I will sign for it. As soon as someone misbehaves, I'm
That's
out.
right.
And you ruin it for everybody.
Anybody breathes on me improperly,
right.
Don't ask me to sign some stupid personalized card for your baby girl. I'm not signing your boobs. All right. Don't touch me. Don't even look at me. I mean, I got no issue with it at all. No. None. There's very few people on this earth that get mobbed by people the way big-time movie stars do. Right. And for him to lay down the ground rules, I mean, you can say he might have been a little abrasive about it, but we don't know his history with these people at all. We got no clue. I love that. I thought it was great, man.
Fantastic.
You know what? I'm going to start doing that from now on.
When you get the throngs of autograph hounds?
When I go to Jimmy's, next time you and I, listen, I'll sign for the one guy in the back, but if you touch me, I'm out. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to number 1, Travis. After the Mariners win last night in Sacramento, M's reporter Brad Adam asking Bryce Miller about whether the piggyback situation is getting more comfortable, and he did not hold back.
You've done the starter first, now the second guy the second time. So is it getting more, I guess, comfortable now that you've done both situations?
This setup's not very comfortable. But like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, I get to come out and pitch in the big leagues, and something that I've dreamed about my whole life. So would I rather start the game? Yeah, but anytime I can be on the mound in the big leagues, I'll be grateful for it. So.
Yeah, well, good for Bryce Miller, man, for being honest about it. It is tough for those guys, especially for a guy like Bryce, who's been starting, let's face it, for a long, long time, not just here, but in the minor leagues as well. And now he's being asked to do something that, frankly, he doesn't want to do. I mean, what starting pitcher for as badass as Bryce Miller was, Dick, in the playoffs a year ago, imagines coming back the next May and being a reliever in a 7-0 game? Nobody imagines that. So he's got a great attitude, man. But I appreciate the honesty.
I do too. He's one of the few guys I actually like listening to after games, and I make more of what he said after his last start when he said that teams are coming after us harder this year.
Right.
We are the hunted, and we are flat in response.
Right.
That screams to me that there's something wrong in that clubhouse.
Did he say we are flat in response?
Flat.
Okay, gotcha. That was his quote.
Yes.
All right. Well,
I'll play it.
No, I believe you. You're a stand-up guy. I don't think you're lying to me. I believe you. I mean, if I'm Dan Wilson, I don't like hearing that, right? Of course. But, yeah, I mean, I think he's great. I think this clubhouse is There's a couple of guys that I think you're kind of starting to lean on and go to for, money quotes and get the real story. And I think Bryce Miller's one of them, man, no doubt. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to 3, Travis. Cavaliers head coach Kenny Atkinson, who, by the way, the Cavaliers announced he will be back next year with the team, spoke to the media Sunday before being swept by the Knicks and had this interesting take down 3-0 on how the series was going.
Analytically, I think we've won the expect. I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. There's an expected score, and we won 2 out of 3. And I know you're looking confused, but I'm not. There is really, if you believe in process and all that, like man, take that layer. I know I don't throw that on them. I see it for myself. We have this feeling, I have this feeling, then I can go to our analytical table and be like, man, we are, and I think last night it was, the expected score was like 1 point or 2. Us shooting way below expected, them shooting way over. I know no one wants to hear that. I think you guys like hearing it. I know, general public, no one wants to hear that. Everyone's outcome based. And, sure, I get that too.
Everyone's outcome based.
I think there's an obvious response to this. You know what that is. That is just about the dumbest thing that a head coach can say when you're down 3-0. And it's kind of partly why, you and I go back and forth sometimes on some of that, like, the ESPN FPI, or well, look at where they've got. Well, so what?
Right.
Right. I mean, all that matters is winning and friggin' losing. Unless you've got a young team and everybody's coming back, and by the end of the year, you can see some real progress and you can measure it like that, then I'm fine with that. But this team's in the conference finals, and they're getting pasted in every game they play. Yes. And this knob goes in front of the media. Man, dude, if I'm doing a show in Cleveland, I'm unloading on this guy. What a putz. He actually wants us to believe that things aren't as bad as they appear because we are outperforming what the analytics dorks say we should be doing. Really? You just made a tweet the other day asking who showed more fight in the last week, the Cavaliers or the Mariners, right?
Yes.
And so this guy wants us to believe that his team is showing fight because they're outperforming what the nerds say they should be doing when they're getting crushed every single night by the Knicks. If I were the owner of the team, I'd fire the guy yesterday. Whack him. He's not my guy. You have no balls. You have no competitive spirit whatsoever. No drive. You're wrong for this town. Everybody hates you. Goodbye. Done. That's it. I mean, what are we doing here? Dick.
I say hang the banner. Expected Eastern Conference champions.
Oh, my God.
I say hang the freaking banner at Rocket Arena.
Oh, I just, are we ever going to have a moment like that here with one of our guys? And
if it is, it's Dipoto. Like he's the closest. He's the closest thing to what we have in Seattle that would say something like that.
I promise you that I'm going to unload. That might be the end of it. I mean, just tell me the date, and that's when the career comes to an end. That is amazing.
You know what we got to do?
Holy crap.
When we get Schmetzer on again, we got to play that comment for him and ask him what he thinks about a head coach saying, well, the analytics say that we're winning the series.
That is, wow. Well, there are people that look at that stuff, and you do know that, websites like ESPN, they track that stuff, and they'll compare it to the actual AP Top 25, the actual CFP Top 25.
I think
here's where teams appear to be. Here's where they ended up being. And when did we get to a point where wins and losses aren't all that matters? Oh, my God.
I think when we're in the middle of a season, I think the FPI and power rankings can maybe project out pretty well what's going to happen. But when the season is over, and he made that comment when the season was done.
They were down
3-0.
Correct. Right.
It was done, and
just
he made that comment.
Do me a favor, please, for the love of, and I'm Jewish, for the love of Christ, please don't ever bring something like that up when a year comes to an end. Seahawks lose in the first round. Huskies go 8-4. Well, the FPI says they should have been 10-2, but please, I'm just begging you, don't do that. All right, that is going to be, oh my God, I cannot believe that this idiot actually woke up and said, this is a smart thing to say. And I would love to hear what people in Cleveland, there's got to be some reaction for tomorrow's show on Cleveland radio that we can play.
Oh, by the way, sources, Kenny Atkinson will return as head coach.
We just talked about that. He's coming back next year. Unbelievable. All right, let's do one more. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to 5, Travis. Last night during the M's-A's game, Dallas Braden over on NBC Sports California was very candid about his feelings on Luis Castillo being pulled after the 4th inning.
And so for Luis Castillo to be as frustrated as he is, it's because of the dirt under his spikes. He has earned every right, in my opinion, to be back out there, to get the Lions' share of this piggyback split here. And if he's throwing the ball the way he has tonight, and if he has produced the way he has tonight, and you have the lead that you have tonight, help me understand why it's not Luis Castillo back out on the mound right now. I'm having a tough time wrapping my head around it.
So there's a couple of tangible reasons why this might come back to bite the Mariners in the ass. And that is, what is the perception about what they're doing here, right? From free agents, is when Bryce Miller's contract is up, is he going to remember this? I mean, I think that in the end, money makes everything go away, right? As long as they take care of the guy.
Well, we don't sign other people's free agents.
No,
so
we
matter.
don't. Well, sometimes we do. If there's, like, let's say, I'm not saying Donovan's got a problem with this, but let's say he's got an equal deal from somebody else. Right. Maybe he just says, you know what, those guys are a bunch of clowns. I'm not going there. I'm going to go play over here. I mean, I'm not saying that will happen.
This isn't as bad as what Cal said. What Cal said a few years ago would be much more damning to free agents, I would think.
Well, Cal and then guess what they did? They changed their attitude.
Yeah,
they changed their attitude. Yeah. The Mariners started doing what Cal Raleigh wanted them to do. I mean, it was great. That was awesome. Like, more of that, please. But, I don't want people thinking the Mariners franchise is a bunch of bozos. And they're getting kind of panned by a lot of people for what happened to Luis Castillo over the weekend. I think the reason for it is because most people may not understand what they're trying to do here. With this piggyback thing, I don't like it. I don't think you like it. Kruger definitely doesn't like it. And there's a lot of fans that don't like it. But I do wonder if people were more aware, for example, of what was happening out here with their plan. Like if Dallas Braden had known that, would he be as critical as he was?
You made a poll today, I think it was, where you said this whole piggyback thing.
Right.
Do you like it, or do you not like it, or is it starting to grow on you?
Correct.
For me, I'm option 3,
which is what?
I liked the idea of it.
Okay.
And now I think it's dumb.
Well, you can't have option 3. There's no weasel. So you'd vote it stupid.
I'd vote it stupid.
90% agree with you. And I don't know if it's just because the Mariners lose all ties, right? Because they're the Mariners.
Question.
You put something
all
out,
ties.
The Mariners say it's a bad idea to stab somebody. Do you agree? Hell no. The Mariners think something, I think the opposite, but 90% don't like the piggyback idea. All right, hey, can we do a little you make the call, Travis? You know how that works, by the way? Are you aware of that?
No.
Do you listen to this show at all?
Definitely not.
Okay,
I'll teach him. I'll go in there and teach him.
We'll do a little you make the call. You know what? Just like Bryce Miller, pal, I appreciate the honesty. Do a little you make the call at 6 on 93.3 KJR FM.
You make the call.
FM.
All right, boys and girls, we'll do a little You Make the Call coming up at 6 o'clock tonight on the radio program. Get him in 49451.
You make the call.
On the Tacoma Dodge text line. But joining us right now on the radio show from 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area, covers the A's for the 5 people in Oakland who still give a damn about the A's before they moved to Vegas. They're now up in Sacramento for a couple years. Evan Giddings back with us on the radio program. Evan, how are you, man? What's going on?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Not actually in Sacramento this week, but kind of paying attention from afar. There's a lot of stuff happening in the Bay Area, not necessarily the most positive on the sports scene, but hey, the A's got a little more credit than the Giants right now, so they're working with that.
No doubt, man. Your manager down there is getting his ass kicked every single day. But how about this? How about this A's team that we'll see tonight? And let's start with the guy that you just called up. Gage Jump is a rookie. He's going to make his major league debut. And there's a lot of folks thinking that they're doing this with a lefty to face the worst hitting lefty lineup in all of baseball. The Mariners hit 190 against lefties, which is by far and away the worst in the game. How much of this move today was driven by the opponent or just this guy being ready for a start?
I mean, I would assume it's a little more of a matchup thing. He had a 4.5 ERA in the PCL, which for the Pacific Coast League is not bad. And he's relatively young, is a prospect for sure. But I think that this is something that they're trying to get a look at a favorable matchup for him. And he's somebody that's a top 50 prospect coming into tonight. So they're hoping that he can be good. But the A's, a little bit like the Mariners, like a lot of teams in the AL, are just looking for starting pitching depth at this point. Anybody that can give them some innings. And I feel like for a guy as young as he is and potentially as promising as he is, you want a soft landing, so to speak, if you can. Now that place is a launching pad, and the ball's probably going to be flying tonight. But like you said, Mariners not great against lefties. That's probably the thinking there.
God. Somebody should tell the M's that. They brought this guy up for a soft landing, boys, just so you know.
Against lefties, they are a soft landing, no question. What's the main reason the A's are leading this division right now? What's been the most impressive thing that you've seen?
Well, it's funny because it's not because of what they're doing today with their starting pitcher. It's been because of their bats. Their arms have not been great this season. They've had a couple of solid starts. Severino went 10 strikeouts, I think, in Los Angeles last week. He's supposed to be their frontline guy, but has struggled a bit. Jordan Springs has been a nice story this season, but their bullpen has been absolutely awful. I mean, Jack Leader Jr., or probably Mark Leader Jr. has been basically their go-to closer because they have nobody else. So they got to hit their way out of wet paper bag, and to their credit, they've been able to do it more often than not. So this team is hung its hats on its bats, especially the top of the lineup. I'm not sure that there's a better hitting first baseman right now than Nick Kurtz, and for what he's able to do at the top of the lineup has been fantastic. So I think this team, if they're going to beat the Mariners, which I obviously did not do last night, it's going to be because they swing their way to a win, not because they pitched the way.
Right. Well, Evan Giddings again from the game in San Francisco with us talking about the Sacramento A's tonight against the Mariners in game 2 of 3. And you and I were texting earlier about that Dallas Braden clip. He's on TV just kind of ripping the Mariners for bringing Luis Castillo out of the game after 4 shutout and 6 Ks. How surprised were you down there that the Mariners made that move last night?
I mean, I was pretty surprised given his total resume, but, given the season, I guess they're trying to do anything they can to build up his confidence. I completely understand where Dallas Braden is coming from. The guy who's pitching the show is much more of an old school arm and even has some experience down in Stockton with their minor leagues, having helped develop a few of potential future arms. So he wants guys to get confidence, and he also is someone that believes you ride your horses. And Luis Castillo, for the better part of his career, has been a horse. But, having watched him this season, I don't know if it's the velocity. I don't know if it's the confidence. He seems like kind of a similar guy physically, but just pitches are not where they're supposed to be. And he's obviously getting banged around. So I was shocked they took him out that quickly, considering how he was rolling. But at the same time, if you feel like he is not going to be able to face the lineup 2 or especially 3 times through, then maybe that's the way you roll. I just think that Dallas is someone that comes from the old school. I think he's a really smart baseball mind, obviously passionate, and was sticking up for someone like Luis Castillo, who has gone from being a Cy Young candidate to a dude that isn't allowed to go 5 innings.
How is the interest of this team balanced between the 3 cities? I mean, you've got Oakland, you've got Sacramento, and you've got Vegas coming in. Like, where are the fans coming from?
Well, the fans, I think it's tough. I mean, certainly the Bay Area fans, I don't think all of them have necessarily given up on them, but they've given up on the idea of traveling to go see them. Sacramento fans are ones that I think are just happy to have a team, especially one that's competitive. The Sacramento Kings haven't really been holding up their end of the bargain, I would say, the last 15 years. So it's a city that's just happy to have professional sports. And then Vegas, I'm still not getting the vibe that they really are too welcoming of the Athletics. They seem more pumped about a future NBA team, their current WNBA team, their current NHL team, who's up 3-0 in the playoffs right now. They seem much more happy about what they have currently and down the line as opposed to what could be coming in the near future with the A's. And I think it has to do with the branding. I think it has to do with just kind of the stigma against what used to be the Oakland Athletics. And I don't really get the idea that Vegas is a city that's feeling 81 home days. It's hard enough to get people out there, for the NHL or potentially a future basketball team. But 81 home days for baseball, I just don't think Las Vegas is really built for that.
Yeah, I think the NBA in Vegas is going to kill it, by the way. That'll be a place 100%. That people will go just to be seen, by the way, in Vegas. So I got no problem with that. But Evan Giddings with us, and you're right, because I was watching the game last night, and I've watched a couple of A's games, and it feels like there's almost more opposing fans there. I mean, that's a little bit of a destination. Like, I wouldn't have minded going down there to just see the Mariners play in a minor league ballpark and see that kind of novelty play out in front of your face. But I wonder how many Oakland fans, Oakland A's diehard fans, will continue to follow this team even to Vegas. Like, we got, Dick, I think you'll agree, Thunder fans, nobody here roots for the Thunder in Seattle.
Zero.
Nobody. There might be one schmuck who's, got no guts to show his face. But
he stays in his basement.
That's right. He will never allow that to come out, that he's rooting for the Thunder. Nobody here's doing that. Do you think anybody in Oakland, diehard A's fans, will? Because they're going to keep the name. Right? Like the Raiders. I mean, there's a lot of Raider fans that, going back to Oakland, L.A., still root for them because they're still the silver and black. What about A's fans in Oakland rooting for them once they get to Vegas?
Yeah, I think the NFL is just way more